This guy was a top student who considered mathematics his life's creed after graduation. Tran Lak had worked diligently as a teacher for many years, and after 5 years, he was on the verge of a promotion. But after just dozing off while proctoring an exam, he found himself freaking isekai'd. Tran Lak had transmigrated into the body of a student named Blair. The only problem was, Blair's math knowledge was absolute garbage, and he was also the class's famous idiot. Right after waking up in this body, Tran Lak was called to the board by his teacher, Brittany, to solve a problem. From the reactions of those around him, it was clear this was a world that placed immense value on mathematics. However, their level of math was incredibly low, because the question Tran Lak was asked was to calculate the sum of numbers from 1 to 100. On Earth, even an elementary school student would know how to get the answer quickly, but in this place, everyone only knew how to rigidly add each number one by one. This gave Tran Lak an idea. Tran Lak was called to the board by his teacher, Brittany, to solve a problem. From the reactions of those around him, it was clear this was a world that placed immense value on mathematics. However, their level of math was incredibly low, because the question Tran Lak was asked was to calculate the sum of numbers from 1 to 100. To flex his math skills one more time when he accidentally bumped into an important girl. The thing is, the position they fell in was incredibly awkward. Tran Lak was so startled he backed up a few steps, constantly muttering, "Oh," for crying out loud. He then politely offered his hand to help the girl up. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Are you okay?" To his surprise, the other party completely ignored his kind gesture. As she scrambled to her feet and pulled her skirt down, she yelled, "It's you again." Tran Lak was bewildered. "You know me? How could I not? At the new student welcoming ceremony, it was you who bumped into me. Even the position was exactly the same. You made me a laughingstock in front of the whole school. I've always remembered your face. This time, you're even bolder. Deliberately ambushing me, you filthy pervert." Tran Lak, getting an earful, couldn't quite process the situation. It seemed the kid, Blair, had made an enemy of this girl a few days ago. Now that he had transmigrated into Blair's body, he had to unintentionally take the fall for him. "Miss, first of all, I wasn't ambushing you. Besides, logically speaking, you bumped into me first, right?" Tran Lak wanted to reason with her, but she was in no mood to listen. After shouting, her 2 hands began forming signs as she mumbled an incantation to summon the fire element. Tran Lak chuckled. He initially thought she was suffering from some teenage delusions, but to his surprise, a few seconds later, a real, raging flame appeared in the girl's palm. What's more, the fire grew bigger, and Tran Lak, the one who had just mocked her, was about to get the full blast. It was then that he realized he seemed to have forgotten something important. Holy crap! Tran Lak had been reincarnated. If you're reincarnated into another world, it's normal for that world to have magic. What the hell? Yeah, that's right. He had really been reincarnated into a world of magic. So, forget the name Tran Lak. He was Blair now, and the immediate problem was how to avoid being roasted by this young lady's flames, and turned into a rotisserie chicken. His opponent was getting closer and closer, and Blair definitely had zero knowledge of magic for defense. If that's the case, there's only one way to solve this. The young man quickly bowed his head at a perfect 90-degree angle. "I'm sorry," he said to the tigress before him. Although it was a bit humiliating, a wise man knows when to bend and when to stand tall. Preserving his life was the top priority. And sure enough, this method worked. The girl stopped and retracted the fireball in her hand. However, her attitude was still very resentful. "Don't think a simple sorry is enough," the girl grumbled, but Blair was in no mood to listen to her scolding. The moment he saw her retract the fireball, he bolted. As he ran, Blair felt utterly confused. How could a world where science and magic coexist even exist? He just kept running, not knowing where he needed to go. Suddenly, Blair felt a splitting headache, and the world went dark. He collapsed to the ground as the memories of this body's original owner began to surface. It turned out Blair's family was once a noble family, and his father was a general. It's just that after Blair's father fell on the battlefield, his family quickly fell into decline. To make ends meet, Blair's mother even had to take on odd jobs outside and endure the gossip of others. Blair himself was an understanding child. Not long after, he was accepted into the St. Donatus Academy. This made his mother incredibly happy. Blair was extremely diligent and did his best to study, all in the hopes of restoring his family to its former glory. But unfortunately, he had absolutely no talent for magic. He couldn't even conjure the simplest fireball spell. Because of this, Blair became the laughingstock of his classmates. They mocked him for being of noble descent yet poorer than their own house servants. Some mocked him for having no talent, saying he'd be kicked out of the academy sooner or later. Others mocked his poor math skills. They said it was because his family was poor and couldn't afford a tutor. If it weren't for the empty noble title left by his general father, he wouldn't even have the right to enter St. Donatus Academy. Someone else said that his black hair and brown eyes were unique in the city of Pau, so he might be a half-breed. Over time, Blair was drowned by these insults, and he gradually came to see himself as a good-for-nothing, terrible at both magic and math. Then, the soul of a math teacher transmigrated into his body, opening a new chapter in his life. And so, we now have the appearance of Blair, with the mind of Tran Lak. At that moment, Blair slowly regained consciousness to the sound of a classmate's voice. He recognized her as Jasmine. She was his classmate and also the first person he saw after transmigrating. Jasmine seemed like a good person, and she was the only one in class who didn't laugh at him. "Classmate Blair? Next period is magic theory. Are you okay, Jasmine?" looked worried, seeing him passed out on the ground. She asked as she reached out a hand to help Blair up. "Yeah, I'm fine." Blair seemed very happy that someone still cared about him. After obtaining all the memories of this body's original owner, his feelings were incredibly complex. But from that moment on, he decided he would live a good life in this body and fulfill its original owner's wishes. And so, in the following magic theory class, Blair listened with intense focus. In this world, magic elements are divided into 4 types: earth, fire, wind, and water. All magic must operate based on those 4 elements. It is also because of magical talent that the world is divided into mages and commoners. Here, both magic and mathematics are extremely important, and this St. Donatus Academy is one of the most famous magic schools in the kingdom. Mages use incantations or gestures and their mental strength to manipulate magical elements, turning them into various spells. And to successfully create magic, one needs talent. Besides Blair, it seemed like no other student was paying close attention, because everything the teacher was lecturing about was just being read straight from the textbook. The moment the dismissal bell rang, they all rushed out as if they'd been set free. This made the teacher a bit disappointed. As he was packing his books to leave, Blair ran up to him. "Sir, I'd like to ask something. If you don't have magical talent, can you really not cast even a little bit of magic?" The teacher looked at Blair with a pitying expression. "I'm sorry, Blair, but you've asked this question many times, and my answer is still the same: it cannot be changed. Without magical talent, you can't even sense or manipulate the tiniest bit of magic." And because of this very question, Blair once again became the laughingstock of his classmates. They had already left, but they came back again to surround and mock him. "Haha, our magic genius, Blair is daydreaming again. He's always the most serious student in class, but what's the use? No talent is still no talent. Blair, it's okay if you can't even graduate. When that time comes, you can come work for me at my father's manor." Each of his classmates chimed in, as if trying to drown Blair in a sea of spit. That is, until a large, chubby boy named Toby appeared and came to his rescue. Blair also had some of the original owner's memories about this Toby. He was Blair's only friend in class. Looking at the situation, it seemed their relationship was indeed very good. After helping Blair disperse the crowd, Toby also left ahead. He noticed that his classmate Jasmine was still there, looking like she wanted to say something but was hesitating. Blair had to repeatedly prod her before she finally relayed the message that teacher Brittany wanted him to come to her office after class. After Jasmine left, Blair was the only one left in the classroom. He truly doubted if this body, living in a world of magic, really didn't have a single shred of magic. Blair couldn't accept a loser's fate like this, so based on the magic theory he had just learned, he tried to chant the incantation for the fireball spell. At first, there was no reaction at all. This made Blair very disappointed, and he even mocked himself. But to his surprise, about 2 seconds later, a flame appeared in his hand, and more importantly, the fire just kept getting bigger. It was even bigger than the fireball spell the haughty young lady had created this morning, which completely astonished Blair. Blair stared blankly at the fireball spell in his hand. This was truly too surprising. This body clearly didn't have a shred of magical talent. Not quite trusting himself, he even tried it a few more times. And he succeeded every single time. It even felt a little too easy, lost in playing with the fireball spell. After a while, Blair finally remembered he needed to go to Miss Brittany's office. As a result, after he opened the office door, Blair was so startled by Brittany's pose that he got a nosebleed. But to be fair, this teacher's body was ridiculously hot. "Oh, is that you, student Blair? You're finally here. Sorry about that. I have a habit of doing math while standing." Even after Brittany sat down, Blair still hadn't managed to control his breathing and his wildly racing heart. "I'm sorry for being late, miss. I was wondering why you called for me." Blair didn't dare to look directly at her. He could only keep his 2 eyes glued to the floor. Brittany told Blair to sit at a nearby desk, where paper and a pen were already prepared for him. She wanted Blair to calculate the sum of the numbers from 1 to 79. "I'm stepping out for a moment. You don't need to rush. Just take your time." Brittany had just turned around and hadn't taken more than a few steps when Blair confidently announced, "The result of this calculation is 3,160. The teacher seemed incredibly surprised. She rushed over, grabbing both of Blair's shoulders. "How could you possibly do that? It takes even me a long time to calculate that. Could it be a problem you've done before? No, that's not right. I chose the number 79 randomly." Faced with his teacher's barrage of questions, Blair didn't know how to explain. It's not like he could just say he was a transmigrator and that in his own world. This was just a simple calculation. But seeing Brittany's expectant expression, Blair genuinely wanted to satisfy her curiosity. "I've seen your method for solving it, miss. You add each number 1 by 1. Doing it that way isn't just time-consuming. It's also extremely easy to make a mistake. The fact that you can get the correct answer that way is really amazing, miss. It's very commendable." Blair really wanted to add that the level of mathematics in this magical world was unacceptably poor, but saying that would make him the weird one, so he held his tongue. "But isn't that the only way to solve it?" Brittany was extremely puzzled. "Of course not, Miss Brittany." Then, Blair guided her through his method of solving it. First, you spot the pattern. The first number in the series plus the last, the second number plus the second to last, and so on. Each pair adds up to a sum of 80. The only number left over without a pair is the lonely number 40. Therefore, the addition problem quickly turns into multiplying 39 by 80 and then adding 40. Brittany caught on very quickly and seemed especially excited to see that Blair was able to discover this method. Not only that, Blair even developed the formula for an arithmetic series for Brittany. It was all encapsulated in a simple formula, leaving the teacher completely stunned. She was utterly flabbergasted. Blair never thought that the math skills he learned back in elementary school could give a scholar in this world such a massive shock. It took a long while before Brittany could regain her composure. Is this a method you came up with yourself? You could say so, yes. It's a pretty convenient way to solve it, Blair said, scratching his head in embarrassment. After all, there was no Gauss in this world. Even if he said the formula was invented by the man, the teacher wouldn't have known. Miss Brittany fell silent for a few more seconds, then suddenly grabbed Blair's hand. Student Blair, you're a true genius. As long as you're willing to continue your research, your future will surely be limitless. Although Brittany's praise was very moving, the truth was that Blair was only paying attention to the cup bust right in front of him. Brittany also asked if he wanted to become a great mathematician, but luckily, Blair was clear-headed enough to say no. He had spent his entire previous life pursuing mathematics. In this life, Blair wanted to become a great mage. Brittany looked visibly disappointed by Blair's answer, but she quickly recovered to try and persuade him. But don't you realize you have an incredible talent for mathematics? This is a blessing from the goddess of wisdom. You can't let it go to waste. Besides, from what I know, student Blair, you don't have a shred of talent for magic. Brittany tried everything she could to persuade Blair, but his mind was made up. In this life, he only wanted to become a mage. To be honest, given this world's level of mathematics, Blair could become a renowned mathematician as easily as flipping his hand just by casually tossing out a few advanced mathematical theories. But ultimately, those were just things he'd learned in his past life, the achievements of mathematicians from another world. In contrast, the allure of magic in this world held a much greater appeal to him than the empty title of mathematician. Seeing how resolute her student was, Brittany decided to make a bet with him, because in just a few days, it was time for the first-year magic exam. This exam would determine whether they could stay or would have to leave St. Donatus Academy. Anyone who failed would be forced to drop out. Therefore, she proposed a bet. If Blair could pass the magic exam, she would naturally stop trying to persuade him. But if he failed, Brittany could submit an application in her capacity as an assistant instructor to help him stay at the school. But Blair would have to give up magic and study mathematics with her instead. When she made this offer, Brittany was extremely confident she would win, because everyone at this school knew that Blair had absolutely no magical talent. But she had no idea that the Blair of today was a far cry from his former self, and this bet would only end in a crushing defeat for her. With that settled, Blair left the teacher's office. To be honest, Brittany's nagging was starting to get on his nerves. But for someone as passionate about math as she was, her reaction to discovering a genius like Blair was understandable. Blair had no intention of losing that bet, so he immediately headed back to study magic. On the way, lost in thought, he bumped into someone. This familiar scenario, this familiar feeling. As expected, it was that bratty young lady again. She was clearly the one who bumped into him first, but as soon as she recognized him, she prepared to throw a punch. Then, deciding a punch wasn't enough, she started chanting to summon the fire element. But this time, Blair was more experienced in dealing with her. While she was still chanting the incantation, he had already bolted and disappeared. This young lady's name was Isabella. She had also come to see Miss Brittany today. From the moment she entered the office, Isabella's expression was incredibly foul. When the teacher finally asked her what was wrong, she started grumbling. She recounted how she'd bumped into some weirdo twice in the same day and even swore that the next time she saw him, she would use a fireball spell to burn him to ashes. But that wasn't the main reason Isabella had come to the office today. It turned out that yesterday, Brittany had also given her the problem of summing the numbers from 1 to 100, and it had taken Isabella half the afternoon to get the answer. She seemed incredibly excited, thinking herself quite brilliant for her calculation speed. Her speed at summing consecutive numbers was nearly on par with her teacher's. If this had been yesterday, Brittany would have showered Isabella with praise, but unfortunately, after today, Isabella's accomplishment paled in comparison, because Blair had solved it in less than a minute. How could he possibly solve it that fast? Impossible! Isabella muttered, clearly in shock after hearing what Brittany had told her. Who is this Blair? Why have I never heard of him? It's true, he used a method that I had never seen before. Brittany then proceeded to explain the method Blair had used to Isabella. The more she listened, the more shocked she became. How could such a mind-bending method have been thought up by a student? Once she got over her shock, Isabella became fired up, telling her teacher that she wanted to meet this Blair. Seeing the eager look in her eyes, Brittany didn't have the heart to refuse, so she told her which class Blair was in. After learning the location of this math prodigy's classroom, Isabella went straight there and kicked the classroom door open. She then stood on the podium and demanded, "Hey, which one of you in this class is named Blair? Tell him to come out here and see me." The moment Toby saw Isabella, sweat poured down his face, who didn't know how notoriously fierce this upperclassman was. He had no idea why she was looking for Blair. He was just about to speak up when Blair, hiding under the desk, gave him a painful pinch. Toby immediately got the hint and told Isabella that Blair had just stepped out. Isabella was clearly not happy. "Fine. When he gets back, tell him I was looking for him." Toby nodded furiously. Only after hearing Isabella slam the classroom door shut did Blair feel it was safe to crawl out from under the desk. The entire class turned to give him a concerned look. Their worried gazes made all the hairs on his body stand on end. "Blair, my friend, you have to tell me the truth. What happened between you and Senior Isabella?" "Isabella? The girl who was just here is named Isabella?" Blair asked back, completely clueless. Toby's attitude grew more and more serious. Brian, besides reading books and working part-time, do you really not know anything else? Do you have any idea who Senior Isabella is? Seeing Toby's expression, Brian was scared out of his wits before he even heard the answer. Hey, don't scare me. Just who is she? Brian thought she might be the daughter of a mob boss or something similar. Someone really formidable. But according to Toby, it turns out she's just a campus goddess chased by tons of guys. Toby was just afraid that if outsiders found out Brian had offended Isabella, they definitely wouldn't let him off the hook. Hearing this, Brian let out a sigh of relief. At least this was the famous Sandonato's academy. Those Sims couldn't just do whatever they wanted. Seeing that Brian still didn't get it, Toby's expression grew darker. So you times do times know where it's Sandonato's academy, huh? Then tell me, where is Sandonato's academy? On Baker Street, Brian stammered in reply. And where is Baker Street? Pow City, he answered innocently. Toby let out a long sigh. A moment ago, I thought you were just playing dumb. Now it seems you're actually an idiot. Senior Isabella. Her father is the lord of this very city, Pow City. Got it. At this point, only a madman wouldn't be scared. Brian wasn't quite mad, and he knew he was truly screwed for messing with this girl. Brian was instantly on the verge of tears. If he went and knelt down to apologize to Isabella now, would it still be in time? Toby hadn't had a chance to think of a solution yet, but a few guys had already been eavesdropping on their conversation. You even dared to mess with Senior Isabella? I don't think you need to stay at this academy anymore. Then again, with your useless magic, you wouldn't have lasted more than a few days at the academy anyway. Annoyed, Brian turned his head. The one who had just insulted him was a blonde-haired punk. Based on the original owner's memories, Brian knew. His name was Ban, a guy who specialized in bullying the weak in class, with the past Brian being his specific target. But Ban wasn't wrong. Although the academy had other subjects besides magic, like mathematics, history, and philosophy. Even if you couldn't become a mage, you could still become a scholar and receive equal respect in the kingdom. However, as a vital academy of the kingdom, graduates of Sandonato's couldn't lack daily magic training. Therefore, after reaching their second year, they all had to pass a magic exam. Anyone who didn't meet the standard would be forced to drop out. In reality, this exam was very simple, and basically all students could pass. However, the original Brian was a rare kind of failure. He had absolutely no magical talent whatsoever. So for him, the second-year magic exam was the end of his academic career at this academy. Luckily, Chenluo's soul had transmigrated just in time, causing a drastic turn in Brian's fate. Lost in thought, he had accidentally ignored Ban, which made him furious. Hey, did you hear what I just said? Ban angrily slammed his hand on the table. You fatherless mutt, Ban shot Brian a death glare. But that insult about Brian's father was truly out of line. Before Brian could even react, Toby couldn't hold back anymore. Ban, you want to fight? Toby's tone and attitude made it clear he wasn't joking, but the bastard still wanted to continue his verbal assault and humiliate Brian in front of everyone. Toby, this doesn't seem to be your business, does it? Brian is my friend. His business is my business. If you want to fight, this body of mine has seen some action. If they really fought, Ban wouldn't be able to beat Toby. So, although he was fuming, he had to let it go for now, not forgetting to threaten that he'd settle the score next time. Brian felt incredibly moved looking at the chubby Toby. Although he didn't seem very reliable in crucial moments, it seemed he was extremely loyal. Brian walked over a few steps and happily patted his best bro on the shoulder. Toby, you're a real good friend. If Isabella comes to bother me, you'll definitely be on my side, right? Of course. When that time comes, I'll definitely beat you up as gently as possible. Brian froze. If he could, he would take back that good brother comment. For the next few days, Brian diligently avoided Isabella, and after a few days, the magic exam had begun. The content of this test was very easy. Students had to master the use of the fireball spell. This was the simplest magic, so the exam was merely a formality. The specific task was for students to stand at the line that was drawn and use their fireball spell to hit the target not far away. Ban was the first one called. His fireball spell was executed perfectly. After passing the test, the bastard didn't forget to throw Brian a contemptuous look. You just take your time and enjoy your last moments at this academy. Toby wished he could just rush out and punch this loudmouth. But next up was his turn. Toby could create a fireball, but it was just a tiny little sphere. It had absolutely no destructive power, not much better than Brian's previous attempts. Even so, because Toby's fireball hit the target, he barely managed to pass. The last person on the list was Brian, but the teacher already knew his student had no magic talent and didn't want to embarrass him in front of the crowd, so he announced that all members of the class had passed the test. However, before the teacher could finish his sentence, Ban raised his hand with an objection. Professor Anthony, did you perhaps miss a name? Our classmate, Brian, hasn't taken the test yet. Being called out so bluntly by his student, Professor Anthony couldn't cover for Brian anymore. He stroked his beard, looking troubled, and asked, Well, Brian, do you want to take the test? Before Brian could even answer, Ban's gang burst out laughing, then started mocking him as a useless, good-for-nothing, who couldn't even cast a proper fireball. It wasn't just his classmates, even a few people from other classes came over to watch, wanting to see Brian make a fool of himself. Toby advised him to just let it go. Ban's gang's goal was obviously to provoke Brian and make him lose face in front of everyone. But the Brian of today was different. Besides, he had already successfully created a fireball spell a few days ago. Not taking the test today would be stupid. Band's crew thought Brian was still clinging to the delusion that a miracle would actually happen, so they laughed even harder. The crowd of gossip-loving students grew larger by the minute. Even Professor Brittany came over, curious to see. In the end, it was Professor Anthony who had to step in and restore order among this unruly crowd. In his heart, he truly admired Brian, because no matter the outcome, his actions showed he was a person of great spirit. Now, Brian stood before the target, took a deep breath, and began to chant the incantation. These past few days, he had discovered that he could cast magic without hand seals or incantations, but to be like everyone else. Brian still bothered to put on a little show, reciting the incantation exactly as it was in the textbook. In the first second after the chant ended, nothing happened. Band's gang took this as their cue to burst out laughing again. They thought Brian had made a fool of himself once more. But in the very next second, a fireball began to form in his two palms, and this fireball was of a superior size, compared to the fireballs of the others. It powerfully struck the target in front of him, creating a massive shockwave. Everyone present was left gawking. When the shockwave passed, the target had been smashed to pieces and burned to ash. Although Professor Anthony was astonished, he didn't forget to announce that Brian had passed the test. Band stared, stunned, at the target, his mouth ceaselessly muttering, "Impossible, impossible." Toby was probably the happiest person there. He rushed over, put Brian in a headlock, and celebrated the victory. "You little rascal. I couldn't tell you were so good at hiding your skills." Before the two could finish celebrating, Professor Anthony called Brian into his private office. It was understandable, a magical failure like Brian suddenly showing such an outstanding performance on test day, what teacher wouldn't be curious? Brian also didn't know how to explain it properly. He just said that he practiced every day according to the textbook and finally, suddenly, managed to create a fireball. Professor Anthony pondered for a few seconds, finding it hard not to feel that this was too miraculous, because magic was a divine gift bestowed upon humanity. Ancestors, through chants and gestures, established a fixed connection to the elements to cast magic, and a person with no magical talent at all was considered to have been forsaken by the gods. There weren't many such people, and Brian had once been one of them. For someone who had been forsaken by the gods, to suddenly receive divine grace and gain the ability to control magic like him was even rarer. Moreover, the fireball Brian cast today, regardless of its power or speed, far surpassed that of his classmates. From this, Professor Anthony felt that he had the makings of an excellent mage. Brian just felt that this scene was very familiar. "I feel like I've heard that somewhere before. Wasn't it just a few days ago that Miss Brittany used the exact same phrasing to advise me to study math? Teacher Anthony, thank you for praising me so much when I first arrived in this world. I was indeed very interested in magic, but right now, I want to return to my original world even more," Blair said unconsciously. It wasn't until he saw the teacher's confused expression that Blair realized he had misspoken, so he quickly tried to cover for himself, saying that he had been reading too many magic books lately, which was why he was spouting nonsense. When Anthony heard him say that he'd been reading a lot of books, he became even more pleased, because it proved that Blair had been putting in far more effort than the average person. "That world you just mentioned. You must have read the legend of the Saint Archmage, haven't you?" The words Saint Archmage truly made Blair a bit curious. It seemed to be the highest rank a mage could achieve. The legend tells of a Saint Archmage who could master spatial magic, tearing open spacetime to travel to another world. But that was just a legend, and in this world today, people believe that the gods, the spirit only created a single world. There are no others? What? You just said that a holy archmage can tear through space to travel to another world? Bray asked again as Anthony nodded. A thought sparked in his mind. "Master Anthony, I will definitely become a holy archmage after the exam." After the magic exam, Blair finally had a few rare days off, and he decided to make the most of them. He scoured through almost every book related to magic in the school library. Blair's goal was crystal clear: become a Saint Archmage, tear open spacetime, and return to being Chen Luo. Through his research, Blair also came to understand a bit more about this world. Here, the ranks of mages are divided into 7 tiers, including novice, intermediate, advanced, archmage, magus, grand magus, and the highest of all, Saint Archmage. Among them, the Saint Archmage has only ever been a legendary existence. Their powerful magical abilities only exist in ancient records. No one has ever actually seen them. Many books mention that a Saint Archmage could use spatial magic to tear open spacetime and travel to another world. Although most mages today believe that other worlds don't exist and that spatial magic is just a legend, for Blair, who had transmigrated, spatial magic likely did exist. It was also his hope of returning home at the moment. Unfortunately, Teacher Anthony didn't believe in spatial magic, so Blair couldn't get any more information from him. "It's this late and you're still here reading? Why aren't you getting to work? Our library doesn't support idlers." Blair, who was lost in thought, was startled by a voice. It was the head librarian, subtly kicking him out. Blair realized he had been sitting there for far too long. He got up and started arranging books and cleaning the library, but there was so much work it took him all night to finish. Blair never expected living at the library to be so exhausting. The next morning, Blair dragged his aching body to class. When he opened the door and stepped inside, the room was silent, with students whispering about what had happened yesterday. Blair had created a giant fireball during the magic competition, one even bigger than Teacher Anthony's. Many people, instead of looking down on Blair, had started to change their tune and admire him, thinking that he had been hiding his true strength all along. Some even felt that if you look closely, Blair was actually quite handsome. Others gossiped that senior Isabella actually had a thing for him. All the chattering from every direction was giving Blair a massive headache. He just wanted to get to his seat quickly and rest for a bit before class started. However, when he got to his desk, Blair saw Isabella sitting there smugly. All he could do was repeatedly chant in his head, "You can't see me. You can't see me," but it was completely useless. The moment Isabella saw him, she shot up from her seat. "So, you're the Blair that Miss Brittany was talking about." Isabella had tracked him down, and Blair knew he couldn't hide forever. So, he wanted to take this opportunity to explain everything and clear up the misunderstanding with his senior. However, Isabella gave him no chance to even open his mouth. She immediately cast a fireball spell, intending to teach Blair a lesson. With his opponent launching a surprise attack, Blair didn't know what magic to use to counter it. He could only raise his two hands to cover his face, hoping her fireball wouldn't ruin his handsome face. However, after waiting for a while, Isabella's fireball spell still hadn't landed. Blair peeked his eyes open out of curiosity, only to see Miss Brittany stopping the raging lioness. "Isabella, how could you use magic in the classroom?" Isabella struggled, wanting to report Blair for harassing her multiple times, but Brittany was in no mood to listen. She told Blair to come to her office, conveniently telling Isabella to come along as well. When the three of them left, the classroom remained dead silent. Most of the students started speculating about why Miss Brittany wanted to see Blair privately. Only Ba was in a terrible mood, presumably having still not recovered from the shock of seeing Blair's fireball a few days ago. Brittany led the two students to her office. First, she gave Blair the chance to explain himself and properly apologize to Isabella. Since their teacher had mediated, Isabella had no reason to pursue the matter further. Then, it was time for the main issue. A few days ago, Brittany had witnessed the fireball spell Blair created during the exam with her own eyes. She admitted that she had lost the bet between the two of them and promised to keep her word and no longer force him to study mathematics with her. However, Brittany was very curious as to how Blair had managed to do it. After all, this was the first time she had ever seen someone with no magical talent make such a comeback. "I was just lucky." Blair replied humbly, then tried to change the subject. "Oh, right, Miss Brittany. I actually have a question for you." "All right. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. Go ahead and ask. I'll tell you anything I know." To connect with magical elements, is it mandatory to combine incantations with magical gestures? Blair asked. But before Brittany could even answer, Isabella, who was standing beside them, burst out laughing, thinking his question was utterly ridiculous. In this world, even a child knows that only incantations and gestures can connect you to magical elements. Are all mages the same? Aren't there any exceptions? Blair refused to give up and kept asking. Seeing how serious he was, Brittany had no choice but to answer in kind. "In my experience, no matter how powerful a mage is, they still need to use incantations and gestures to create magic. More skilled individuals simply have a better understanding of magical elements, so the time it takes to connect is shorter, that's all. Magic is a gift from the gods. People here believe the gods taught our ancestors to connect to magical elements using incantations and gestures, which is how magic has been passed down through the generations. As for not needing to use incantations and gestures, while still being able to cast magic, I'm afraid only the gods themselves could do that." Seeing Brittany's cautious expression, Isabella, sitting to the side, started laughing loudly again. "Miss Brittany, you don't have to take such a silly question so seriously." After hearing that answer, Blair was utterly bewildered, because he could cast magic perfectly fine, without using incantations or hand signs. During the competition, he was just putting on an act to seem like a normal person. Could it be that because he was an outsider, the gods of this world had no jurisdiction over him? This is the most basic knowledge of magic. If you want to become a mage, you'd better memorize the magical theories in the books. Brittany advised him sincerely. "However, I actually called you here today for something more important." At this point, Brittany handed Blair a scroll. He didn't know what it was, but Isabella, standing beside him, immediately recognized it as an academic journal. The kingdom's most influential academic papers are all published in here. However, when Blair opened the journal, Isabella, who was peeking over his shoulder, was stunned by what was inside, because the paper listed Miss Brittany's name, and also Blair's. It turned out that, based on the formula he had mentioned before, Miss Brittany had researched it day and night before writing it into a paper. And since Blair was the one who gave her the idea, Brittany had listed his name as a co-author. However, Blair wasn't the least bit happy about it. Having his name on it wasn't worth anything to him. Giving him some cash would be far more practical. The meager amount of money Blair earned each day from the library wasn't even enough to fill his stomach. Just as Blair was thinking this, Brittany seemed to remember something. She went to her desk drawer, took out a pouch of money, and said that inside were 50 silver coins, the royalty payment for the paper. "Although these 50 silver coins are nothing compared to the academic honor, I believe you deserve them." Blair's two eyes immediately lit up. Those 50 silver coins were a huge sum of money for him, because Blair worked himself to the bone at the library, and earned a whole 50 silver coins. He put on a show of refusing, but his pocket was already wide open, waiting for Brittany to stuff the money in. "Hey, at least half of the credit for this is yours." But Brittany was an innocent soul, who didn't understand the concept of false modesty at all. Hearing Blair say that, she took half the money, leaving 25 silver coins for him. By then, it was too late for Blair to regret it. Just one casual remark and 25 silver coins flew away. He really wanted to slap himself a couple of times. However, he suddenly realized something and asked, "Oh right, Miss Brittany, for every thesis published in the academic journal, do you receive a 50 silver coin author's fee?" I've never paid attention to that, but since it's published in the journal, a 50 silver coin fee seems pretty normal. Now, Blair saw a money-making opportunity open up right before his eyes. Therefore, he continued to use his math knowledge to flex a little. Last time, Blair had given Brittany a hint about the formula for the sum of an arithmetic progression. This time, he brought up geometric progressions. I'm talking about the lost riddle. The lost riddle? Who's that? Blair scratched his head. Don't tell me someone in this world has already invented geometric progressions. The lost riddle is a math problem posed by the mathematical sage, Loss. Loss had 7 wives, and each wife had 7 bags. Each bag contained 7 cats, and each cat had 7 kittens. Hearing Brittany explain it, Blair's head started to ache. As expected of an early-era mathematician, they come up with brain-busting math problems in every world. It's just that in Loss's riddle, the number of terms isn't very large, so you can just add them up one by one to get the answer. But if there were more terms, they would need a unified formula to help solve it. Hearing Blair say this, Brittany seemed very excited. So you're saying you can come up with a formula to solve the lost riddle? It's just a preliminary thought of mine, Blair replied humbly. He originally planned to give Brittany the answer in a few days, so as not to seem too over the top, but this teacher was so passionate about math that she wanted to research and discuss it with him right on the spot. And so, Blair was held back in the teacher's office. Just like that, they went through sheet after sheet of paper, spending several hours on it. Isabella, who had dozed off, was woken up by Brittany's excited voice. It's unbelievable. The lost riddle can actually be solved with a single formula. Blair, your talent for mathematics is truly unparalleled. Are you really not willing to study mathematics with me? Brittany's expression was even more thrilled than when Blair solved the problem of summing numbers from 1 to 100. Even Isabella was looking at him with open admiration. And so, the geometric progression formula from teacher Chen Luo, now in Blair's body, once again shocked everyone. Meanwhile, his little plan was being put into motion step by step. The next day, Isabella couldn't stop thinking about the problem for some reason. She kept feeling that the things he said were just him reciting someone else's words, but in this world, no one had ever invented formulas like his before. While lost in thought, Isabella saw Blair's back. He was clearly a second year, yet he was heading to the third-year students' building. She thought Blair was up to his old tricks, trying to harass other female students again, so this time, Isabella decided to follow him to catch him red-handed. But soon, she lost sight of him. As for Blair's purpose, it wasn't to harass anyone. Of course, he had just heard from Toby that, at the end of the third-year building, there was a stone wall that wasn't too high and wasn't monitored, making it a good spot to sneak out. The reason Blair wanted to go out was because he'd taken teacher Anthony's advice. He said that if Blair wanted to learn more about magic, he could go to the Pao City Magic Association. There, he'd find magicians of a higher rank than him. This was the first time Blair had seen the world outside St. Donatus Academy since he was transmigrated, and the bustling scene outside really made him a bit excited. Pao City was more bustling and prosperous than Blair had imagined. He went straight to the Magic Association, then took a half-mask out of his pocket. Although Blair's identity wasn't anything special, it was better to be safe than sorry. It was best not to reveal his identity. After stepping into the association's main hall, Blair felt his decision to wear a mask was an extremely wise one because the receptionist here was none other than his classmate, Jasmine. She was probably working part-time here. Putting that aside, Blair told Jasmine he wanted to hire a magic consultant. The price list here was 10 gold coins per month to hire a high-level magician, 5 gold coins per month for an intermediate-level magician, and only 2 gold coins for a novice-level magician. Hearing this, Blair really wanted to throw up. Turns out the hardest thing in the world is being broke. The 1 gold coin she mentioned was equivalent to 100 silver coins, and right now, Blair's entire fortune was a mere 30 silver coins. Utterly disappointed, Blair was about to leave, but Jasmine noticed his financial trouble and suggested that instead of hiring a magic consultant, he could get a library card for their library. The Pao City Magic Association's library contained tens of thousands of books on magic. The vast majority of magical knowledge could be found there. Although it couldn't compare to having a consultant to guide him, the good thing was that it was completely free. Of course, Blair couldn't pass up this opportunity and immediately agreed. But then, Jasmine said something that nearly made him cough up blood. Well then, sir, please present your magic certificate. For someone like Blair, who had just managed to create a fireball a few days ago, where would he get a magic certificate? Seeing his crestfallen mood, Jasmine was quite surprised. Because Blair had wanted to hire a magic consultant as soon as he arrived, she thought he was already a magician. As for the library card, you needed at least an apprentice-level magician certificate to be able to borrow books. Actually, the apprentice magician certification is very simple, sir. For example, if you want to be certified as a fire element apprentice magician, you just need to, in front of the certifying master, cast the fireball spell once, Jasmine continued to suggest. Blair felt his heart leap with joy again. But Jasmine advised him not to apply for certification today, because the person on duty today, Andre, is quite strict. His certification pass rate is no more than 10%. The number of magicians who have failed under Andre has already exceeded 300 people, but Blair was determined to get certified today. After all, he couldn't sneak out every day. So, Jasmine led him to meet Andre. In the study, there were two people. One was a bald magician, who looked very difficult, and the other was an old magician with a white beard and hair. Blair looked at their attire. The bald one was wearing a red magic robe with 2 silver threads, which meant he was an intermediate-level fire element magician. "What's your name? Why are you wearing a mask?" Andre sat down, taking a sip of tea as he asked. "My name is Chen Luo. I'm wearing a mask because I accidentally burned my face while practicing the fireball spell a few days ago." "You can burn your own face? Seems like your fireball spell is not so simple." The old man beside him chimed in. "Chen Luo. What a strange name. Coming for certification at this age, the highest you'll ever reach in your life is novice-level magician." Blair now understood why Jasmine has advised him not to get certified today. This guy was only an intermediate-level magician, yet he acted so disdainful. It was infuriating. Normally, the certification test should be conducted in the examination room, but Andre, looking down on Blair's abilities, wanted to conduct it right in this room. Based on the fireball spell from the Academy's magic competition a few days ago, Blair was a bit hesitant about Andre's request. After all, he didn't want to destroy the furniture in this room, but the old man beside him advised him not to waste time, since his fireball spell wouldn't be able to hurt Andre anyway. So, Blair asked for their permission to show off his meager skills before an expert. Then, he started chanting an incantation for show. Andre looked at him with utter disgust. "Stop. Your gestures are unclear, and your incantation is slow. Nothing about it is right." Blair ignored his words. After all, the incantation and gestures were completely unnecessary for him anyway. A flame gradually appeared in Blair's hand. Then it grew larger and larger, finally turning into a giant fireball that shot straight towards Andre. A huge explosion occurred, filling the entire room with dust and ash. Jasmine was so scared, she froze. A few coughs echoed in the room. One was from Jasmine, and the other was from the white-haired old magician. He was the one who had just blocked Blair's attack. As for Andre, that high and mighty guy was knocked flat on the ground, his eyes filled with shock and fear. "My apologies." A few seconds later, Blair finally figured out what to say in this situation. "I thought you were all prepared, so I used a little bit of force." After teaching Andre a lesson about never underestimating others, Blair successfully obtained his apprentice magician certification and a library card. Jasmine couldn't hide her excitement and told him that this was the first time in her life she had witnessed a fireball spell with such power. She was certain that in the future, Brian would become a great mage. "Thanks. I'll see you later, Jasmine," Brian replied earnestly. After he left, Jasmine realized something strange. It seemed she hadn't even introduced herself, but Brian didn't realize his slip of the tongue. By now, he had entered the library. It was filled not only with books, but also with people. It seemed many couldn't afford to hire an advisor. Just like him, Brian picked out a few magic books to browse through. Jasmine wasn't wrong. There were far more magic books here than at the Academy, and the content was much more in-depth, especially the section on spiritual magic power. The level of one's spiritual magic power is the most important criterion for judging a mage's rank. The higher a mage's spiritual power, the stronger their connection to the magical elements. The spells they cast would therefore be more powerful. Not only that, high-level mages with high spiritual power could even directly strip low-level mages of their control over magical elements. This also meant that in actual combat, the gap in rank between mages was nearly impossible to overcome. However, Brian felt that the theory of the 4 great magical elements in the book seemed a bit absurd. After all, the level of scientific understanding in this world was still quite low. All the mages in this world believed that the 4 great magical elements were not only the foundation of all magic, but also the foundation for the formation of everything in the world. All other elements were formed through a combination of the 4 great magical elements in specific ratios. Of course, from a modern scientific perspective, this view is clearly nonsense. On Earth, even a middle schooler knows that matter is composed of many basic elements, and the so-called principle of the 4 great elements simply doesn't exist on the periodic table. However, with the existence of magical elements in this world, for now, Brian truly couldn't find a scientific explanation. At this thought, Brian suddenly shot to his feet, startling the people reading around him. If he could connect with magical elements in this world, then maybe he could create new magical elements. At this thought, Brian couldn't sit still any longer and immediately bolted out of the library. He wanted to go back and test if his idea was feasible. At the same time, Andre and that old mage were chatting. After getting thrashed by Brian earlier, Andre was clearly unconvinced, because his spiritual power was relatively low, yet the power of the fireball he cast was unbelievably strong. What was even stranger was that the mage beside him was completely unable to control the fire element that Brian summoned. Both of them felt there was something about Brian that they couldn't possibly explain. But of course, they would never have guessed that Brian was actually from another world. He had now climbed back over the low wall onto the Academy grounds. As luck would have it, no one was around. Brian decided to experiment with his idea. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and sure enough, he could feel the presence and flow of oxygen. When Brian raised his hand, he could even see a faint wisp of gas in his hand. It was the oxygen element that Brian had just gathered using his ability. The faint gas gathered in Brian's hand, forming a small sphere, since it was visible to the naked eye. He had no way of knowing if it was truly what he was looking for. Suddenly, Brian thought of a plan. He used his other hand to create a fireball spell to ignite the sphere of gas. The first time, nothing happened. The tiny puff of white smoke vanished, and the fireball immediately fizzled out. But Brian didn't give up. He tried again, And this time, the fireball and the sphere of oxygen truly reacted. A massive explosion erupted instantly, and calling it massive was an understatement for its destructive force. The windows of the nearby building instantly shattered. Even the glass on Miss Brittany's desk shattered into pieces. Looking out the window, she could clearly see the nearby forest was ablaze. The culprit behind the explosion also hadn't expected he could cause something on this scale. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been toast. A large crater was now etched into the ground. It was the result of the explosion. Seeing this, Brian no longer had any doubt it was complete combustion. It's the process of combustion that occurs with a continuous and sufficient supply of oxygen, where all combustible materials are completely consumed and combined with oxygen to produce carbon dioxide, water, and sulfur dioxide. Complete combustion releases all the energy from the fuel, which explains the insane explosion just now. It seemed the purity of the oxygen sphere that Brian had just created was much higher than he'd imagined. While Brian was racking his brain trying to figure out how to deal with this mess, he heard someone shout, "Hey, student over there, what happened?" Brian turned to see a student running toward him. It seemed the commotion he'd just caused was too big. If that was the case, then others must have noticed too. Thinking this, Brian turned and bolted, running straight into the nearby forest. Although he was scared of being caught, Brian was in high spirits. Even though his little experiment got out of hand, it seemed he had created something pretty incredible. The next morning, Brian showed up to class looking completely drained. The moment Toby saw him, he rushed over to gossip. "Brian, did you hear what happened at the academy last night?" Guessing that there was a 9 out of 10 chance Toby was talking about him, he lied and said he slept like a rock last night and didn't have time to hear any gossip. Sure enough, Toby told him about a huge explosion that suddenly went off at the edge of the forest next to the third-year students' building. All the windows on that side were shattered to pieces. The academy is now investigating and suspects that a high-level mage cast a spell on campus. Tesk, it's a shame you didn't see it. The power was incredible. It had to be a high-level mage, at least, Toby rambled on. But seriously, why would a high-level mage do something like that on campus? How would I know? I've never even met a high-level mage before, Brian replied casually. Toby then shot him a disdainful look. What do you mean you've never met a high-level mage? Isn't Miss Brittany a high-level mage? This information genuinely shocked Brian, and he decided to go find her. Coincidentally, she was just about to look for him to announce that his thesis on Loss's puzzle had been published by the Mathematical Society in their journal. Since Brian had come up with the solution, Brittany listed his name first in the author's section. But that wasn't what concerned Brian as much as the reason. He came to see her today. "Miss Brittany, please allow me to study mathematics with you." Brittany seemed very surprised because not long ago, it was Brian himself who had adamantly stated that he only wanted to become a mage. Now, that very same mouth was saying that he did want to become a mage. But he also loved mathematics and didn't want to have any regrets, ma'am. I even feel that in my past life, just like you, Miss Brittany, I had the honor of being a math teacher. Brian expressed his resolve with every fiber of his being. But it was obvious that he really wanted to get close to Miss Brittany because she was a high-level mage. However, she was completely oblivious. Brittany just felt overjoyed that Brian had changed his mind. She was so overjoyed that she pulled him right into a hug. Even though Brian was in a child's body, his soul was still that of Chen Luo, a grown man. This close contact was enough to nearly give him a nosebleed. "All right, Brian, from now on, you can come to my office every evening after class to study math. With your talent, if you apply yourself, you'll surely become a great mathematician." Brian quickly pushed her away before he got a nosebleed. "Oh right, Miss Brittany, aside from questions about math, if I have any questions about magic, could I ask you those too?" "Of course, that's no problem at all." Brian breathed a sigh of relief, having achieved his goal, and made his way to leave. She reminded him to come tomorrow night to begin their math lessons. But just as Brian opened the door, Brittany suddenly shouted, "Wait a moment." Brittany's face grew pensive. She was silent for a few seconds, which was long enough to make Brian start trembling. "Brian, you're not just saying you want to study math with me because you want to ask questions about magic, are you?" It seems this teacher isn't a fool. She saw right through Blair's intentions that quickly. Brittany's eyes were filled with suspicion. There was a hint of anticipation mixed with a bit of disappointment. Blair was put on the spot and really didn't know how to respond. After scrambling for a script, he said, "What are you talking about, Miss Brittany? I was just thinking that from now on, since I'll have more time with you every day, it would be more convenient to ask you my magic questions directly instead of running to find Mr. Anthony." Before he could even finish his sentence, Brittany rushed over to him, placed both hands on his shoulders, her sparkling eyes looking as if they were about to melt. "I knew it. How could Blair be the type of person to use mathematics as a tool?" Blair sighed to himself. Suddenly, he felt a bit guilty. This teacher was just too naive, blindly worshipping in mathematics and completely unguarded against a schemer like him. Afterward, Brittany let him go back to rest. The next afternoon, after class let out, Blair went to find Brittany as scheduled. There was another person in the office, Isabella. The moment she saw Blair, her eyes shot daggers at him. "What are you doing here?" Isabella's voice was filled with annoyance. Blair didn't need to explain, because Miss Brittany did it for him. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Isabella. I forgot to tell you earlier. Starting today, Blair will be studying math with us. Isabella, you're his senior, so from now on, you'll have to help him out more, okay?" Although Brittany tried to build a rapport between the two, Isabella showed no sign of wanting to be friendly with Blair. As Blair sat down, he even heard her let out a loud humph. As for Brittany, yesterday, she had already prepared a set of questions for the two of them. First question. You drop a stone down a deep well. After a certain amount of time, you drop another stone that's twice the mass of the first. When will the second stone catch up to the first? Wanting to assert her seniority, Isabella immediately spoke up after hearing the problem. The essence of this question is a motion problem. We just need to know the time interval and... However, before she could finish, Blair cut her off. It will never catch up. Strictly speaking, assuming we ignore air resistance, the larger stone will never catch up to the smaller one. Isabella huffed again, an unconcealable look of contempt on her face. Blair, there's a limit to being ignorant of the basics. Brittany's reaction wasn't as extreme as the girls', but disappointment was clearly written on her face as well. Blair, although I don't know what this air resistance you mentioned is, the sages once said, that the falling speed of an object is directly proportional to its mass. The heavier the object, the faster it falls. This is the truth established by the sages. It's basic knowledge that every child knows, Isabella chimed in. Blair was getting pissed. He was annoyed by the primitive understanding of the people in this world, and even more so by Isabella's condescending attitude. So, he immediately retorted, is everything the sages said automatically correct? Have you ever even tested it? Blair, you dare question the great sages? As the two glared at each other, Brittany felt the tension in her office was as thick as gunpowder. Blair stood his ground. Science is incredibly rigorous. One's attitude toward it must also be rigorous. A truth that has never been verified is no truth at all. Seeing how assertive he was, Isabella agreed to test his claim. However, she wanted to make a bet. No bet. Blair replied instantly. He'd never been a fan of betting. All right, you two, that's enough. Brittany tried to intervene before the two kids came to blows, but Isabella paid her no mind. She wanted to bet 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins. Blair, being dirt poor and a slave to money, how could he possibly refuse such a bet? He quickly changed his tune. You're on, Miss Brittany. I'll ask you to be the witness for our bet. And so, the three of them went to a tall tower. Brittany did as the two kids asked and found 2 stones. One was about twice the mass of the other. Before starting the experiment, she even advised Blair to reconsider. After all, for a rich young lady like Isabella, 10 gold coins was nothing, but for Blair, it was no small sum. However, Blair, armed with the power of advanced science, wasn't afraid of this bet. He was absolutely certain he had thought it through. Seeing this, Brittany could only sigh. Blair, confidence is a good thing, but one shouldn't be too conceited. With that, Brittany used her magic to fly up. It turned out her elemental magic was wind. Thanks to it, she could effortlessly fly to the top of the tower. In her hands were the 2 stones of different masses. Isabella was incredibly confident that she would win this bet. Up above, Brittany held out the 2 stones and then released them at the same time. And remarkably, despite their different sizes, they landed at the exact same moment, right in front of Isabella. Only Blair was completely unsurprised by the result. As for the 2 girls present, they were utterly shocked. Isabella's face turned pale, and she could only keep repeating, how can this be? Although she didn't want to admit it, the fact was that just now, she had seen the 2 stones land at the same time with her own eyes. Blair, how did you discover that the sage's law of falling bodies was wrong? Brittany asked immediately, unable to hide her shock. I saw the law written in a textbook, so I used 2 stones to see if it was true. Then I discovered that the way objects fall isn't quite the same as what the law in the book states. Blair lied as smoothly as he breathed. How could he let on that this was knowledge from an advanced civilization? Brittany also seemed quite shaken by this revelation. A truth passed down for thousands of years in this world could actually be debunked by 2 tiny stones. And yet, in all those thousands of years, no one had ever bothered to test it. Countless sages and scholars had never discovered the error in such fundamental knowledge. Yet a second-year student like Blair had figured it out. She thought this was more than just luck. Blair, you probably don't realize the significance of these 2 stones. I'm certain that in the near future, your name will appear in the section on the law of free fall in science textbooks. Brittany was extremely excited. But this law of free fall still needs a lot of work. Besides, the credit doesn't belong to me alone. It belongs to all 3 of us, Blair replied modestly. He still maintained his original stance. He had no need for useless fame in this world. It was far better to use this opportunity to win Brittany's favor so she'd teach him magic later. However, Brittany was a person who kept professional and personal matters separate. She had no intention of taking undue credit. She said the achievement was Blair's alone, and that she had only taken on the role of helping him drop the 2 stones from above. However, if you're willing, you and Isabella could perfect this law of free fall together. Saying this, Brittany turned and patted the shoulder of the nearby Isabella, perfectly diffusing the girl's embarrassment. Blair understood her meaning and immediately played along. I think I really do need Senior Isabella's help. I wonder, would you be willing to help me? Just that one sentence from Blair got Isabella thinking about the near future, when the earth-shattering news broke that at St. Donatus Academy, 2 young prodigies had suddenly emerged, who had jointly researched and developed a brand new theory that contradicted the sages of old. And when that happened, she would be hailed as a genius. The law of free fall would be named after her and Blair. The very thought was more than enough to get her excited. Although Isabella was incredibly eager, she still tried to put on a cool facade. Fine, since you've asked, I suppose I can help. Great, then thank you in advance, Senior. After this, Isabella's hatred for the underclassman named Blair suddenly vanished. Previously, she had only seen him as a creep who went around harassing. female students. But now, she found Blair to be quite intelligent, handsome even, and he knew how to share the credit. She didn't want to appear too eager, but after a moment's thought, she decided to say, Blair, now that we're partners, if anyone at the academy bullies you from now on, just tell me. I'll handle them for you. Just not having you on my case is good enough, Blair thought, but of course, he didn't say it aloud. He just politely said, thank you, and then held out his hand. A friendly handshake was perfectly normal in this situation, but Isabella found herself blushing unconsciously. She even thought Blair wanted to hold her hand. What are you doing? She asked. My 10 gold coins, Blair answered bluntly. Our male lead never disappoints. He couldn't care less about women. Money is his one true love. Isabella herself had almost forgotten about the 10 gold coin bet. Right now, Blair's eyes were glowing. They were practically turning into 2 gold coins. Isabella was hit hard by this. The guy only wanted his money, and here she was, fantasizing that he wanted to hold her hand. This guy's clearly got a screw loose, but in the end, Isabella still kept her word and gave Blair 10 gold coins. After all, she was the daughter of the Lord of Paul's city, so she wasn't short on that kind of cash. As for Blair, it was a massive fortune. He'd struck it rich from just one match in a single day, and he was ecstatic. Isabella watched his money-grubbing attitude for a long time. Although she felt like she was being a bit nosy, her curiosity got the better of her, and she finally spoke up. It seems like you don't care much about fame and glory. Even though you seem to value money a lot, I get the feeling that it's not just about the money for you. So, what is it you really want? Blair remained silent. In the silence, only the sound of the wind rustling past his ears could be heard. How could he tell her that he was dreaming of his past life? How could he tell her he wanted to go back to being Chen Luo, an ordinary math teacher, living his own life with his friends, instead of living here as the student Blair? So, in the end, he just said, What are you talking about, senior? I just want enough money to get by, that's all. It's getting late, Senior Isabella. I'm heading back first. See you tomorrow. With that, Blair left, but Isabella just kept staring at his retreating back. Her heart was filled with complex emotions. The next morning, Blair went to class as usual. To be honest, he felt that sleeping in class was more comfortable than sleeping in that tiny partition in the library. Speaking of which, Blair remembered the 10 gold coins from yesterday. Anyway, now that he had money, he started thinking about moving to a better place. While he was lost and thought about finding a better place to live, his desk was suddenly slammed. Blair jumped, and what met his eyes was Ban's annoyed face. You piece of trash, Senior Fish is looking for you. Get up, now! Who's Fish? Blair asked innocently, as he genuinely had no recollection of the name, but Ban thought he was just playing dumb. Then he got even more aggressive with his insults. I suggest you don't be a smartass. Do you really think just because you can cast a fireball, you can act all high and mighty? He even aggressively lunged forward and grabbed Blair's collar. Ban, let go. In this situation, the one who should have appeared and said that was Toby. But this time, the person telling Ban to let go was the very guy he had called Senior Fish. This was the first time Blair had seen this person. He was just a blonde, scholarly-looking guy, thin as a sheet of paper. But behind him were 2 huge guys who looked pretty much like big-shot bodyguards. Even though it was their first meeting, Blair could already tell this guy was trouble. So you're Blair? Fish took a few steps forward and asked. Before Blair could even answer, the other guy let out a loud snort. He wasn't sure if he'd misheard or not, but Blair felt that snort was filled with dissatisfaction. After Ban reluctantly let go, Blair leisurely straightened his clothes before standing up to face Fish and replied, I am Blair. How can I help you? Fish didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. He was here to warn Blair to stay away from Isabella. Because, according to him, Isabella wasn't the kind of person Blair could just casually associate with. Fish's attitude was clearly not happy at all. After saying those 2 simple sentences, he left immediately. The big guys following him looked like they wanted to give Blair a beating, but it seemed Fish wasn't the type to fight. On his way out the door, he bumped into Toby, who was rushing in. Although Fish was visibly annoyed, luckily, no scuffle broke out. Toby ran straight to Blair and asked worriedly, Are you okay? What just happened here? It's nothing. Just some guy named Fish and Ban came to say a few things. Blair replied in his usual nonchalant tone, but as soon as Toby heard the name Fish, his face went pale, just like the last time Isabella came looking for him. This reaction from Toby made Blair a bit nervous. Don't tell me this Fish guy is also the son of some city lord? That's Senior Fish. Fish from the St. Donatus Academy. Is there anyone here who isn't afraid of him? Only a weirdo like you who only knows how to read and doesn't care about anything else. Wouldn't be scared. Fish isn't a city lord's son, but he comes from the Hogwarts family, famous in Paul City. He's the son of Viscount Hogwarts. And this Viscount Hogwarts is a member of the numerology faction. Back on Earth, there was also a numerology faction. It was the Pythagorean school, which believed the universe could be explained by rational numbers as the guiding principle, until irrational numbers were discovered. Right now, quite a few teachers at the St. Donatus Academy are also members of the numerology faction. Even they have to show him some respect. Because of that, no one in this academy dares to offend Fish. Blair, I know you're so captivated by Senior Isabella's beauty that it's hard to pull yourself away, but I'm telling you, don't take Fish's warning lightly. Toby was sincerely advising his friend, but the truth was, from the very beginning, Blair had never been captivated by Isabella. Getting suddenly dragged into this mess was giving him a major headache. After class ended, Blair went to Miss Brittany's office as usual. However, instead of studying the law of free fall, his mind was completely filled with magic. Right now, Blair was thinking about the power of combining his fireball spell with the oxygen sphere he had recently linked. Although its power was immense, he needed to summon the fireball first and then draw out the oxygen sphere. If so, the process would take quite a bit of time, and not needing to use incantations or gestures was Blair's biggest advantage right now. Therefore, he was thinking about how to summon two different types of elements at the same time. Blair's dazed look annoyed Isabella a little. "Hey, aren't you going to properly do the homework Miss Brittany assigned? She's going to lecture on it tomorrow." Blair just let out a long yawn and then handed Isabella a piece of paper that looked like a scratch paper, but it actually had the solutions to all the exercises. He had finished it long ago, while Isabella had only managed to do half. Seeing her stunned expression, Blair explained, "For many of these questions, you can't just use simple methods to calculate them. You have to find a more clever solution." Isabella seriously studied Blair's solutions. It was only then that he realized the girl sitting next to him was also skilled in magic. Since Miss Brittany wasn't here, he might as well ask his questions to Isabella. No sooner said than done, Blair sat up straight. "Oh, right, Senior. Isabella, how many fireballs can you summon at once right now?" "9. Why?" Isabella's reply was casual, but it was enough to leave Blair petrified. "9? How are you so good at it?" And there it was again. After he said that familiar expression appeared on Isabella's face again. Calling it contempt would be a bit much, but it was definitely mocking. Don't tell me the genius Junior Blair can still only summon one fireball at a time? Although it was a bit embarrassing, Blair had to admit it was true. These past few days, he had been diligently reading many magic books, but none of those books taught how to summon multiple magic elements at once. "That's to be expected," Isabella said. "Usually, magic books only record basic theories, not specific magical techniques. However, my father hired a high-level magic advisor for me. The technique for summoning multiple magic elements at once is something I learned from her." Isabella's expression was full of confidence. It's true that when you have money, anything you say goes. Noticing that Blair was very eager to learn this, Isabella decided to tease him a bit. "However, if someone were willing to call me Big Sis, I might not be entirely against teaching them this move." Of course, she thought that someone as proud as Blair would never submit to her like that. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Blair immediately replied, "Yes, Big Sis." His shamelessness and actually made Isabella the one who felt embarrassed. But this girl was also a person of her word, since she had said it herself. Isabella didn't mind teaching Blair this technique. So, the two of them left the teacher's office and went to the back courtyard. There, Isabella showed Blair her ability to summon multiple fireballs at once, leaving him wide-eyed. Not only could she summon 9 fireballs at once, but they were all very stable. According to Isabella, the key to casting multiple fireballs lies in dispersing one's mental power. Many mages believe that mental power can only be maintained in one place, but in reality, if you master the technique, you can disperse your mental power everywhere. Then, each dispersed portion of mental power can independently summon a magical element. That's how she achieved her goal of summoning multiple fireballs at once. "Dear Teacher Isabella, in that case, may I ask, can each dispersed portion of mental power summon a different magical element?" Blair asked again. "Student Blair, that's an excellent question. Theoretically, it's possible, but in reality, that's really hard to do. It's like asking you to draw a circle with your left hand and a square with your right hand," Isabella replied. The two of them were laughing and talking happily, but they were accidentally spotted by Bai, who was hiding behind a wall. From this scene, he assumed the two of them were in some kind of shady relationship, but Bai wasn't the only one who witnessed this, because Fish was standing right there too, and his anger was so great he could have punched a hole through the wall with one hand. From that moment on, Fish swore he would teach that brat named Blind a lesson he'd never forget, for not heeding his warning. 9 circles of fire were arranged neatly in a beautiful row, surprising everyone. Turns out, he was splitting his spiritual power into 9 parts. It was Chen Luo, concentrating his power to create them. Outside, he was training with Isabella. She stood with her hands on her hips, instructing, "Remember, you must follow the method I just told you, step by step, to split your spiritual power." Then, Isabella closed her eyes and added reassuringly, "But it's perfectly normal if you can't do it. Even I had to practice for half a year to be able to split my spiritual power stably." From Chen Luo's hand, a fiercely burning fireball suddenly appeared. All of a sudden, a loud boom echoed, causing Isabella to fly her eyes open in shock. Before her was the sight of Chen Luo, focused on creating 9 blazing fireballs. Isabella's eyes widened in astonishment, looking at him in disbelief. She felt like she'd forgotten how to speak, finally managing to stammer out, You, how could you do that?" While controlling the power with his hand, Chen Luo casually replied, "I just followed the method you taught me, Senior. Split my spiritual power into 9 parts and then just summon them." Hearing his casual words and seeing that punchable face of his, Isabella got angry, pointed her finger, and yelled, "No, I'm not asking you that. I'm asking how you could do it instantly." Chen Luo looked innocent and confused as he asked, "Once you know the technique, can't you just do it? Was it different for you, Senior Isabella?" His question was so naive it made her freeze, staring at him and questioning her entire existence. Then, Isabella thought to herself, "This freak, not only is his talent for mathematics incredible, but but how can his talent for magic be so heaven-defying too? Isabella kept staring at Chen Luo, her face blushing as she wondered, this isn't someone abandoned by the gods. This is clearly the god's favorite child. Then, she snapped out of it and stomped her foot hard on the grass. Isabella leaned forward, shouting in frustration, causing the 9 fireballs and Chen Luo to simultaneously lean back. Of course, it was the same for me. I understood it much faster than you. After saying that, she quickly turned and ran off, leaving him with one last sentence. I don't want to teach you anymore. From now on, if you have any problems with magic, figure it out yourself. Don't come looking for me again. Chen Luo stood there for a moment. He scratched his face, confused. What did I do to upset her this time? A girl's heart is so hard to figure out. Chen Luo then put his hands in his pockets, but suddenly, he felt something. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. He let out a curious sound. By now, Isabella was already far away, her steps forceful, and full of frustration. As she walked, she cursed. That freak, he's so infuriating. Suddenly, from behind, Chen Luo caught up and grabbed Isabella's hand. This made her stop in surprise. Then, Isabella turned around and asked irritably, What are you doing, you freak? Let go of me. Isabella looked down curiously. In Chen Luo's outstretched hand was a cat necklace. It was sparkly and cute. Chen Luo smiled brightly and said gently, Dear Senior Isabella. Then he began to explain. The only reason I was able to learn this time was thanks to your dedicated teaching. After finishing his sentence, Chen Luo bowed forward sincerely to thank her. Please accept this small token of your junior's gratitude. His formal words made Isabella freeze, her heart starting to pound for some unknown reason. In Isabella's eyes, the cat pendant necklace in Chen Luo's hand looked incredibly beautiful, sparkling nonstop. She found herself drawn to it, her face gradually turning red. Isabella's heart kept thumping wildly. She looked at Chen Luo's ingratiating smile and reluctantly replied, I guess you have some conscience after all. She thought to herself, this freak isn't so bad. Isabella roughly snatched the necklace from his hand, her face red as she ran away, shouting some dishonest words. But this necklace is hideous. Karma came swiftly. After just a few steps, Isabella tripped and fell flat on her face. She let out a cry of pain. Chen Luo was startled and called out, Senior, slow down. Isabella was beyond embarrassed. She scrambled to her feet, dusted herself off, and let out a small hem to hide her awkwardness. She turned back and frowned at Chen Luo. Being stared at so suddenly made him jump, and he thought to himself, why is she looking back at me, that old hag? What should I do now? Should I run over and comfort her? Won't I just get yelled at? In the end, Isabella just continued to run off, only leaving behind one sentence. This is all your fault. You're such a freak. Chen Luo was a bit speechless watching that crazy girl. Isabella's shouts continued, You just wait. I'm far from done with you. What did I do wrong this time? He lamented. Chen Luo lay leisurely on the grass, staring blankly at the sky, lost in thought. Seriously, if you don't like it, you shouldn't have taken it. That thing cost me 50 silver coins. He stayed in that position for a long time. Chen Luo lamented. Originally, that gift was prepared for Miss Brittany as a thank you present. Well, great. Suddenly, a few figures approached, startling him out of his thoughts. 3 large-looking guys were standing over Chen Luo. He quickly sensed the danger. The blonde one, who seemed to be the leader, spoke first. I remember Senior Fish already warned you, didn't he? He sneered. Don't get too close to Senior Isabella. But Chen Luo remained silent, not saying a word and showing no expression. After a moment, he slowly got to his feet. Facing the 3 bullies, standing between the 3 tall guys, Chen Luo looked completely dwarfed, completely outmatched and overwhelmed. Of course, running was the best option while they hadn't even had time to react. He bolted in a straight line, running as fast as he could. Right after, the group of 3 quickly gave chase, shouting curses as they ran. You bastard, stop right there. Chen Luo thought to himself, these guys are such a pain. It's best not to get tangled up with them. Unable to catch up, the 3 resorted to taunting, shouting out loud. Hey, are you just a coward like your father, who ran away on the battlefield only to get himself killed? As expected, the words hit their mark. Chen Luo frowned slightly and stopped dead in his tracks. Seeing this, the bullies continued to provoke him. Go on, keep running. Bai gloated. I hit a nerve, didn't I? With that, he lunged forward to punch Chen Luo, boasting, You brought this on yourself, you idiot. But before Bai's fist could land, it was blocked by a barrier. He was thrown back, falling to the ground with a thud. Bai's hand was burned, making a sizzling sound. They had successfully angered Chen Luo. There was no reason to avoid these guys anymore. He had to teach them a lesson. He used his magic and turned to face them, full of fighting spirit. Across from him, Bai was still fussing over his injured hand, crying out, It hurts so much. Chen Luo retorted angrily, Even though he's not my father, that guy's father was a soldier. He sacrificed his life on the battlefield for his country. His powerful aura made Bai tremble and turn pale. He was a great father. Chen Luo's eyes were filled with rage. You are not allowed to insult him. Do you understand? The goons following. Bai looked at Chen Luo, showing off his power, and were shocked. One of them stammered, 9, and they all panicked. 9 fireballs? How is that possible? After saying that, the 2 cowards took off running, leaving their boss all alone. He angrily yelled after them, Hey, you 2. Chen Luo frowned, looking at the guy on the ground, and started to step forward. The fireballs in his hand genuinely terrified Bai. Seeing that he was about to get beaten, he was scared to tears and shouted, You, don't you come over here. Chen Luo, still angry, continued to advance. Bai's voice rang out in agitation. The academy forbids students from fighting. He was still annoyed. So you do know that rule, huh? Bai, cornered, tried to save himself. Don't do anything rash. Chen Luo didn't hold back and launched a terrifying attack aimed at the idiot. He even threatened Bai. You should have said that a little sooner. The fireballs were heading straight for Bai. He covered his head and screamed in fear. Chen Luo suddenly noticed someone approaching from behind. Bai, still unaware, yelled, Help me! When he realized nothing had happened, he opened his tear-filled eyes. Suddenly, Chen Luo fell with a thud right in front of him. He didn't know what to do. The atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment. Bai finally mustered up the courage to get closer and poke him. He thought to himself, What's wrong with this blind guy? Of the 36 stratagems, running is the best. Embracing this philosophy, he bolted, running for his life while shouting breathlessly, Who cares about him? Let's get out of here. Behind him, 3 people were surrounding Chen Luo. As he was running away, Bai was called back, which scared the living daylights out of him. Bai stopped, raised his hands in fear, and stammered an explanation. I didn't do anything. Tran Lak suddenly opened his eyes and woke up, while Ba was still desperately trying to explain himself. Please believe me. He fell on his own. As he sat up, he happened to bump into Miss Brittany on the other side. She retorted, You did nothing and he ended up like this? Don't think I don't know what you guys usually do to Blair. Ba continued to explain desperately. It's not. He had to tell the truth. At first, I was really going to do that, but what just happened wasn't what you teachers think. Miss Brittany, please let me explain. Vice Principal Calvin cut him off. That's enough. He gave Ba a piece of his mind. Student Blair collapsed right at your feet. Do you think we're all blind, and you're still here trying to pull this nonsense? You've completely tarnished the Academy's reputation. With that, Vice Principal Calvin turned away in frustration and ordered, Get to my office, now. Wait for me there. I'll deal with you when I'm free. Ba could only nod meekly and obey. The Vice Principal pushed the still pale Ba away. Then he turned to the person opposite him and said, My apologies, Vice President Calvin. The Academy has been a bit lax in its management. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Vice President Calvin, showing him some face, replied, Vice Principal Calvin, bullying is quite normal in an academy full of young people like this. After saying that, he left with Vice Principal Calvin. He also added, But it really does need to be handled strictly. Meanwhile, Tran Lak was being held in Miss Brittany's arms. The voices of the 2 men echoed in the distance. I just don't know what Blair's current condition is. Brittany also noticed that Tran Lak had woken up. She exclaimed, Blair! Tran Lak, having just woken up, blushed so hard his nose started bleeding, his soul floating away. Mom, I'm seeing heaven. Whoa, an angel is waving at me. Seeing her student wasn't responding, Brittany gently shook him. Blair, are you okay? Shaken to the point of a headache, Tran Lak replied. I was fine, but now I'm about to be suffocated to death by you, miss. Hearing this, Brittany was so happy she hugged him tightly. It's good that you're okay. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Tran Lak replied guiltily, Miss Brittany, I'm sorry. Vice Principal Calvin cleared his throat, interrupting the touching scene. He approached and said, Student Blair, the Academy will definitely handle this matter strictly and give you a satisfactory resolution. However, we came here this time for something more important we need to discuss with you. Miss Brittany also snapped out of it. Ah, that's right. I forgot to introduce them. She pointed to the 2 teachers and introduced them. This is Vice Principal Calvin, whom you probably know. And this is Vice President Calvin from the Mathematics Association. Tran Lak nodded as if he understood, then bowed his head in greeting. Greetings, Vice Principal Calvin, Vice President Calvin. The man straightened up and replied, To be able to help Miss Brittany complete the solution to the lost puzzle, you truly are a budding young talent in mathematics. Hearing this, she quickly explained, Vice President Calvin, I think you've misunderstood something. Being very righteous, Brittany corrected him for Tran Lak's sake. The lost puzzle was solved by Blair alone. I merely helped him write the paper. Hearing this, Vice Principal Calvin's face grew serious as he reminded her, Solving the lost puzzle will greatly help you in the selection for the Edwin Award. This year, it would also be a great honor for the city's branch. He presented a condition. If you are willing, the branch will do everything in its power to help you win the Edwin Award. Vice President Calvin also chimed in, Miss Brittany, I think you should consider this seriously. The Edwin Award is the most prestigious award in the academic mathematics world. The voices of the 2 men continued to echo. Whether for you or for the Academy, this is a matter of great significance. Contrary to the 2 men's expectations, Brittany stood her ground. She didn't expect much and retorted, Can't it be, Blair? Hearing this, Vice Principal Calvin sighed and explained, He is still too young in the field of mathematics. He doesn't have as many great achievements as you. Even if you say the boy solved the lost puzzle, I'm afraid it would be very difficult for others to be convinced. Brittany was somewhat swayed, but before she could speak, Tran Lak called out, Miss Brittany. This startled Brittany, who turned to look at him. Tran Lak had stepped forward, taken her hand, and shook his head, signaling to her. Brittany understood his meaning. He was telling her to stop resisting and take credit for the solution. Vice Principal Calvin and Vice President Calvin, seeing this, felt that things would go smoothly and quickly left to let the 2 of them talk. How about this? You and Blair discuss it further. Once you've made a careful decision, let me know. Regardless, the association will respect both of your decisions. After saying that, they left immediately. Brittany had no choice but to agree with the two men. As evening fell and the sunset enveloped the academy, Brittany and Tran Lak walked back to the dormitory together. The two of them had been silent the whole time, their minds a mess of thoughts. She was the one to speak first. Blair. A standard solution to the lost puzzle, while not a groundbreaking new development, has solved a historical problem. It holds extraordinary significance in the entire history of mathematics. As a righteous person, Brittany still couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept stealing someone else's solution. She continued to persuade him, "It belongs only to you. You shouldn't let someone else receive this glory." Hearing this, Tran Lak could only remain silent. After a moment, he spoke with difficulty. "Miss Brittany, you may not know. But actually, this glory shouldn't belong to me either. I completely trust you. Besides, Miss Brittany, you're not a stranger." These words suddenly made Brittany's heart flutter. The silence made the chaotic thumping in her chest even more pronounced. Her shyness turned into flustered anger as she replied, What are you talking about?" Tran Lak also replied awkwardly, "It's just." But before he could say anything else, she shooed him away. "It's getting late, you should go back now. I have things to take care of. I'm going back too." This sudden change in demeanor surprised Tran Lak, who silently wondered to himself, "Did I say something wrong again?" The next morning, a large crowd of students had gathered at the academy's bulletin board. They looked at the information on the board and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. "What's the new announcement? Who's Blair? A loser with a name like that can write a paper." "A paper? How?" Some mean-spirited female students exclaimed, "That guy Blair actually got to co-author a paper with Miss Brittany. It seems to be related to some puzzle." The students continued to whisper, not realizing the main character was right nearby. The lost puzzle is a problem that many great scholars couldn't solve. Tran Lak tried to minimize his presence. He carefully blended into the bustling crowd. The critical comments kept coming. Could Blair possibly be more brilliant than those great scholars? He must be riding Miss Brittany's coattails. Someone else spoke up, slandering him, "Damn that Blair. What on earth did he do to Miss Brittany? Give her some kind of love potion?" Tran Lak finally understood what was happening. He thought, speechless. Asterisk, I can't believe Miss Brittany. Asterisk, asterisk. Still published the paper with a joint signature. Asterisk. He finally managed to slip away from the crowd and hide in a corner. He let out a deep sigh of relief. Suddenly, a harsh curse rang out. "You damn bastard." This startled Tran Lak, who looked toward the source of the sound. He saw the back of Vice Principal Calvin, along with a few other people in a secluded corner. The scolding continued. "You got into a fight at school again?" He got closer to observe and saw Bob being severely scolded by a middle-aged man. It seemed to be his father. He cursed without restraint. "Our family struggled to send you to street. Donatos, just so you could get into fights." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his gaunt face showing undisguised frustration. "You like to fight, don't you?" Without any regard for the teacher who was present, and with no mercy for his own son, Ba's father raised a cane aiming to strike him. "I'm going to beat you to death today." Ba, on the other hand, just stood there silently, taking it. His father was really going to hit him, and Vice Principal Calvin had no intention of stopping him. A jarring thud echoed. This father showed no mercy at all. But still, it was his own son. 3 million per strike. Wincing in pain, Ba trembled as he stood up. His father turned to beg Vice Principal Calvin, "Your Excellency, Vice Principal. From now on, I will definitely discipline this brat carefully. Please, don't expel him." In response to his plea, the Vice Principal replied bluntly, "I'm sorry, Ba's behavior was too egregious. He has seriously violated the regulations of our academy. We can only," before he could finish, the man dropped to his knees right there on the school grounds. The action surprised both Vice Principal Calvin and Ba. The man bowed his head, pleading, "I'm begging you, sir." The Vice Principal looked troubled. "Yes, sir? What are you doing?" Ba's father clasped his hands in an extremely subservient manner. "Please, I'm begging you." He was about to kowtow to the Vice Principal when Ba couldn't take it anymore and stopped him. Dad, don't do this." Just then, Tran Lak spoke up, Vice Principal Calvin. The man turned and replied, "Good morning, Student Blair." He also said politely, "Good morning, sir." Tran Lak asked curiously, "Vice Principal, what's going on with Student Ba?" Seeing him, Ba gritted his teeth, mainly because he felt completely humiliated. The man calmly explained, "Student Ba has seriously violated the school's regulations. The academy was preparing to resolve this by expelling him. Brian, rest assured, we will handle this strictly this time." Ba's father, seeing his son's victim, felt like he'd found a lifeline and hurriedly grabbed Tran Lak's sleeve. Cornered, he had to resort to begging him. "Are you Student Blay? I'm begging you." His face was haggard. His gaunt face looked somewhat pitiful. "Please forgive Ba. When we get home, I'll be sure to discipline him properly. Our family went through a lot to get him into this school. If he gets expelled this time, his whole life will be ruined." These words swayed Tran Lak. After thinking for a moment, he sighed and decided to speak up for them. Tran Lak turned to Vice Principal Canton and smiled. "Vice Principal Canton, although Student Ba and I had a few minor disagreements." To Ba's surprise, Tran Lak actually spoke up for him. "It's not serious enough for the academy to punish him so severely." The air fell silent. All three of them hung their heads in silence, awaiting the verdict from the Vice Principal. Vice Principal Canton looked sternly at Ba, his words carrying a warning. Since Student Blay has spoken up for Student Ba, Ba and his father anxiously awaited the Vice Principal's decision. then the Academy can temporarily retract this decision. But he didn't stop there, also adding conditions as a word of warning. However, student Ba, if you ever do something like this again, the Academy will not give you a second chance. Before the vice principal could say more, Ba's father immediately forced his son's head down in apology. Fulfilling his duty as a parent, he sternly yelled at his son, "Hurry up and thank student Blay and vice principal Canton." Ba could only swallow his pride and bow to the two of them, struggling to say each word, "Thank you, vice principal." He hesitated for a long time before he could say the next sentence. "Thank you, student Blay." Right after, the bell signaling the next class rang. The students gathered in the hallway quickly went to class. The vice principal, Canton, cleared his throat to break the awkward atmosphere and said, "All right, you two should get to class." Tranlac and Ba were soon in the hallway outside their classroom. Ba, looking sullen, suddenly spoke up. "Blay, why did you?" He didn't answer right away, standing with his hand on the doorknob, lost in thought for a moment with a final bit of compassion for him. Tranlac replied firmly, "Don't let your father down again." Hearing this, Ba reflected on himself and felt deeply ashamed. He hesitated for a moment, then mustered up all his courage to say, "Thank you, Blay." After receiving a sincere apology from Ba, he calmly opened the door and entered the classroom. Suddenly, Ba, from behind, seemed to remember something and added, "Oh, right." Tranlac listened in silence as he seriously warned him, "Watch out for Fix. He won't let you off easy." Ba honestly told him everything he knew about Fix. He has an uncle who is a vice principal of the academy. After talking with him for a while, Tranlac immediately headed to the library for his part-time job, complaining all the way, "What a long, unlucky day, and now I still have to work." As soon as he arrived, he saw the librarian standing squarely at the door waiting for him. Tranlac looked at him, confused, and called out, "Librarian." The man didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Blay, have you offended someone recently?" He remained very calm and replied, "Did something happen?" Seeing Tranlac's innocent act, the librarian could only sigh. He calmly relayed the news, "Starting tomorrow, you can no longer work in the library, nor can you sleep in the partition here anymore. This is an order from a certain vice principal." Hearing this news, he quickly packed his belongings in the library and then went to the office of Miss Brittany, the math teacher. Seeing that Tranlac had arrived, she quickly got to the point, "I'm getting ready to take you and Isabella tonight to the Mathematics Association for the academic exchange party." Noticing he seemed to be in a hurry to leave, she asked, "Blay, whatever it is, can it wait until tomorrow?" Faced with this question, Tranlac was a bit troubled. He gave a wry smile, scratched his head, and explained, "I'm sorry, Miss Brittany, but I just got kicked out of the library. I have to find a place to stay outside tonight." Hearing Tranlac's predicament, Brittany calmly said, "Why didn't you say so sooner? I have a spare room at my place that's usually empty. You can move in with me." He imagined what she'd be like at home and blushed, beet red, stammering, "This, living together. Is that really okay?" He was clearly thrilled, but still hesitated, making a token refusal. It wouldn't be very convenient. Brittany, innocently and sincerely wanting to help, replied, "What's not convenient about it? Living together, we can discuss mathematics anytime. If you have any questions about magic, it would be very convenient to ask me, wouldn't it?" Tranlac scratched his head, embarrassed, and quietly agreed. "What you're saying is indeed true." Seeing him still hesitating, Brittany made the final call. "All right, it's settled then. Move in as soon as the ball is over, okay?" Tranlac forced a smile and reluctantly agreed. Just then, Isabella burst through the door, looking incredibly excited. "Miss Brittany, I'm here." She froze for a second when she saw him. "Why is Blay here too?" Brittany calmly explained each point. "Brian is also coming to the academic exchange party. Furthermore, he just quit his job at the library. Starting today, he'll be moving in with me." Hearing this, Isabella's attitude changed instantly. Flames of anger erupted inside her. "What? How could you let this pervert live with you, Miss Brittany?" Brittany tried to calm her down. "Isabella, how many times have I told you Brian is not that kind of person?" Being reprimanded by her teacher, Isabella pouted and stammered, "But I'm just worried about you. This pervert has a wicked heart and ulterior motives." Hearing her talk about him like that, Tranlac could only feel helpless and swallow the bitter pill. How did I become a pervert? To ease the tense atmosphere between the two, Brittany could only laugh it off and coax Isabella. All right, don't you worry. Now, hurry up and go change. We need to get going so we can make it to the exchange party, or we'll be late." She also didn't forget to turn and remind Brian, "Do you have a more suitable outfit? After all, tonight is our first time attending this kind of academic discussion party. It's best if our clothes are a bit more formal." Tranlac asked awkwardly, "Formal clothes? Would a magic robe be okay?" Brittany smiled pleasantly, waved her hand at him, and replied, "If you have one, of course that's fine." That evening, at a luxurious and magnificent manor, scholars from all over had gathered. This, of course, included Tranlac, Isabella, and their math teacher, Miss Brittany. All three of them had changed into splendid attire, be ready to attend the party tonight. Looking at the magnificent scenery before her, Isabella couldn't help but look on with curiosity. She asked her teacher where they were. Brittany was more than happy to introduce the place to her students. This is the manor of the Hogwarts family. It's also the permanent venue for the Pau City Mathematics Academic Exchange Party. She explained in detail that the numerology faction is one of the top 2 major academic factions in the entire Lauren Kingdom. Therefore, the Hogwarts family's status in the POW City Mathematics Association is by no means ordinary. Every POW City Mathematics academic exchange is held at the Hogwarts Manor. Tranlack carefully observed the manor. Based on what Miss Brittany had just said, a vague thought crossed his mind. Hogwarts Manor. Fix's home? At this time, the scholars had already begun to chat enthusiastically with each other. What do you think of that calculation method, sir? It's a bit off. Brittany approached from a distance to greet Vice President Calvin. He quickly recognized her and him, and joyfully welcomed them. Brittany, Brian, you two are here. Tranlack politely bowed to President Calvin. Isabella, standing beside him, looked at him with suspicion. This guy knows the Vice President of the Mathematics Association. Since when? The man continued enthusiastically. Brittany, a few old friends and I were just talking about you. If you're willing, I can introduce you to these old friends of mine. Seeing this was an adult matter, Brittany turned and signaled to her students, Blay, Isabella, you two go on inside first. I'll find you later. They obediently and happily entered the party inside the mansion. Tranlack gazed at the lavish spread of food, sighing in his heart, wow, so much delicious food. Rich people really are on another level. With a chicken leg in his mouth and a glass of wine in his hand, he enjoyed himself comfortably. So good. This is the first time I've eaten this well since I got here. Suddenly, Isabella shouted at Tranlack, are you a pig? Then she grabbed his hand, muttering as she dragged him away. Miss Brittany didn't bring us here just for you to eat. You're completely embarrassing us. Abruptly, something on the wall caught Tranlack's attention. He stopped in front of a painting, causing Isabella to stop as well. She looked intently at the painting and then said, this is the 7 bridges of the royal capital, which the family Hogwarts is extremely proud of. Tranlack asked doubtfully, the 7 bridges of the royal capital? This happened to be overheard by Fix. Hearing this, he spoke in a sarcastic tone. You don't even know about the 7 bridges of the royal capital, and you still have the nerve to attend an academic exchange party, so it's you, Blay. Did you come to my house just for the food? Looks like I'll have to discipline the gate guards later for letting someone of your class in here. That's so rude. Isabella immediately stood up for Brian. Fitz, he came here with us. Your words are out of line, Fitz retorted harshly. Am I wrong? You don't even know about the 7 bridges of the royal capital, yet you dare to feast and drink here? She ignored him and decisively pulled his hand to leave. Brian, don't mind this guy. Let's go. Fitz's resentful gaze was fixed on the two of them. What he noticed was Isabella's hand holding Chen Luo's. Fitz suppressed his anger and provoked him. What's wrong, Bri? Can you only hide behind a girl's skirt? Chen Luo didn't back down, immediately retorting, the 7 bridges of the royal capital? Oh, it sounds quite interesting. Senior Fitz, I'm all ears. Isabella, thinking he was being reckless, tried her best to stop him. Bri, you. Chen Luo looked at her with a determined gaze and said frankly, Senior Isabella, I really do want to hear about the 7 bridges of the royal capital. Who knows, I might get some new ideas. Fitz sneered contemptuously. New ideas? Bri, it was only because Miss Brittany felt sorry for you that she added you as an author. You don't actually think you're some math genius, do you? Isabella didn't hesitate to step forward again to defend him. Fitz, what do you know? Bri was the one who came up with that thesis in the first place. Of course his name should be on it as an author. His face was sinister, his voice filled with sarcastic insinuation. If that's the case, we'll have to see what new ideas he has. Finishing his sentence, Fitz spoke loudly to attract the attention of the surrounding crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, please look over here. This Mr. Bri claims he can solve the 7 bridges of the royal capital problem. Seeing Fitz blowing things out of proportion, Isabella was extremely frustrated. The people around them were now starting to gossip. Is Brian that young man who recently solved the lowest puzzle with Brittany? He's just a kid who's still wet behind the ears. Who knows what tricks he used to get Brittany to willingly add his name as an author. And now he dares to claim he can solve the 7 bridges of the royal capital. Hearing the nasty rumors about Chen Luo, Brittany and the dean immediately took notice. Bri. Seeing his plan had succeeded, Fitz looked extremely smug. Math genius. Don't disappoint everyone here, you hear? He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I never said I could solve it. Suddenly, a woman's hand grabbed his. Miss Brittany whispered his name, Bri. He looked at her, puzzled. Miss Brittany? Why are you over here? Brittany leaned close to Chen Luo's ear and whispered, why did you pick a fight with Fitz? Do you have any idea how powerful the Hogwarts family is? She said sternly. If you anger them, it won't just be the Mathematics Association. Even the Academy will have trouble in the future, Brittany continued. Besides, the 7 bridges of the royal capital is a difficult problem that has stumped countless scholars for hundreds of years. Fitz is using this to put you on the spot. He wants to humiliate you in front of everyone here. Just then, holding a glass of red wine, he approached the teacher and student, greeting, Miss Brittany, your student sure is a braggart in front of a crowd. Didn't you once say Bri was a math genius? Why don't you have faith in him now? Brittany was about to retort strongly, student Fitz. To be honest. Before she could finish, Chen Luo stopped her. It's okay. He looked at her with determination. Let me give it a try. Consider it my thanks to Senior Fitz for helping me change my job at the library. Hearing this, both Isabella and Brittany immediately understood why he was reacting so strongly. She asked, worried, Bri, have you really thought this through? Chen Luo paid no mind and turned directly to face Senior Fitz, confronting him head-on. If you're that insistent, then I will solve the 7 bridges of the royal capital problem, Fitz challenged him nonchalantly. I really didn't expect you to be this stupid. Fine, let's see what brilliant insight you have. He began to recount the tale. The legend of the 7 bridges of the royal capital is a problem posed by the first patriarch of our Hogwarts family. It has been several hundred years since he posed this question, and aside from the patriarch himself, no one has ever been able to find the solution. The story begins several hundred years ago, with the first patriarch of our Hogwarts family. He once held a post in the royal capital. He noticed the capital's unique terrain and drew a general map of it. Back then, the inner city of the capital was not as large as it is now. The inner city was divided in two by the Lauren River, and in the middle of the river were 2 islands. To make travel more convenient, the capital built 7 bridges connecting the inner city and the 2 islands. The people living in the royal capital relied on these 7 bridges to travel back and forth. Then one day, the first patriarch looked at the 7 bridges, had an idea, drew it out like this picture, and posed a question to himself. Is it possible to start from any point, cross each bridge exactly once, and then return to the starting point? After the patriarch made this thought public, it immediately attracted the interest of scholars throughout the kingdom. Many renowned scholars of that time flocked to the royal capital, trying to find the solution. However, over a long period, the scholars conducted countless trials, but still, no one could find a way to solve it without recrossing a bridge, until one day. The first patriarch finally found the solution himself. He announced this news to the mathematical community of the entire kingdom, and decided to announce it the next morning in front of everyone. The next day, almost all the scholars of the kingdom had gathered before the 7 bridges. However, they waited from morning until evening, but the first patriarch never appeared. A few days later, the first patriarch's body was discovered. Unfortunately, it's believed that the night before the announcement, he was overly excited, slipped, and fell into the river. The death of the first patriarch was a great loss to the entire mathematical community in the kingdom. The solution to the 7 bridges of the royal capital was thus lost to time. Even the later generations of our Hogwarts family do not know what the solution was. Several hundred years have passed since then. Countless scholars have tried to solve it, but no one has succeeded, Fitz added with a confident boast. Although the solution has been lost, to commemorate the first patriarch who posed the 7 bridges of the royal capital problem and was the only one to find its solution, our Hogwarts family still has it carved in our main hall. He stood before the picture and said proudly, "This is the honor of our family, our mathematical lineage." After hearing the story, Chen Luo thought it over and speculated to himself. Just as I thought, the so-called 7 bridges of the royal capital is just a copy of the 7 bridges problem. It's Euler in this world. After subtly showing off his family background, Fitz didn't forget to humiliate him. So then, great genius, can you find that lost solution? Chen Luo stroked his chin and calmly replied, "No, I have no way of finding the solution. Furthermore, it can never be found." Fitz let out a smug, cold laugh. Then he burst out laughing. "Is that your answer? What? Weren't you so arrogant just a moment ago? Great genius?" The murmurs started up once again. "What did I tell you, Alice?" Countless taunts were directed at Chen Luo. "This kid really is just a worthless fool who doesn't know his place." "Oh, really?" The girl beside him replied calmly, but his expression hasn't wavered at all amidst these whispers. Alice stated frankly, "I feel like this kid isn't as simple as he seems." Chen Luo suddenly spoke up to clear his name. "The reason I can't find the solution," he emphasized each word forcefully, "is because the 7 bridges of the royal capital problem has no solution to begin with." An uproar of whispers filled the room. Brittany and Isabella looked at each other in disbelief. "No solution?" Fitz, full of arrogance as if he had already won, sneered. "Great genius, what nonsense are you spouting? Just because you can't find it, you claim the problem has no solution? The first patriarch of our Hogwarts family already found the solution." Chen Luo retorted firmly, "Then let me ask you, can you prove right now and that he found the exact solution? Is there any proof that this solution even exists?" This time, Fitz couldn't hide his anger. "What do you mean by that? You dare to doubt our ancestor? Do you know what the first patriarch's status was in the kingdom?" A loud thud echoed, along with a powerful voice. "That is enough." It was the voice of Viscount Hogwarts. "Fitz, how many times have I told you? The honor of our ancestors is not something for you to show off." The appearance of Viscount Hogwarts made him, though still furious, tuck his tail between his legs and say quietly with a tremble, "I'm sorry, father." Viscount Hogwarts looked Chen Luo over and then asked, "You are Bri, correct? Calvin has mentioned you." He bowed his head in greeting. "It's an honor to meet you, Viscount Hogwarts." With the air of a superior, Viscount Hogwarts said in a stern voice, "Bri, I saw the argument between you and him just now. Indeed, what he did was wrong. I apologize to you on his behalf." After saying that, his attitude changed again. He had a serious expression with a hint of a warning. "But you just said the 7 bridges of Königsberg has no solution. This is a slander against the honor of my family's ancestors. I hope you can take back that statement." Hearing this, Chen Luo remained completely calm and replied, "I have no intention of offending anyone. But the truth is the truth. The 7 bridges of Königsberg has no solution." Isabella's gaze was still on Chen Luo, a little worried. She thought to herself, "I think this is the first time I've ever seen this guy so serious." Viscount Hogwarts' eyebrows furrowed, revealing his anger. "Brian, have you really thought this through?" He remained firm, not changing his mind. Chen Luo, while putting his hand in his pocket, replied, "Then let me demonstrate for everyone why the 7 bridges of Königsberg has no solution." He took a pen out of his pocket and began to write the proof for his claim. Faced with this kind of complex, real-world problem, many great minds in the past chose to physically go out and search for a solution. While this approach is respectable, in terms of practical effectiveness, he continued while diligently writing on a piece of paper, "I'm afraid it's very difficult to find a solution, because there are too many possibilities, far exceeding human capability." After speaking, Chen Luo held up the paper he had just written on. "Everyone, please take a look at this." He began to point at the diagram he had sketched and confidently presented his answer. "Actually, we can first convert this complex real-world problem into a simple mathematical one. On paper, we can treat each of the 6 landmasses as a node, and a bridge connecting 2 of the 6 landmasses is represented by a line. This gives us a diagram like this." Chen Luo's confidence was evident on his face and in his eyes. "So then, the 7 bridges of Königsberg problem can be simplified too. Is it possible to start from any node and trace the entire diagram in one continuous stroke without repeating any line? This would prove whether it's possible to start from any of the 6 landmasses, cross each bridge only once, and return to the starting point." Everyone at the party was astonished by his answer. "Whoa, you can do it like that. That's amazing." The girl standing next to Alice at this moment also had to praise Chen Luo. To think he could do it like that, simplifying a real-world problem into a few lines. That's a brilliant idea. She then looked over at Alice, as if to praise her judgment of character. "You were right, this Mr. Blair is truly no ordinary person." Alice said nothing. With her arms crossed, she continued to watch his explanation. Chen Luo continued to explain very clearly. Except for the starting and ending points, when a person crosses a bridge to enter a landmass, they must necessarily leave by another bridge. He imagined a diagram with arrows indicating entry and exit. Now, let's consider the nodes with an odd number of connections, which we'll call odd-degree nodes, and those with an even number of connections, even-degree nodes. Brittany pictured Brian's solution in her mind. Her eyes lit up. "I get it. If you want to start from a point and eventually return to that same starting point, then you have to enter every node and then leave every node. Therefore, only when all the nodes have an even degree can the 7 bridges of Königsberg have a solution." He looked at her and smiled in response. "Very well said, Miss Brittany. That is the key." Suddenly, a voice from the crowd spoke up. It was the young man with glasses who had been watching the argument from the beginning. "Wait a minute. If that's the case, then the 4 degrees of the 7 bridges of Königsberg, aren't they all?" Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Luo understood the bespectacled man's thought process and answered immediately. "Correct. I'm sure everyone has realized it by now. All 4 nodes in the 7 bridges of Königsberg problem have an odd degree. Therefore, there is no method that allows someone to start from an initial point and return to that same point after crossing all 7 bridges." His voice became more forceful. He asserted once more. "In conclusion, the 7 bridges of Königsberg has no solution." Everyone in the room was in awe. The man with glasses couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. A flawless proof. So the 7 bridges of Königsberg really has no solution. Fitch, after listening to Chen Luo's proof for a while, could no longer contain his anger and yelled, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Viscount Hogwarts never imagined that he would one day have to hear the truth about the 7 bridges of Königsberg from an outsider. He couldn't help but think to himself, so that's how it is. So this Hogwarts family has been deceiving people for all these years? How could this be? Viscount Hogwarts could only accept the fact that it really has no solution. In fact, there was never such a thing as the 7 solutions to begin with. Fitch, still refusing to back down to Chen Luo, said, Ladies and gentlemen, don't listen to this guy's nonsense." But it seemed everyone in the room no longer wanted to hear his excuses. Alice said to Fitch with contempt, "Nonsense? The one who's truly spouting nonsense, I'm afraid, is the first patriarch of your family, who has been deceiving scholars across the entire kingdom for so many years." Fitch, seemingly sensing his defeat, turned to Viscount Hogwarts for help. "Father, quickly." Seeing Viscount Hogwarts make no move, he called out softly, "Father." But what Fitch received was a thunderous punch from his own father. He fell to the floor with a thud. Viscount Hogwarts, furious, yelled in Fitch's face, "Shut your damn mouth." He continued to berate his son, "If it weren't for you, you worthless piece of trash." After speaking, Viscount Hogwarts glanced at Chen Luo. "You're good, just you wait for me." Viscount Hogwarts snorted coldly, suppressing his anger. He turned to leave, his furrowed brow clearly showing his displeasure. "Wait a moment." That was Chen Luo's voice. He called out. Hearing this, the Viscount turned his head slightly. Seeing that Viscount Hogwarts had stopped, Chen Luo continued in a clear voice. "According to the rules of the kingdom's mathematical community, I have solved Senior Fitch's question. Therefore, he is obligated to answer one of my questions. Am I right, Viscount Hogwarts?" Hearing his reminder, the Viscount's hand tightened on his cane, while his other hand hung limp at his side. Viscount Hogwarts' throat felt constricted. He let out a dry, guttural sound and slowly replied, "You don't need to tell me. We know how to follow the rules. If you have a question, ask it." Chen Luo maintained the expression of a victor, but without a hint of arrogance. He calmly posed his problem. "My question is very simple. If a square has a side length of 1, what is the length of its diagonal?" Hearing his question, Viscount Hogwarts was momentarily stunned. Brittany, surprised, turned to look at Chen Luo beside her with a doubtful expression. Then she leaned down and whispered in his ear, loud enough for only the two of them to hear, "Brian, don't you know that the Hogwarts theorem was discovered by the Hogwarts family?" Hearing this question, he didn't rush to explain. On the contrary, Viscount Hogwarts, as if having regained his confidence, answered his question. According to the Hogwarts theorem, for a square with a side length of 1, the square of the diagonal's length is equal to 2. This is basic knowledge. Hearing the answer, a smug look appeared on Chen Luo's face. He slightly closed his eyes and asked again, Viscount Hogwarts, you haven't answered my question. I didn't ask for the square of the diagonal, I asked for the length of the diagonal itself. As he spoke, the corner of his mouth curled into a smirk. At this point, the anger in his heart flared up. Viscount Hogwarts was about to explode from hearing such a twisted question from a mere kid, like Chen Luo. In a corner of the room, whispers arose again. A man's voice said, I've actually never thought about the length of the diagonal itself. Then someone else said, it's probably easy to express, right? Seeing the slightly flustered look on Viscount Hogwarts' face, Chen Luo seemed even more certain of his thoughts, just as I predicted. This guy has known about the existence of this number for a long time. His fingers unconsciously went up to rub his chin as he thoughtfully analyzed his own judgments. In that other world, although scientists are respected by everyone, most of them are not well known. Compared to the scientists who made great contributions to the development of humanity, people are more interested in the news, the pointless, trivial gossip of famous celebrities. As he thought this, Chen Luo recalled the real world where he was supposed to be. But in this world, although the current level of science is still very low, the status of scholars here is incredibly high. Chen Luo continued with the jumbled thoughts in his head. People in this world revere knowledge, even more so than magic. Scholars who make great contributions to scientific progress, regardless of their nationality, receive the respect of everyone. Even royalty and nobility must treat them with reverence. Because of this, scholars with similar views choose to gather together, forming schools of thought with immense economic and political resources in their hands, creating powerful factions. Chen Luo seemed to have reached a conclusion about the state of this world he had transmigrated to. The numerology faction is one of them. It is a renowned family of mathematics, and the Hogwarts family is the core force of the numerology faction. This also gives them a significant voice in the mathematical circles of the entire kingdom. Even Isabella's father, the Lord of Paul's City, has to consider the Hogwarts family's standing when dealing with matters. The Number Sect is an organization that combines politics, academia, and religion. Its members possess a reverence for numbers. They advocate that all things can be measured, no matter what entity exists in the natural world. They believe everything can be accurately represented through numbers. Tran Lack continued to be engrossed in his own reasoning. In reality, the beliefs of the Number Sect are identical to the Pythagorean school from that other world. The Pythagorean school emerged in ancient Greece. It was founded by the famous scholar Pythagoras. The Pythagorean school was once incredibly powerful, but their belief system had a fatal flaw. And it was this very flaw that led to the collapse of the entire school. That is, the numbers they understood were not the complete set of real numbers. He seemed to have become completely lost in the world of his own thoughts. The Pythagorean school confidently believed that integers and rational numbers could represent all numbers in the world. The first person to discover this flaw was Pythagoras' student, Hippasus. He discovered that for a square with a side length of 1, the length of its diagonal could not be expressed as an integer, nor could it be expressed as a rational number. Tranlack concluded, following his own logic, that this discovery directly overthrew the belief of all things are numbers held by the Pythagorean school, shaking the school to its very foundations. The horrified followers of the school realized they had no way to solve this problem. Therefore, they decided to solve the person who raised the question. In the end, Hippasus was tied to a stone by the followers of the Pythagorean school and thrown into the Aegean Sea. However, the truth could not be buried forever. Hippasus' discovery gained more and more attention from later generations, eventually sounding the death knell for the Pythagorean school. Later generations called the numbers that were not integers and could not be expressed as rational numbers, irrational numbers. From then on, humanity's understanding of numbers expanded to the entire realm of real numbers. After pondering his speculation for a moment, his eyes darkened slightly. That old man's expression from earlier, perhaps he's long known about the existence of irrational numbers. If so, what kind of treatment did this world's Hippasus have to endure? The guests at the party were chattering nonstop. Someone even pulled out a book to find the answer to Tranlack's question. Strange, why can't I find that number? The young man with glasses flipped through the pages of the book in his hand but couldn't find anything. Impossible. There can't possibly be a length that can't be represented by a number. Where on earth did that question come from? Brittany was no exception. She couldn't find the solution either. She turned to him and asked, Brian, what's the deal with this number? It seems like no number can produce that result. Tranlack turned and replied to her, Brittany. This is a completely new type of number. There are many more numbers like it. I'm afraid someone in this world discovered it a long time ago. It's just that this discovery was hidden away by certain people. I just wanted to thank Fish for his help and at the same time, expose this discovery in front of more people. That's all. Viscount Hogwarts' hand gripped his cane so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand bulged. A look of defeat was plain on Fish's face. His anger made him curse. Damn it. It's all because of this punk. With that, Fish raised his fist toward Tranlack, his voice filled with rage. Brian, you're dead meat. In the middle of the grand hall, an enraged Fish raised his fist and lunged at Tranlack. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, his eyes filled with panic, he could only weakly raise his hands to block the blow. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out and caught Fish's arm. The two men stared blankly as a girl with flowing curly hair but a stern expression appeared and stopped the punch midair. Her slender hands gripped his wrist tightly. Being stopped, Fish, disregarding his image, immediately flew into a rage and yelled, "Who are you? Get away from me." Despite his tantrum, Alice remained calm and spoke politely. "Pardon me, but I cannot stand by and watch your boorish behavior." Although she spoke softly, the strength in her hand was immense. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't free his hand. Fish gritted his teeth in anger. This broad, how is her grip so strong? Suddenly, an authoritative voice called out, "Fish," and his body immediately tensed up. Viscount Hogwarts growled, "What do you think you're doing?" He questioned his son, trying to suppress his fury. "Isn't the trouble you've caused today enough?" A terrified Fish turned his head toward the man. He stammered, "Father, I." But Viscount Hogwarts gave him no chance to explain, cutting him off and loudly addressing the guests. "Everyone." He said seriously, "My deepest apologies for all the trouble caused to everyone today. It is because I have failed in my duties. I will be sure to discipline him strictly in the future." He also presented himself as a responsible man. "As for the number Mr. Bright just mentioned, please rest assured, the number sect will certainly do our utmost to find a solution within the next few days." In front of all the esteemed guests, he unabashedly turned to Tranlack and bowed. "Mr. Bright, thank you for the lesson you've taught my family. I have urgent matters to attend to today, so I must take my leave." Viscount Hogwarts lowered his voice. It was as if he was trying to suppress his rage. "I hope you have a pleasant evening at my manor." Tranlack, however, just smiled calmly and replied leisurely, "Of course, Viscount Hogwarts. I also wish you a wonderful evening." He thought to himself, can the number sect really find this number? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Viscount Hogwarts pretended not to notice the surrounding chatter and led Fish away. "I can't believe that guy, Blair, could push the Hogwarts family into such a state." After things calmed down, Tranlack didn't forget to approach the girl who had just helped him. "Thank you." Hearing him address her like that, Alice was surprised. "Me? Why?" She smiled teasingly. "Junior Blair, have you forgotten me already? That's a bit cold of you." Suddenly, Isabella rushed up from nowhere and smacked Tranlack hard on the head. She scolded irritably, "You pervert! How dare you flirt with someone other than me?" He clutched his swelling head, pouting, "I'm being framed." "I didn't do anything." "Wait, what do you mean flirt with someone other than you?" "I haven't done anything to you either." Watching the two jealous lovebirds from the side, Alice couldn't help but burst out laughing at Tranlack's awkwardness and Isabella's fury. She couldn't help but find it amusing. "Sorry, I couldn't hold it in. I've interrupted your little flirt session. I admit, I was just teasing you earlier," Alice said. "But your relationship is so good, it really makes one envious." Isabella's face turned beet red. She hastily tried to explain, "Who's flirting with him? We're not what you think." Isabella tried to change the subject. "Anyway, why did you show up here?" Alice smiled knowingly and asked. "On the contrary, hasn't Miss Brittany told you?" Then she looked at Isabella with an affectionate gaze. "I've always been here. What about you? I believe this is the first time I've seen you here." At this point, Miss Brittany smiled and cleared up the confusion. Alice's family is a renowned mathematical family from Paul City. She's been representing her family at this academic exchange party for a few years now. Alice politely extended her hand, showing her amiability. Her voice, full of confidence and charm, introduced herself once more. "I'm Alice," she continued, "a third-year student at Street Donatos Academy, Isabella's classmate." Alice looked at Tranlack. She chuckled softly, subtly helping him out of his awkward situation. "Nice to meet you, Junior Brian. I hope my joke from earlier didn't seem too lame." Understanding everything now, Tranlack also happily shook her hand. "Nice to meet you, Senior Alice." After shaking hands with Tranlack, she suddenly gave a mischievous tug on the front of her dress. Immediately, a pair of round, rolling hills met Tranlack's eyes, causing him to have a nosebleed and scream silently. Seeing Alice do this, Isabella felt a bit dejected. Her gaze unconsciously drifted down to her own slightly flat chest. It's true what they say, some have more than they can handle, while others can't even get a bite. Alice leaned in close to him, calling out in a coquettish voice, "Junior Brian." She praised him sincerely. "Your performance today was truly top-notch. This is the first time I've ever seen the arrogant Hogwarts family so utterly defeated," she continued to ask. "From now on, can I come to you with math questions?" But Tranlack actually refused. "I'm sorry," causing Alice to pause. His expression turned firm. "Allow me to decline." Tranlack put both hands on his hips, proposing with the look of an upstanding young man. "I suggest you'd be much better off asking Miss Brittany. My ideas were inspired by her." Hearing this, Alice crossed her arms, rested her chin on her hand, and shook her head in admiration. "You're really a hard person to figure out." With that, in the middle of the grand hall, Alice turned her head slightly and waved goodbye to him, adding a somewhat formal remark. "Goodbye, Junior Tranlack. Let's talk again next time when no one else is around." Tranlack watched her back as she left, also raising his hand in a polite reply. "Goodbye, Senior Alice." Behind him, Isabella saw the lovey-dovey scene between the two of them, her face pouting as she grumbled in an annoyed tone. "What's this? Wait until no one's around to talk nonsense." Brittany, standing beside her, also waved goodbye with an exasperated look on her face. "Goodbye, classmate Alice." Isabella crossed her arms, her eyes fixed on Chen Luo as she said in a sulky tone. "And you too. You look like you were completely mesmerized. It looked to me like you wanted to go with Alice." Hearing this, Chen Luo, who was opposite her, glanced over and asked doubtfully, "Why would I want to go with her?" Seeing him argue back, Isabella's anger flared up again. She pointed a finger right in Chen Luo's face and yelled, "The moment you see a pretty girl, you want to chase after her. You're no different from all those other despicable guys." Chen Luo rubbed his nose and looked at Isabella, puzzled. "Is she as beautiful as you?" Hearing his compliment, her face flushed red and she stammered, "So, you think she's not as beautiful as me?" Chen Luo replied nonchalantly, "No." Hearing this, Isabella felt a bit apologetic and said, "Oh, is that so?" After telling that lie, he turned away, secretly fighting back tears as he thought to himself, "This woman is surprisingly easy to appease. Well, she only asked about her face, not her figure, so I guess I wasn't technically lying, huh?" Suddenly, a voice cut into the trio's conversation. "Hello, everyone." Vice President Cavan suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Seeing him, Brittany said excitedly, "Vice President Cavan, what brings you here?" With his hands clasped behind his back, Vice President Cavan looked at Chen Luo's group with a stern expression and began to speak. "You three are the stars of tonight's party. Naturally, I had to come over and greet you." Upon hearing Vice President Cavan's words, Chen Luo replied humbly, "President Cavan, you flatter us. We simply helped solve a math problem and then happened to ask a small question of our own." Cavan looked at him with satisfaction. The problem you solved and the question you posed were anything but simple. An image of a question filled with a dense web of confusing lines appears, followed by his voice. "Solving the problem of the 7 bridges of the royal capital is something the Hogwarts family has always taken great pride in, and yet, your proof today directly showed that this problem has no solution. This has led to a situation where the honor of the Hogwarts family as a mathematical dynasty now has a massive ethical hole in it, right in front of all the gossiping guests." The vice president continued, "And then there's the number you mentioned. The numerics faction bases its entire philosophy on the ability to measure everything. Yet now they cannot find a number to represent the length of a simple line segment. Can such a simple number truly be found? If it can't, the very cognitive foundation of the entire numerics faction, no, the entire world of mathematics, will be shaken to its core." He fixed his sharp gaze on him, his voice hesitant and speculative. "So, Chen Luo." Then, Vice President Cavan confronted Chen Luo, his expression grim as he demanded, "Who exactly are you?" His eyes were cold and suspicious. "Why, with such a terrifying gift, have you only chosen to reveal it now? What is your true purpose?" Faced with these probing questions, Chen Luo's expression darkened, and he remained completely silent. Then, playing the innocent fool, Chen Luo chuckled and replied, "What are you talking about, President Calvin? Everyone saw what happened today. Senior Fish was the one who posed the question to me. I merely had a sudden flash of insight, so I helped him find the answer. That's all." He raised a hand to scratch his head as he explained, "And as for that number, I was just plain curious. Besides, Viscount Hogwarts himself said earlier that he and the numerics faction would definitely find that number." Cavan gently stroked his goatee. Nodding as if he understood, he said, "You have a point. I was overthinking it." Then he gave his assurance, "Rest assured, the Mathematics Association will always stand on the side of truth." Seeing Chen Luo's expression of relief, Vice President Cavan hesitated before adding, "However, an image of a cunning Viscount Hogwarts appears." His warning voice follows, "You had best be careful of the Hogwarts family. I fear they are far more difficult to deal with than you imagine." In a dark room, Fish is lying on the cold floor, coughing violently. Across from him is Viscount Hogwarts. The Viscount is sitting majestically on a chair, leaning on his cane. Fish, his face beaten and bruised, seems completely exhausted. He lets out a heavy breath and faints. Hogwarts' figure is shrouded in shadows, his glasses glinting in the dark. Beside him stands a subordinate, reporting, "My lord, all preparations are complete. We can strike at any moment." His face contorted with anger, he said through clenched teeth, "Wait for him to leave the manor, then strike. Same as always, make it look like an accident, don't leave any traces." The subordinate heard this. He hastily bowed and replied, "Understood." Suddenly, a voice echoed from out of nowhere. "Father, planning to kill someone again?" Hearing that voice, Viscount Hogwarts freezes for a moment. A young man, with an obscured face, appears behind him. Viscount Hogwarts turns his head and exclaims, "Abel." A sinister image of Abel appears, followed by his bewildered question, "Why? Why is it you?" The subordinate sees Abel. His eyes go wide with shock, unable to believe what he's seeing. "Impossible. I took care of him with my own hands." Abel looks at the Viscount and says, "It's only natural you're surprised, father." Facing Viscount Hogwarts' grim expression, he turns away and continues, "After all, you were the one who personally gave the order back then. Just like this time." Suddenly, an enraged Hogwarts leaps to his feet, glares at Abel and shouts, "Why aren't you dead? What are you doing showing your face here? That brat Chen Luo out there is your man, isn't he?" As Abel helps the unconscious Fish up from the floor, he remarks, "You're still so cruel, father, not even making an exception for your own flesh and blood." Suddenly, Viscount Hogwarts pulls a gun from his coat pocket, aims it directly at Abel, and says impatiently, "Answer my question." Just then, Fish groggily regains consciousness. He looks at the person holding him up and stammers, "Brother." Facing Hogwarts' expectant gaze, Abel's voice continues, "You always have so many questions, father. It makes it hard to know where to start." He says as he slowly stands up, the gun still aimed at him, "Let me make things a little clearer." Abel remains calm and explains, That boy out there named Chen Luo and I have absolutely no connection. However, he presented me with a perfect opportunity, which is why I've returned now. His face half shrouded in darkness, he continues. As for the question of why I came back, I can only tell you this. Abel's eyes glint sharply, his voice firm. I have returned to change the entire Hogwarts family. Still holding the gun, Viscount Hogwarts looks at Abel doubtfully. You want to change the family? Abel holds out a hand towards the Viscount and replies, That's right, Father. Then, he suddenly asks, Father, what do you believe is the current foundation of our family? Viscount Hogwarts looks at him and answers with confidence. Honor, of course. Abel spreads his hands and asks rhetorically, or is it? But you've known the truth for a long time, haven't you, Father? That the 7 bridges of the royal capital has no solution, and that the other number is fundamentally inexpressible. Asterisk thud. Asterisk fish, his face bruised and swollen, struggles to sit up. Hearing their conversation, he turns to look at them. Abel's voice continues unabated. But to maintain the family's so-called honor and the legitimacy of the Numerics faction's existence, you chose to bury those truths. Facing Hogwarts' cold expression, he adds, and not only that, for the past few years, anyone who discovered the truth and tried to reveal it to the public, you used any means necessary to take care of them. Abel concludes with a profound, inscrutable expression. And that included me, your own son. You made no exception. As if unable to stand it any longer, Viscount Hogwarts screams, cutting him off. Enough. His hand remains steady, the gun still aimed at Abel, as he gives a grave warning. For the family, I have no problem killing you a second time. Seeing his father's unstable condition, Abel's face darkens and he earnestly pleads, Father, you've crossed the line. Do you remember what I once told you? The truth cannot be concealed forever. Sooner or later, someone will come forward and expose everything. They will cause this family, which was built on lies, to turn to dust. Abel recalls the image of Chen Luo at the party earlier that day and continues with a smile. Today, that very same young man, Chen Luo, has already done it. He stood before the entire mathematical world of Pao City and burst our family's bubble. Abel's face turns cold as he speaks. Now, even if you manage to get rid of me and get rid of him, can you also eliminate every single person who was there today? Then, as swift as lightning, he reaches out one hand and lightly grips the barrel of Viscount Hogwarts' gun. His eyes are sharp, his entire body exuding a menacing aura as his hand continues to grip the gun pointed at him. His voice calm. If you can't take care of all of them, then by tomorrow, the truth will spread throughout the entire kingdom. Our family's honor will be completely destroyed, and the numerology sect that our family relies on will be lost. Their faith will completely collapse. He continued, At that point, do you still think you can keep the Hogwarts family alive? Hearing those words, the hand preparing to pull the trigger trembled uncontrollably. Then, Eagle gently took the gun from his hand. Viscount Hogwarts, his face furious, gritted his teeth and looked at Eagle, asking, Then what do you suggest I do? Eagle, clenching one fist while holding the gun in the other, looked at him and replied with a smile, I will take over as the head of the family. Then, I'll change the family and ensure the Hogwarts family continues to survive. His hand lightly touched the man. Eagle leaned in closer. His eyes flashed red, his voice dark and threatening. You should know that right now, besides me, no one else can save this family. After hearing his son's words, Viscount Hogwarts seemed to hesitate, lost in thought and speechless. Then, suddenly, his son leaned in and whispered something in his ear. It made the man's expression change, his fear becoming palpable as he broke out in a cold sweat. A few days later, at Brittany's house, in a cozy room. As the alarm clocks rang, Chen Luo woke up. He gently sat up, stretching his arms and legs to greet the new day. Chen Luo got out of bed, reaching over to turn off the blaring alarm clock, thinking, sleeping in a bed is definitely way more comfortable. Plus, it doesn't have that musty smell like the warehouse. Chen Luo's hand gently opened the door. He rubbed his eyes, his voice sleepy as he said, Good morning. Suddenly, Chen Luo's gaze was drawn to something. On the desk, a towering stack of documents, thick as a scroll, sat imposingly. He looked at the pile of documents, his face turning pale as a sheet. Chen Luo's expression was filled with worry as he guessed. Looks like she stayed up all night again trying to figure out that number. After the mathematics symposium ended, the proof that the 7 bridges of the royal capital problem has no solution spread like wildfire throughout the kingdom's mathematics community. The prestige and honor of the Hogwarts family were now in question. The scene shifts to tabloid vendors and bustling markets, with everyone buying newspapers to get the latest gossip. But the thing that shocked the mathematics world even more than the unsolvable 7 bridges of the royal capital problem was that unrepresentable number. Right now, the mathematics community is calling that number the devil's number. Following this narration, an image of a square with a giant question mark appears. Hearing this, Chen Luo smugly praised, That's a pretty cool name. The scene shows scholars scratching their heads, deep in thought. It seemed all the scholars were trying to find a way to calculate the devil's number, especially the members of the numerology sect. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find a way to express it. Chen Luo looked up at the numbers on the paper. He thought, this is to be expected. No matter what number or calculation method this world currently has, none of them can express an irrational number. To them, irrational numbers are a completely new, unexplored field. Even so, the scholars of this world still deserve respect. In the dark, they continue to think and explore tirelessly. Chen Luo watched a piece of paper fluttering out the window, telling himself, I believe that in the end, They will confidently find a way out, just like their counterparts in another world. No matter how bumpy the road is, they will eventually reach the other side of truth. His silhouette remained at the window for a long time. He watched the fluttering paper as it drifted farther and farther away, as if it carried Chen Luo's own faith and hope. Faint sunlight streamed through the window. Chen Luo was sitting in a chair. In front of him was a thick stack of papers. Chen Luo looked thoughtful, resting his chin on one hand. His eyes were fixed on the stack of documents on the table, his expression pensive, as if he had realized something. His eyes suddenly widened. On the table was a newspaper with a picture of Mr. Hogwarts right in the middle. Chen Luo looked at it doubtfully. He gently picked up the newspaper, looking at it and thinking to himself. Giving up on mathematics is indeed the most logical choice for the Hogwarts family right now, but to be able to act so decisively. This new family head seems interesting. Chen Luo thought curiously. I wonder what this new family head looks like. As he was lost in thought, oblivious to his surroundings, Brittany's figure appeared from nowhere. She slowly approached him from behind. Brittany rubbed her eyes, her face flushed, and greeted Chen Luo. Good morning, Bai. Seeing her, he blushed and replied dazedly. Good morning. He stared at her suggestive appearance. Chen Luo hesitated, then continued, Miss Brittany. Brittany's face darkened as she looked at him and demanded, Didn't I tell you last night to wake me up when you got up? Hearing that, Chen Luo's eyes darted away from her and down to the desk. He stammered, I forgot. Seeing his cute reaction, Brittany gently poked his cheek and playfully scolded him, You naughty boy. She pointed a finger upwards, teasing, You always say you forgot. Brittany looked at him and added slyly, And about that number 2. You actually knew something about it, didn't you? You just wouldn't tell me. Don't push your teacher now. Before she could finish, she seemed to realize something was off. Brittany suddenly noticed how embarrassed he was, blushing to the tips of his ears. Her expression did a 180-degree turn. It went from cheerful to unusually dark. Brittany let out a blood-curdling scream that echoed through the house, pervert. A moment later, Chen Luo was using fire magic in the kitchen to cook, with a red 5-fingered handprint on his face from being slapped. Brittany, standing beside him, glanced at him shyly. She clasped her hands together guiltily and said, I'm sorry, Bai. Does it still hurt? I wasn't really aware of what I was doing. Chen Luo, skillfully stir-frying vegetables, looked at her and remarked, Miss Brittany, I've noticed that when you've just woken up versus when you're fully awake, it's like you have 2 personalities. Hearing this, Brittany looked helpless, running her hands through her hair and mumbling a reply. She touched her face, unable to look him in the eye. She asked tentatively, Am I really annoying when I first wake up? He answered nonchalantly, No. Hearing that, Brittany's eyes widened in surprise. Chen Luo, adding seasoning to the pan, asserted, Whether it's your normal self or your just woken up self, I don't dislike either of you, Miss Brittany. Her face was full of disbelief at his words. Brittany shyly uttered, Oh, thank you, bye. He was extremely pleased with his Pinocchio-level lie. Cracking an egg without blinking, he thought. As expected of me, I don't misspeak anymore. Brittany clasped her hands behind her back, leaning forward slightly to peer into the pot, and asked curiously, By the way, Bai, what are you making? Why do you have to put that red fruit you can eat raw into the pot and mix it with chicken eggs? Chen Luo explained, I'm making stir-fried tomatoes and eggs. Brittany looked confused, repeating his words questioningly. Stir-fried tomatoes and eggs? Finally, an eye-catching plate of stir-fried tomatoes and eggs with a sweet, fragrant aroma was ready. Chen Luo finished scooping it onto the plate. He explained to Brittany, Tomato is what we call red fruit in my hometown. Over there, stir-fried tomatoes and eggs is a dish almost everyone knows how to make. He recalled a past image of himself eating and reading a book, thinking, It's also the dish I've made the most. After finishing, Chen Luo turned and walked away. At the door, he glanced back and said to her, It's done just in time. I'm off to school. Go ahead and try it. Seeing Chen Luo about to leave, Brittany quickly called out, Wait a moment. Hearing her call, he turned his head back. Brittany took a pristine white cloth, bent over, and leaned down. She gently wiped a stain off Chen Luo's shirt. Faced with his somewhat surprised expression, Chen Luo's face flushed red. His heart began to pound uncontrollably, each beat loud and clear, thump, 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 under Brittany's deft hands. The shirt was wiped spotlessly clean. When she was done, she raised her hand, smiled, and waved goodbye to Chen Luo. All right, be safe on your way. His cheeks were slightly pink as he looked back at Brittany and replied, I'm leaving now. After seeing Chen Luo off, Brittany returned to the dining room. Her eyes stared intently at the plate of eggs on the table as she said doubtfully, This looks so strange. Is it really edible? Then, she scooped up a spoonful to taste it. The moment she did, Brittany's eyes shot wide open in amazement. She blew on it while exclaiming, Phew, phew. The eggs are fragrant and soft, with a long-lasting aftertaste. Brittany's toes curled slightly as she genuinely assessed. The tomatoes are sweet and fragrant, and just the right amount of refreshing. Brittany was ecstatic, her mouth endlessly praising, Delicious. So delicious. I can't believe it. In contrast to her satisfying meal, Chen Luo was so hungry his stomach was rumbling loudly. A gloomy aura surrounded him. As Chen Luo walked, he blamed himself. I was so focused on cooking that I forgot I haven't eaten yet. In the classroom, 3 students were discussing the Hogwarts family. A girl with a ponytail said, Did you see today's academic journal? The Hogwarts family has a new head. The newly appointed leader has already disbanded the numerology sect. The girl who was sitting down replied, Of course, I saw it. I heard the new head is a handsome young man. He seems so mysterious. A girl with short blue hair standing nearby excitedly joined in. The really mysterious one is that other guy. The one who solved the 7 bridges of the royal capital and proposed the devil's number, then just vanished. The brown-haired girl also offered her opinion about him. I heard from my uncle at the Mathematics Association that the person is actually around our age, and the reason they're keeping a low profile is because they requested it. The girl with the ponytail was shocked. How could someone who shook up the entire mathematics world with just one number be our age? I don't believe it. The young lady continued to speculate. I think it's some reclusive old master. In the distance, Isabella was standing with her arms crossed, talking to Tran Lack. She spoke up. Hey Blair, are you even listening to me? I'm asking you, do you really not know how to express that number? Tran Lack crossed his arms, looked at Isabella, and said, I already told you. I don't know everything. Isabella angrily slammed both her hands on the table, saying, No way, you're definitely lying to me. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Isabella. Are you bothering my little Blair again? Alice said as she entered the classroom with a smile on her face. Good morning, Junior. Hearing this, both Tran Lack and Isabella turned their heads to look. As she entered, Alice blew a kiss and winked at Tran Lack, startling him. Isabella looked at her unhappily and questioned her. Alice, aren't you a third year? What are you doing here? And another thing, who's your little Blair? Tran Lack also looked over and greeted her. Good morning, Senior Alice. 2 classmates chatting in the distance were also drawn in by the commotion. The 2 recognized campus belles of the third year, Senior Isabella, and the other senior, are both here for Blair. What kind of luck does this kid have? The friend, resting his chin on his hand, fantasized about the 2 seniors. He couldn't help but feel jealous. Is that Blair guy hitting the jackpot with the ladies? Jasmine walked by and saw the 3 of them. Tran Lack didn't understand what was happening. Alice moved in close to him and asked, Junior Blair, what were you all talking about just now? Was it about that number? Her breath tickled his ear, making him jump and blush. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. It was Tran Lack's stomach growling. He clutched his stomach and turned away in embarrassment, leaving both Alice and Isabella bewildered. Tran Lack scratched his head and apologized to them. Alice broke into a warm, sunny smile, but Isabella couldn't help but scold him. What? Are you a pig? It's not even lunchtime yet. Alice stood behind him, giggling, while Tran Lack could only give a sheepish smile. Suddenly, a steamed bun was held out to Tran Lack, making his mouth water. It turned out to be a bun from Alice. She asked politely, As it happens, I brought an extra lunch today. Would you mind helping me with it? Tran Lack's eyes lit up, and he stared greedily at the bun in Alice's hand. He immediately agreed, Oh, sure, I can. Tran Lack quickly took the bun from her hand and whispered, Thank you, Senior Alice. You're so kind. Suddenly, Isabella pinched his cheek. It made him wince in pain. You can't take that, she yelled, leaning in. Blair, how could you just accept food from a stranger like that? Tran Lack said resentfully. I was going to refuse, but the bun smelled so good. Isabella completely lost it. She snapped, Why didn't you tell me if you were hungry? With tears in his eyes, he rubbed his aching cheek in misery. Tran Lack looked away and retorted, But I did. Didn't you just call me a pig? Hearing this only made Isabella more annoyed. I don't care. I don't know. That's because you weren't sincere enough. I was clearly here first. Alice had to speak up. For a genius like Brian, it's perfectly normal for me to want to help him. Isabella gritted her teeth in annoyance. Even though she had just scolded Tran Lack, she still shoved a piece of bread at him. Here, I happen to bring extra too. Now, hurry up and give that bun in your hand back to Alice. Tran Lack hesitated, looking at both the bun and the bread. Well, seeing this, Alice moved closer to Isabella and teased her. By what right are you interfering with Blair's choice? As far as I know, he hasn't officially confirmed any kind of relationship with you. Provoked, Isabella gritted her teeth, her face darkening. You. She looked at Tran Lack and said, Blair, choose. Tran Lack was put in a tough spot, not knowing what to do. Isabella spoke again. Do you want my bread? Or Senior Alice's bun? You can only pick one. Alice also chimed in, Junior Blair, it's okay, just pick the one you like. Either one is fine. Despite their calm words, the 2 of them were still glaring daggers at each other. Tran Lack, caught in the middle, broke out in a sweat, completely lost. Alice and Isabella glared at each other while Tran Lack, stuck in the middle, could only manage a weak smile. Isabella held out the bread to him. Tran Lack immediately reached out to take it, saying, All right then, thank you, Senior Isabella. Seeing this, she smiled triumphantly. See, my bread is better after all. Meanwhile, Alice stood with her arms crossed, staring daggers at Tran Lack. He hesitated, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, Tran Lack stuffed both the bread and the bun into his mouth at once, making his cheeks puff out. Eating both at the same time made him choke, his face turning red as he struggled to chew and swallow. A large lump moved down his throat. With tears in his eyes, Tran Lack said, They're both delicious. Thank you, seniors. Isabella and Alice both smiled happily. Good boy, Isabella said smugly, cupping her blushing cheeks, so my bread really is that good, huh? You're eating in such a hurry. Alice gently touched Tran Lack's cheek, wiping away a bit of cream stuck there. Then she brought the cream-tipped finger to her own lips and told Tran Lack, You had some food on your face. The sight made Tran Lack's entire face turn bright red. Alice continued to tease him, sticking out her tongue to lick the cream. Blair, you're so careless. Seeing this, Isabella flew into a rage and yelled, Alice, what do you think you're doing? On the other side, Alice sat on the desk, seductively sucking her fingers. She replied, "My bread is just so sweet." Suddenly, the bell for class rang. Alice exclaimed with a bit of regret, "Oh, class is starting." She waved sweetly to Tran Lack as she left. "See you later, Blair. Study hard." He cheerfully replied, "Bye, senior." Isabella gritted her teeth and pointed straight at Tran Lack. "You." She stood with her hands on her hips, glaring murderously as she uttered a threat. "I'm leaving now. I'll be waiting for you in the classroom after school." Tran Lack sat in his seat, sweating bullets and listening intently as Isabella walked out of the classroom. She slammed the door shut, leaving the whole class stunned. Tran Lack sighed in relief. Finally, they're gone. Suddenly, someone pinched his cheek and called out to him, making him jump. Blair. It was his big friend, Toby. He impatiently demanded, "When on earth did you get to know Senior Alice?" Tran Lack answered vaguely, "A few nights ago, I think." Toby clutched his face and shrieked. At night? He instantly knew what wild ideas were running through his friend's head. "What are you thinking?" "A few nights ago, Miss Brittany took me to an academic conference for the Mathematics Association. I met Senior Alice there." After hearing Tran Lack speak, Toby suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute, that academic conference a few days ago. Wasn't that where they revealed the devil's number? He quickly warned him, "Hey, Miss Brittany's here," during class. Tran Lack was called to the board to solve a problem written by Miss Brittany. Everyone can try different approaches. The solution using the formula is as follows. Miss Brittany, wearing a white lab coat, stood at the podium and continued speaking. "Everyone, feel free to form groups to discuss the question on the board." As Tran Lack was working, he suddenly heard her call him Blair. Miss Brittany secretly took a piece of bread from her pocket and handed it to him. Tran Lack was a bit surprised. "This is." She turned back, covered her mouth with her hand, and gave him a wink. "You forgot breakfast today, didn't you? This is for you. Eat up." Tran Lack took it and stared, dumbfounded. "More bread?" Tran Lack returned to his seat next to Toby. The two girls in front of them also gathered to discuss the problem. Toby noticed Tran Lack seemed dazed. Seeing him holding a piece of bread, he asked, "Blair, where did you get more bread?" Suddenly, the pink-haired girl stood up. She slammed her hand on the desk, sending books flying. Jasmine, next to her, was so startled her glasses nearly fell off. Tran Lack just gave a weak smile and tried to start the discussion. "It's a long story. We should probably discuss the lesson first." The pink-haired girl stood straight, her hands clasped in front of her chest. Her eyes sparkled. "Toby just said you went to the mathematics conference a few days ago. So you must have seen that mysterious person, right? I read in the academic journal that the mysterious person solved the 7 bridges of the royal capital problem at the conference and also presented the devil's number." Both Tran Lack and Toby looked away awkwardly. "Well, how should I put it? You could say I saw them." The girl repeated, confused. "You could say?" Jasmine just stared at him intently, her thoughts unreadable. Tran Lack just gave a vague answer to end the conversation. "When that person appeared, I had to step out, so I wasn't there. By the time I got back, they had already presented the devil's number. The conference was in chaos by then, so I couldn't find them." Toby whispered something to him. This made the pink-haired girl even more curious. What could have been so important that you had to leave at such a crucial moment? Tran Lack averted his gaze and came up with a lame excuse. "I ate too much and had diarrhea." Toby, looking utterly disgusted, picked his nose and said, "Diarrhea at such a critical moment? Blair, even when you get a chance, you can't take it." The pink-haired girl looked at Toby and came to Tran Lack's defense. "What are you talking about, Toby? For better or worse, Blair was at least qualified enough to attend the conference. The people there are all nobles from City A. Knowing just 1 or 2 of them is a huge deal." She even put on a cute expression. With sparkling eyes, she asked Tran Lack, "Oh right, Blair, are you free anytime soon? Could you come to my house and help me with a few math problems? There are a lot of questions I don't really get. Plus, my family's estate is huge, so if you get tired, you can just stay the night." "No problem." Hearing this, Toby started teasing the pink-haired girl. "What do you want to learn? I'd be embarrassed to even call you out on it." She retorted, not backing down, "I'm eager to learn. So what? Is that a problem?" Standing from a distance, Jasmine watched them talk, her expression suddenly darkening. Outside the school, the sun was still gentle. The weather wasn't too hot. Tran Lack hid behind a wall, letting out a long sigh. "Good thing I moved fast. Otherwise, I would have been cornered by Isabella in the classroom." He stretched and grumbled, "And Chris is a pain in the neck too." Suddenly, a mysterious voice rang out. "You still have to build a good relationship with magic. Since when did you care so much about practicing magic?" As Tran Lack walked, he told himself, "I should still go practice magic. That's what really matters." But he suddenly froze because of those strange words. In front of Tran Lack was a person dressed in black, their face obscured. That person suddenly held a sharp object to Tran Lack's neck. He frowned and questioned, "Who are you?" The person remained cold and silent. It turned out to be Jasmine. She threatened in a cold voice, "Don't make any sudden moves. This knife is very sharp." Tran Lack raised his 2 hands in surrender, saying, "Lily." Before he could finish his sentence, she cut him off. "If I'm not mistaken," Jasmine interrogated. "The one who solved the 7 bridges of the royal capital problem and came up with the devil's number at the exchange event that day was you, wasn't it? I noticed a while ago that your math and magic abilities have been improving at a strangely fast rate." She stared at him and yelled, "You're not Blair. He could never be that talented. Tell me, where is Blair? Who are you and why are you impersonating him?" Tran Lack replied with annoyance. You're asking too many questions. I don't know where to start, but first of all, I am Blair, that's for sure. He also thought to himself, for now, it's better not to mention the whole transmigration thing. Hearing his answer, Jasmine used her hand to pinch Tran Lack's cheek hard. She scolded. Still talking tough? Don't you think your disguise magic is perfect? Or something. But when she saw that his face didn't change at all, she was stunned. But disguise magic, no matter how perfect, should be broken by direct contact. Jasmine was shocked, her brows knitting together. What? She pulled harder, stretching Tran Lack's cheek. No reaction. Taking advantage of Jasmine's distraction, he kicked her leg. Jasmine lost her balance and fell. Scared, she squeezed her eyes shut. However, Jasmine didn't fall as she expected. Confused, she opened her eyes to see Tran Lack catching her. Jasmine's cheeks turned pink as she looked into Tran Lack's eyes. He was looking at her with a serious expression. Jasmine shyly struggled. You, what are you doing? Let me go. Tran Lack sighed. I can let you go. He pointed at the spoon. But stop pressing this against my neck. Tran Lack also held up one finger as a signal. Besides, you already tested it just now. So now you must believe that I'm Blair, right? Jasmine turned her face away and said, let me go first. She moved away from Tran Lack and mumbled. Even if you're not using disguise magic, how could you suddenly have such a talent for math and magic? Plus, the way you talk is very different from Blair's. He propped a hand on his hip and scratched his head, explaining, how should I put it? It's a long story. Tran Lack began his story. I am Blair, but I'm also not Blair. The truth is, I had a very long dream, and when I woke up, I became like this. Tran Lack told her about his dream. I come from a world with no magic, where science and technology are advanced. He recalled the science fiction movies he used to watch. The people there don't understand how to use magic. In their eyes, magic is just a fictional concept. Instead, the science and technology of that world are incredibly advanced, even surpassing magic. Those achievements are the transportation and communication devices that citizens there use every day. People can use scientific items and technology to do many things that magic can't. Thanks to advanced science, humans have reached almost every corner of the planet and can even travel beyond the atmosphere to other planets. Tran Lack reminisced, and as for me, I was an ordinary math teacher in that world. Because of that, I can use advanced mathematical knowledge that people here can't even imagine. During that time, there was a student who was very eager to raise her hand and speak. Teacher. He smiled gently. This student, do you have a question? The little girl who looked like Jasmine boldly asked, Teacher, I want to know, is it really possible to travel through space? Are there really other planets beyond our sky? Tran Lack adjusted his glasses and answered, This student, that's a very good question. Of course, we can leave the sky and go into outer space. Besides the planet we live on. In the universe, there are countless other planets. The mischievous student covered her mouth and giggled. I get it now. Teacher, thank you for answering. But the main point should be why you suddenly became like this. Tran Lack, in his dream, had been tricked and could only click his tongue helplessly. Finally, the story ended. All that was left was the beloved, sunlit school. Tran Lack and Jasmine stood silently, looking at each other for a long time. He cleared his throat and said, Sorry, I got a bit carried away. To sum it up, I had that really long dream. And when I woke up, I had the talent for math and magic that I have now. But unfortunately, at the same time, I also lost some of my original memories. Jasmine frowned suspiciously. She touched her chin and thought for a moment. He quietly took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. That's how it is. Jasmine sighed and said, Well, all right then. Then she gave a forced smile. It seems you really are Blair. Just like before, you like to talk about things that may or may not be true. Hearing this, Tran Lack asked curiously, Do I normally say things like that? Jasmine put her hands behind her back and replied, Something like that. You were more interested in science than in magic, she added. You even said you wanted to live in a world without magic. But that might have been because you had no talent for magic. Jasmine lowered her head sadly. Back then, the reason you were crying in your sleep must have been because of your lost memories, right? Don't worry. I'll help you get your original memories back. After hearing this, Tran Lack reached out and tightly grasped her hand. So you've always cared about me this much. Thank you, Lily. Jasmine's face turned pink and she was speechless. You. She became angry out of embarrassment and yelled, I only agreed to help you find your memories. Don't get the wrong idea. He sighed. Huh? What wrong idea? The dramatic conversation finally came to an end. In the hallway, people were walking around. Only Tran Lack stood still, lost in thought. He unconsciously looked down at his two hands. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around Tran Lack's neck. It scared the daylights out of him. Turns out, it was Toby. He had one hand around his neck, and the other wrapped around Tran Lack's stomach, locking him in a tight hold. Helpless, he scolded, Fatty, what are you doing? Let me go. Of course, Toby wanted to keep messing around. Where the hell were you earlier, when the whirlwind blew away the parking lot? Lucky you didn't get blown away, he interrogated. What were you doing, sneaking around and hiding from me? Spit it out. In the distance, Fitch watched them silently. Tran Lack, not wanting to be outdone, stuck 2 fingers into Toby's 2 nostrils. When he saw the other guy, he immediately recognized him. Senior Fitch. Toby stepped forward to shield Tran Lack. What do you want? The surprising thing was that this guy, Fitch, bowed low before them. He gathered all his courage and said, Blair, my apologies. It turns out I was wrong. He stated clearly, I, Fitch Edward, sincerely apologize to you. When he heard Fitch utter the words, please forgive me, Tranlack was so shocked his jaw dropped. The people around them saw this scene and started gossiping. What's going on? He was still bewildered. Forgive? The crowd immediately buzzed. A junior female student covered her mouth and whispered, Senior Fitch is apologizing to someone else? What on earth did this Blair guy do? Another girl also spoke up, confused. The Edward family has been in chaos lately. We barely see Senior Fitch around, so why did he suddenly run to the academy to apologize? Then, Fitch respectfully presented an invitation he had prepared beforehand. He asked, What's this? Fitch immediately explained, This is for my older brother, the current head of the Edward family, Apple Edward. He told me to give this invitation to you. Tranlack took it and studied the contents with Toby. While the two of them read the invitation, Fitch's voice continued unsteadily. He wants to hold a press conference for the entire mathematics community in the kingdom. All questions regarding the Edward family will be answered at the press conference. He bowed his head, suppressing his unwillingness, and said, I hope that you, Blair, can be the bigger person and not hold a grudge. Please forgive my previous disrespectful behavior and honor us with your attendance. Toby leaned close to his ear worriedly and advised, Blair, don't go. This Fitch guy suddenly being so subservient and inviting you like this. It's definitely a trap. Looking at the letter in his hand, Tranlack tried to ponder the deeper reason behind it. Night gradually fell upon the Edward family's mansion, a vast and magnificent place. The architecture was in a classical style. Right in front of the main entrance stood a large fountain, its beauty enhanced by the shining lights. Looking inside, the guests exchanged a few words of greeting with each other. Professor, it's been a long time. That academic lecture must have been a bother for the professor. Oh, you're here too? Standing outside, Chen Luo mumbled to himself. In the end, I couldn't suppress my curiosity and came anyway. I wonder how that guy named Abel plans to deal with this situation. Suddenly, his ear was pinched hard. He jumped in surprise, then recognized the familiar sensation. Isabella grabbed Chen Luo's ear and yelled angrily, I knew you'd show up. So, where the hell did you disappear to this afternoon? Didn't I tell you to stay in the classroom and wait for me after class? He was in too much pain to reply, only managing to yelp, Ow, ow. Suddenly, Brittany appeared, calling out, Blay, I knew you'd be here. Brittany walked up, waving at him. We were looking for you at the academy before we came over. Chen Luo turned to her and asked, Miss Brittany, did you all receive invitations too? Brittany leisurely crossed her arms and answered softly, The news that the House of Edward was holding a press conference tonight has spread through almost the entire mathematics community in the kingdom. She glanced inside, then continued. Pretty much everyone in the community from Abbas City has come. Many people from other places have also made the trip to attend, but nobody received an invitation. Holding the invitation, Chen Luo thought to himself, That's weird. Am I the only one who received an invitation? He jumped as someone touched him again. Alice had appeared beside him, ignoring Isabella, who was standing nearby with her cheeks puffed out in annoyance. Her face filled with concern, she said, Little Blay, is your ear all right? Isabella is just too rough. Let me rub it for you. Chen Luo looked at her in surprise. Huh? Alice Senpai, you're here too. Isabella impatiently slapped his back and snapped. I barely use any force. All right? Blay, you tell us, does it actually hurt? Alice didn't spare her a glance, her attention solely on Chen Luo. Blay, let me blow on it for you. It's all red. Of course it hurts. He could feel the intense hostility radiating from the two girls beside him. He screamed inwardly in terror. Of course, it's happening again. Brittany pointed forward, urgently saying, Come on, let's go. The press conference is about to start. Behind them, Chen Luo stood between Isabella and Alice, who were still staring at each other with animosity. He could only silently scream for help. Suddenly, everyone's footsteps halted. Chen Luo looked up and spotted something. Looking at the blank wall, he thought in astonishment, the 7 bridges of the royal capital. They've been erased. Brittany gave a meaningful smile. I wonder how Abel is going to handle this. Standing next to her, Chen Luo looked at her quizzically. Miss Brittany? You know Abel, she replied softly. You could say that. Brittany couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Abel and I were classmates once. He was originally planning to become a teacher at the academy, but 3 years ago, he suddenly vanished for reasons unknown. After a moment of silence, she added, A few days ago, when I learned that he had become the new head of the House of Edward, I was completely surprised. Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask, This Abel, what's he like? Brittany blinked. How to describe him? She recalled a gentle young man, clutching a stack of papers with a barely there smile on his face. She said wistfully, He's someone who only has eyes for mathematics. At that moment, Abel was sitting in his study. He was staring intently at a document in his hand when Fix burst in, looked at him, and hastily announced, Sir, everyone is here. They're all waiting for you. Abel was quiet for a long moment before speaking softly. You've never been in a relationship, have you, Fix? Disbelieving his own ears, Fix asked again, What? Abel simply replied nonchalantly. Arriving late is the best way to heighten your date's sense of anticipation. Abel adjusted his tie and asked, By the way, Fix, has the person I asked you to look for arrived? He replied honestly, Too many people showed up. I can't be certain if Blay is here, but I did everything I could. Abel came closer and patted Fix's shoulder reassuringly. He said in a low voice, Relax, Fix. I'm not your father. You don't need to be so afraid. Then Abel started to walk, calling to his younger brother. Let's go. Abel adjusted his outfit as he went. "It's time for the House of Edward to start a new chapter," he said. Before the press conference began, the guests had gathered in groups, exchanging greetings. The room was buzzing with conversation as everyone eagerly awaited the appearance of the conference's host. Then, someone looked to the door and spotted Abel. That person yelled, "He's here! He's here!" Abel and Fix entered, met with the appraising stares of the crowd. A female guest whispered, "He's so young." After reaching the center of the room, Abel spread his two arms wide and addressed the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is a great honor to have you all in my humble home tonight for this press conference." Then, he bowed, placing one hand over his chest. With a sincere look, he introduced himself. "I am Abel Edward, and I will be representing the House of Edward. To express our gratitude to you all." Standing nearby, Brittany watched him, mesmerized, feeling that this Abel was completely different from the one she knew 3 years ago, whether in his manner of dress or his way of speaking. Continuing his address, Abel took a book from his inner pocket and said, "I'm sure you've all been waiting and are anxious to get to the main point," he said, raising the book in his hand. "But first, please allow me to tell you a story about our family." Everyone stared at the book in Abel's hand, their curiosity piqued. Chen Luo silently wondered what it was. Not letting the crowd's curiosity linger, Abel quickly provided the answer. "This is the journal of the first patriarch of our family, of the House of Edward." Abel's voice echoed evenly. "It chronicles a truth our family has kept hidden." And then, he began to tell the old tale. Long ago, the first patriarch, in his attempt to solve the problem of the 7 bridges for the royal capital, a problem he himself had posed, walked across these 7 bridges countless times, much like many other scholars of his time. As Abel described it, the patriarch walked across the bridges with a grave expression. He spent a great deal of time on it, but still could not find the solution. But the first patriarch did not give up. Abel's voice fluctuated between somber and sharp. The patriarch was sullen and unhappy, but he did not give up. Then, one day, he suddenly realized he had succeeded in completing a non-repeating path. The patriarch trembled with excitement and joy, for the problem that had troubled him for days had finally been solved. In his excitement, he immediately announced his success on the spot, declaring that the following morning, he would demonstrate his solution for all to see. The patriarch gathered everyone and made the announcement. He was, at that moment, overcome with excitement. And so, he announced it to the public without checking a second time. He was so ecstatic that he forgot to re-verify his work. It wasn't until late that night, when he calmed down and tried again, that he realized he had made a mistake. A fatal one. The patriarch broke out in a cold sweat, clutching his head helplessly. The truth was, he hadn't succeeded at all. He had merely been careless and marked a wrong path, which made him mistakenly think he'd found a non-repeating route. The patriarch knelt on the bridge, completely devastated. He realized he had made an irreversible error. By the next morning, his honor would be utterly destroyed. The patriarch's mind was filled with images of everyone's scorn. In the end, consumed by extreme regret, the patriarch made his choice. He decided to throw himself into the lake to atone for his mistake with his own life. Alone in the dead of night, he slowly waded into the water. He left his journal behind, in which he had detailed the entire affair. He also instructed future generations to reveal the truth to the world in his stead. All the words the patriarch wished to say were contained within those pages, the journal he left by the lake. However, he never could have imagined that his descendants would not honor his final wish. They did not immediately reveal the truth to the public. Instead, they chose to hide the journal and announce that, and the patriarch had, in fact, found the solution. But on the eve of his demonstration, he had accidentally fallen into the water and drowned. Those who found the journal left by the patriarch had their own selfish motives. All of this was merely to protect the family's so-called honor. In that journal, there was even an illustration of those 7 bridges. Abel gently finished his story. As the story ended, every guest in the room was completely silent. He stood there, his 2 hands clenched in determination to set things right. Abel spoke softly, "Even so, the truth cannot be concealed forever. Ultimately, we, the House of Edward, must face the truth. We must face it all." Then, with utmost sincerity, he gave a deep bow to everyone present. Seeing this, Fix hurried to support Abel. "Sir," with his 2 eyes squeezed shut, Abel resolutely continued, "On behalf of the House of Edward, for the truth concealed for all these years, and for this long-standing lie, I sincerely apologize to everyone." The guests were aghast, covering their mouths in disbelief. Is it really true? How could this be? The House of Edward hid this for so long. Chen Luo looked on, silently admiring him. This Abel fellow was remarkably decisive. He gave a slight cough and mused to himself. After the puzzle of the 7 bridges of the royal capital was proven to be unsolvable, the lie of the House of Edward had already been effectively exposed. Chen Luo's eyes widened in realization. By revealing the truth now, the blame shifts to the descendants, while the damage to the reputation of the first patriarch and the family as a whole is kept to a minimum. A girl spoke up, wondering, "So, you disbanded the number sect a few days ago to atone for what you said?" Abel replied, "Disbanding the number sect was partly to atone, but that wasn't the most important reason." He placed a hand on his chest and declared, "The most important thing is the devil's number." The girl continued to ask, "What do you mean? You mean you still haven't found the devil's number?" Abel ran a hand through his hair, replying with a headache, "That's right, we haven't found the devil's number. But it's not because of our limited abilities, it's because..." Blair was completely surprised by his words. "The devil's number doesn't exist at all." A middle-aged man spoke up, asking, "What do you mean it doesn't exist?" Abel quickly explained, "To be precise, I should say that within the mathematical system we currently know, this number does not exist. This is also the fundamental reason I disbanded the number sect. As we are now, we are not yet qualified to say that everything in the world can be calculated with mathematics and numbers." Another person repeated the question. "Are you saying the devil's number has no solution?" He answered firmly, "No." Then, Abel turned to everyone and shared his thoughts. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's not that the devil's number has no solution, and it's certainly not the nightmare of our mathematical world. On the contrary, it is a completely new field that we have never touched before." He suddenly became serious. "The person who can lead our mathematical world to solve all of this is right here." Then, Abel pointed a finger towards the crowd below and raised his voice, "The one who proposed the devil's number. Mr. Blair of Street Donis Academy." The crowd immediately broke into a buzz of discussion. "Who is this Blair?" "I think it's the young man who presented a thesis a while ago." "I can't believe it's him. I was there at the time." It really was the person named Blair who proposed it. Abel looked at the guests and explained, "Perhaps many people here haven't heard much about this name. That's because Mr. Blair is extremely humble. Therefore, at the mathematics exchange a few days ago, after proposing the devil's number, he requested that everyone not reveal his name to the public." His gaze suddenly sharpened, and his words became more resolute. "But now, for our mathematical world to overcome this difficult hurdle and touch a new field, we need Mr. Blair to step up and lead us." As Abel was eloquently steering the conversation, Brittany worriedly turned around and said to him, "Blair, what do we do now?" And she discovered that Chen Luo had long since disappeared. She immediately asked, "Where did he go?" Fitch leaned in and whispered to Abel, "Sir, it seems Blair isn't here." He let out a disappointed sigh, and I thought he wouldn't be able to resist his curiosity and show up, but no matter. Abel adjusted his tie and continued, "Sooner or later, he'll come to see me on his own." After hearing this, Fitch looked at Abel as if he wanted to say something but held back. The next day, in the classroom, the female students gathered to gossip. "Hey, have you guys heard?" A female student turned to the desk below and said, "Lately, there's a rumor going around outside that the mysterious person who proposed the devil's number is actually Blair." Another female student replied, "I heard that too. Moreover, everyone is now calling for Blair to step up and solve the problem he himself proposed." Sitting in class, Chen Luo wanted to cry his heart out internally. He thought, that Abel guy shifted the focus of attention to me. Now, no one cares about the Edward family's affairs anymore. The chatter about this topic continued around him. "Is it true? Is this Blair guy really that good? Do you guys remember the magic test?" Suddenly, his arm was poked a few times. Toby called out softly, "Blair." Chen Luo looked at him helplessly and said, "Come on, didn't I just tell you? I saw things were getting messy back then, so I bailed. I don't really know what happened after that, so stop asking." Toby hesitated and pointed behind him. Well." Chen Luo, with a head full of question marks, followed his gesture, and saw the history professor, Han, with his large frame, standing right behind him. He timidly greeted Professor Han. He seemed annoyed and said, "Blair, I know you have a very high level of mathematical skill now and are very famous, but do you have some sort of problem with me? You've never once scored above average on my history tests." Chen Luo gave a forced smile, trying to smooth things over. "Professor Han, please let me explain. My memory for history isn't very good." Before he could finish his sentence, Han slammed the desk and angrily shouted, "Blair, you better remember this." He looked at Chen Luo with a warning. "No matter how famous you become, you are still a student. You must prioritize your studies and not become arrogant and conceited." Toby quickly tried to defuse the situation. Professor Han, someone is looking for Blair." Upon hearing this, Han directed his anger towards him as well. "Looking for him for what? Can't you see I'm lecturing him?" Toby said resentfully in a low voice. "But, Calvin." He looked at Toby with a stern, intimidating expression. "I already said I'm lecturing him. It's useless no matter who comes, even if it's the vice president. Not even Calvin. Understand?" Hearing this, Vice President Calvin placed a hand on Han's shoulder and said, "Professor Han, I came to find Blair." This made him jump. Han took out a handkerchief and hastily wiped the sweat from his face. He feigned a smile and said, "Oh, Vice President, you're here. Blair, hurry up. Don't keep the Vice President waiting." Chen Luo walked straight through the school corridor. When he arrived, his footsteps stopped. Calvin looked at Chen Luo with a gentle smile and said, "We meet again, Blair." Looking at the hand extended in front of him, Chen Luo said sadly, "President Calvin, are you here because of the devil's number?" Calvin answered frankly, "Right now, people are calling for you to step up and solve the devil's number puzzle. The Aba City Mathematics Association is also under some pressure. We still hope you can help us with this." Chen Luo was in a difficult position. "About that," Calvin said gently, "we really need your help," Calvin added. "Besides, this won't do you any harm." Unexpectedly, Chen Luo laughed. He refused immediately. "I don't really want to help." Toby urgently opened the door and entered the classroom. Miss Brittany, her face full of question marks, looked towards him. She asked caringly, "Toby, what's wrong?" Toby placed both hands on his thighs. He bent over slightly, panting, and reported the situation. "It's bad, Miss Brittany. You have to go see Blair. He's been taken away." Toby's shout stunned Brittany. At the same time, Chen Luo was in the meeting room with the members of the association. The Mathematics Association members stood silently waiting in front of the meeting room. The atmosphere inside was suffocatingly tense. All eyes were on Chen Luo. 4 presidents and vice presidents watched his every move intently. To the right were 3 vice presidents of the Mathematics Association. They were equally stern. Chen Luo continued to mumble, and 10 deacons standing outside the door. He raised his eyes to look at them and slowly pointed out, President Calvin. You are forcing me to agree. Vice President Calvin spoke up. Your Excellency, you proposed the devil's number. So now you can't just leave the entire mathematical world stuck, can you? Chen Luo found it a bit funny and scoffed. President Calvin, have you mathematicians gotten used to seeing the truth as a devil? What? 2 of the presidents and vice presidents became enraged at his words. Does this brat know who we are? President Calvin quickly put out a hand to stop them. He continued to probe the devil's number. Can it really not be expressed as a ratio of integers? Chen Luo answered bluntly. Not just the devil's number. He leaned back leisurely in his chair and listed a series of numbers. The square root of 2, the square root of 3, the square root of 5. All cannot be expressed by integers. Chen Luo continued his analysis. There are infinitely more, and they can be proven using mathematical methods, in detail. For now, this is all I can tell you. President Calvin hesitated before continuing. What you mean is, he was extremely bewildered. We've been wrong for hundreds of years, he calmly reassured them. This is very normal. Isn't mathematics itself a science that constantly discovers errors and constantly corrects them? Chen Luo continued. You just need to find a way to prove and redefine this type of number. From there, the scope of mathematics will be expanded. Vice President Calvin, as if enlightened, cut in. Your Excellency Blair, you must know the method of proof and definition. He pleaded with him. Please help us. Help the world of mathematics. He refused without a moment's hesitation. I'm very sorry, President Calvin. I really can't help with this. Chen Luo stated his speculation about them. I can see what you are all afraid of. You're probably afraid that a truth held for 100 years will be overturned, afraid that you have been blindly walking down the wrong path. He emphasized, fear is normal. Speaking of this, Chen Luo couldn't help but think of his homeland. In my homeland, the generations of humanity have also declared war on devils for the sake of truth and knowledge. It's frightening. He presented his argument. It is precisely because of the fear of the unknown that one desires even more to understand that fear and seek the truth. Our predecessors, full of courage, experimented time and again in hopes of defeating this fear. So if I were to just hand you the results now, it would harm the world of mathematics. Chen Luo affirmed, I firmly believe that as long as the mathematical world faces its fear head-on, and with courage, everyone can overcome this difficult problem. Finally, he concluded with one sentence. After all, humanity's anthem is an anthem of courage. Everyone in the room was left speechless upon hearing this. Vice President Calvin couldn't fully process the amount of information he had just received. He silently repeated in his mind, humanity's praise is a hymn for the brave. The seniors seemed to understand, and they all bowed to Chen Luo in unison, which startled him. Stumbling back, Vice President Calvin said earnestly, Your Excellency Blair, you're right. Just now, we were indeed too focused on fame and fortune. He sincerely thanked him. Thank you for your guidance today. The world of mathematics will always remember your contribution. Chen Luo felt a bit awkward and replied, No, Vice President, you're flattering me. Before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by the sound of a door being smashed. The door flew straight into the room's wall, dragging a deacon from outside down with it. The wood slammed against the wall with a heavy, jarring sound that shocked everyone. The deacon behind it lay unconscious, looking like his soul had left his body. Everyone, including Chen Luo, stared wide-eyed at the door as a furious Miss Brittany stormed in. She raised her hand and shot out 2 gusts of wind in 2 different directions. Brittany, furious, gritted her teeth and enunciated every word. What did you people do? To my Blair? Chen Luo immediately raised his hand and called out, Teacher. Standing calmly in the middle of the whirlwind, he said, I'm here. He was a bit speechless, but he didn't forget to give her a thumbs up. Miss Brittany, I'm fine. They just wanted to discuss a few things with me. Just like that, Brittany's rage vanished. She suddenly felt incredibly embarrassed. Brittany bowed her head awkwardly in apology. I'm sorry, President. I just thought it was Vice President Calvin. Even though his bangs were completely blown back, he still smiled politely and kindly, as if to save Miss Brittany some face. I understand. After all, Blair is a genius and your prized student, Miss Brittany. We were also a bit abrupt by taking him without telling you first. Brittany scratched her cheek and stammered, well. With that, the misunderstanding was resolved. The sky turned clear and blue again as if nothing had happened. As Brittany and Chen Luo walked down the hallway, she shyly explained. I got emotional. As soon as I heard from Toby that you were taken away, I was afraid they were going to do something to harm you. He replied, Don't worry, teacher. I'll be fine. Besides, we're in the school with so many students, they can't do anything to me. Brittany nodded slightly. Right, Blair. Actually, there's a question I've been wanting to ask you. Chen Luo was curious. What question? Brittany asked slowly. Why did you? She looked at him seriously. To bring up the devil's number to create such chaos, Chen Luo said to her, Miss Brittany. Weren't you there at the time? I was just following the tradition of the world of mathematics and asking them a question in return. He continued, I just didn't expect the question to be so difficult that it would lead to the devil's number. Her expression was cold, her eyes flashing with a red light as she retorted, That's not it. The corners of Brittany's lips curved up slightly. She shyly asked Chen Luo, who was standing at a distance, Do you like Isabella? Hearing his teacher's unexpected question, Chen Luo was stunned, his mouth hanging open. Huh? The scene of Fitch grabbing Isabella's arm, while Chen Luo could only watch from a distance, slowly appeared in his mind. It was followed by the image of Chen Luo grabbing Fitch by the collar. Isabella stood behind him, her face flushed. Miss Brittany suddenly placed a hand on Chen Luo's shoulder, startling him out of his memories. She said, "The Holy Nation's curve is very powerful, you know. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Chen Luo's face turned red. He broke out in a sweat at Brittany's words. "Besides, I support you." He was shocked and raised his hand to stop her from saying more. "That's not it, Miss Brittany. Listen to me." But before Chen Luo could finish, Miss Brittany skipped away, humming happily. She called back, "Remember to come home early after class. I have another class to teach, so I'm off." Chen Luo froze, calling after her in vain. He was left petrified on the spot, not knowing what to say. By evening, there was still some light in the sky, but the stars were already shining brightly. In the kitchen, Chen Luo was focused on stir-frying. As he cooked, he thought, "I didn't realize Miss Brittany's imagination was so powerful. I'll have to find a time to explain things to her properly." Suddenly, Isabella, standing beside him, peeked in and asked, "What are you doing? Are you cooking? It smells good." Chen Luo was startled and asked, "Isabella, why are you?" Before he could finish, Miss Brittany appeared and explained, "I'm the one who called Isabella over. She wants to study the devil's number with us tonight, and it just so happens we haven't had dinner yet. So let Isabella have a taste of your cooking," he replied helplessly. "So that's how it is." Miss Brittany used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat from the pan. Chen Luo suddenly remembered something and asked her, "Oh right, Miss Brittany, do you specialize in wind-type magic?" Isabella proudly answered for her, "That's right, Miss Brittany is a high-level wind mage." As he peeled a potato, he mumbled, "I knew it. When I was buying food today, I wanted to make a refrigerator, but I'd probably need the help of a high-level wind mage to do it." Brittany, however, misheard. "A cold shrimp? What's that?" Chen Luo handed her a piece of paper and said, "It's a refrigerator. This way, we can preserve food better." Seeing Brittany studying the paper intently, Isabella, also curious, moved closer. On it was a drawing of a small refrigerator, and the two women's reactions were quite different. Miss Brittany said in surprise, "This is," while Isabella covered her mouth and snickered. Ignoring Chen Luo's darkening expression, she laughed so hard she almost fell over. "Blair, your drawing is so artistic." Isabella stood up and continued laughing. "And the design looks like chicken scratch." Annoyed, Chen Luo snatched the drawing back from her hand and yelled, "Who asked for your opinion? This is called a blueprint." Suddenly, Brittany called his name, Blair. A blue light appeared around her, and her hair floated up gently. Suddenly, a stream of clear blue water materialized in midair. It formed a shape exactly like Chen Luo's drawing. She paused for a moment and asked him, "Is this the refrigerator you wanted?" Brittany's eyes turned purple as she focused on her creation. Chen Luo reached out to touch the object in front of him and exclaimed, Yes, Miss Brittany, how did you do that just now?" She created two swirling streams of water and explained, "As you can see, I also know water-type magic. So creating this is very simple." Isabella was completely astonished and blurted out, "How is that possible? Dual-element mages are so rare you can count them on one hand, Miss Brittany." He continued asking, "Miss Brittany, your magical talent is so good. Why did you stay at Street Donuts Academy?" The atmosphere grew silent. Miss Brittany said nothing, her sad expression turning away. On the stove, the food in the pan was bubbling away, breaking the silence of the difficult question. She had no choice but to point at the stove and remind him, "It looks like the food is ready." Chen Luo rushed over to turn off the heat. He frantically said, "I forgot to turn off the stove." A sumptuous meal with a full spread of fish, shrimp, meat, and vegetables was neatly arranged on the table. Along with the declaration, "It's ready." To prepare for the feast, the three of them sat down at the table. Isabella looked at the food and commented, "Although it smells really good, it looks so strange. These are all dishes I've never seen before." The teacher served a bowl of rice for Chen Luo and replied to Isabella, "At first, I also thought Blair's cooking looked very strange, but it's actually delicious. You'll know once you try it." Chen Luo picked up his bowl of rice and said to his senior, "These are all dishes from my hometown, Isabella. It's perfectly normal that you haven't eaten them before. Besides, I didn't invite you to eat anyway." Hearing this, Isabella sulked, crossed her arms, and turned her head away sharply, declaring, "What kind of delicious food could a pervert like you possibly make? Today, even if I, Isabella, starve to death, I will not touch any of this suspicious stuff." A moment later, on the dining table were 3 empty plates. 3 pairs of chopsticks lay on the table. Everyone had eaten everything clean, not leaving a single bite behind. Isabella happily savored the lingering flavor on her lips by licking them. Her face was flushed, and she was surrounded by a sparkling light. Her eyes were teary as she rested her chin on her hands and sighed. So delicious. Next to the senior who was lost in the delicious flavor, with flowers blooming around her, Chen Luo was at a loss for words. His face darkened as he began to clear the plates and chopsticks. Chen Luo retorted to his senior, "Isabella, didn't you say you'd rather starve to death than touch the food I cooked?" As if he had hit a sore spot, Isabella immediately took action to punish her junior. Isabella grabbed Chen Luo's hand and pinched it hard. Embarrassed and angry, Isabella yelled, This isn't my fault. It's just because your cooking is too good." Caught off guard by the attack, Chen Luo could only raise his hand in surrender and cry out, "Ow, ow, ow." Seeing her 2 students bickering like this, Miss Brittany suddenly let out a happy laugh. Hearing their teacher's laughter, the pair stopped and asked, "What is it, Miss Brittany?" The teacher crossed one arm, rested her chin on her other hand, looked across at them, and said, "It's nothing. I just think you two make a great couple." Immediately, two pairs of cheeks flushed red on Chen Luo and Isabella. Both were stunned, their mouths agape at Miss Brittany's comment. Isabella immediately crossed her arms, feigning dislike, but her cheeks were still red. Who would make a good couple with this pervert? Protesting just like his senior, Chen Luo turned his head away and said, "Who would make a good couple with this arrogant girl?" His face was still flushed, breaking the awkward atmosphere. The teacher asked, "Oh right, Isabella, you're about to advance to an elementary level mage. Have you thought carefully about which element you'll specialize in later?" Isabella smiled brightly, pointed upwards, and answered her, "I want to specialize in the wind element, just like you, Miss Brittany." A brief explanation. Although wind magic is extremely powerful in the later stages, it doesn't have much combat power before one becomes a high-level mage. The teacher continued, "Besides, as a girl, the most important thing is being able to protect yourself. You might want to consider the earth element. The defensive power of earth magic is the strongest among the four elements." Resting her chin on her hand as she listened to the teacher's advice, Isabella objected, "I don't like earth magic, it's so lame." It was a reason for refusal that no one could have imagined. Tran Lack had to sweat drop at his senior's reasoning. It was exactly the kind of excuse she would come up with. As if she knew what her junior was thinking, Isabella turned and grabbed Tran Lack's ear for the umpteenth time. He screamed in pain. "Ow, that hurts." His face twisted in anger, he spun around and yelled, "You again!" "I didn't even say anything." Isabella, just as furious, yelled back, "You were clearly mocking me in your head, you pervert. I know exactly what you were thinking. I can tell just by looking at you." Accustomed to their bickering, the teacher didn't intervene and instead turned to ask Tran Lack, "Brian, what element do you plan to major in?" Upon hearing the teacher's question, Tran Lack stopped bickering with Isabella. He focused on his thoughts instead. A shimmering light surrounded Tran Lack, and after a moment, he raised his hand, pointed to his head, and spoke. "Only kids have to choose. Me? I'm obviously choosing them all." Mocking her junior, Isabella scoffed. Choosing them all? Are you dreaming? Someone like Miss Brittany has an extraordinary gift. You think you can just learn multiple elements at once, let alone all four of them? Extremely surprised by Tran Lack's answer, the teacher's eyes widened. She probably hadn't expected him to say that. Resting her chin on her hand, the teacher remarked, "If it's Brian, he might actually be able to do it." Dissatisfied with the teacher's comment, with wide eyes, Isabella said, "Miss Brittany, this guy's just spouting nonsense. Don't tell me you believe him too." The teacher then explained her reasoning to Isabella. The magical elements surrounding Blair. They give off a very strange feeling. They're chaotic, yet incisive. In the teacher's vision, the magic radiating from Tran Lack's chest was powerful, shining brilliantly with a multitude of colors. She continued, "It's possible he really can harmonize the magical elements of all four systems simultaneously." She stood up, placed her hands on the table, and continued, "But anyway, we'll table the discussion about choosing an element for later. By then, of course, you'll have to make your own choices." Tran Lack and Isabella listened to their teacher attentively. "Although you both came to me just to learn mathematics, math and magic aren't mutually exclusive. In addition to mathematics, I can also instruct you in magic in the future." Clenching their fists with determination, the two students agreed in unison with their teacher. "Yes, ma'am." But the teacher reminded them, if you want to become elite mages, you first have to learn not to rely too much on magic. Whirlpools of water appeared around Miss Brittany, lifting 8 plates into the air as she spoke. Although the gods granted us the ability to wield magic, they also gave us incantations and hand seals. This often leaves mages without enough time to cast their spells, Miss Brittany explained. She demonstrated some magic to illustrate her lesson. To compensate for this weakness, elite mages need to practice combat techniques, which are specifically for handling close-quarters combat when there's no time to cast a spell. Tran Lack watched the teacher use magic to wash the 8 dishes. Tran Lack thought to himself, "Damn, with this, I'd never have to waste time washing dishes again. Magic is so convenient." Once she finished, the teacher said, "In many situations, combat skills are even more important than magic. I hope the two of you can recognize this soon. Therefore, before I teach you magic, I will teach you combat techniques first." Tran Lack became increasingly amazed by his teacher's skills. He couldn't help but think, Miss Brittany knows combat techniques, too? Unlike the thoughtful Tran Lack, Isabella clasped her hands together in a warm-up stretch and immediately spoke up, "Miss Brittany, I've already learned combat techniques at home. How about I spar with Blair first? It'll also give him a first-hand look at combat." Agreeing to her student's request, she still cautioned, "All right, but Isabella, you have to be careful. Don't injure Blair." Stretching her arms to warm up, Isabella replied to the teacher, "Don't worry. I'll definitely go easy on him." Her inner thoughts, however, were different. You might be a bit better than me at math and magic, but in a fight, I'll definitely never lose to you." Sensing that something wasn't quite right with his senior, Tran Lack couldn't help but look worried, breaking into a cold sweat as they entered the training room. Everyone changed into training clothes. Isabella was already in her stance, while Tran Lack just stood there. Isabella gave him a well-intentioned reminder beforehand, though it was actually a taunt. "Blair, don't come crying to me after I'm done with you." Both of them looked dead serious. Isabella made the first move, dashing quickly toward Tran Lack, who was still standing in place. He calmly observed his senior's technique. He watched, planning his counter. Isabella charged at Tranlac, shouting, "Take this." Every one of her movements was sharp and decisive. Her speed was like a blur, but Tranlac still managed to dodge. The deep night sky stretched out like a mysterious black velvet tapestry, dotted with countless stars that glittered like diamonds scattered across the heavens behind the house. Tranlac and Isabella lunged at each other, their movements lightning fast. Each technique they unleashed was visualized by glowing red and blue circles. Fists flew, and the sharp sounds of impact rang out. Suddenly, Tranlac caught Isabella's wrist. Everything seemed to freeze. Her hand was held tight, unable to move. Isabella's eyes widened in surprise. She was taken aback by his action, unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, Tranlac twisted her arm behind her back, forcing Isabella to bend forward, a look of surprise still on her beautiful face. Tranlac was incredibly strong. He subdued Isabella with just one hand. Forced to her knees, she used her free hand to prop herself up from the ground. Isabella angrily shouted, "Pervert, let go of me." Releasing his senior, Tranlac placed a hand on his hip and replied calmly, "All right, fine." Isabella's irritated glare remained fixed on Tranlac. Tranlac's expression turned to fear. "But, senior, don't." Before he could finish, a foot came flying straight for his face. With incredible speed that made the air shriek, Isabella took advantage of the moment Tranlac was speaking to launch a surprise attack. She leaped into a sharp kick, but Tranlac dodged in time, raising his own leg to counter. He zipped forward with incredible speed, leaving Isabella behind him. She was in trouble. Her feet slipped as she landed, causing her to stumble precariously. Now Isabella was even more frantic than before. Her arms flailed as her entire body fell backward, her mouth agape. Her face was a mask of terror, eyes squeezed shut as she let out a scream. Her mind went blank. All she knew was that she was falling. She braced for a painful impact, but it never came. Confused, she peeked open one eye to see what was happening. The atmosphere was completely different from before. It was now sparkling and romantic. Tranlac was supporting her waist with one arm and holding her hand with the other. He called out, "Senior Isabella." Instantly, Isabella's face flushed beet red. Her eyes glistened and her lips trembled slightly as Tranlac said, "Pardon me." The teacher, standing to the side with a hand to her mouth in surprise, suddenly spoke up, shattering the awkward atmosphere. "Blair, so you've learned how to fight before?" Looking up at his teacher, Tranlac replied, "Not formally. I was just really interested in combat sports, so I practiced Sanshou for a while back in my hometown." The teacher asked dubiously, "Sanshou?" First crossing her arms, then placing a hand on her cheek, the teacher imagined Tranlac channeling his energy with a blue halo of fire over his head. Then she said, "That's another thing I've never heard of. Blair, your hometown is truly a magical place." He looked a bit awkward, his expression twisting. The bridge of his nose flushed red and sweat beaded on his cheeks as Isabella's familiar hand prepared to grab his ear. It turned out Tranlac's hands were still on her. Despite her blushing face, she still yelled, "Pervert, how long are you going to keep holding me? Let go of me already." Not only did she yell, but Isabella also pinched Tranlac's cheek hard, making him wince in pain and apologize. I forgot. Isabella puffed out her cheeks in a sulk, placed a hand on her hip, and said, "That's right, if I hadn't slipped, there's no way I would have lost to you." She left Tranlac standing there, speechless. In contrast to Isabella, the teacher was incredibly excited, her eyes sparkling. She said enthusiastically, "Blair, that Sanshou you used earlier was fascinating. Try attacking me with it." Ignoring Isabella's pouting, Tranlac turned to the teacher. "I don't think that's a good idea. It's hard to control the force behind Sanshou. I almost hurt senior Isabella just now, despite her students' worries." The teacher continued, "Don't worry, just come at me with everything you've got." Left with no choice but to obey his teacher, Tranlac immediately took a stance, preparing to use his Sanshou. He clenched his fists, agreed, and gave a warning. "All right then, Miss Brittany. Please be careful." Tranlac's body shot forward like an arrow. He charged forward without hesitation, the force of his movement seeming to sweep everything away with him. The air shrieked, but Miss Brittany just stood there, waiting. It was time for a counterattack. Her feet lightly touched the ground before she launched herself forward, her expression turning serious and decisive. Brian froze, completely stunned by her counterattack. Brittany's two knees were about to slam into his face. At that moment, he suddenly recalled something from his past. He remembered his combat instructor once saying, "Brittany," with her cold expression and a faint smile, landed a direct kick to her student Brian's chin. He took the hit, but he was still lost in thought when fighting a true master. You don't even have time to realize what's happening to you. And it didn't stop there. Brittany followed up with a left-handed strike to the back of Brian's neck. The winner of the fight seemed to be decided. Brian's train of thought continued, "Back then, I didn't believe it, but this scene feels so familiar. It's just like what Brian once did to Isabella." Miss Brittany reached out to support Brian's neck after finishing her move, preventing her student from falling. Crumpling to the ground, Brian's face went pale, a clear sign he was completely taken down. The teacher gently caught Brian. Before passing out, he had one last thought. "Now I believe it." Brian's eyes rolled back. He was completely unconscious. The teacher gently supported his head with her hand. From a distance, Isabella asked Miss Brittany, "What happened to Brian? Is he okay?" Brian's body was sprawled across the teacher's lap, his face pale, with a trickle of drool from his mouth. The teacher gently replied, "You seem quite concerned about him, don't you?" "Don't worry. He just lost consciousness for a moment. He'll wake up soon." Isabella walked closer, confused. "What?" Isabella immediately shot up to correct her, clenching her fists, her cheeks blushing, as she stammered out an explanation. I just wish this pervert would never wake up again. The teacher, who had somehow appeared behind Isabella, asked with a bright smile. Actually, you like Blair, don't you? Isabella's slightly surprised expression looked as if she'd been struck right in the heart. The teacher couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth with her hand, while Isabella shouted, "Ha!" She looked adorable, both embarrassed and clenching her fists. Even the teacher couldn't keep a straight face. Using her whole body to deny it, Isabella dropped to her knees and quickly tried to explain. No, no, no! How could I possibly like that pervert? It's not true. I don't. Miss Brittany, please don't say such crazy things. Returning to her gentle, teacher-like demeanor, her gaze was fond as she said, "There's no need to deny it. My eyes don't deceive me." The teacher still held Brian in her arms. Her slight smile and elegant face were turned towards Isabella as she continued in that same gentle, affectionate tone. Because I also. Before the teacher could finish her sentence, Brian suddenly woke up, turned, and clung to her, groggily murmuring, "Ugh, Miss Brittany." The teacher was also completely surprised by this action, but the most shocked person was probably Isabella, who raised both hands to cover her mouth. A sense of panic rose within her, her eyes wide. He had only just woken up, but Brian was still groggy. His eyes were dazed as he let out a small groan, "Ugh." His mind was filled with questions. Brian was sitting in the classroom. The injuries from yesterday had left Brian bandaged up. He raised a hand to touch his cheek, letting out a small cry of pain. Ow. Toby, his chubby friend next to him, looked at Brian with a scrutinizing gaze. Resting his chin on his hand, he prodded. "What happened to you? How did you spend one night at Miss Brittany's house and still manage to get hurt? Last night must have been pretty wild, huh?" Brian immediately spoke up. Hey, I just slipped and fell, that's all." Recalling a bit of last night, his face contorted and his eyes rolled upwards. That's what he said out loud, but inwardly he thought, yeah, right, it was all because of that violent girl. Isabella punished him on the spot. She sat on top of Brian, twisted his arm behind his back, and said, "Pervert. How dare you make a move on Miss Brittany right in front of me?" Brian could only cry out, "Ugh." He had just woken up only to get beaten again. He was now lying face down on the floor. Brian cried out in despair, "Ow, ow, ow, my arm's gonna break." Seeing the situation was getting serious, the teacher tried to persuade her with a worried voice. Isabella, let him go. He didn't do it on purpose. Cutting back to the present, Brian was sitting in class with his arm bandaged. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Her fighting style is a mess, but she's not weak. She really was about to break my arm. His eyes widened slightly as he thought back to the fight with the teacher yesterday. Brian continued his thoughts in awe. But yesterday was truly unexpected. Miss Brittany's fighting technique is so powerful. She must have received very specialized combat training, and for a long time too. Lost in thought, he pictured himself in a martial arts uniform with a black belt, fists clenched. In this world, a normal family can't afford to give their children combat training from a young age, let alone studies in both mathematics and magic. His face was extremely serious as he pondered this. Brian unconsciously raised his injured arm. Just who is Miss Brittany? A voice suddenly cut through his train of thought. "Hey, Blair." It was none other than his chubby deskmate from before. His pointed nose and smirk radiated confidence. He gave a thumbs up and continued, "That hand sign technique for summoning 2 fireballs you taught me last time. I've completely mastered it." Completely surprised, Brian's jaw dropped and his eyes widened as he asked his friend, as if not believing what he just heard. Really? That fast? Behind them was a cheering banner that read "Superpower" in large letters. The chubby kid stood proudly, cracking his knuckles in preparation. "Of course. Let me show you." He confidently closed his eyes, focusing all his concentration, and began the incantation. Oh, fire elements scattered throughout the world. He slowly felt the source of fire surrounding him. He brought his 2 hands close together as a powerful light emanated from around them, gathering between his palms. He continued, "Heed my call and descend upon this place." Seeing his friend casting in the spell so skillfully, Brian couldn't help but be surprised. A proud smile on his face. A small spark of fire had appeared between his hands. A strong light emanated from the center. The culmination of all his efforts was here. The chubby kid sat down, channeling all his power. His eyes and mouth wide open, he yelled, "Deploying spell. Summon. Fireball Jutsu." Brian's face froze, his wide eyes sparkling with anticipation. His mouth was agape. He was so excited for his friend's fireball that he was completely transfixed. Awaiting the result, reality was harsh. The atmosphere in the classroom returned to normal. The fiery light also vanished. Brian hesitantly asked, "Hey, there's nothing there." The 2 turned to look. A tiny spark of fire appeared. "You had to squint to see it," his friend reminded him. "Look closely." There really were 2 tiny, pitiful, and weak sparks of fire. Brian had to press his face close to his friend's hands to see them clearly. A leaf fell in the wind. Brian gently patted his friend's hand to console him. "Toby, your aptitude for magic. All I can say is it's already higher than mine used to be," he said, looking up with a thoughtful expression. So much for consoling his friend. But Brian thought to himself, that's not a fireball spell. At best, it's a fire sparkle spell. Startled, Brian looked down at what had just appeared in front of him, a pink cake with cream and a cherry on top. A hand was holding the cake. The girl offered the cake to Brian. He said her name, Senior Alice. With 1 foot standing and 1 knee on her chair, Alice said, Blair, I heard you were hurt, so I brought you some food. The beautiful senior Alice winked at Brian. She was wearing 3 bows, and a sparkling aura emanated from around her. Alice asked, I bet you didn't bring lunch to school today either, right? She had her hands on her hips and a slight smile, but her expression was completely different from a moment ago. A dark aura radiated from the senior as she asked Toby, This classmate has already eaten, right? Toby, sweating bullets, hurriedly stammered, Yes, I ate. Blair, I just remembered I have something to do. I'll be going now. Love bubbles appeared around Brian again. He hugged the cake to his chest, his mouth watering, but he still felt he had to refuse. This isn't right. I can't eat your cake every day. Leaning down on the chair with an expectant look, her cheeks lightly flushed. She had an affectionate smile and her hands were clasped together. Alice asked, Is it good? As he put a piece of cake in his mouth, Brian praised, Your cake is the best, senior. He then asked, Oh right, senior, have you not eaten yet? Why are you just standing here watching me eat? She watched her junior eat the cake. Bringing a hand to her chin and maintaining her slight smile, Alice said, I have a question I want to ask you. Brian immediately replied, Go ahead and ask. If it's something I know, I'll definitely tell you everything. Alice asked directly, What's this about you liking Isabella? Completely shocked by the question, Brian did a spit take with the cake. His whole body swayed as he coughed to keep from choking. Brian struggled to ask his senior, Why are you asking about this too? Alice raised her hand and said, It seems someone else has asked you before. Her smile widened, though her eyes remained affectionate. With an interested expression, she continued to ask, raising her hand as she spoke, If that's the case, what was your answer? Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Brian closed his eyes, a bead of sweat on his cheek, and answered his senior, Right now, I just want to focus on studying magic. Upon hearing his answer, Alice stood up, stretched, and let out a small yawn before saying, That's a pretty heartless answer, huh? But that's good, too. Confused by his senior's words and actions, Brian asked again, What do you mean? Before he could react, Alice quickly moved in and planted a kiss on his cheek. Brian was caught completely off guard, his eyes blinking in shock at what had just happened. A red lipstick mark was now on his cheek. Chen Luo's face was full of confusion as he spoke to Alice's retreating back. His senior just walked away, waving goodbye to her junior. Alice said, I'll come visit you often from now on, Brian. Chen Luo just sat there. With only the 2 of them in the classroom, the surrounding students started to whisper and speculate. First it was Isabella, and now it's Alice. This Brian guy really is a lady killer. Chen Luo looked around, lost in thought. What did Alice's words from yesterday even mean? He still couldn't figure it out. He rested his chin on his hand. Chewing on his pen, he mumbled to himself, Whatever. I'll stop thinking about it. I've already read almost all the magic books on this floor anyway. Chen Luo stretched and let out a big yawn. He glanced up at the second floor and decided it was time to check it out. He'd heard they had more advanced magic books up there. On the second floor, Bella was engrossed in a romance novel, messily spitting sunflower seed shells all over the table. Chen Luo walked up to Bella, presented his certificate, and asked, Hello, I'd like to ask something. How do I get to the association's second floor library? Here's my certificate. She took the paper, glanced at it, and replied, Oh, an apprentice. Bella immediately tossed it back, rejecting him. If you want to go to the second floor library, you need to be at least a novice mage. Chen Luo asked dejectedly, Right now, my spiritual power isn't high enough to pass the novice mage test. Is there any other way? She continued to focus on the romance novel in her hands, not even looking at him as she answered, Then you're out of luck. Besides, with your level of magic, could you even understand the books on the second floor? Chen Luo scowled, speechless at Bella's attitude. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Long time no see, Mr. Chen Luo. The owner of the voice was Jasmine. The young girl walked up to him, smiling and waving. Can I help you with something? Bella saw her. As Jasmine arrived, Bella quickly tried to palm off the task on her so she could leave. Oh, Lily, you know him? This Mr. Apprentices here isn't even qualified to get a novice mage certificate. And he wants to go to the second floor library. You talk some sense into him, I need to go get some fresh air. Chen Luo was at a loss for words. He noticed she hadn't even cleaned up the sunflower seed shells on the table. Jasmine continued, speaking to him, Mr. Chen Luo, it's true that to access the second floor library, you need the status of a novice mage. She added, uncertainly, unless you can pass a new magic demonstration. Jasmine advised Chen Luo worriedly. But the chances of that are very slim. I think you should just focus on raising your spiritual power quickly to become a mage. Hearing about a new magic demonstration, he decided, then let's do that. It just so happens I have a new way to improve water-type magic. She continued, if you fail to demonstrate the new magic, the association will deem you a fraud and blacklist you. From then on, you won't be able to enjoy any of the association's resources, Mr. Chen Luo. Are you sure you want to do this? Seeing Jasmine's worried expression, Chen Luo reassured her, Don't worry, Lily, trust me. She fell silent, thinking for a moment. After seeing his determination, Jasmine agreed to lead the way. Mr. Chen Luo, please follow me. He gave a slight nod in agreement. In a room, Teacher Bradley and Teacher Andre were sitting and talking when Jasmine approached to report Chen Luo's request. After hearing her out, Teacher Bradley exclaimed in surprise, What? A magic apprentice wants to demonstrate an improved water ball spell. Teacher Andre, however, clicked his tongue contemptuously, finding it utterly ridiculous. He raised his wine glass and sneered. He's probably just using the improving magic excuse to scam the association. A basic spell like Water Ball has been refined for generations. What's left to improve? He scoffed. Besides, he's just a measly magic apprentice. Ridiculous. Teacher Bradley turned and warned Jasmine in a loud voice. You'd better think this through. When the time comes, if he can't perform, it won't just be about getting blacklisted. Wasting the association's resources for the demonstration also carries a fitting punishment. She had great faith in Chen Luo, so she continued to persuade the two teachers. Yes, I understand. But I believe in this gentleman. Please just let him try once. Seeing Jasmine's resolve, he waved his hand in approval. Fine, let him in. He can just do it right here. With permission granted, Chen Luo stepped inside. The two teachers were still sipping their wine, chatting about their families. Chen Luo walked up and greeted them. Greetings, two seniors. He introduced himself. I am Chen Luo, a magic apprentice. Hearing this, Teacher Andre was suddenly stunned. Chen Luo continued, here to demonstrate an improvement to the water ball spell. With my improvements, the power of the water ball spell can be increased significantly. He looked at Chen Luo in utter shock. What? It's you again, he shouted. He immediately turned to Brady with a worried expression. Old brother, take my advice. We should go to the laboratory for this. This kid is the same one from last time. Hearing this, Brady yelled back, Andre, what's wrong with you? Ever since that last incident, you've become such a coward. He's just a magic apprentice. What are you afraid of? He then pointed at Chen Luo and ordered, Kid, use your improved water ball on me. Attack me. Right now. Chen Luo bowed his head. Yes. Then, please forgive my impudence. Chen Luo began to unleash his power. Spreading his arms, he gathered spiritual energy. He closed his eyes, focusing all his senses. When he opened them again, each of his eyes was a different color. Blue and red, representing the two elements of water and fire. Two intense sources of power emanated from his palms. Seeing this, Brady was so shocked his eyes went wide. He turned to Andre in bewilderment. This kid, he can simultaneously summon the magical elements of two systems? Andre, looking tense, began to cast a fire-type spell. Fire element in nature. He used his own power to counter the boy's new magic. Chen Luo's new magic flared more powerfully than ever before. In an instant, the teacher's flames were blown away. The flames were blasted back towards Andre, causing him to cry out in fear. No way. The result was the same. The flames exploded, lighting up the entire room. The room filled with thick smoke, but Chen Luo stood there, unafraid. This startled Teacher Brady. He shouted angrily. You! Brady's face showed clear shock and astonishment. How did you do that? Chen Luo began to explain the principle behind his new magic. This improved version of water ball is actually very simple. First, you summon a water ball. Then, you summon a fireball, Chen Luo explained, gesturing with his hands. He continued, fuse them together. Chen Luo's eyes were full of confidence as he pointed to his palm and went on. The fusion of the two creates a vaporization reaction, releasing power that far exceeds that of a normal fireball or water ball. At first, Brady was sweating bullets, finding the boy's ability hard to believe. He thought to himself, how is this possible? This magic apprentice can simultaneously cast dual system magic. If the fireball last time was just luck, then this time. After thinking for a moment, he changed his opinion of him. He started to speak. Mr. Chen Luo, please wait here for a moment. Lily, please take good care of our distinguished guest. Hearing this, she replied politely, yes, sir. Jasmine quickly brought out a cup of hot tea. Mr. Chen Luo, please have some tea. He replied, thank you, Miss Lily. Chen Luo took the cup she offered. Seeing her just standing there, he said, Miss Lily, you should sit, too. I feel a bit awkward with you standing there. Jasmine accepted. Ah, all right, Mr. Chen Luo. She shyly sat down in the chair across from him. He then asked, Miss Lily, are you also a mage? Jasmine answered honestly, yes, but my magical talent isn't very high. You are much more skilled, Mr. Chen Luo. Last time, you were able to summon a fire ball of such immense power, and this time you even cast dual system magic simultaneously. Hearing her praise, Chen Luo blushed with embarrassment, but he still said humbly, actually, my magical talent isn't that great either. My spiritual power still hasn't reached the level of a novice mage. The great power is just because my method of casting magic is different from others, he continued. As for casting dual system magic, actually, that has nothing to do with magical talent either. Jasmine asked inquisitively, it has nothing to do with magical talent? He took a sip of tea and replied, that's right, it's about the ability to multitask. If you can use both hands to do two different things at the same time, then simultaneously casting two systems of magic isn't a difficult task. Chen Luo took out a pen and paper to explain with an example. Like this. With both hands, he drew at the same time. Though the lines were a bit squiggly, you could still make out two different animals. Chen Luo held up the drawing to show her. She looked at it with delight and complimented. Both the dog and cat you drew are very cute, Mr. Chen Luo. He immediately corrected her. That's a wolf and a tiger. Holding the drawing, Jasmine's mood suddenly brightened. She admitted, a little shyly, but speaking of doing two things at once with both hands, that's actually one of my strong suits. Meanwhile, in the main office, Brady and Andre went together to report Chen Luo's case to Vice President Elton. Just like the two of them at first, he didn't quite believe it either, asking skeptically, a magic apprentice can simultaneously use dual system magic? Brady, are you joking with me? The two teachers insisted. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Andre can also testify. Vice President Elton, everything Brady said is the truth, including the incredibly powerful fireball from last time, was also created by this person. Hearing the two masters confirm this, Master Elton took a more serious look. What he demonstrated isn't just a simple improvement of combining two different magic systems. It could very well represent a new direction for magical development. He laced his fingers, rested his chin on them in deep thought, and continued speaking. But the problem now is, just how many people can actually use this type of magic? It seems this is the only way. An improved spell without widespread usability is meaningless. Finally, Vice President Elton said aloud. Immediately summon the magic stewards and staff to conduct a test in the Grand Hall. Many of the newly summoned people were whispering amongst themselves, wondering, what's going on? Why were we all suddenly told to drop everything and come here? Someone answered, it's an urgent order from Vice President Elton. It seems he wants to verify a spell. Bella walked over, complaining as she went, this is so annoying. I didn't even get to finish my nails before I had to rush over. Speaking of which, where did that damn girl Lily rot off to? She didn't even clean up the melon seed shells I spat out, so unobservant. Suddenly, a voice addressed everyone. Master Brady, accompanied by Vice President Elton and Andre, stepped forward to make an announcement. A short while ago, a mage requested to certify an improved spell at the association. However, his method of casting is quite unique. It requires casting fireball and water ball simultaneously. He continued, you have all been summoned now, to verify whether this spell can be widely developed. I hope you will all give it your best try. After hearing this, everyone began to murmur, casting fireball and water ball at the same time? That's impossible. Standing in a corner, Bella thought of Chen Luo. Improved magic? Could it be that guy from earlier? No, that can't be right. It can't be him. He's just a pathetic apprentice, after all. The mages were taking turns trying to cast this new spell. One person used one hand to cast fireball while concentrating on manifesting the water element with the other. Fire element, scattered throughout the world, heed my call and descend upon this place. Water. But he couldn't summon a water ball with his other hand. Simultaneous casting failed. This mage gave up, saying, it's no use. No matter how I focus my mental energy, I still can't make a fireball and a water ball appear at the same time. The linking methods for two different magic elements are not the same. How can a mage summon one element, while also summoning an element from a different system? The surrounding mages, also unable to do it, voiced their agreement. Simultaneously casting magic from two systems is impossible. Even with more focus, it can't be done. That's right, it's completely impossible. Master Brady turned to Master Elton and said, Vice President, no one in the association can do it. He spoke up, just as I thought. Take me to see that Mr. Chen Luo. All three masters went to find Chen Luo. Master Bradley asked Vice President Elton this certification. The Vice President understood and replied, that's right. It seems this type of combination magic is just a unique talent of Mr. Chen Luo. No one can do it except for him. The masters confirmed to each other that the certification would likely fail this time. On the other side, Jasmine was smiling brightly. In her hands were two magic orbs, one water and one fire. She had deployed the dual elements with astonishing ease. The three masters saw this and froze, their jaws dropping in stunned silence. Dazed, Jasmine saw the three masters and stuttered in surprise. Vice President Elton. Chen Luo noticed the Vice President's arrival and stood up. He turned to greet him. Hello, Vice President Elton. This Miss Lily is very smart. She has already learned my enhanced version of water ball. I wonder what the result of your discussion on the certification is. He pondered for a moment, coughed a few times, and then replied, it's like this, Mr. Chen Luo. According to the regulations of our Magic Association, to certify an improved spell, it is required that more than 3 members of the Magic Association can successfully cast this spell. Vice President Elton continued, but I have summoned all the current members of the Magic Association, and among them, not one was able to simultaneously cast Fireball and Water Ball, except for the young lady before us. Jasmine asked worriedly, Vice President Elton. Does that mean the certification didn't pass? He immediately explained, no, I have decided, on behalf of the Magic Association, to make an exception for Mr. Chen Luo this one time, because Chen Luo's idea concerning spell combination has a high probability of becoming a significant milestone for the future development of magic. Elton then added seriously to Chen Luo. At the same time, I sincerely invite Mr. Chen Luo to become an honorary member of our Magic Association in City A3. We hope Mr. Chen Luo will accept. Hearing this, Chen Luo humbly replied, I am unworthy of this honor. However, I do have one small condition. The Vice President answered without hesitation. Please, speak freely. He pointed towards Jasmine and said, please let this young lady, Lily, be promoted to Assistant Steward of the Association. Hearing this, she widened her eyes in surprise, pointed at herself, and exclaimed, huh, me? Bella screamed, what? She slammed the table and questioned, Lily gets promoted just for helping that apprentice certify his magic? The 3 staff members sitting there were also frightened. Bella, resentful, bit her nails and cursed, that hateful Lily. That should have been me, but that bitch stole it. She suddenly grabbed the collar of the person sitting in the middle. She yelled furiously, tell me where Lily and that apprentice are right now. The frightened girl stammered in reply, I don't know either. Not getting an answer, Bella shoved the girl hard and angrily cursed. Useless, causing the girl to cry out in pain. She suddenly remembered what Chen Luo had said earlier. That's right, the second floor library. Lily, you just wait for me. In the office, Vice President Elton was discussing matters with Chen Luo. He took a pen and wrote down the details of the improved magic. When he finished, the Vice President picked it up, read it, and said with a satisfied smile, "This will do, Mr. Chen Luo. The copyright for the improved water ball belongs to you, of course. However, the management rights will still belong to our City A3 Magic Association." Chen Luo was surprised. Copyright, he thought to himself. This world has copyrights too? The Vice President explained, "With this copyright, the Magic Association will popularize the improved spell for you. Anyone who wants to learn your spell must pay a fee. Half of this money will be paid to you, the copyright holder." He used a coin as an example for the royalty fee, breaking it in half. One half goes to you, and the other half goes to the Association for Management. Vice President Elton clarified further. If someone learns or disseminates your spell without paying, once discovered, minor offenders will be blacklisted by our association. Severe cases could even lead to imprisonment. He was somewhat intrigued, thinking, I didn't expect this. Although the technology here is backward, their awareness of copyright is far beyond my worlds. He put the improved spell scroll into a tube and asked Chen Luo, "Oh, right. Regarding the price for the improved water ball, Mr. Chen Luo, what do you think of 100 gold coins?" Hearing the price, he was a bit startled. "What?" Chen Luo repeated. 100 gold coins? He marveled internally. That much? Seeing his reaction, the Vice President misunderstood. Does Mr. Chen Luo feel that's too little? This spell has very high requirements for talent. I'm afraid that if we set the price too high, and the buyer can't cast it after purchasing, they will come and cause trouble for you, Mr. Chen Luo, and the association. Chen Luo quickly replied, "In that case, let's just go with Vice President Elton's suggestion. 100 gold coins it is. As for your worry about people causing trouble, I have a solution." The Vice President was curious. "Oh." Chen Luo was secretly delighted. 100 gold coins is considered a small amount. No wonder all mages are so rich. What is this, if not usury? He stated his solution. I suggest adding one more line of text. At the end of the explanation for this spell, the Vice President stood up, startled. "What?" Chen Luo said as he wrote. "This improved spell has special requirements regarding a mage's talent. Please consider carefully before purchasing. Once purchased, no refunds or exchanges." He adjusted his glasses to clearly read the line he wrote, "Magic. This improved spell has special requirements regarding a mage's talent. Please consider carefully before purchasing. Once purchased, no refunds or exchanges." The final right of interpretation belongs to the Magic Association and Chen Luo. The Vice President read to the last sentence. He asked questioningly, "Mr. Chen Luo, the final right of interpretation is?" He immediately replied, "It means that in the end, we don't have to bear any responsibility." After hearing this, his face darkened. "Very good, Mr. Chen Luo. Your thinking is indeed thorough." He wasn't to be outdone and replied, "You're one to talk." Jasmine led Chen Luo to the second floor and introduced, "Mr. Chen Luo, this is our association's second floor library." He looked around and commented, "It feels quite a bit larger than the first floor. Also, it seems there's no one here." She explained, "After all, only high-level mages are allowed in. Normally, very few people come here." Jasmine continued, "Not only are there high-level magic books here, but there are also many new, copyrighted spells. Mr. Chen Luo, you can view all of them." He turned to look at her for a moment, then agreed. Jasmine, noticing Chen Luo staring at her, asked curiously, "What is it, Mr. Chen Luo?" He smiled and complimented her. "It's nothing. I just think you look very beautiful in the assistant deacon's uniform." Hearing this, Jasmine looked down at herself in her new outfit. Blushing shyly, she said, "Oh, for this, I have to thank you, Mr. Chen Luo." Chen Luo got back to the main topic of finding the book. "Right. Do you know where the books on how to increase one's spiritual power are?" Jasmine thought for a moment before answering. "There aren't many books on spiritual power, but I remember a few. The book was on a high shelf, so she needed to use a ladder to get it." As Jasmine reached out and touched a book, she said, "Found it." Jasmine exclaimed gleefully, "This is the one." A treatise on the practice and enhancement of spiritual power. Standing below, Chen Luo exclaimed, "You've really helped me out a lot. Thank you, Lily." Suddenly, her foot slipped off the ladder. Jasmine let out a frightened cry. She couldn't keep her balance. She managed to grab the book but still fell. She closed her eyes, expecting it to hurt a lot, but she didn't feel any impact. As Jasmine's eyes slowly opened, she realized Chen Luo had caught her, holding her securely in his arms. A radiant aura seemed to emanate from him as he gently asked, "Are you okay, Lily?" She lay in his warm embrace. Her face grew redder, the vague yet familiar feeling making her wonder, why does this feel so familiar? Bella was hiding behind a bookshelf, peeking at the two of them. Her brow was furrowed, her expression clearly showing her jealousy. Meanwhile, Jasmine was flustered, stammering, "Mr. Chen Luo, you should read the book. I'll get back to work. Just call me if you need anything." He calmly replied, "All right." The more Bella listened, the angrier she got, cursing inwardly. "I knew it." Her eyes darkened. As expected, this bitch is seducing him. No wonder. Bella tried to act coy, calling out, "Mr. Chen Luo." Hearing her, he wondered what she was up to and replied, "Why are you here?" She winked flirtatiously as she approached Chen Luo, starting to sweet-talk him. "Mr. Chen Luo, congratulations on passing the magic certification. I told you you could definitely do it." Bella struck a pose to show off her figure, flicked her hair, and cooed in a soft, whiny voice. "Oh right, Is there anything you need Bella to help with? Bella can help with anything at all. Chen Luo looked at her with disgust and contempt, thinking, why is she acting so ridiculously flirty? Then he shouted out loud, get lost. She couldn't believe she had just been rejected by a guy. Hearing him tell her to get lost, she was utterly bewildered, her face turning pale as she stood speechless. Chen Luo turned his back to her, affecting a mysterious air. My apologies, I accidentally spoke my mind just now. Let me say it again, miss. Could you please leave? I need to read a few books that an apprentice wouldn't be able to comprehend. Hearing this, she stepped forward, trying to explain, Mr. Chen Luo. I'm sorry. I was indeed a bit disrespectful at first, but it was a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation. Don't believe the twisted things Lily said. Hearing this, Chen Luo understood and quietly sat down in a chair. He leisurely flipped through a magic book, reading in front of a worried Bella, and replied, I haven't heard Lily say anything about you. But now that you've said that, it seems you must have done quite a few bad things, haven't you? After saying that, Chen Luo proceeded to kick her out. I'll ask you again to leave voluntarily. Otherwise, I'll have to ask for help from Hallmaster Elton. Seeing this, her face went pale with fear, and she quickly tried to stop him. Don't. I'm leaving. I'll leave right now. Finally, Chen Luo could read his book in peace for a while. He closed the book, thinking, the method mentioned in this book is definitely worth a try. The contents of the book appeared. Up until now, mages have all believed that the growth rate of spiritual power and magic is solely related to an individual's magical talent. Those with high talent improve faster, while those with low talent improve slower, Chen Luo pondered. As for how to increase spiritual power, the magical world currently believes there are only two ways. One is meditation, and two is to continuously cast and maintain magic, he recalled. But the author of this book discovered that, when learning a new spell, a mage's spiritual power is consumed extremely quickly, but after resting for a period of time, their spiritual power will recover. And at the same time, their spiritual power limit will increase significantly compared to before. From this, Chen Luo drew a conclusion. So, I just need to learn many new spells, constantly deplete my power, and then rest and wait to recover. That way, I might be able to break the constraints of my talent and become stronger. Having made his decision, a fire of determination burned within him. I'll learn a new spell tonight. Then, I finally have a hope of becoming a Saint Magus. A while later, Chen Luo jumped over from the other side of the high wall. He climbed this wall so many times he was used to it. As he walked in, he thought to himself. As he reached out to open his room door, he thought, why do I get the feeling I forgot something important today? The moment the door opened, Chen Luo saw Miss Brittany and Isabella, who were starving. Miss Brittany was anxiously waiting. Brian, you're finally back. While Isabella was going crazy, I'm so hungry I could eat a person. It was only then that Chen Luo realized what he'd forgotten. Oh, crap. That's right, I forgot to cook dinner for Miss Brittany. He looked at the two of them, sitting at a table fully set with plates and cutlery, just waiting for him to cook. He was speechless. The two of them. Miss Brittany had the look of a little bunny waiting to be fed. Daddy, daddy, hungry, hungry, food, food. Isabella, on the other hand, slammed her fork and spoon on the table. She jumped up, pointed at Chen Luo, and berated him. Bray, where the hell have you been? Why are you only back now? Miss Brittany and I haven't eaten all day. Are you trying to starve us to death? Chen Luo hurriedly put on an apron and prepared to cook dinner for these two ladies. He even had to explain himself. I had some business at the Magic Association. I thought Miss Brittany would have cooked for herself. By the way, why are you still here so late? Haven't you gone home yet? Isabella put on a mischievous expression. What? Hasn't Miss Brittany told you yet? She asked, while Chen Luo rolled up his sleeves. To cook. Isabella playfully crossed her arms and boasted, starting today, I'm moving in here too. Chen Luo was busy stir-frying food. Hearing that, he slammed the pan down on the stove with a thud, showing his utter shock and horror. Seeing his world-ending reaction, she got annoyed. Hey, what's with that attitude? Living with a cute senior like me, you got a problem with that? Chen Luo wailed in misery. Oh my god, what are you saying? What kind of terrifying words are these? Am I hearing things? A million questions swirled in his head. Miss Brittany, sensing the tense atmosphere, quickly stepped in to mediate. Brian, I haven't had a chance to tell you today. Isabella is moving in here. This way, it'll be more convenient for her to teach you two math and magic. Chen Luo couldn't do anything about it. He turned his back, continued stir-frying, and let out a tragic sigh. Taking care of one airheaded big sister is already enough. And now, there's a Sundar one too. Isabella saw his attitude, marched up, and grabbed him by the collar threateningly. What was that? You got a problem with it? Cornered, Chen Luo could only lie through his teeth. How could I possibly have a problem, senior? Of course, I welcome you with open arms. She couldn't stand his insincere attitude and pressed on. A little favor. Next time you say something like that, try to adjust your attitude so it's less fake. Chen Luo gritted his teeth, his face pale, and thought, whatever. Experimenting with magic tonight is more important. I'll start the experiment after dinner. The experiment is more important. Finally, dinner was ready. The two girls sat at the table, eating and making sounds of delight. Miss Brittany relaxed and enjoyed her meal. Finally, I get to eat. Isabella couldn't stop exclaiming. This is so delicious. She ate until she was so full she let out a burp. Isabella sat there, hugging her full, round belly, and exclaimed with satisfaction, I'm so full, so full. Seeing this, Chen Luo found it an eyesore. Hey, if you're done eating, do the dishes for me. A while later, the bathroom door opened. Chen Luo, covered in foam, yelled in protest. I told you, after you shower, you have to clean the drain. It's about to get clogged with your hair. He stormed over aggressively, but after changing his clothes, his anger was extinguished. The moment Chen Luo saw that both Isabella and Miss Brittany were not fully dressed, he didn't even get to finish his sentence. Get back to your room. Instantly, a loving pink slipper came flying straight at Chen Luo's face. Night fell, and the clock struck 11 p.m. Chen Luo was sprawled over his desk reading, not forgetting to complain, damn, serving these ancestors is exhausting. Suddenly, he shot up and slammed his hand on the desk. No, Chen Luo was determined. I can't let this go on. Tonight, even if I have to stay up all night, I have to learn a new spell. With that, he opened the book and chose one. Let's learn this one. Firebird's spell. Just then, a noise from outside distracted him. Annoyed, he asked, what is it now? Isabella burst in from outside and asked, Bray, can I talk to you for a second? Chen Luo reacted quickly. He swiftly hid the fact that he was studying magic. He turned and replied, Senior Isabella, please come in. Isabella walked in and began to speak. She was still a bit shy, blushing as she sat on the bed opposite Chen Luo. She hesitated. Earlier. I shouldn't have hit you in the face with a slipper. Is your face okay now? Chen Luo closed his book, curious. It's so late. Senior Isabella, you didn't come here just to ask about my face, did you? Her face was still red. I just couldn't sleep and wanted to come talk to you. Oh, right, Bray. What are your plans for the future? He didn't expect to be asked such a question. He was taken aback for a moment and asked, plans? Isabella stammered hesitantly. That's right. Think about it. I have 1 year left, and you have 2 years before we graduate from the academy. Don't you have any plans for after graduation? Seeing Isabella's expression, Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh as he raised a hand to thoughtfully scratch his chin. Pondering, he said, I hadn't really thought about it, but I'll probably stay at Street Donis as a teaching assistant. Suddenly, Isabella grabbed his hand and excitedly asked, You don't want to go to the royal capital? After graduation, I'm going to the Royal Magic Academy. Think about it. If you could get into the Royal Academy with your talent, your future would be incredibly promising. This sudden action startled Chen Luo, his jaw dropping. Isabella tried her best to persuade him. Don't worry, my dad can help you get in. That way, we can go to the same school again. In her mind, the girl envisioned a rosy future, practically drooling with anticipation. That way, I can eat food cooked by Blair every day. Besides, even though this guy's talent in both math and magic is better than mine, he's really easy to bully. I love being with him. Chen Luo, whose hand was being held, blushed in confusion. You're right, but going to the royal capital to study would be a waste of time. Right now, I just want to stay at Street Donis to focus on my magic research. Hearing that, Isabella's face fell. How can you properly research magic by staying at Street Donis? He smiled and retorted. Isn't Miss Brittany here? Her magical talent and abilities are more than enough to teach me. The name Miss Brittany landed on Isabella like a ton of bricks. She put on a gloomy, disappointed expression, her hands looking like they were about to give Chen Luo a good thrashing. Seeing this, he was scared out of his wits. Isabella's voice was menacing. Research magic? My foot. I think you just want to stay here with Miss Brittany and not go with me. Isabella was so annoyed she started shaking him back and forth. Do you think I'm annoying? Tell me. Do you like Miss Brittany more than me? Chen Luo was getting dizzy from being shaken. Please, my lady, spare me. Stop shaking me. The loud commotion woke Miss Brittany up. She rubbed her eyes and asked Isabella, Blair, why are you two still awake? As she took in the scene before her. Isabella was practically glued to Chen Luo. She was shocked, wide awake. What are you two doing? The next morning at the breakfast table, Isabella had transformed back into a gluttonous cat, enthusiastically devouring her food. The others ate their breakfast slowly and quietly. Chen Luo poked at his food, thinking, last night, I finally tried to study magic, and completely drained my spiritual power. Waking up this morning, I can definitely feel that my spiritual power limit has increased. Looks like this method works. Miss Brittany spoke up awkwardly. It seems I misunderstood what I saw yesterday. To be honest, I understand you young people. However, you're both still young. It's really a bit too early to be doing those things. Chen Luo understood immediately and quickly objected. Miss Brittany, you've got it all wrong. Last night, Isabella just wanted to discuss post-graduation plans with me. There's no way anything's going on between me and my senior. Hearing that, she immediately believed him, letting out a quiet sigh of relief before replying. Oh, is that so? I knew it was probably just a misunderstanding. Don't you two worry about it. At that exact moment, the glass of milk in Isabella's hand slammed down on the table, showing her displeasure. The recently eased atmosphere once again fell into a terrifying silence. Isabella spoke, her face smiling, but her anger obvious. Miss Brittany, I have an early class today. I'm heading out first. Miss Brittany agreed at once. Ah, okay. As if that was her cue. Isabella shot up from the table. See you later, Miss Brittany. She didn't forget to give Chen Luo a loving punch, making him cry out in pain. A clueless Miss Brittany asked him, Did you two have a fight today? Chen Luo, wincing, replied, No, we didn't. Before the sting could even fade, a thick stack of documents was placed in front of him. Oh right, Blair, you have some free time this morning, don't you? Miss Brittany asked, seeking a favor. Could you help me take this thesis on the devil's number to the Mathematics Association? Chen Luo held the heavy stack of documents, thinking, Miss Brittany's talent for mathematics is truly exceptional. I only had to give her a few hints. And she managed to complete the proof and definition of irrational numbers all by herself. In that case, the devil's number problem can be considered solved. Looking at the dilapidated, crumbling building in front of him, with its sign hanging crooked, Chen Luo was skeptical. Is this really the Mathematics Association? Why is it so run down? I didn't come to the wrong place, did I? He decided to go inside anyway. As he walked in, he looked around non-stop. At a desk placed in the middle of the room, a man was writing in a ledger and asked, Excuse me, are you here to submit a manuscript or to claim a reward? If you're submitting a manuscript, just place it on the desk. To claim a reward, go upstairs, turn left, and find the steward in the second room for a stamp. Chen Luo replied, submitting a manuscript. As soon as he finished speaking, the man at the counter suddenly realized something. He looked up, observed him carefully, then started, pointing at Chen Luo. You're. His voice was filled with unconcealed joy, like a fan meeting their idol. Your Excellency, Blair. This caught him by surprise. Chen Luo asked doubtfully. You recognize me? The receptionist quickly grabbed his hand, filled with excitement. Of course. I saw you at the academic exchange the time you solved the 7 bridges problem and introduced the devil's number. The commotion attracted everyone. People happily gathered around to get a look at Chen Luo. One person exclaimed, It really is Blair. Your Excellency Blair, in the flesh. Can I have your autograph? Another person asked curiously, Your Excellency Blair, have you made another important discovery? Could you give us a little hint? Overwhelmed by the sudden fame, he quickly backed away from the zealous crowd and replied, Everyone, I'm truly sorry. I'm just here to submit a manuscript for my teacher. I have other matters to attend to. With that, he beat a hasty retreat. The crowd behind him had somehow produced banners, cheering for him like he was an idol. If Your Excellency Blair is in a hurry, please go ahead. As for the prize money, you can come and collect it whenever you have time. Hearing that, he stopped dead in his tracks, surprised. Prize money? He spun around, pushing up a pair of non-existent glasses as if he'd just caught on, and asked, What prize money? Inside the shabby room of the Mathematics Association, people bustled in and out. Some stood staring intently at the mathematical formulas plastered all over the walls. Vice President Adre scratched his head with an apologetic look. My apologies, I was mistaken. I thought you were here to claim a reward. So you were just submitting a manuscript. In that case, never mind. Please, take your time. Your Excellency Blair. Chen Luo was still standing there, casually whistling as he probed in a low voice. I just remembered, I'm actually not in that much of a hurry. Could you tell me more about this prize money? The man was startled, his face lighting up as if in understanding. Your Excellency Blair, don't you know about the association's bounties? Vice President Adre immediately began to explain the bounty system to Chen Luo. The Mathematics Association places bounties on certain difficult problems for scholars to solve. Anyone who solves one of these problems can receive the listed prize money. The amount of the reward is based on the problem's difficulty. The minimum is 10 gold coins, with no upper limit. After hearing this, he seemed to have a major epiphany, his gaze growing more determined. It's absolutely not because of the money. So that's how it is. I'd like to see these bounty problems. Vice President Adre enthusiastically gestured for Chen Luo to follow him. Certainly, please follow me. With his eyes sparkling, Chen Luo seriously followed the man. The two of them stopped in front of a wall covered with the association's bounty problems. On the wall were all sorts of math problems, from arithmetic to geometry, solid geometry, and more. Vice President Adre introduced, Your Excellency Blair, look here. These are all the current bounty problems of the Mathematics Association here in our city of Alba. He let out a long sigh. His face filled with sorrow, he continued to lament. Many of these questions have been here since before I even arrived. To this day, no one has managed to solve them. I don't know if I'll ever see the answers to these problems in my lifetime. Even just one would be a blessing. Chen Luo stood there, looking on in deep thought. He rubbed his chin and spoke with a serious expression. Could you leave me alone here for a moment? I want to think carefully about these problems. The man bowed his head and slowly backed away. Of course, no problem. Just call me if you think of anything. Chen Luo touched the wall as if sensing something, standing perfectly still for a moment. He closed his eyes as if entering his own private world. A worried person approached the Vice President Adre. Should we really just leave His Excellency Blair alone like this? He turned and answered slowly, Yes. At a time like this, we must absolutely not disturb him. Vice President Adre continued in a steady but weighty tone. For mathematical geniuses like His Excellency Blair, inspiration often strikes in a single moment. If we disturb him and cause him to lose that precious inspiration, we will all be sinners for the ages. While he was lost in a daydream about Chen Luo potentially solving a problem in the future, the person next to him hesitated before pointing to the now empty wall. It seems, His Excellency Blair is gone. The Vice President looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, unable to believe his eyes. In another corner, Chen Luo raised his fist in celebration. He jumped for joy, cheering, 535 gold coins. All the bounty problems added up to exactly 535 gold coins. And what's more, the questions on the wall were actually incredibly simple. Many of them were things even an elementary school student from my old world would know how to do. Chen Luo stood looking at the shabby building of the Mathematics Association. A happy expression on his face, he thought to himself, I was just worrying about not having money for new magic. I never expected that this rundown-looking mathematics association, but they're actually so rich. I don't want to interfere with this world's development speed. But remembering my broke situation, tears welled up. My gaze hardened with resolve. Their prize money is just too much. Thinking about receiving the reward, Trenlack skipped and hopped, humming a tune. This kind of money should probably be earned discreetly. I'll go home tonight to plan carefully, then come get the money tomorrow morning. The people around him looked at him strangely. A little girl whispered to her mother, "Mommy, that guy is so weird." The mother quickly covered her daughter's eyes. "Don't look at him. Let's go." Another day passed. Bright sunlight flooded the room of the Mathematics Association. Vice President Andre was bowing his head, focused on his work. A person cleaning the room stopped, took a breath, and curiously asked him, "Vice President Andre, do you think His Excellency Blair is really that good?" "Yesterday. Why did he just look at the bounty wall and then leave?" Vice President Andre calmly continued his work and replied, "What would you know? Even long-established great scholars couldn't solve those problems, which is why they've remained unsolved until now. Even a genius like His Excellency Blair can't solve them that easily." Suddenly, a loud thud echoed, startling Vice President Andre, who looked up. In front of him was a stack of paper taller than his head, which someone had just slammed down on the desk. This is... The person who brought the huge stack of paper stood there, dusted off their hands, and said nonchalantly, claiming the reward, "I'm in a hurry. Please have someone verify this as quickly as possible, then settle the prize money for me." Vice President Andre couldn't believe it. How can there be so many? He picked up a few sheets to look. This is the question for. "Which bounty?" Trenlack, now wearing a half-mask, turned and said, "All of them." Upon hearing this, both Vice President Andre and the janitor stared at him with wide eyes. The Vice President slammed the table and stood up. "What?" Trenlack arrogantly replied. "All the bounty questions from the Aba City Mathematics Association. A total of 23 problems. The answers are all here." Time slowly passed until afternoon. The Vice President's head was covered in a cold sweat. Andre, one hand on his head and the other holding an answer sheet, had a serious expression as he and the others in the room checked the work. One person shouted with a trembling voice, "Vice President Andre, we finished checking. They're all correct." He looked up, startled. In the room, everyone was still diligently comparing answers and scribbling notes. Vice President Andre wiped the sweat from his forehead with one hand, holding a paper in the other, his voice filled with excitement. "It's real. All the problems have been solved. I never thought I'd live to witness such a miracle. You really do see strange things if you live long enough. Who on earth is that person?" Everyone was overly excited. They quickly ran over to where he was dozing off, their voices booming. This is something that scholars across the Nolan Empire, no, across the entire God's Grace continent, couldn't do. They cheered and celebrated. This terrifying person can only be described in 4 words. The god of mathematics. Vice President Andre, wiping away tears of emotion, touched Trenlack's shoulder. "Your Excellency." He was startled awake by the man's touch. "Huh, is it done?" Trenlack yawned and wiped the sleep from the corner of his eye. Have you all finished verifying it?" Everyone, including Vice President Andre, bowed their heads respectfully. The Vice President spoke up. "The solutions are perfect, not a single error. Your Excellency's great contribution to mathematics is truly beyond words. May I ask what we should call you, Your Excellency?" He jolted and sat up straight on a stack of books, replying, "My name is Trenlack." While the Vice President was still stunned, he continued, "If you've checked and there are no problems, then pay up. The total prize money is 535 gold coins." Trenlack cheerfully winked at Vice President Andre. "Since it's our first time working together, let's round it down. Just give me 530 gold coins." Upon hearing this, the Vice President was utterly speechless. In a luxurious room, a disbelieving, slightly stuttering voice rang out, "And Mr. Trenlack." Jasmine was astonished and surprised as she looked at a bag full of gold coins on the table, her voice trembling as she asked, This is." Trenlack pointed to the bag of gold coins and said confidently, "To buy new magic." A horse with powerful strides galloped through puddles of water. It galloped through the heavy rain like a brave warrior. On its back was a soldier, who was currently heading to the Abas City Lord's Manor. Arriving at the city gate, the soldier was stopped by 2 guards. "This is the City Lord's Manor ahead. You cannot enter on horseback." Seeing he was blocked, the soldier retorted, "Get out of my way. Urgent orders from the royal capital. Quickly, go inform the City Lord." Afterward, the letter was delivered to the City Lord. He was stunned by its contents, stammering, "This?" City Lord Autumn Gravis's eyes widened, his eyebrows knitting together as he exclaimed, "Is this real?" The soldier from before knelt and replied, "Yes. The royal capital has verified it. Latan has indeed entered Abas City, but his specific location and objective are still unknown." The lady beside the City Lord, also bewildered, clutched a round handkerchief and added, "Isn't Latan that high-level mage who turned traitor? He's been in hiding for almost 3 years. Why has he suddenly appeared in Aba City?" City Lord Austin Gravis scowled and replied, "I don't know." A look of fear appeared on his face as he declared, "But with Laton's magical abilities, if he wanted to." Around the City Lord's manor, purple lightning strikes crashed down, looking powerful and terrifying. Along with City Lord Austin Gravis's assertion, "I'm afraid destroying all of Aba City wouldn't be a difficult task." At school, at that moment, Trenlack accidentally dropped his pen under his seat. He bent down to pick it up, lamenting, learning new magic to increase my spiritual power is fast, but it drains a lot of stamina and costs money. I've already finished learning all the new magic I just bought. Trenlack listlessly slumped down, grumbling to himself. 500 gold coins really isn't enough. Looks like I'll have to think of another way to make money. Toby, sitting next to him, saw this and turned to look. He grinned slyly, as if he had some wicked idea. Brian, why is it that, ever since you've been with Miss Brittany, your body seems to be getting weaker and weaker? Hearing this, Brian angrily retorted, Are you asking for a beating? Up ahead, the girls were excitedly chattering about something. One girl was showing her friends some pictures of Lack Thun that they managed to get. Look, this is a picture of Lack Thun. It took me so much effort to get it. The girls next to her gushed, Lack Thun is so handsome. How did you get it? Let me see. He's so young. Holding the picture of Lack Thun, her friends praised him endlessly. Lack Thun is so handsome. Toby, sitting behind them, clicked his tongue at their fangirling. A bunch of fangirls. Chunlak next to him turned and asked, Who is Lack Thun? Toby immediately explained, You don't know. Recently, a masked person named Trenlack solved all 23 of the association's most difficult math problems, which had accumulated for nearly 100 years all at once, for the Amos City Mathematics Association. Now, the entire mathematics world of the Nolan Kingdom is in an uproar, scrambling to find this person. He also emphasized, because his mathematical ability is so unbelievable, he's been nicknamed Lack Thun. After hearing that, he broke out in a cold sweat. What the heck? They've already deified me? Toby pouted jealously and said, In my opinion, someone that amazing. Must be some old geezer. How could he possibly be that young? Don't you agree, Brian? Trenlack, tired of listening, just mumbled in agreement. Ah, right. You're totally right. Suddenly, Toby slung an arm around his shoulder and asked curiously, Oh, right. After school this afternoon is the extracurricular magic practice. Have you decided who you're going to group up with yet? Trenlack didn't answer right away and asked back, Aren't you grouping with me? Toby sighed dejectedly. I'm not going to the magic practice. With my level of magic, there's no point in going. I already had my old man call me in sick. Then, he said something that surprised him. I heard this time the magic practice will be held with the second and third years. In the afternoon, on the back mountain of Street Donis Academy, the teacher gathered the students and announced, The goal of this magic practice session is to further cultivate your magical abilities. You all. The students lined up neatly in one place and listened as the teacher continued to explain, You will use this opportunity, this rare training opportunity, to apply magical theory to practice. They emphasized. But you all must also remember, while training your magical abilities is important, safety is paramount. The head teacher continuously reminded them, the students, that safety always comes first. Most of the dangers on the mountain behind me have been eliminated by the academy. Therefore, you must all be careful not to venture outside the designated area on this mountain to carry out your activities. He continued, Next, you will freely form groups of 3 to 4 people and enter the back mountain in order. You will also spend one night there. You will return to this spot by noon tomorrow. Is that clear? As soon as he finished, all the students shouted in unison, Yes, sir. Suddenly, someone spoke up, asking Trenlack, Well then, Brian, did you hear that clearly? He nervously swallowed his saliva. Yes, I heard. Isabella stepped forward, pointed at Alice, and then asked, Good, now, you decide. Me or her? Who do you choose as your teammate? Trenlack scratched his head and replied shyly, About that. Can't we all just go together? Hearing his answer, Alice covered her mouth and laughed, then burst out laughing. I never realized Junior Blair had such big ambitions. You want both of us as your teammates. All right, I think that's a great suggestion. I really like Isabella. Isabella angrily clenched her 2 fists and called her out by name, Alice. Unwilling to concede, she said, Fine, I agree too. Teaming up is fine. Who's afraid of who anyway? Seeing this, Blair felt a sense of relief. That's more like it, he thought, silently thanking his lucky stars. This is great. But as soon as they reached the forest, Isabella pinched Blair again, making him cry out in pain. Isabella, what are you pinching me for? She yelled back, I'm pinching you, so what? On a mountaintop, someone was observing everything. He spoke up, Sir Leto, the sun has set. Leto walked forward, holding a staff in his hand, and stood right in the middle of the group. Leto declared, Everyone, we have finally reached this stage. The people with him listened with intense focus. This city, Leto shouted, will never see tomorrow's sun again. In the back hills of Street Donis Academy, deep in the forest at night, a rabbit was foraging when its ears suddenly shot straight up. It suddenly jumped up as if sensing something was about to happen. Its teeth began to glow. Emitting strange streams of light, the rabbit suddenly spat out a large ball of fire, setting the nearby area ablaze. Luckily, Isabella was there and helped the rabbit extinguish the fire. This shocked the little rabbit so much its soul nearly left its body. Isabella cast her magic with a very stylish pose. She effortlessly dealt with the fire, which even made Alice, who was standing behind her, gasp in admiration. After finishing, Isabella turned to show off to her teammates. Success, I've taken control of its fireball. While Isabella was happily showing off to everyone, Blair was focused on observing the rabbit. He examined it while thinking to himself, ignoring Isabella's victory dance behind him. It's exactly as Anthony said. Once control of the rabbit's fireball is taken away, it will freeze on the spot, completely motionless. Suddenly, a hand reached out from nowhere and pinched his ear. Isabella yelled, Blair, how could you grab such a cute rabbit by its ears? Pinched by her, Blair stammered, "Ow, ow, ow. Let go, both of you." Isabella managed to get the rabbit. She hugged it tightly and told it, "There, little rabbit, don't be scared. I've chased the bad man away." After being pinched by Isabella, he sulked and held his head. He complained that he was treated worse than a rabbit. Seeing Blair's ear turn red from Isabella's pinch, Alice walked over and took hold of it. She rubbed his ear while leaning in close. "Is your ear okay? Aren't you going to catch a rabbit?" "Only by catching a rabbit." "Well, you get a score for this magic practice." Her being so close made Blair blush as he replied, "I'm fine. We're just getting started. There's still time to catch one." Then, he cleared his throat a few times and asked, "By the way, Alice, besides rabbits, do other animals also know magic?" Alice, while holding the rabbit, replied, "That's right. It's common knowledge on the God's Grace continent. Magic isn't a unique talent to humans. Most animals also have the ability to communicate with magical elements, but usually only with one system. Furthermore, they can't cast overly complex spells." Alice used various animals as examples. For instance, rabbits can only use elements close to fire, and they can only cast the lowest level fireball spell. She continued, "As for the question you asked Professor Anthony earlier, I'm afraid no one on this entire continent has the answer." Hearing her say that, he sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "I was just asking on a whim back then." Elsewhere, Professor Anthony was standing and pondering something. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Professor Anthony." Vice Principal Canvin approached and asked, "Professor Anthony, why aren't you patrolling the mountain?" He replied, "Vice Principal Canvin, I was thinking about the question Blair asked me earlier." He was surprised that a professor like Anthony would be so lost in thought. "Blair again? What did he ask you?" Professor Anthony recounted the moment. Blair knew that rabbits could spit fireballs from their mouths and asked me why humans need incantations and hand signs to control magical elements, while rabbits don't. After hearing this, Vice Principal Canvin was also at a loss for words, not knowing how to explain it. The two of them stood there like statues, pondering his question. Suddenly, the Vice Principal patted Professor Anthony on the shoulder and spoke. "Right, Professor Anthony, you should go patrol the mountain to protect the students." Professor Anthony still didn't want to go and tried to hold him back. "But you haven't answered my question yet." Vice Principal Canvin quickly replied so he could get him to go patrol the mountain. "Answer what? Is your question more important, or is the students' safety more important? Huh, now get going." Meanwhile, Blair, Alice, and Isabella were chatting. Isabella, Alice. The two of them. Isabella, with a flushed face, cut him off. "Blair, you already touched them earlier. So, which one is bigger?" "Mine." Isabella turned to Alice and continued, "Or Alice's." Blair, sitting beside them, rested his chin on his hand and blushed. "Well, I did indeed touch them both, but it's still very hard to judge." As he spoke, Alice took his hand, startling him. "Well then, Junior Blair, just feel them one more time." Isabella's face darkened. You, my rabbit is clearly bigger than yours, and you still won't admit it. Just wait and see what Blair says." Isabella said loudly, "Blair, you tell us, is my rabbit or Alice's bigger?" He could only give a strained smile and stammer, "Well." Suddenly, the rabbit in Isabella's hands struggled violently. It leaped out of her arms, making her exclaim, "Ah, my rabbit." The rabbit ran over to the base of a nearby tree and crawled under a wooden plank. It seemed to be running from something. Isabella looked for her rabbit, constantly calling out, "Where did it go?" Suddenly, Alice called her name, Isabella. Isabella bent down to a pipe to look for her rabbit. "Why is there a pipe here? Did the rabbit just crawl inside?" Alice continued to warn her, "Isabella, I told you not to run around." Suddenly, the ground began to shake, surprising the three of them. A crack appeared in the ground beneath them. It didn't stop, but grew wider and wider, causing Alice and Isabella to fall in. Isabella's face turned pale with fear as she screamed. Alice was just as terrified, but she still held on tightly to her rabbit. A cloud of dust and rubble swirled into the air, creating a chaotic scene. A trembling hand struggled to crawl out from under the collapsed rubble. With a pained expression, Isabella finally managed to lift her head and pull the upper half of her body from the wreckage. Then, she grabbed a soft arm, now covered in wounds. Isabella struggled to help Alice move quickly to a safe spot. They seemed to have exhausted their strength, collapsing to the ground and panting for breath. A look of terror filled Isabella's eyes. Where is this?" Alice, exhausted, fell into a daze, unconsciously calling out someone's name. "Blair." Isabella frantically tried to wake her friend. "Alice, wake up." After a while, there was still no sign of response. She then placed her hand under Alice's nose. Isabella's face darkened as terrible thoughts filled her mind. This is not good. Suddenly, she lifted Alice's face, as if preparing to do something. Isabella then decisively placed her lips on hers. She performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation with all her might. After a long time, her method worked. Alice began to stir. Her face was filled with exhaustion as her eyes slowly fluttered open. Alice sat up abruptly, looking completely bewildered. Isabella immediately placed a hand on her shoulder, rubbing it gently. Alice choked and started coughing uncontrollably, her face turning from pale white to a flushed red. Isabella was so happy she couldn't hold back her tears. She stared at her intently and asked, "Are you okay now?" Alice, having now recovered a bit, struggled to speak through her coughing fit, replying one word at a time, "Yeah, I'm fine." She looked around and became frightened. "Where are we?" Isabella quickly told her, "I don't know either. When I crawled out of the rubble, we were already here." It looks like a cave. Alice stood up and immediately began observing her surroundings. I've never heard of a cave under the Academy's back hills. Isabella suddenly remembered something. There's a door over there. Maybe we can get out. Alice turned to her shyly. Right about that. Thank you for earlier, Isabella. Hearing this, she froze for a few seconds. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? She suddenly snapped. Alice looked at her, confused, and asked, What's with the attitude? Isabella, dejected, didn't bother to explain. It's nothing. I just didn't think you knew how to say thank you. Hearing this, she was left speechless. It was the middle of the night, but everyone was still gathered together under the full moon. That was so scary. What was that earthquake just now? I don't know. Does this mean I won't get a score? All my rabbits ran away. A student with a very worried expression asked Vice Principal Canvin. Does this mean we've lost all our scores? He gently replied, reassuring the students. It's all right, everyone, calm down. This incident will be treated as an accident. Don't you worry. Professor Anthony suddenly turned to him to speculate about something. Vice Principal Canvin, I'm sure all the students are out of the mountains now. He asked with a very serious expression. Are you sure? Professor Anthony stammered, trying to find the words to convince him. Well, the earthquake happened so suddenly. The other teachers and I did our best. There probably aren't any students left on the mountain. Teacher Cuke is checking the student roster right now. We'll have the exact results soon. From a distance, the sound of galloping hooves echoed towards them. A large group of city guards appeared. They seemed to be in a great hurry, shouting for everyone to get out of the way. This caught the students' attention, and they watched with curiosity and surprise. Soon, the mounted warriors were very close, kicking up clouds of dust everywhere. Cao Chung and Teacher Anthony were extremely confused and a bit scared. The city guards? Why are they taking action? Vice Principal Calvin spoke up a moment later, his face full of suspicion. It seems this earthquake isn't as simple as it looks. A mysterious door slowly opened, and light quickly crept through the opening. Isabella peeked her head out to take a look and immediately exclaimed, This place is huge. In front of her and Alice stood a tall, towering pillar. Streams of energy could be seen swirling all around. Where is this place? Curious, Isabella reached her hand closer, wanting to feel that strange phenomenon for herself. She gazed at the pillar from top to bottom. The patterns are so intricate. Isabella decisively touched it. A crackling sound suddenly rang out. She was thrown far away. To Alice's horror, she couldn't react in time and fell painfully to the floor. Alice ran over, calling out to her. Isabella. She worriedly helped her friend sit up. Are you okay? Isabella kept her composure and replied, I'm fine. It seems this pillar has a protective magic spell cast on it. A very high-level one. A glint appeared in Alice's eyes as she turned towards the pillar and slowly said, This pillar reminds me of something I read in a very old magic book. She looked at the streams of magical light. Alice continued to explain, Legend says that the ancient people would erect many bronze pillars inscribed with magical runes. Over a large area, they would connect them with bronze wires to form an incredibly powerful magic circle. Isabella listened, full of curiosity. A magic circle? So, what is this magic circle for? She shook her head a few times and replied, I don't know. Maybe for large-scale healing or accelerated growth. Suddenly, arrows carrying powerful energy rained down from above. They were heading straight for them. The situation was extremely dangerous. The giant pillar unleashed long, writhing tendrils. Fierce electrical currents arced around, and sharp shards of ice stabbed down into the ground, sending earth and rock flying. As the two of them watched in horror, someone in the distance let out a mysterious smile. He had been watching everything from the very beginning. A magic circle appeared with a blue glow, enveloping a person standing on a high perch. He forcefully manipulated the circle and spoke with a contemptuous tone. You two young ladies are quite skilled, aren't you? They stood facing each other, the situation incredibly tense, angered by his rude actions. Alice was so angry she was speechless. The mysterious man observed them closely from head to toe. She finally managed to force the words out of her mouth. Who are you? His face suddenly turned sinister. That's a question I should be asking, but never mind. After all, you two will be dead soon enough. Alice and Isabella turned to look at each other, communicating intently with their eyes. What should we do? Attack first. Without hesitation, the two of them began to cast a spell. Oh, fire elements throughout the world. Heed my summons. The mysterious man, unafraid, watched them chant. He smirked triumphantly. Descend upon this place. Instantly, a large fire appeared, blazing intensely. It raged fiercely as the two girls chanted in unison, Fireball. A giant block of ice quickly blocked the spreading flames. The heat of the fire didn't affect him at all. In fact, it was completely absorbed into the ice. They stared in disbelief. What? The mysterious man suddenly leaped up with incredible agility, then flew straight at the two of them, his blade held tight, ready for a fight. His power was so strong that it sent them flying backward before they could even react. Alice slammed into a wall, the pain leaving her immobilized. Like a madman, the mysterious man lunged towards her. Alice managed to dodge in time, quickly backing away to find an escape route. Suddenly, a blast of energy shot past her cheek. Her safety was short-lived as the man cornered her. She had now lost all advantage. The color drained from her face, and she looked terrified. He ruthlessly grabbed Alice by the throat, his grip tightening until she couldn't struggle anymore. The mysterious man smiled with satisfaction as he watched her slowly collapse, but he wasn't finished. With one hand, he lifted Alice into the air, making it incredibly hard for her to breathe. He stared at Alice and spoke in a mocking tone. My apologies. She tried to pry the mysterious man's rough hand off, but he seemed to be in a very good mood. But I can only kill you too. The mysterious man suddenly pulled out a dagger, raising it high and aiming it straight at Alice. She was terrified, all hope lost. Alice squeezed her eyes shut. She could only wish to escape this situation. Suddenly, fresh blood splattered everywhere. It was a chilling sight. Chen Luo had suddenly appeared, taking the fatal blow for her. The mysterious man was furious that his chance, which was right in front of him, had been snatched away by someone else. Alice's face was filled with horror, and for her, the most terrifying thing right now was seeing Chen Luo injured. His eyes shone with determination. He didn't look scared at all. Isabella struggled to her feet, stumbling towards them and shouting, Chen Luo. She only had time to get out the word, careful. The man's words stopped abruptly, as if he had witnessed something terrifying. You! Red sparks flew past his face, causing the mysterious man to freeze for a few seconds, unable to react. The three of them gathered together as a blazing red circle formed around them. The man watched with a resentful gaze, and he realized something too late. The magic circle was emitting a latent power, a colossal source of energy. It seemed capable of incinerating everything. The mysterious man was confused. How is this possible? This guy didn't even chant a magic spell. Everything around them turned to ash. Dark, gloomy smoke billowed around them. The three of them assumed a combat stance together. They scanned their surroundings, searching for him. Isabella approached Chen Luo, her face filled with alarm, and checked on him. How did you get here too? Does your arm need to be bandaged first? Chen Luo avoided her gaze. He replied softly, I went into the cave you two fell into and followed you here. Chen Luo clutched his wound. His tone was grave. My arm can wait. He continued as the thick smoke started to clear, revealing the man's figure. He was crouched on the ground, looking pathetic. The mysterious man was filled with immense hatred. Chen Luo gritted his teeth, thinking, I couldn't see how he cast that spell at all. Could it be that this guy's casting speed is even faster? Then Sir Latan, not thinking any more, he gripped his weapon tightly, determined to fight to the end. Whatever, they've seen what's in this place, so they must die. His blade transformed into a sharp icicle, and a chill could be felt emanating from it. The mysterious man aimed straight for Chen Luo and charged towards him. Isabella and Alice shouted in unison. Worried for his safety, Chen Luo, be careful. The man charged forward a short distance, then suddenly stopped. He looked at Chen Luo, confused. He's not fighting back? Suddenly, from a distance, he watched in terror. He saw an orb of energy gradually forming. It grew closer and closer. A series of questions flashed through the mysterious man's mind. Water sphere? He's casting magic again without any gestures. The sphere suddenly cracked open. A ring of fire blasted heat towards him. Wait, there's something different about this water sphere. Finally, the mysterious man was engulfed by the sphere, along with the blazing rings of fire surrounding it, which incinerated every part of his body, leaving him unable to react. Then, it exploded. Fresh blood streamed down the mysterious man's face. Unable to bear it any longer, he coughed up blood. Exhausted and drained of all strength, he collapsed to his knees, his face now a mask of misery and hatred. The mysterious man's hand could no longer hold on, but to his sword. It slid down with the stream of water from above. He was charred black. He staggered to his feet, stunned. Before a few seconds had passed, he fell face first onto the ground, his blood and body pooling together and spreading across the floor. What the hell was that? Night fell upon the old forest. Latan was sitting peacefully on a large rock, blending in with the whistling wind. His eyes held a hint of worry. He seemed to have noticed something. A subordinate ran up in a panic to ask, Sir Latan, what's the situation? What's wrong, sir? He stood up, carefully observing his surroundings. We've got rats. The sound of horses galloping quickly down the trail disturbed the quiet night. The commander of the city guard loudly ordered his soldiers to halt. The commander gave careful instructions in a stern voice. Ahead is the entrance to the underground passage. Everyone dismount and prepare to enter. The commander didn't forget to add a very important detail. The rebel leader this time, Latan, was once an elite soldier and a high-level mage of the Empire. He's extremely dangerous. You must be very careful. Suddenly, a soldier looked utterly horrified, pointing ahead. Captain, you, look up ahead. There, standing imposingly before them, was Latan. He seemed to have been waiting for them for a while, his expression completely unfazed. A murderous aura radiated from him. My dear colleagues, I'm afraid you can go no further. Hearing this, the soldiers were terrified. It's Latan. The city guards immediately went on the defensive. The rebel leader has appeared. Prepare for battle. They were all on high alert. They started to slowly advance on him. Ethan's uncle, seeing the boy trembling, turned to him and said, Ethan, when the fighting starts, stay close to me. Don't you wander off. Got it? Ethan didn't dare to argue and replied, Yes, uncle. The men tried to rally themselves. No matter what, he's just one guy. Surround him. Yes, sir. Some time later, a hand lay motionless on the green grass. Ethan's face was contorted in pain, tears of blood now streaming down his cheeks. The bodies of soldiers were scattered all around him. Even the war horses hadn't been spared from the massacre. Ethan struggled to sit up. A throbbing pain pounded relentlessly in his head. He couldn't believe it. I'm still alive? A familiar voice, completely drained of strength, called out from nearby. Ethan. He scrambled to his feet and ran towards his uncle. His face went deathly pale when he saw his uncle lying on the ground, dying. Uncle. Ethan gripped his hand tightly. Tears streamed down his face, rendering him speechless. Uncle. Uncle. He sobbed uncontrollably in the rain, overwhelmed with grief. Why? Why did this happen? What? What am I supposed to do now? Ethan's uncle looked at him with sorrow, slowly pulling an object from inside his tunic and holding it out to his nephew. Ethan, don't worry about me. Take this. And complete the mission. He clutched the object, sobbing so violently that he couldn't make a sound. Uncle, I can't do it. You saw him. You saw Latan. He took us all down by himself. He screamed in anguish. He killed the captain with a single flick of his wrist. What can someone like me possibly do? He could have killed me just by twitching a finger. Ethan's uncle gave him one final look, then slowly closed his eyes. He frantically tried to lift his uncle onto his back, desperately trying to reassure him. Uncle, uncle, don't close your eyes. I'm taking you down the mountain right now. You're gonna make it, I promise. His uncle struggled to utter one last, brief reply, complete the mission. Then, his head slumped onto Ethan's shoulder as he passed away in the rainy night. As his uncle's last words trailed off, Ethan's face darkened and he stood frozen, absorbing every last syllable. His uncle's hand, now completely limp, slipped from Ethan's sturdy shoulder. Like an abandoned child, he stood there and cried his heart out, refusing to accept the painful truth as he screamed into the raging thunderstorm. Uncle! A door slowly creaked open. Inside a dark room, Chen Luo couldn't bear the pain of having his wound dressed. He let out a piercing scream, Ow! Isabella, take it easy, will you? She just looked at him with extreme curiosity. Oh, right. Chen Luo, how were you able to use magic earlier without any incantations or hand signs? How'd you manage that? He tried to avoid her gaze. Well, maybe my chanting and hand signs were just too fast for you to see. She could sense that he wasn't telling her the truth, so she intentionally pressed down hard on his wound. A searing pain shot through him, and Chen Luo, unable to take it, shrieked with tears welling up in his eyes. Isabella left him writhing in pain on the floor and walked over to Alice. Alice turned to her and gently chided, Isabella, you could be a little gentler with Chen Luo. But she stubbornly ignored her. Well, who told him to be so secretive and mysterious? He deserves it. Seeing Alice staring intently at the pillar, Isabella asked, Alice, have you figured out what this pillar actually does yet? Alice replied with a somber look, Not yet, but I'm certain of one thing. This is exactly like something I've read about in a book. It's a pillar that's part of a magic circle. She stated gravely, I still don't know what this magic circle does, but I suspect the earthquake that brought us here is connected to it. She didn't forget to add, glancing at the unconscious man on the floor. And considering that guy suddenly attacked us, I highly doubt this magic circle is for anything good. Hearing this from behind, Chen Luo cracked his knuckles. She's right. We need to find an exit fast, then report everything that's going on here to the academy. His eyes glinted with resolve. We'll let them handle this. Isabella and Alice stared past him, their faces filled with fear, as if they'd seen something terrifying. Ethan had suddenly appeared. He held the gleaming tip of his sword to Chen Luo's throat. He stared intently at the group and growled, Who are you people? Why are you in this place? Seizing the moment of distraction, Chen Luo decisively moved his hand toward the blade. In a flash, he had broken free from Ethan's hold. Ethan stared at Chen Luo, utterly stunned and unable to believe his eyes. Before Ethan could even react, Chen Luo was up and had him in a leg lock, twisting Ethan's arms behind his back. Now completely immobilized, Ethan couldn't resist as Chen Luo brazenly placed a hand on his head and forced it down hard. Chen Luo looked at Ethan with angry contempt. So, you have accomplices. Meanwhile, Isabella was observing Ethan closely. She seemed to be piecing something together. Ethan struggled against Chen Luo's hold. Let me go. If you don't let me go, the city of Aba will be finished. Hearing this, Chen Luo paused for a second, completely confused. The others surrounded Ethan and exclaimed in unison, utterly astonished. What? The pillar continued to emit powerful arcs of electricity. It was only then that they began to understand. So that's what this is about. Isabella listened to his entire story. Her eyes glistened as she looked at Ethan. So, you mean to say you came here to stop Latan from activating this magic circle? But you were ambushed by Latan, and your whole unit was wiped out. And now, you're the only one left? He began to slowly recount the events. Actually, a few days ago, the royal capital received intel that Latan had infiltrated the city of Aba, but we were never able to find his exact location. We had no idea what his plan was either, until just a while ago when the earthquake hit this area, accompanied by a massive magical fluctuation. Ethan looked pained recalling the events, his voice growing heavy. It's just, I never imagined Latan would be so powerful. All of us put together couldn't. Chen Luo raised his hand with a dopey expression. Speaking of which, I have a question. Who's Latan? At his question, everyone fell silent, not even bothering to explain. Isabella spoke up, annoyed, Chen Luo. Could you possibly be any more clueless? Alice, however, gently began to explain to him. Latan is the most notorious and dangerous criminal in the entire Nolan Kingdom. Even children here know his name. Latan's infamous appearance is enough to strike fear into anyone with a single glance. She gave a brief summary. Latan was once a high-ranking border general for the Nolan Kingdom. He's not only a master of close-quarters combat, but he's also a high-level mage who wields formidable magical power. He fought in countless wars on the kingdom's borders, achieving one glorious victory after another for Nolan. At the time, he was a nationally recognized war hero. Alice emphasized a key point, but, to everyone's shock, during a crucial battle, Latan suddenly led his troops in a betrayal of the kingdom. It was because of his treason that the Nolan kingdom lost that battle. She continued in a low voice. The outcome was predictable. After that, Latan vanished without a trace. And even though the kingdom has always maintained a high bounty for the capture of this traitor, he remains at large to this day. Rumor has it that Latan is hiding in the royal capital, preparing to overthrow the government at any moment. Isabella quickly put the pieces together. So Latan came to the city of Abba for this magic circle. What in the world is it for? Ethan's expression grew grim. This magic circle, it has the power to destroy the entire city of Abba. The three of them were stunned and shouted in unison, "Destroy. Destroy the city of Abba." He stood up, staring intently at the pillar, which was generating powerful surges of energy. Including this pillar, the magic circle is comprised of a total of 118 magic pillars. They're scattered all throughout these mountains. Who built the magic circle, or for what purpose, remains unknown. All we know is that it has existed in these mountains for 1,000 years, Ethan continued. He concentrated, recalling the past. Actually, 15 years ago, this magic circle buried deep beneath the mountain was discovered by the city lord. The city lord discovered it and requested the Mages Association to help with the investigation. The investigation revealed that this magic circle's power far exceeds any modern magic. Its operational mechanics and activation principles still can't be fully analyzed. They listened intently as Ethan continued. The only thing that's certain is that once the magic circle activates, it will generate an immense amount of magical energy enough to reduce the entire city of Abba to ashes. And with that, Ethan had finally laid out the whole situation. Since there was no known way to dismantle it safely, this place was always kept secret until the earthquake just now. We don't know what method Latan used, but it's obvious that he has now activated the magic circle. That's why my unit was dispatched here to stop it. Save Abba City. Chen Luo mused. You guys don't know much about this magic circle either, so how can you stop it? Ethan took something out, his expression filled with determination. That's why we have to use this. They moved closer to observe the intricately carved stone block. They couldn't help but be amazed. He didn't hide anything. Although this magic circle is formed by many magic pillars, its core component is a single, largest main pillar. That spot plays a crucial role in activating the magic circle. When this magic circle was discovered, this tablet was placed right next to the main pillar. He seemed to treasure the stone block, casually continuing. The Mage Association has tested it and knows that this tablet, the closer it gets to the main pillar, the more the magic circle's power will noticeably decrease. And when this tablet touches the pillar, the magic circle will completely cease to operate and then shut down for good. Obviously, this tablet was the stop command that the creator of the magic circle made back then. Therefore, to prevent any unwanted situations, this tablet has always been kept in the city lord's manor. After hearing this, Chen Luo was extremely surprised. So, we just need to bring this tablet to the pillar, and we can stop this magic circle? Ethan, with incredibly determined eyes, said, "This is our mission. It's just that Latan's power still surpassed our imagination." Chen Luo, with a slightly worried expression, offered his opinion. "If your entire squad has been wiped out now, that means Latan is already on alert. You should go down the mountain and call for reinforcements. Otherwise, you won't be able to complete the mission relying on just yourself." Ethan understood his feelings, but he still replied calmly, "There's no time. You all saw the light on this pillar. I'm afraid in just one more hour, this magic circle will be fully activated. By then, even with more people, it would be useless." Without further hesitation, he carefully instructed them. "The only way to save Abba City right now is for me to take this tablet and find the main pillar. You guys are civilians, and just students at that, so you should quickly follow the original path to get out of here. Get as far away as you can." Chen Luo suddenly covered his face with his hand, looking a bit embarrassed. I really don't want to interrupt the current mood, but it seems your pants." At his words, Ethan's face darkened, and he quickly looked down at his pants. He screamed at the incredibly awkward sight that would make anyone cringe. Ethan immediately used his hand to cover the front of his pants. Not wanting to be embarrassed, he immediately explained, This is because it was raining outside, so my pants suddenly got wet." Isabella stood up, looking very tense as she faced him. With a tone full of determination, she spoke. "Our Gravis family has protected Abba City for generations. I, Isabella Gravis, also have a duty to protect this place. Therefore, I will act with you to stop this magic circle." Chen Luo, standing beside her, gave a forced smile. She hadn't stopped, resolutely saying, "Even if the opponent is a dangerous criminal with a bounty of 100 million, I will not back down." Ethan's eyes widened as he looked at her, asking in complete astonishment, "You're the city lord's daughter, Miss Isabella?" A firm hand rested on his shoulder, seemingly soothing his heart. Chen Luo flashed a bright smile, sharing the same ideal as Isabella. "As a good citizen of Abba City, protecting the city is also a responsibility I cannot refuse." Alice, who had been watching everything from the start, cheerfully joined in. "Of course, I have to go too." All of this moved Ethan deeply. Tears streamed down his cheeks. You guys." The atmosphere was immediately broken by Chen Luo. He turned to tease Ethan. "Oh right, do you need to dry your pants first?" He retorted sulkily, "Mind your own business." The mages were trying their best to break the barrier, surrounded by an incredibly powerful energy. "Oh, Fire elements throughout the world, heed my call and descend upon this place. Suddenly, deafening explosions echoed through the sky, striking the magic formation right in front of them. Thick black smoke billowed up, its heat capable of incinerating everything. After a while, the smoke completely dissipated, but the magic formation remained completely untouched. Vice President Elton turned to Andre, his face full of worry. Still no good. Our magic hitting that barrier has no effect at all. Andre remained silent for a moment before slowly replying. We can only wait for the president to return and see if he has any solutions. Seeing Andre's calm expression, he snapped angrily. The president is still on his way back from the royal capital. The earliest he can get here is tomorrow morning. By then, Abba City will no longer exist. From a distance, a familiar voice suddenly called out to him. Everyone turned to look as a natural reaction. Elton! Vice President Elton shouted with joy. City Lord Otto Gravis quickly cut him off. You still haven't broken the barrier? With sad eyes, the other man spoke up. We've tried our best. Hearing this, he wasn't surprised and quickly informed them of the current situation. The Vanguard team is rushing to bring the tablet before the barrier rises. Right now, spiderwebs clung to the city walls. Otto Gravis paused for a moment before continuing. They can only hope they succeed. In the dark tunnel, Ethan suddenly assessed the situation. A great danger. This is indeed a great danger. Chen Luo suddenly walked up to him and smacked him hard on the head, causing Ethan to cry out in pain. From behind, he cursed at Chen Luo, but all he got in return was an indifferent look. What did you hit me for? It's all spiderwebs up ahead. Aren't you afraid of spiders? A spider was slowly descending onto Ethan's shirt, its body dangling gently. He felt something clinging to him. He immediately reached his hand back, his face filled with anxiety and fear. He opened his palm. Discovering a giant spider, he screamed in terror. Isabella and Chen Luo watched Ethan scramble away, feeling doubtful. Are all the city guards like this? He must be a special case. He ran in such a hurry that he didn't watch his step. Ethan stepped on something and froze. Luckily, Chen Luo was there in time. He quickly pulled him back. If he had been just a moment slower, Ethan would have fallen. The color drained from his face. Ethan, as if just returned from the hands of death, let out a sigh of relief. Faye, thank you. This trap is really well hidden. Chen Luo observed his surroundings and made his own judgment. This tunnel is full of traps. Everyone, be careful. But why does it feel like we're getting more and more off course? It seems like no one has been here for a long time. Are you sure this path leads to the main pillar? Ethan replied while wiping away his sweat. Don't worry, it's not wrong. I've memorized this route. The place we're about to pass through is a secret passage that no one knows about. The three of them were surprised. A secret passage? Seeing they were still confused, he slowly explained the central chamber, where the main pillar is, has many interconnected paths, but all of them require passing through the main door of that chamber. Ethan didn't forget to assert, the town will definitely have that place heavily guarded. With our strength, we have no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. Finally, with a confident air, he concluded, therefore, the path I'm leading you on is a secret passage that doesn't require going through the chamber's main door. And of course, he had planned it all out. We can sneak in quietly, and while Latan isn't paying attention, we'll throw this tablet at the pillar and complete the mission. After hearing this, Isabella couldn't hide her surprise. Her clear voice rang out, so that's how it is. Chen Luo had been wondering about something. I have a question. How do you know about this secret passage? Ethan, with a face full of confidence, told him something he was proud of. I graduated with a major in history. I can read ancient texts. Since becoming a city guard, I've read through all the ancient documents in the city lord's manor. Among them was a map of this magic circle. This mission sent all elites. The reason I was brought along is precisely because I know the way. Chen Luo froze and asked him, you majored in history? Then why did you become a city guard? His question made Ethan extremely flustered as he explained, well, it's very hard to find a job with a history degree. Just then, my second uncle, who has a small position in the squad, got me in. To be honest, this is also my first time out on a mission. He lowered his head and muttered, finding a job is hard. It's really the same in any world. Ethan placed his hand on a spot on the wall, his voice excited. Found it. It's right here. Sure enough, a mysterious secret entrance appeared in that spot, just as he had said. They watched intently. Found it. It's right here. A glimmer of hope shone in Ethan's eyes. From here, we can go straight to the central chamber. They could easily observe the streams of light and power radiating from the towering pillar. A subordinate came to report the situation. Sir Latan, the outer barrier, is operating well. It hasn't been breached yet. Lethan listened calmly, his eyes gazing into the distance. The protection system of this magic circle is truly perfect. I wonder how the people of that era managed to create it. By the way, has Stockholm returned yet? His subordinate answered respectfully. Not yet. He went to patrol the west sector and hasn't come back. After hearing this, he thought for a moment, then whispered in a mysterious tone. The west sector. It seems a few fish slipped through the net. Meanwhile, Chen Luo's group was trying to enter the secret passage. Chen Luo's sharp eyes peeked stealthily through a crack in the door, as if observing something. A few seconds later, he decisively pushed a brick upward, with a very gentle motion. Immediately after, an opening appeared, and a voice echoed from below. No one's out here. It looks like Lethan really is at the main gate. The brick was pushed aside, and they finally managed to climb up. Some were panting heavily, while others were astonished by the scene before them. This place is huge. We're finally out. The first thing they saw was the giant orb in front of them. Isabella couldn't help but wonder. This room is so big. Why aren't there any pillars? There's only an electric orb. Ethan slowly explained, there was originally a pillar. It was probably retracted after the magic circle began to accumulate energy. Retracted. Suddenly, he felt something beneath his feet. He looked down and saw a line of ancient text, which greatly surprised him. Just as I thought, the instructions for raising the pillar are written here. The three of them watched him intently as he cast the spell he had just read. The ground began to tremble. Immediately, the pillar slowly rose, radiating a powerful aura. He sat down on the ground, waiting for the pillar to fully ascend. It'll probably take a few more minutes. We'll just have to wait. Alice couldn't help but remark, this is going more smoothly than I expected. It's a good thing we had you, Ethan, to lead us through the secret passage. She approached him and asked cheerfully, Ethan, you're such a coward. So why are you so determined to complete this mission instead of just running away by yourself? His face lit up. Looking full of life, he quickly replied, who's a coward? I, Ethan, am a member of the Abbas City Guard. From beginning to end, I've always put the safety of the people of Abbas City first. So of course, I have to persevere and complete my mission to protect them. Seeing Ethan rambling without answering the question, Chen Luo angrily smacked him on the head. Speak like a normal person. Ethan rubbed his head, looking a bit sad. All right, I'll tell you. Actually, it's because of my uncle. The crackling of lightning from the orb echoed throughout the room. He continued in a low voice. My parents passed away when I was very young. It was my uncle who raised me and sent me to school. To me, he was like my own father. Back there, Lethem killed my uncle and the others in the Vanguard team. Before he died, my uncle gave me this command tablet. I promised him I would complete this mission. Ethan seemed to choke up, his gaze distant. Besides, his only daughter is still living in Abbas City, now that he's gone. I have to protect her. So, even if my uncle hadn't asked, I couldn't let this magic circle be fully activated. Chen Luo moved closer and said mockingly, about that, I was thinking, is it possible that you actually, like your uncle's daughter? Before he could finish, Ethan's face turned as red as a beet. It's not. I'm not worthy of her. Slender fingers grabbed Chen Luo's ear and twisted it hard, while his injured arm was squeezed, pressing the muscles together. Isabella yelled into his ear, Chen Luo, you usually seem so clueless. How are you so sharp right now? Alice added fuel to the fire. Chen Luo, don't tell me you've been pretending to be dumb this whole time? Caught between the two of them, he struggled. Ow, ow. I'm not pretending to be anything. Ethan showed them a picture of a beautiful girl. Chen Luo was surprised. This is. He quickly took it and carefully examined the person in the picture. He shyly confirmed, this is my uncle's daughter. Her name is Lena. After this mission is over, I'll. Standing beside them, Isabella praised, she's so pretty. Did you draw this? Chen Luo yanked hard on Ethan's arm, leaving him confused. With a furious expression, he yelled in Ethan's face, stop, don't say another word. You're jinxing yourself. You know that. It frightened Ethan asked. Huh. Chen Luo didn't hesitate to explain. It's a saying from my hometown. Long story short, just remember, before everything is over, don't say things like, when this is over, I'm going home to get married, or, when this is over, I'm going to confess my love. And you definitely can't show anyone her picture, got it? After hearing this, Ethan froze. Gee, go home and get married? A picture? Oh, I think I get it. Alice whispered into Isabella's ear. Why have I never heard that saying before? Isabella reassured Alice. Don't mind him. He's always like this. He sometimes says things that nobody understands. The light from the pillar shone directly in their faces, making them turn their attention to it. Ethan exclaimed with delight, ah, it's finally done. He immediately picked up the command tablet, not forgetting to instruct Chen Luo's group. I have to release the seal. You guys get ready. Chen Luo, looking confused, asked, the seal? Ethan was concentrating on rotating the command tablet, which was emitting rays of light, to avoid being detected by Lethan before reaching the main pillar and entering the mountain. This command tablet was sealed with a simple spell. I just need to channel a little spiritual energy into it to release it. Once the seal is broken, the magic circle will react. At that point, I'm afraid Lethan will also sense the tablet's presence. So, we have to act fast. The command tablet pulsed with a mysterious energy. It flew directly up. As if sensing the tablet's energy, the electric orb began to flash with bolts of lightning. Ethan took the tablet and placed it directly on the pillar, ordering them. It's almost done. We need to retreat quickly. Suddenly, something caused Chen Luo's pupils to dilate. Blazing red flames appeared out of nowhere. They swirled into circles, enveloping the command tablet. He was also engulfed in the flames right before their horrified eyes. Just as quickly, the blazing fire vanished. They rushed over to where Ethan lay unconscious. The command tablet remained in place, not separating from him. Flickering embers still pulsed on his knuckles. Lethan appeared, his voice dripping with malice. We finally meet, you little rats. Chen Luo's group was stunned. Ethan woke up, his body covered in wounds. He glared at him with eyes full of hatred. Lethan, Isabella, and Alice seemed to have a plan. They quickly and approvingly signaled each other. The two girls hid flames behind their backs. In unison, they chanted, oh, fire elements throughout the world, hear my summons and descend upon this place. They immediately hurled the fireballs at Lethan. Fireball jutsu. Before they could even get close to him, a dark purple light appeared, stopping them. They then vanished in Lethan's hand. His face was now filled with killing intent. This terrified Alice. His spiritual power is much higher than ours. As soon as our magic gets close, he immediately takes control of it. Isabella aimed and vanished in the blink of an eye. Anger flashed in Lethan's eyes, but he never lost focus. He reacted instantly, blocking the giant fireball hurtling toward him. Chen Luo, who was casting his spell, couldn't help but be surprised. He blocked it. This Lethan guy is fast. His subordinate looked worried. Lord Lethan. He replied coolly, I'm fine. Lethan raised his hand, lost in thought. I didn't see him chant any incantations or use any hand signs. So where did that magic come from? Furthermore, his spiritual power is very strange. It's clearly not strong, yet I can't seize control of it. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Luo quickly coordinated with the two girls. Isabella, Alice, you two grab the command tablet. I'll hold Lethan off here. Hurry. They didn't dare to delay. Bursts of blazing fire shot out, aimed straight at him. A series of questions raced through Lethan's mind. There really aren't any incantations or hand signs. It's hard to believe, but I'm afraid this kid. In no time, a giant fireball had formed. Chen Luo used his familiar spell, Fire Shield Jutsu. Lethan couldn't help but marvel at his power. As he struggled to block it, he sank into thought. He can cast magic without incantations or hand signs. Isabella and Alice had been caught by his subordinates. Alice feigned a pitiful look. Go a little easy on us, would you? Isabella stretched her hand with all her might toward the command tablet. She cursed under her breath, damn it, just a little more. Chen Luo now stood ready for battle, both hands defensively prepared with fire and water spells. Looks like I'll have to beat you first. Lethan carefully watched his next move. This is Fireball Jutsu. No, why is there a water element too? The two elements of fire and water merged, creating an incredibly rare power, and suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. You could imagine that standing too close would mean instant death. The minions couldn't hide their terror. This power. This is the fireball technique. There's no sign of movement. Chen Luo's eyes widened. Even he was surprised. It worked. Suddenly, a powerful punch burst through the water fire ball. Aiming straight for his face, Lethan landed a painful blow, his voice dripping with contempt. Giving yourself a pat on the back? Chen Luo couldn't take it and coughed up blood as he was sent flying. Only Lethan's critical voice echoed, your magic release speed is fast, kid. But the delay between your skills is too long. You have no other moves to force an opponent to reveal an opening. He still wasn't done with him. Instead, he landed another critical elbow strike right in his face. And not only that, your footwork is unsteady, your stance is unstable. You're completely unprepared for an enemy to get in close. Suddenly, Chen Luo collapsed to the ground with no strength left to get up. Lethan, with an imposing air, continued to hurl insults. Young man, you have incredible talent, but you waste it with no combat awareness. If this were a real battlefield, you would have lost your head long ago. Suddenly, Ethan spoke up, trembling, as he approached Lethan. The one with no awareness is you. Lethan glanced over, his face filled with disgust. Ethan glared at Lethan, panting heavily as if ready to fight him to the death. He clutched the token tightly in his hand. Covered in wounds, Ethan mustered his last bit of strength, gritting his teeth to suppress the pain. He raised the precious token, his hand now stained red with blood as the sharp edges of the stone block dug deep into his flesh. He took a long wind-up and hurled the token toward the pillar. Sensing the danger, Lethan immediately gave Oslo an order. Not daring to delay, he swung his spear with all his might toward Ethan, while Chen Luo lay on the ground in pain. Seeing his comrade in danger, he immediately shouted, Ethan, get out of the way. Ethan's expression darkened. At that moment, he was braver than ever and didn't cry out in pain. Ethan! Chen Luo yelled in despair. Images from his childhood flooded Ethan's mind. About the worst day of his life, he could still hear Ethan, ringing in his ears. Back then, an innocent Ethan had turned to ask his uncle. Second uncle. Is Uncle Jason called a hero because he's really good at what he does? His second uncle lowered his voice. No, he wasn't good. Your Uncle Jason never even met the potential standards, and because of that, the captain chewed him out countless times. What's more, he was pretty cowardly. If we just gave him a little scare, he might have even wet his pants. The clever Ethan immediately pressed. Then why does everyone call him a hero? His wide eyes listened intently as his uncle spoke. Because when the darkness descended, he was the one who stood up to protect everyone. The current situation proved that Ethan was a true hero. Chen Luo's group couldn't hold back their tears. Everyone grieved for their friend. Only Lethan remained calm from start to finish. Ethan now had a wound piercing straight through him. But what pained him most was his failure to complete the mission. Second uncle. Deep in his heart, he now felt a sense of pride. Even with just a mortal body, one can do extraordinary things. I did it. The token now rested on the magic pillar. Ethan's tone was filled with happiness. I did it. Fresh blood streamed to the ground, mixing with his sweat. A hero. The token and the pillar fused, creating a stunningly beautiful beam of light. They stood below, watching everything, not missing a single detail. The electric orbs suddenly shrank, and the surrounding electrical energy began to fade. Lethan's subordinate looked completely panicked. The magic circle has stopped. Isabella cried out his name in anguish, tears streaming down her face. Ethan. Oslo's eyes narrowed as he spoke with contempt. This guy didn't even bother to dodge my spear. A rough, callous hand moved close to Ethan's nose to check on him. In a very strange move, he knelt beside Ethan. gave him a once-over, and then casually announced, "He's dead." Chen Luo couldn't believe his eyes. He struggled with all his might, screaming in anguish and fury. Oslo blocked him and roared, Don't move." One of the subordinates looked on worriedly. He asked him what to do next. "Lord Latan, the magic circle seems to have stopped. What do we do now?" He held a photo in his hand trembling as he thought of something. He clutched the picture of a smiling Lena. Her face was filled with happiness. Latan was silent for a long moment. Then, he spoke in a cold voice. "We've lost." Hearing this, the subordinate was utterly horrified. Lord Latan. He looked up at the magic circle. His mind was likely on something else. A flicker of sadness, difficult for most to notice, appeared in Latan's eyes. This young city guard knew full well that not dodging the spear meant certain death, but he still used his life to place the deactivation device into the magic circle. We have gravely misjudged his willpower. There was a hint of lament in his voice. This time, we have truly lost. Oslo looked at him, unable to accept it, and urged, "Lord Latan, don't we still have that final method?" Latan explained with reluctance, "I know what you're trying to say, but, as I've said before, our understanding of that method is extremely limited. It's highly likely we'd have to sacrifice our lives, for nothing in return." Suddenly, all the subordinates knelt before him in unison. The situation had reached a climax. They pleaded desperately, "Lord Latan, if we didn't have that resolve, we certainly wouldn't have followed you this far. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, we're willing to give it a shot." His expression was now conflicted. "You all." Before he could finish, they cut him off. "After everything we've been through, we finally have a chance for revenge. Even if it's just the faintest glimmer of hope, we want to try." Chen Luo's group was now restrained, tightly bound by several loops of rope. They roughly shoved Chen Luo to the ground. He fell painfully against Alice's legs. Isabella and Alice looked at him with pity in their eyes. "Chen Luo, are you okay?" Not wanting them to worry. Chen Luo lifted his wounded face to look at the two of them to reassure them. "I'm fine." Oslo respectfully bowed and reported to him, "Lord Latan, we have completed all preparations. Please give the order." He looked at his subordinates, astonished by their loyalty to the very end. "You all, you're not hesitating?" Latan immediately replied with firm resolve. "Help me one last time. I'm counting on all of you." They obeyed the command in unison. Their morale was sky high. "Yes, sir." One by one, they approached the pillar as powerful arcs of electricity crackled around it. They clasped their hands together as if in prayer, with utmost reverence. Suddenly, streams of light began to emanate from their bodies. It appeared to be their spiritual energy, which was immediately drawn into the electric orb. Chen Luo watched their every single move intently. "What are they doing?" Alice quickly realized something. This looks like some kind of ancient sacrificial magic. It's a technique that's been lost for ages. They're sacrificing their own spiritual energy to the magic circle, replenishing its power, and from there, reactivate the pillar, making it shine brightly, full of energy. Alice emphasized a gruesome truth, but this sacrificial magic is usually irreversible, so in the end, they will all turn to dust. Just as she said, sure enough, just a few seconds later, the magic circle began to activate, releasing an infinite amount of energy. Andre, on the outside, couldn't hide his anxiety. He watched it intently, confused. How did it recover? Vice Guild Master Elton frantically reported the situation to the City Lord, Autogravis. "City Lord, a moment ago, the barrier suddenly began to weaken. We increased our attack power and were just about to break through, but now, for some unknown reason, the barrier has suddenly restored itself." After hearing the report, he paused, as if pondering something deeply. His tone was filled with compassion. What in the world is happening? Meanwhile, one of the subordinates was overjoyed. He looked up at the pillar with pride. "It's activating again. We did it." But he couldn't savor the joy for long, as he had to face the laws of nature. Their bodies were slowly fading away. Oslo looked at Latan with the utmost respect, managing to get out his final words. "Farewell, Lord Latan." Latan's eyes glinted with resolve as he made a direct promise. "Farewell. Rest easy. I promise all of you, the city of Abba will be destroyed." Hearing this, he gave a satisfied smile and gently faded away. "Thank you, my lord." Chen Luo's group was furious. Unable to accept this reality, Alice screamed, "The magic circle is restarting." Isabella, filled with resentment, uttered a single word. "Why?" She mustered all her courage to confront Latan. "Why do you have to go this far? What do you think you're doing? You want to destroy the city of Abba. There are hundreds of thousands of residents in this city. You want them all to die? You think what you're doing is a good thing? Glorious, you say?" A tear streamed down his cheek as he wore a dazed expression. He replied, "You're right. I've never felt that what we're doing is right. We're nothing more than a bunch of fools, consumed by anger." Isabella, wanting to get to the bottom of it, asked in a harsh tone, "Why do you have to do all this?" Leto suddenly fell silent, sighing as if trying to compose himself, ignoring her question. He walked slowly toward the pillar, his voice low as if delivering his final words. "In half an hour, you, me, and the entire city of Abba will completely vanish from this world. So, before that happens, I will tell you my story." He seemed to be in great pain as he recalled the past. "It's a very long story. Where should I even begin?" An incredibly chaotic scene flashed through Leto's mind. Dust and smoke filled the air, evidence of a fierce battle. Everything was in ruins. The flag fluttering in the wind was tattered and torn. A worried Oslo turned to Leto. "Captain, we're out of arrows, and we only have enough food for half a day. Leto seemed to already have a plan. It looks like our only option is to break through their encirclement. We can't die here. We have to get this enemy intelligence back home. Hearing this, the man suddenly looked crestfallen. But Captain, what if what they said is true? What if the kingdom has already branded us as traitors? Besides, Captain, don't you see it? The bodies littering the streets, the rest of us collapsing from hunger, thirst, and our wounds. Oslo continued doubtfully. We've been fighting the enemy here for 10 grueling days, but we haven't seen a single shadow of reinforcements. In fact, for the past few days, the men have been whispering that the reason reinforcements haven't come is because of those old codgers. The nobles on high think our fame has grown too great, and they're planning to use this chance too. Before he could finish, Leto slammed his sword into the ground in a rage, silencing the air. He shot back, "Silence, Oslo. Do you even know what you're saying? This is enemy propaganda. You understand?" Oslo, resentful and unconvinced, tried to argue back, wanting to uncover the truth, but Leto cut him off, shouting in his face. "That's enough." Another soldier approached Leto, his eyes full of trust. "We have always fought for the safety of the kingdom. I firmly believe the kingdom would never betray us." Hearing this, Leto didn't press the matter and said bluntly, "If any of you wish to surrender to the enemy, I can understand. Those who wish to can stay here. I won't hold it against you. But for those who still trust me, get ready to break through the encirclement." That soldier spoke up again, his expression determined. "I trust the captain. I'll break through with you." Oslo hesitated for a moment, but then spoke up bravely. "I trust the captain too." In unison, everyone cheered, rallying behind Leto. "Captain, we all trust you. Please lead us in the breakout." His spirits immediately lifted, and he declared with conviction, "Thank you, everyone. Rest assured, the kingdom will not abandon us." Without wasting any more time, they quickly followed Leto's command. "Everyone, stick close. Break through." "Yes, sir." 3 days later, outside the city of Abba, the surroundings were deathly quiet. It was so quiet you could hear the summer cicadas buzzing. A subordinate keeping watch from a distance was suddenly startled by something he saw. Leto collapsed to his knees, his face beaming with joy as he stared at the path ahead. Finally, he was utterly spent. He immediately pressed his forehead to his beloved homeland's soil. "We're home." Suddenly, his subordinate screamed in terror. "I think there are men." Look! In a pitch-black prison, only the echoing screams of Leto could be heard. "Hey! I am Leto, captain of the Royal Army's 9th Company. Let me out. I have important intelligence to report." Unable to contain his rage, he gripped the iron bars, ready to snap them at any moment. Suddenly, a strange man walked past his cell. He solemnly informed Leto, the Royal Army. "Enough of that, Leto. You are now a traitor to the kingdom. Understand, your wife has been handled according to the kingdom's laws. As for you, you can join her tomorrow. This is the fate of a traitor." He froze for a second, unable to believe his ears. "Wait, Lisa. Why? How could this happen?" Leto grabbed the man by the collar. He desperately tried to prove his innocence. "I'm not a traitor. Let me go. Give me back Lisa and Wen. I am not a traitor." The man pried Leto's hands off, straightened his clothes, and said disdainfully, "This is what I mean about you military folk." He then flashed a sinister smile. "I know you're not a traitor, so what? Someone on high wants you dead, so you have to die. And your entire family will die in disgrace." With that said, he turned to leave, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Well, I've said my piece. See you at the execution grounds tomorrow, Sir Captain." He left, ignoring Leto's anguished cries. "Come back! I'm not a traitor. Come back here." He collapsed to the floor in agony, letting out a torrent of heart-wrenching sobs. "No, I'm not." A soldier guarding the prison was startled by a strange sound. Before he could react, a sharp spear pierced his neck. Blood sprayed everywhere as someone quickly grabbed the keys. They hastily unlocked the cell door and rushed inside. All of Leto's subordinates were there. "Captain, we've come to rescue you. We just broke out of the cell next door. Those bastards. They've really framed us as traitors." Leto sat motionless in a corner, completely lifeless. "Come back." "I'm not." Seeing his despair, they grew anxious. "See, Captain, the soldiers outside are scouring the area for us." "Sounds like they're headed this way. Hurry, search this area." One of the subordinates cursed. "Damn it, they've caught up to us." They quickly split up. Knowing there was no escape from the Royal Army, one said, "You guys get the captain out of here. We'll stay behind and hold them off. Don't worry. We'll make sure to get the captain to safety." They urged the others to leave quickly, while one group remained behind, ready for a fight. In front of all the citizens, Leto was ruthlessly slandered. Leto was once a fighting hero, the pride of our kingdom of Nolan. But he has shattered the trust of all our people. He colluded with the enemy, selling our military secrets and causing the needless sacrifice of countless loyal soldiers. The man continued to read the charges in a booming voice. Yesterday, the traitor Leto, too, and his accomplices infiltrated our city of Abba to sow chaos and destruction. Fortunately, they were promptly discovered and apprehended by our brave and clever city garrison. The crowd listened intently. However, last night, the imprisoned Leto and his men, still defiant, murdered our guards to break out of jail. Although the city garrison responded swiftly and captured 3 of them, their ringleader, Leto, managed to escape. Now, in accordance with the laws of the kingdom, we shall carry out capital punishment on these 3 heinous criminals. Proceed with the execution. A wheel was turned, and the ropes immediately tightened around the prisoners' necks. It was an agonizing death, steeped in extreme injustice as they were slowly hoisted into the air. One of Leto's subordinates, disguised, it was blending in with the cheering crowd, unable to contain his rage. Damn it, these ignorant fools are actually cheering this on. What do they know anyway? Oslo whispered urgently into Leto's ear. Leto, the city gates should be open now. Let's get out of the city, it's not safe here. He responded coldly to Oslo's plea. You all go on ahead. They were incredibly surprised, unable to hide their joy as they asked in unison. Captain, you're back to your old self? He ignored the question, his expression grim. You go first. I need some quiet for a moment. On a night of torrential rain, Leto and his men buried his wife and child. In anguish, he said his final goodbyes. Lisa, when? I'm so sorry, one of his men approached, looking lost. Captain, what are we going to do now? Before he could finish his sentence, Leto cut him off coldly. Don't call me captain anymore. I am no longer your captain. Seeing him filled with such despair, no one dared to speak. Captain, a massive bolt of lightning suddenly crashed down. It illuminated Leto's face, now filled with grim determination. This nation has betrayed us. From now on, it is our enemy. All the suffering we have endured will be repaid in kind. Standing in the pouring rain, he looked at his men hesitantly. Are you still willing to trust me? Isabella and Alice jolted awake, while Chen Luo was still deep in a pleasant dream. Alice, her face filled with shock, couldn't believe her eyes and wondered aloud. Was that just an illusion? Leto, sitting with a solemn posture, immediately refuted her. No. What you all just witnessed was a fragment of my memories. I used synchronization magic on you. It allows me to share a portion of my memories. Alice's face went pale as she stared at him. Synchronization magic? He could use that ancient magic they'd only ever heard about. Seeing him still unconscious and lost, unable to pull himself out, the two girls became worried. Blair, what's wrong? Blair, wake up. He suddenly opened his eyes in a panic. Don't. Seeing him wake up, Isabella was overjoyed. Blair. She could finally breathe a sigh of relief and turned to him. Blair, you're awake. You scared me half to death just now. Tears suddenly streamed down Blair's cheeks without any effort on his part, observing Blair from start to finish. Latone assessed him and said, It seems you were the one who delved deepest into my memories. Have you ever entered someone else's memories before? Blair looked away, seemingly unwilling to say anything. Not wanting to make things difficult for him, Latone casually stood up. Whatever, I don't want to pry into your secrets. Anyway, this will all be over soon. Blair quickly untied Isabella. Latone looked up thoughtfully, carefully observing the city pillar. Before joining the kingdom's army, I served in the city guard of Abba for a while. He suddenly recalled his dark past. It was during that time that I learned of this magic circle's existence. So, after deciding to take revenge on the kingdom, I led them here. It was an incredibly busy time for us. We found a large number of ancient texts in a secret underground chamber, and we spent a lot of time studying them. Thanks to those ancient texts, we learned about several ancient magic formations, and how to control this magic circle, even its history. He pictured the classic ancient patterns. Several thousand years ago, a great war broke out among the ancient inhabitants. At that time, the residents of Abba City were on the verge of defeat, so they built this colossal self-destruct magic circle, turning their own homes into a trap. They prepared to drag their enemies down with them. Now, the moment between life and death is drawing very near. Latone suddenly spoke in a low tone. What ultimately happened to them wasn't recorded in the ancient texts. Whether they were victorious or annihilated, we don't know for sure. The only thing we can confirm is that from the time it was created until now, this magic circle has never been activated. His silhouette exuded a powerful aura as he stood by the city pillar. Once activated, in just a moment, this magic circle will generate an immense amount of magical energy, annihilating all living things in the entire city of Abba. Latone gripped the blade in his hand tightly. He said in a cold-blooded tone, There will be no suffering. In just 1 second, everyone will be liberated. Alice tried her best to stop him, using a very persuasive argument. Wait, while I can understand the pain you've been through in the past, you can't drag the innocent people of Abba City into your revenge. He looked at her calmly and gave a cold smile. You can understand? What a joke. Sometimes, even I can't understand myself. A thought suddenly crossed Blair's mind, and he immediately shouted, It's useless. His face was filled with sorrow. With deep thoughts, he gently explained. To him, the targets of his revenge aren't just the kingdom and the nobles, but also the foolish commoners who cheered when his comrades were executed. To put it bluntly, to him, and no one is innocent. Latone looked at him with eyes full of empathy. It seems you really did place yourself deep within it. He raised his hand as if to touch the smooth, shiny surface of the sphere. He decisively pierced his hand through his own flesh and directly touched the floating liquid. The forest lit up in the dark night as a powerful energy radiated everywhere from the sphere. The ground began to shake. The mages struggled to keep their balance. Vice Guild Master Elton couldn't help but feel panicked. This is bad. I fear the magic circle has been activated. Brittany, who was focused on writing, was startled and looked out the window in confusion. The glass in the window suddenly cracked. A thought flashed through her mind. An earthquake. This time, she confirmed with certainty. No, it's a magical tremor, and an incredibly intense one. Blair's group looked up at the swirling magic formation. Their hearts were filled with panic. Isabella looked down, her expression full of regret. As I thought, in the end, I still couldn't do it. I'm sorry for dragging everyone here. she didn't forget to turn to him with an awkward smile. "Oh, right, Blair. Actually, you and I." Before she could finish, he cut her off sternly. "Don't say it, Isabella." His eyes were now filled with determination. "Wait until I've dealt with him, then you can tell me." Before she could be moved by his words, her face went blank, not understanding what was happening. Laton's figure looked lonely. Even at the final moment, he didn't forget his brothers. "Brother Oslo, HL. Look, our rage has finally made the kingdom tremble." He waited no longer and shouted the command, "Magic Circle, activate." A punch, long prepared by Blair, flew hard past his face, catching Laton so off guard he couldn't block it. He was punched so hard that he tumbled to the ground. He lay motionless with no sign of waking up. Isabella and Alice watched his action, impressed but also confused. "Blair." His eyes shone with determination, tinged with a bit of heartache. "I'm sorry, but I still have to stop you." A large, glowing, jade-green sphere enveloped the entire city of Abba, along with a massive shockwave that terrified everyone. The expanding sphere suddenly stopped. Andre and the people around him, their faces still showing panic, exclaimed, It stopped." The guards were still bewildered, breaking out in a cold sweat. "I thought we were dead for sure this time." Otter Gravis's face was stern, his eyes still showing a hint of fear. At the same time, Vice Guildmaster Elton was surprised to see Miss Brittany. "Why are you here?" He was puzzled. Miss Brittany walked hurriedly, her face anxious. "There's a strong magical fluctuation coming from the back mountain. My students are still in there." "How are they?" Vice Guildmaster Elton replied kindly. "The students have all been evacuated home. You're not a member of our Mages Guild. This place is very dangerous right now. You shouldn't have come." Miss Brittany was skeptical. "Evacuated home? But Blair and Isabella haven't returned yet." Suddenly, as if realizing something, she exclaimed in alarm, "No, that's not right. At least 2 students haven't come out. Blair and Isabella are still inside." Vice Guildmaster Elton frowned slightly. "Isabella, the City Lord's daughter?" Hearing this, the Lord of Abba City grew worried. Isabella is still inside? Memories of a young Isabella immediately flooded his mind. The little girl with her small body, nestled in her father's arms. Her chubby, cute face and big, round, sparkling eyes, babbling, "Daddy, when I grow up, I want to join the city guard." He chuckled and asked his daughter, "Why is that?" The little girl clenched her fists, surrounded by a sparkling aura. "Because I'm a Gravis. One day, I have to protect you in Abba City too." Otter Gravis smiled happily, his words filled with love. He hugged his little daughter tightly. "Protecting Daddy too, huh?" Returning from the past to the present, he finally understood. "Isabella, are you in there fighting for Abba City?" Inside the sphere of light, Laton pushed himself up from the ground, exclaiming in shock, "How did you get untied?" He was furious, blaming himself for being too careless. "I only knew the magic circle had activated. I didn't notice him getting close. I was too complacent." Blair frowned and replied, "Then you should go ask the city guard soldier you all killed." He recalled the time of the city guard soldier, Ethan, who was holding a short blade. At that time, Blair had asked him doubtfully, "What's this?" The city guard soldier, Ethan, replied, "Take it. It's a fine tradition of our city guard to hide a shard in our clothes, to handle unexpected situations at any time." Blair, worried, hurriedly asked the man who was turning away after giving him the shard, "You're giving this to me, but what about you?" Ethan turned back, gave a thumbs up, and smiled confidently. "Don't worry, I'm a fast runner when trouble starts. It'll be more useful if you have it." Laton frowned, looking at the soldier he had killed earlier, pierced by a spear, his blood staining the ground red. Laton's lip twitched, his tone slightly sarcastic. "I forgot about the city guard's tradition. He was truly an outstanding junior. He used his spear to stand up. So, even though you entered my memories, you still decided to stop me, right?" Blair clenched both his fists, readying his fighting stance. He replied in a stern voice, "That's right." Laton ran his hand over his staff, his pupils constricting, his eyes filled with killing intent. "It seems we both have our own beliefs. I take back what I said before. You have the resolve to fight. More talk is useless. Let's have a battle to decide the winner." He raised his scepter and shouted, summoning a fireball that emitted a powerful golden light. In a void, fire elements throughout the world, hear my summons and descend upon this place. Isabella and Alice shouted in worry and fear, "Blair, be careful. He's casting a large-scale spell." Blair, at present, though covered in injuries, gently reassured them, "Don't worry. I've already thought of a way to deal with this." Along with a brilliant golden light that seemed capable of incinerating everything, Leto roared, "Fire dance." The flames immediately rushed toward Tran Lack, as if wanting to devour him. A barrier of blue light was summoned. The fireballs were blocked, unable to harm Tran Lack in the slightest. In the end, they were neutralized. Fading away into thin air, Isabella and Alice let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, "Just as I thought. Even magical flames need oxygen to burn. All I had to do was remove all the air around the front, and any fire-based magic would be nullified as it got close." Leto's pupils constricted, a mix of surprise and fear. My magic just vanished. Did he seize control of the elements from me? No, his spiritual power isn't that strong. What in the world just happened? He suddenly glanced to the side. Leto would never have dreamed he'd be betrayed by his own magic. He frowned in terror. This time, I'm sure I didn't see it wrong. He can cast magic without incantations or hand signs. While Leto was still reeling in shock, Tranlac had already appeared right in front of him, throwing a punch so fast he couldn't react. Looks like you weren't ready to be approached. Tranlac landed a solid punch right in Leto's face, distorting his features and sending teeth flying from his jaw. Leto was sent flying. The magic staff spun in mid-air. Tranlac stared at it, then quickly leaped up to snatch the staff. Can't give him a chance to retaliate. Tranlac successfully grabbed it. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. How can a staff? Wait a minute. There's residual magic on this. Leto slowly got up, a smug smirk on his face. Your thinking is always so simple. My sword has been hidden inside the staff all along. I never expected you'd push me this far. His sword suddenly lit up. Taking advantage of Tranlac's distraction, Leto lunged at him. He mercilessly slashed Tranlac's arm. Leto, holding the blood-stained sword, coldly watched as Tranlac collapsed, clutching his wound and crying out in pain. He smugly stomped on Tranlac's wound, taunting in a cold voice. Young man, you truly surprise me. Not only do you have an ability I can't comprehend, but you also learn very quickly. But in the end, you still lack decisiveness. You had a chance to kill me. Leto raised his sword high, seemingly preparing to use all his strength to land a fatal blow on Tranlac. He didn't forget to mock, on the road to death, killing your opponent is the greatest respect you can show them. Tranlac could only grit his teeth, his eyes filled with despair. Is this the end? Suddenly, a brilliant crimson light shot toward Leto. It made him widen his eyes in shock. The attack exploded on impact. It was Isabella and Alice, counterattacking. The Kravitz family will not flee the battlefield. Tranlac used his bloody hand to hastily draw a magic circle, hoping to defeat Leto. Well done, Isabella, Alice. Let's risk it all and drain the air. Leto gritted his teeth in confusion, his eyes wide with terror. What is this? The divine sword left its master's hand and fell to the ground. Leto trembled, clutching his throat. His face turned pale. He couldn't speak, nor could he breathe. What did he do? He coughed heavily and then collapsed. Tranlac raised his hand, summoning a stream of blue light, his heart filled with determination. He said to Leto on the ground, Sorry, Leto. You were right. Killing the enemy is the greatest respect. His body trembled uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat. In disbelief, he uttered, I actually... With a fierce will to survive, Leto kept crawling forward. He knew he couldn't escape his fate. Finally, Leto could no longer hold on and collapsed. Isabella and Alice ran worriedly to Tranlac, asking, Brian, are you okay? Your wound. He clutched his arm while gently reassuring the two of them. I'm fine. I was lucky to have you both just now. The sphere of light was fluctuating, shrinking continuously. It kept getting smaller, as if about to disappear. Everyone looked toward the sphere of light. Still confused about what was happening, Alice suddenly spoke up to explain, it seems that after a certain period of accumulating enough energy, if the magic circle doesn't receive the activation command, it will automatically shut down. Isabella cheered excitedly. So we succeeded. She immediately ran to Tranlac and hugged him excitedly. This is great. We did it. We protected Ava City. Tranlac could only cry out helplessly in pain. Ow, 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 don't shake me, don't shake me. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, causing bricks and stones from the ceiling to crack and fall. Alice suddenly remembered something I forgot to mention. Many magic circles, when they shut down automatically, also self-destruct to prevent enemies from using them. Isabella asked uncertainly, self-destruct means? She looked up at the continuously cracking ceiling and replied, it probably means the magic circle, and this entire tunnel will self-destruct together. A large boulder suddenly fell. Tranlac noticed it first. Everyone reacted in shock. Run. He shouted in a mix of fear and anger. What are you still studying? In a situation like this, we obviously have to run. A loud crash rang out as a pillar snapped in half. Tranlac knew there wasn't much time left. He looked regretfully toward Ethan, whose body was still lying on the ground. He reluctantly whispered, Goodbye, Ethan. Goodbye, Leto. The massive turquoise sphere surrounding Aba City was gradually fading away. Everyone exclaimed in a mix of surprise and joy. The barrier is gone. A figure shot past like a gust of wind. It was Brittany, taking this chance to quickly enter and rescue her students. Behind her, Vice Chairman Elton looked somewhat relieved. He smiled and said, Miss Brittany is really impatient. The Lord of Aba City, Austin Graves, hurriedly commanded all his soldiers. The barrier has been dispelled. Everyone, prepare to enter the back mountain of Street Donis Academy. Capture the enemy and rescue the students and citizens. The soldiers responded in unison. Yes, sir. His gaze turned toward Aba City. His face showed a hint of worry for his young daughter. Isabella, you must be safe. Large boulders rained down. The three of them scrambled to get out of there. Tranlac, Isabella, and Alice looked up warily. Isabella frowned and shouted, This is bad. It's about to collapse. Get back. The space shook violently, sending Earth flying. Isabella and Alice were choked by the dust, coughing uncontrollably. It was their first time facing such a disaster, so they were terrified. This is bad. It's about to collapse. Get back. Tranlac emerged from the cloud of smoke. He clutched his wound, limping out. The two girls called out worriedly, Brian. Isabella ran to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Isabella asked with concern, Brian, you were hit. He tried to reassure them. It's nothing. My shoulder just hurts a bit. Alice looked at the pile of rubble, her eyes filled with despair. This place is about to collapse too. We can't get out now. All three of them sank to the ground, exhausted. Tranlac frowned, thinking to himself, the collapsed sections here are smaller than in the other passages. Maybe we can use explosion magic to find a way out. Isabella raised an eyebrow. That's useless. How many fireball spells would that take? Our spiritual power isn't enough for that. The pile of rubble formed a solid wall, trapping them. Tranlac stepped forward, his face full of determination. I have a way. I'm sure you two have learned the fire shield spell, right? In a moment, you must deploy it with all your might. The two of them replied in unison. Got it. He placed his two hands forward, one over the other, the bottom creating a small light in the center, drawing in the air. Tranlac thought to himself, the oxygen concentration in the air is between 4% and 75.6%. When it meets fire, it will. Tranlac launched a purple fireball. A massive explosion erupted, blasting through the layer of earth and rock. The other two stood on either side, creating a shield to protect him. The pile of rocks that had blocked the exit was destroyed. Tranlac said happily, it worked. Isabella was bewildered. How did he do that? Could Tranlac already be at the level of an archmage? Light appeared from behind the mountain. The three of them climbed out from the tunnel. Alice panted. We finally crawled out. Behind her. Isabella also slowly followed Tranlac up. In the end, he was breathing with difficulty, his strength likely at its limit. Isabella, who was already up top, reached her hand down to him. Brian, are you still okay? Tranlac panted in reply. Don't worry, I'm fine. His wound was bleeding more and more. Tranlac frowned, exhausted. As I thought, I still can't. I've reached my limit. He used all his strength to try and climb up, but unfortunately, Tranlac's foot slipped. The two above saw him fall and cried out in panic. Brian, Tranlac thought in despair. Is this it? Suddenly, someone grabbed his hand while he was drifting into unconsciousness. Tranlac vaguely saw the figure of Brittany. Miss Brittany. In the infirmary, the three girls were sitting around his hospital bed. Tranlac slowly opened his eyes, letting out a soft groan. He tried to sit up, but a terrible pain shot through his entire body. Where am I? It hurts like hell. Isabella, who seemed to have just dozed off, rubbed her eyes and sat up, calling out, Brian, lie still. Everyone was overjoyed. Brian, you're awake. Isabella placed both hands on Tranlac's shoulders and shook him vigorously. You're finally awake. This is great. Tranlac cried out helplessly, ow, ow, ow. Stop shaking me or I'll really die. Brittany, sitting opposite him, instructed Brian. Luckily, your wound wasn't fatal, but you lost a lot of blood. For the next few days, just focus on recovering. As for the academy, I'll request a leave of absence for you. Chen Luo glanced away. Miss Brittany, Lazun, actually, he. She held up a hand, signaling for him to stop. I've already heard the story from Isabella and Alice, but these matters probably involve the upper echelons of the kingdom. It's not something we can decide on. If you talk about this publicly, it might. Chen Luo quickly said, You're right. There are many things in this world that can't be changed. The door to the room creaked open. Everyone's eyes turned to see Austin Gravis walking in with a cheerful expression. Brian, I apologize for disturbing your rest. I am Austin, Isabella's father. Isabella asked, puzzled. Dad, why are you here? Chen Luo was a bit confused to see him. This is Lord City Master. May I ask why you've come to see me? Austin Gravis suddenly bowed respectfully. You saved Isabella. You saved Abba City. I came to express my gratitude. Thank you, truly. Chen Luo waved his hands dismissively. Lord City Master, there's no need for that. He remained bowed. In addition, I have an unreasonable request. I would like to invite you to the Gravis family banquet tomorrow evening. He was stunned. Huh? Inside Isabella's head, all sorts of wild thoughts began to race. Attending a family banquet, meeting her parents, becoming one family. At the thought of one family, she blushed with embarrassment and let out a small yelp. The next day, the two of them were dressed in magnificent, beautiful attire. Chen Luo felt a bit uncomfortable. Isabella, even though I agreed to come to the banquet, he sighed softly. This outfit just feels off. Isabella looked at him disapprovingly. That's because you usually dress so sloppily. Besides, tonight, it's not just my parents. Officials and other noble families from the city will be there too. Chen Luo was shocked. Isn't it just a family banquet? Why so many people? She sighed. That's just how my family's banquets are. He raised an eyebrow. That makes sense. After all, the position of city master of Abba has been passed down through generations of the Gravis family. A family banquet becoming a high society party for the city isn't strange at all. Wait. Chen Luo placed a hand on his chin, his cheeks blushing. Wait a minute. Isabella is the city master's only child. So, if nothing unexpected happens, the next city master will be her. If I marry Isabella, wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want in Abba? Less than virtuous thoughts appeared in his mind. Furthermore, my child would be the next city master of Abba. But to inherit the position, they'd have to take the Gravis surname. Chen Luo smoothed his hair, lost in his fantasy. Although I'm not a traditionalist and could accept my child taking their mother's surname, the Chen surname would still be better. Unless we have two kids, then one can be a Gravis and one can be a Chen. Perfect. A familiar pain shot through his ear, startling him. Why are you pinching my ear? Isabella demanded angrily. You're definitely thinking about something inappropriate again. Tell me, what were you just thinking? Chen Luo tried to struggle free. Stop messing around. I was thinking, if we have two. Realizing his slip-up, he quickly waved his hands and explained, not me. I have a friend. Yeah, a friend. His wife is about to give birth to twins. He asked me to help him think of names for the kids. Isabella actually believed him. Oh, is that so? I thought, no, I didn't think anything. Well then, have you finished? Have you helped your friend come up with names yet? Chen Luo raised a hand to scratch his head and replied, not yet. They want one child to inherit the father's surname and the other to take the mother's. They still haven't settled it. Suddenly, she asked, oh right, Brian, would you be able to accept your child taking their mother's surname? The two of them chatted as they walked through the garden. If we had 2 kids, I think I could accept it. Oh really? That's good. Well, try your best to think of names for your friend's kids. They arrived at a magnificent and splendid place. Seeing the person in front of them, Isabella happily called out, Mother. Lady Gravis turned to look at her and then inquired, Axas, and this must be young Mr. Blair, I presume? He bowed politely. Good evening, Lady Gravis, she replied with great satisfaction. Mr. Blair, thank you for saving my ex-Axa. Actually, she often mentions you to me, saying that you... Isabella quickly cut her off. Mother, don't say such nonsense. Suddenly, Chen Luo was surrounded by beautiful young ladies. So you're the one who saved Axas and the young lady from the Herman family. Is that right? My, what a handsome young man. Nowadays, young men with your courage and ability are so rare. Zaxa really has a good eye. She's never brought a boy home before. Are you two dating? Tell us, have you held Zaxa's hand yet? At this, Isabella quickly grabbed Chen Luo's wrist. She hurriedly made an excuse to pull him away. Mother, I'm taking Blair to see father first. A woman with purple hair teased, Zaxa, what are you afraid of? It's not like we're going to steal him from you. The two of them hurried away, with Chen Luo trying to keep up with Isabella's pace. Hey, slow down, she snapped. Why are you talking so much? Hurry up. In a certain room, Austin Gravis spoke. So, you're saying Walter is plotting something? Abel, sitting opposite him, replied. That's correct. This is also the reason I came to inform you. Austin Gravis placed his hands on the table, his expression serious as he questioned, Abba City is the Gravis family's stronghold. We have passed it down through our family for hundreds of years. Do you really think a mere minister of finance like Walter can shake us? He just chuckled lightly. If it were before, then yes. But in recent years, the royal capital has been making efforts to reclaim the power of the city lords. Now, in cities outside the royal capital, including our Abba City, both financial and military authority are no longer in the hands of the city master. Instead, they are held by the Minister of Finance and the Peacekeeper, who are dispatched from the royal capital. Furthermore, as I understand it, Abel's expression turned grim. Marquis Walter is not just the Minister of Finance for Abba City. He is also the younger brother of the current queen. He continued his analysis. You are also aware that at this time of year, the royal capital sends tax officials to each city to audit the tax ledgers. They hold immense power. Once a tax issue is discovered, even a city master can be arrested on the spot. Abel continued, according to my reliable sources, Marcus Walter and the tax official who came to Abba City this time had a rather long, secret discussion a few days ago. They may have concocted some sort of conspiracy against you. Austin Gravis responded calmly. I understand. Thank you for the warning, Abel Edward. I will be careful. Abel stood up. Then, I shall not disturb you any further. I'll take my leave. He also stood up and called out, Wait, I want to ask one question. Why did you have to tell me these things? He simply replied, For the stability of my family, esteemed Lord City Master. The Edward family still needs time. During this period, if Abba City faces any turmoil, it will be very difficult for us. Austin Gravis remained silent, not responding. Just as Abel was leaving, Isabella happened to bring Chen Luo to the door, calling out, Father, I brought Blair. Hearing this name, Abel glanced at him, put on a white hat, and thought to himself, Brian, you certainly always manage to appear where things are happening. Good luck to you. In the room, Austin Gravis looked seriously at the two of them. The three of them faced each other in silence. Finally, Isabella spoke up, asking, Father, why aren't you saying anything? He said flatly, Zaxa, you can go outside first. I have a few words I'd like to say to young Blair in private. She quickly stood up. Then I'll go outside first. Chen Luo looked up and said to Isabella, I'll come find you when I'm done. Austin Gravis's brows furrowed tightly as he witnessed this ambiguous scene. His precious daughter was intimately waving to the other man, saying, I'll wait for you outside. While Chen Luo happily replied, Got it, his hand clenched slightly. The door quickly closed. Austin Gravis's expression darkened. First, I want to thank you for protecting Isabella. If it weren't for you, I would have lost her. Chen Luo, feigning ignorance, replied casually, A man can't just leave a woman behind and run away. He held a sword in his hand, intending to intimidate him. Zaxa says you've been very attentive to her at the academy. The sword was about to be drawn from its sheath. Seeing this, Chen Luo broke into a cold sweat. We're all Miss Brittany's students. It's only natural that we help each other. Austin Gravis brought the sword closer to him, questioning, So you mean everything Zaxa said is true? Chen Luo carefully explained. It was the right thing to do. He forcefully drew the sharp blade from its sheath. In that case, Austin Gravis's anger flared. In her dreams, my daughter says you kissed her, hugged her, and even bullied her. Is that also true? Chen Luo was stunned. When did I kiss her? He roared again. So that means you did hug her and bully her. His expression gradually calmed. Lord City Master, did you call me here today? Just to talk to me about these things? Hearing this, Austin Gravis was taken aback. He sheathed his sword and praised him admiringly. You're the first young person to speak to me like that. Just kidding. Ex-Axa is my only daughter. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Blair. Austin Gravis extended his hand towards him, making a request. In the future, I'll have to rely on you to take care of and help Ex-Axa a lot. The two shook hands like true men. Austin Gravis whispered softly into Chen Luo's ear. Oh, right, our conversation. He quickly whispered back. I understand. I guarantee Isabella won't know a thing. A moment later, they went outside together and sat down at the banquet table under the sparkling lights. Isabella turned to look at Chen Luo. Brian, what did my father say to you just now? Holding a knife and fork, he replied mysteriously. Can't say. This is a secret between men. Not getting the answer she wanted, her two cheeks puffed up as she pouted at him. Otter Gravis chuckled softly seeing Tran Lack and his daughter fighting like cats and dogs. Stop fighting, you two. Suddenly, a man in a white suit came over and whispered in his ear. My Lord City Lord, the Minister of Finance and the tax official have come looking for you. Walter appeared out of nowhere, with an arrogant expression looking down his nose at everyone. Lord Austin, you're hosting such a grand banquet. Why wasn't I invited? He stood up, frowning, and said, My apologies, Your Excellency, Minister of Finance. After all, this is just a family banquet. I was afraid of disturbing you and the tax official from reminiscing about old times. Walter smiled sinisterly. Not exactly reminiscing about old times. The tax official was just discussing the city lord's matters with me. Vice President Cesar, standing behind him, added, That's right, Marquis. Walter and I have discussed City Lord Austin in detail. I now suspect you of violating the kingdom's laws regarding taxes. Please submit to our investigation. Austin Gravis's face darkened. Your Excellency, tax official. Please allow me to finish hosting this banquet first. Caesar smirked. City Lord Austin, I hope I don't have to repeat myself. Remember, I represent the royal capital. The banquet attendees also began to whisper, What's happening? A tax official sent from the royal capital? Isabella placed a trembling hand on Tran Lack's thigh, her whole body shaking as if in fear of something. At a banquet table, the lively atmosphere had vanished. In its place, a tense atmosphere enveloped everything. People gathered and whispered excitedly. Walter cast a gloating look at the city lord and sneered. Lord Austin, for the sake of our past partnership, I sincerely advise you, don't embarrass yourself in front of so many people. It's best to cooperate obediently with the investigation. Austin Gravis's face turned pale with anger. His eyes blazed with fury, his hands clenched into fists, his voice low and hoarse as if suppressed to its absolute limit. Lady Gravis quickly stepped forward and skillfully saw the guests out. My apologies, everyone. Tonight's party ends here. Otter has some urgent business to attend to. We'll see you all next time. Tran Lack looked worriedly at Isabella, his eyes filled with unease. Isabella, let's get out of here first. She pressed her lips together, holding back her emotions and not answering. It was the first time he had witnessed such an uneasy and flustered side of Isabella, so he was a bit taken aback. Tran Lack glanced behind him and saw two people, Calvin and Brady, wondering why they were also there. The sky was gradually turning a deep purple, and the air grew colder. Isabella hurried down the corridor, pulling Tran Lack along in her haste. Tran Lack looked at her worriedly and asked, Isabella, are you okay? That's a tax official directly from the royal capital. The city lord is in danger this time. Suddenly, whispers erupted around them. If he's not careful, he'll be stripped of his position, investigated, and thrown in jail. That Walter guy. He's been running rampant in Aba City, messing with the tax system, just because he's the queen's younger brother. They took the opportunity to argue loudly. The city lord has clashed with him over this many times, and now he comes here to humiliate the city lord. That's right. Everyone in Aba City knows that when it comes to taxes, Walter has never listened to the city lord. It's obvious the tax official has been bought off to frame the city lord. Two other ladies standing nearby spoke, their faces full of worry. I can't believe the Gravis family, so prominent in Aba City, would fall in such a way. Isabella squeezed Tran Lack's hand tightly, her own hand trembling uncontrollably. He turned to her, calling out in a pained voice, Isa. Suddenly, Tran Lack's eyes widened in shock. Tears were silently rolling down her cheeks. He panicked, not knowing what to do. What's wrong, Isabella? Before Tran Lack could finish his sentence, Isabella suddenly buried her face in his chest, her body going limp as if she had no strength left. Her heart-wrenching sobs broke the silence. Dad. My father. What am I going to do? Tran Lack's gaze became sharp yet gentle. He stroked her head reassuringly. Don't worry, Isabella. A tear from Isabella fell, pooling on the cold ground. He silently vowed to himself, I will not let anything happen to your father. As night fell, the surroundings grew quiet. Calvin and Brady were sitting nearby, chatting enthusiastically. Tran Lack ran over from a distance, looking directly at the two of them. President Calvin, President Brady. The two turned to look at him, their faces full of curiosity. President Calvin asked, Your Excellency Blair, why are you here? He stopped, panting, and said haltingly, The city lord is my friend's father. He seemed to understand. Ah, right. I almost forgot. Lady Isabella is your friend. Brady, standing behind, also gave a slight smile. So you're the Excellency Blair who saved our Aba City. It's a great honor to meet you. Tran Lack's face remained calm as he questioned President Calvin. President Brady, why are you two here? And with that tax official? Calvin replied, This tax official is a vice president from the headquarters of the Mathematics Association. Our local branches all have to cooperate with them to complete the tax investigation. As for President Brady, the safety of the tax official is always the responsibility of the local magic association, so of course, he had to come too. Tran Lack asked, if there's a tax issue, shouldn't they be looking for the Minister of Finance? Why investigate the city lord? Calvin said with a serious expression. Although the Minister of Finance manages the finances, he is also the city lord's subordinate. All official orders related to taxes in Abbas City are issued by City Lord Austin. Therefore, it's only natural that he interrupted, his eyes shining brightly. President Calvin, do you believe those words? He seemed flustered. Your Excellency Blair, we are just scholars, not tax officials. It's not our place to interfere in the kingdom's political affairs. He sighed softly, his voice tinged with understanding. I can understand your concerns. That's right. A while ago, there was a person named Tran Lack, who solved all the questions for the Mathematics Association and even registered a new type of magic at the Magic Association. Do you remember? President Calvin's face lit up as he immediately replied, Of course, I remember. Tran Lack is now the god of mathematics, recognized by the entire continent. Has your Excellency Blair also heard of his legend? Brady, standing behind, hesitated and said, Wait a minute. He frowned and said loudly, The new magic that Tran Lack demonstrated at our association hasn't been made public yet. How do you know about it? Tran Lack calmly admitted, I am Tran Lack. Both Calvin and Brady's jaws dropped in astonishment. This was something they had never expected. Calvin stammered, Your Excellency Blair, this joke is a bit. He smiled confidently and began to list off the details. At that time, I solved a total of 23 questions. The total prize money should have been 535 gold coins, but I felt that, after all, it was our first time cooperating. So I dropped the change and only took 530 gold coins. As for that compound magic, it's a method of fusion. It's a simple fusion of water ball and fireball. If you two need me to prove it, I can demonstrate it right here. After hearing this, he was stunned, then immediately dropped to his knees. Lord Lack Shen, this humble one was blind to have doubted your lordship's identity just now. Please forgive me. Brady, standing beside him, scratched his head awkwardly. So is you, my lord. No wonder you were able to defeat Luzon. It really wasn't a coincidence. Tran Lack helped President Calvin up. He broke out in a cold sweat and said, Lord Lack Shen, whatever you need, please just say the word. Even if it's my life, I won't refuse. He said, flustered, I don't need your life. It's just that the tax official and the Minister of Finance are making me very unhappy. I don't wish to see them in Abbas City ever again. Calvin gave a thumbs up. He promised with a look of utter confidence and credibility. Rest assured, my lord. Tonight, these two will completely disappear. Brady, standing next to him, looked just as serious. Although our Magic Association is responsible for protection, we sometimes make mistakes. For example, tonight. Calvin and Brady looked at Tran Lack like two puppies with sparkling eyes, making him feel helpless. He sighed inwardly. These two usually look so prim and proper. Why have they suddenly turned into such gangsters? Tran Lack stood there with a calm demeanor, but in their eyes, he seemed to shine brilliantly, like a god descended to the mortal realm. They murmured in awe, Tran Lack, the god of Lauren, the god of mathematics. Our belief. The two men simultaneously clenched their fists. Their eyes shone with determination, their voices ringing out like an oath. Tran Lack, the good fortune of Lauren, the dazzling light is our hope. For Lord, Lack Shen, Walter and Caesar, today you two must die. He suddenly patted them both lightly on the shoulder. His voice was calm, but carried weight. What's important is Walter. He's the root of the tax problem. Do you two understand? Calvin and Brady's faces darkened as they replied in unison. Understood. We'll kill his whole family. Tran Lack froze when he heard that. He sighed helplessly. I don't want to take his life. I just need him to stop being an eyesore in Abbas City. Both men nodded, once again in unison. So that's what Lord Lack Shen thinks. Understood. Tran Lack turned around, his voice lowering as he gave instructions. Oh, right. Don't tell anyone else about my identity. I don't want my normal life to change. Calvin and Brady slowly approached Walter and Caesar. The others looked over warily when they saw them. President Calvin stepped forward and spoke seriously. Vice President Caesar, please come with me. I have something important to discuss with you. He frowned slightly, glanced at Austin Gravis, and spoke as if giving an order. City Lord Austin, you stay here. Don't go anywhere. I have a few things to take care of first. Guildmaster Calvin led Caesar to a secluded corner and reminded him in a cold tone, Vice Guildmaster Caesar. Walter is no longer fit for the position of Finance Minister of Abbas City. Caesar's gaunt face tightened. Your Excellency Calvin, this is not something you can decide. Bradley looked at him with a cunning smile. What's wrong? Could the rumors be true? These words successfully flustered Vice Guildmaster Caesar. Bradley placed a hand on his shoulder. Then he laughed and teased. So it turns out you have a thing for Walter's type, huh? Enraged, Caesar pushed Bradley's hand away and cursed. Are you people insane? I only work by the book. I have no. Bradley turned serious again. I'm afraid this isn't something you can decide. Someone from above wants Walter out of Abbas City. If you don't agree, I can't guarantee your safety, Guildmaster Calvin added. Besides, don't forget that you are first and foremost the Vice Guildmaster of our Mathematics Association, and only then a tax official of the kingdom. To effect the very survival of our association for that dignitary, I advise you to be decisive and not drag the entire association down with you. Vice Guildmaster Caesar clenched his fists, his body tensing up. He turned to look at that fat finance minister. The scales in his heart seemed to have tipped completely to one side. Vice Guildmaster Caesar had finally made his decision. He shouted, "Arrest Finance Minister Walter and take him away." Two tall men in white immediately moved forward to seize Walter. Still bewildered, he roared, "Caesar, are you crazy? Why are you arresting me instead of Austin?" Caesar coldly ordered, "Gag him for me." Once it was done, he turned and bowed to Austin Gravis. "City Lord Austin, we have obtained evidence of Walter embezzling the kingdom's tax money. Apologies for the disturbance." After hearing this, he let out a surprised, "Huh." Lady Kravitz was also confused about what was happening. Seeing that everything had been settled, Blair turned to leave. He thought to himself, "Asterisk, I need to get back quickly, or Isabella will pinch my ear again." Asterisk, Austin Kravitz saw his wife covering her mouth and smiling, and asked curiously, "What's wrong, dear?" She picked up 2 wine glasses and scolded softly, "You still don't get it?" The two of them clinked glasses. The lady sighed, "Blair is a good kid." Austin Travis and she looked at each other under the crescent moon. A drop of wine fell, mingling with the yellow flower petals nearby. Isabella sat alone on a bench, heartbroken, softly calling out, "Blair." While lost in thought, Isabella felt someone gently stroking her head. When she looked up, she saw that it was Blair. He stood considerately beside her, gently comforting her. Isabella quickly composed herself, wiped the tears from her face, and asked Blair worriedly, "Why did you come here? How are my parents?" Blair brushed her hair, avoiding Isabella's gaze, and said, "It's more or less all taken care of. I asked a friend for help. Walter has been taken away by the tax officials." Isabella stared at him blankly. "Huh?" Blair shrugged and said, "Looks like it's time for Abba City to get a new finance minister." Isabella, still unable to process the information, asked awkwardly, "How is that possible? Weren't the tax officials in cahoots with Walter?" Blair explained smugly, "Perhaps that friend of mine is a bit more influential than the tax officials." Isabella's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at Blair, completely bewildered. "Your friend, you say, is?" Blair raised a hand to cut her off. "You're asking too many questions, Isabella." Taking advantage of Blair's unguarded moment, she grabbed his hand tightly and gently kissed his cheek. She ran off in embarrassment, not forgetting to urge Blair, "Let's go." The banquet isn't over yet. They headed back to the party. The sparkling lights made the atmosphere even more lively. The ladies were still sitting at the banquet table, chatting idly. In a corner of the party, 2 men were arguing. City Lord Austin won. "Fork over the gold coins. Did you know beforehand? I spit on you." They fought over the bet money, causing the gold coins in their pockets to scatter everywhere. 1 gold coin rolled across the floor. Isabella was rushing towards the party. Blair, who was behind her, reached out and called, "Isabella, slow down." Isabella carelessly stepped on the shiny, rolling gold coin. She immediately lost her balance and fell backward, causing Blair behind her to stare wide-eyed, his mouth agape. He rushed forward, reaching out his hands to try and catch Isabella. She screamed in panic, making Blair behind her rush forward even faster, but he only managed to grab a piece of Isabella's dress strap. Blair's face went pale. Holding the torn piece of fabric, he stammered, "Sorry." Hearing Isabella's scream, her parents hurried over. They found her sitting on the ground with red, teary eyes, clutching her chest resentfully. Isabella burst into tears and scolded Blair, "You're not human," which made him awkwardly explain, I didn't do it on purpose." Her face flushed with anger. She screamed, clenching her fists and hitting Blair. "You did it on purpose, you jerk." Blair helplessly grabbed her hands and explained, "I really didn't mean to. I was just trying to catch you. Who knew that you'd suddenly—" Isabella frowned, not letting a single one of Blair's words sink in. She furiously began to chant a magic spell. "Oh, scattered water elements of the world, heed my call and descend upon this place." Instantly, a stream of power, burning like a red flame, enveloped Isabella's body, making Blair break out in a cold sweat. Lady Travis cleared her throat lightly, attracting Blair's attention. He leaned and turned his head, only then noticing Isabella's parents standing nearby. Isabella was so angry her face turned pale. She gritted her teeth. "Blair, you." Blair shook his head, denying it. "I swear I didn't see that." "No, I didn't see anything at all." Her rage left Isabella speechless. You, she stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Blair. He just nonchalantly smoothed his hair, feigning innocence. Isabella's mother chuckled and remarked, "To be young." Her father tilted his head, observing quietly. Only then did he speak up. "Young Blair, we still have some unfinished business from earlier. Please follow me for a moment." The backs of Blair and City Lord Austin grew distant. Lady Kravitz couldn't help but sigh. "This time, Blair has done you a great service. It seems our little Isa has quite the charm." Isabella, who was about to follow the 2 men, turned back to look at her because of these words. She sulked, turned away coldly, and acted indifferent. Who needs him anyway? The scene changes to a luxurious room. The wall chandeliers emitted a warm light, filling the room. City Lord Austin Gravis had already prepared 2 glass goblets and a bottle of fine wine on the table. He didn't hold back in his assessment of Blair. Tonight's events. "I truly didn't expect this from you, young Blair. You're not as simple as you seem." Blair scratched his head and said humbly, "It seems the City Lord has figured it out. But it's not as complicated as you might think, City Lord. It's just that the 2 guildmasters, Calvin and Bradley, owed me a favor, and this was a good time for them to repay it." His words made Austin Gravis suspicious. To make Caesar offend Walter. That's no small favor. Blair immediately replied, protecting my senior Isabella is my honor. As for the finance minister, for the past 3 months, he has been messing with the tax policies in Abbas City, causing the price of meat to skyrocket fourfold. He's truly despicable. He reached out and took the glass of wine offered by the city lord. He asked Blair doubtfully, is that the only reason? Blair stated seriously, your lordship, if the price of pork is soaring, one doesn't need to think hard to know how much the cost of living in Abbas City will increase. Tax collection affects the lives of the people. Allowing the finance minister to collect taxes arbitrarily will only make the citizens' lives miserable. He continued, his hand loosely holding the wine glass. Blair looked at Austin Gravis and asked in return, when the people in your city have no food to eat, is there any hope left for this city? He nodded slightly in agreement. You're right, I bear some responsibility for these matters as well. Blair replied understandingly, it's good that you understand, your lordship. There's no need to blame yourself. At the same time, Lady Travis and Isabella were curiously peeking at them through a crack in the door. What on earth are they talking about? So secretive. City Lord Austin and Blair stood up and cheerfully clinked their glasses. My thanks to you. Thank you for the reminder, young Blair. In the future, I will definitely keep a close eye on the new finance minister. Blair replied, then I can rest assured, your lordship. Suddenly, Isabella was pushed forward forcefully by her mother. Isabella gasped, stunned. She couldn't regain her footing and fell towards Blair. Both of them froze, staring at each other. Isabella quickly tumbled onto Blair's shoulder, causing him to drop the wine glass in his hand. The wine splashed out, soaking both of their clothes. Lady Travis walked in enthusiastically, feigning a scolding tone. Isa, why are you so clumsy? Quickly, take young Blair to change into a different set of clothes. Blair glanced awkwardly at Isabella. She shyly held the wine-stained part of her dress. She silently obeyed her mother. Isa, lead young Blair to change, and while you're at it, arrange a room for him to stay in. Finally, she excitedly took Blair's hand and gave him 1 gold coin. So, it's settled then. Blair was a bit embarrassed. Lady Travis, He didn't know how to refuse, but Isabella cut him off. Huh? Mother? What? She stared wide-eyed at her mother, the lady Kravitz, who simply left the room with City Lord Austin. Before leaving, she didn't forget to thank Blair. Young Blair, thank you for today. Sleep well and have sweet dreams. After the two of them had changed into new clothes, Blair hesitantly asked Isabella, Senior, so about tonight? She decisively grabbed Chen Luo's hand and pulled him away. Me? What me? Just follow me. After the two of them left, the light was still on in the room, revealing the figures of City Lord Austin and Lady Gravis. City Lord Austin stood with his back to her, lost in thought. Seeing this, Lady Gravis walked over and asked caringly, what's wrong? He then voiced his suspicion. The tax official changing his mind was indeed because of Blair, but what he said about Calvin owing him a favor. I just feel like it's not that simple. The City Lord turned around. Lady Gravis ignored his words and replied excitedly, everyone has their own secrets. As long as he's good to Sasha, that's all that matters. All right then. City Lord Austin was stunned and asked, how did you know Sasha likes him? She smiled brightly and said, do you even need to ask? Before, she always talked about going to the royal capital, but not this time. She didn't even apply to any of the 5 major academies in the royal capital. Isn't it because she wants to wait 1 year to go with Blair? City Lord Austin crossed his arms and retorted, that's because she can't bear to leave us. Hearing this, Lady Gravis just chuckled softly. He looked at his wife, his heart softening, and said, all right. Don't worry so much about Sasha's affairs. She's so naive, I'm worried she'll get bullied if she goes to the royal capital. With that, Austin Gravis let out a cold snort. After returning to his room, Chen Luo tossed and turned in bed. He held up the gold coin Lady Gravis had given him. He couldn't help but ponder what she had given him earlier. Originally, I used the identity of Chen Luo because I didn't want any trouble, but now it seems the identity of God has other uses. Chen Luo's thoughts started to drift elsewhere. Walter is the former queen's younger brother. Before Austin, he could break rules and crush everything. He recalled the 180-degree turn in Blair's and Calvin's attitudes. He couldn't help but fall silent. Chen Luo was considered a god of the Mathematics Association, revered by Calvin and the others. They respected him like a true deity. A god doesn't need to care about reason. A single word from a god is all it takes. Calvin could make Walter disappear from the face of the earth. Chen Luo's inner thoughts gradually darkened, changing the rules, even deciding the life and death of others. An image of Isabella suddenly appeared in Chen Luo's mind, and he thought to himself, as long as I'm the god of the Mathematics Association, I can protect myself and the person most important to me. After a long period of thought, Chen Luo realized that to live well in this world, one needs an extremely high status, and to possess enough power to sweep away everything. A knock sound at the window interrupted Chen Luo's thoughts. He went to open the window. It turned out to be Isabella. She unreservedly jumped straight onto Chen Luo's bed. This flustered him. Why didn't you use the main door? Isabella scolded him. Are you stupid? I'd be seen if I used the main door. Chen Luo was speechless, looking at her. It's not like we're doing anything shady. Climbing through the window is what will cause more misunderstandings. Isabella ignored his words and said smugly, so, Blair, is this your first time seeing such a big bed? Is that why you can't sleep? Chen Luo, with a deadpan expression, pointed at the dress Isabella was wearing and replied, that's right, Senior. I'd be even more excited if you took it off. Isabella frowned slightly and cursed. You pervert. I came here to ask you something. Chen Luo sat next to her, listening silently. Isabella asked curiously. By the way, Blair, what did my father say to you today? You really want to know? Chen Luo asked back awkwardly, making Isabella lose her patience. She urged him. Hurry up and tell me. He cleared his throat and replied, well, he said you're still small, so the city lord is worried. He told me to look after you more. Isabella asked in disbelief. I'm small? Where am I small? As if realizing something, Isabella's face flushed red with anger. She shot up and yelled, all right, Blair. Chen Luo quickly denied it. No, listen to my explanation. Isabella shouted, I'm not listening. There's nothing to say to a pervert like you. She kicked Chen Luo straight in the face, causing him to slam his head onto the bed. Isabella angrily started to leave. Fine, I shouldn't have come in the first place. You just ruined the mood anyway. Chen Luo quickly grabbed Isabella's hand to explain, wait, listen to me. Actually, Isabella shook his hand off. He explained anxiously. Actually, I know why you came. Don't worry, I've already taken care of everything. Nothing will happen to the city lord. Isabella hesitated, biting her lip. She turned back and said, no, that's not what I meant. I actually came here to say. Chen Luo cut her off as if he understood, replying, don't say any more. I get it. Isabella, flustered, denied it. I already said it's not like that. She sighed softly, then said to Chen Luo, sincerely, I came to thank you. And also, I believe in you, Chen Luo. With that, Isabella turned and left, leaving Chen Luo standing by the window with a troubled heart. Believe in me? Chen Luo kept looking in Isabella's direction, not noticing that City Lord Austin was silently hiding nearby. The next morning, in front of the mansion, City Lord Austin and Lady Gravis were seeing Chen Luo off. She asked with concern, young Chen Luo, did you sleep well last night? Was the breakfast to your liking? Chen Luo replied, I slept very well, and the breakfast was delicious too. Lady Gravis, thank you for your hospitality. I'll be taking my leave now. Lady Gravis seemed a bit reluctant. Young Blair, leaving so early in the morning? You're not staying for lunch with Sasha? Was my hospitality lacking in some way? Chen Luo quickly stammered in denial. No, my lady, you've misunderstood. The city lord frowned slightly. He cut in decisively. That's enough, Anna. If he doesn't want to, then let it be. But as for you, young Chen Luo, did you not see anyone last night? Chen Luo was inwardly shocked and gave an awkward, dismissive laugh. What are you talking about, city lord? I don't understand at all. I didn't meet anyone at all. I should get going now. Goodbye. After saying his farewell, Chen Luo quickly ran off, thinking to himself, so scary. I've got to run. Lady Gravis looked in his direction and praised, that boy is quite adorable. City Lord Austin let out a cold snort. I'm not so sure about that. A knock on the door sounded. City Lord Austin was currently focused on reading a document. He casually invited them in. President Calvin quickly walked over and said respectfully, pardon the intrusion, City Lord Austin. Following behind him was Vice President Sarah. He stepped forward and took the initiative to apologize. Today's matter was all due to our failure to investigate clearly. We are extremely sorry for the trouble we've caused you, City Lord. What trouble? I am the Lord of Abba City. I also bear responsibility for tax issues. City Lord Austin waved his hand politely, but a suspicion arose in his heart. This guy was still barking threats yesterday. Now he's like a different person. What on earth did Blair do? After their discussion concluded, President Calvin and Vice President Sarah left the mansion. They were completely unaware that in the canopy of a nearby tree, Auburn's pet was silently watching. Auburn carefully read the notes about the events at City Lord Austin's mansion. He clicked his tongue. Sarah helping Austin? Blair, you're really something. Auburn smirked. He used fire magic to burn the paper in his hand. Everything is getting more and more interesting. The flames blaze, reflecting in Auburn's eyes. In the royal capital, on a bustling street, a girl held a little boy's hand as they walked together. She looked at the building ahead, her voice full of pride. Look, little brother, that's the headquarters of the Mathematics Association. Inside are our most elite mathematicians. The little boy replied disdainfully. What's so great about mathematicians? Mages are better, the boy declared with determination. In the future, I'll definitely get into one of the 5 major magic academies in the royal capital and use magic to defeat mathematics. President Calvin had appeared behind the 2 siblings at some point. He was a little displeased by the boy's words. He spoke up to rebut him. Not very old, but you've got a big mouth, haven't you? Do you know that mathematics is the origin of all research? Whether it's alchemy, divination, or scientific research, nothing can escape its connection to math. President Calvin placed a hand on the boy's head and asked seriously, do you think magic can defeat mathematics? The boy looked at President Calvin warily. The older sister felt the situation growing tense. She quickly interjected, my lord, he's just a child who doesn't know any better. Please don't take his words to heart. Although the boy warily grabbed his sister's hand, he still retorted stubbornly, why not? There will always be a powerful mage who can do it. Hearing this, President Calvin immediately burst into laughter and praised the boy. You're right, kid. Someone better will always appear. But mathematics will not be defeated. Mathematics will only continue to advance, reaching further on its own, President Calvin explained, gently patting the boy's head. With that, he turned and walked into the Mathematics Association. The sister muttered in a daze, that lord, while her little brother made a funny face as if to taunt President Calvin. The guards at the door bowed respectfully. Branch President Calvin, President Calvin. The Royal Capital Mathematics Association headquarters welcomes you. After he entered, a mathematician immediately approached him and complained. It's caused a huge crisis for the association. The scholars are about to have a breakdown, branch president Calvin. That devil's number you brought a few days ago. Another mathematician came closer and refuted. It's not a devil's number. It's an irrational number, branch president Calvin. Don't listen to his sensationalist talk. With the reassurance of the great scholar, everyone has already accepted this fact. Only the number faction is still silent and hasn't made a move. President Calvin looked carefully at the paper and replied, "The discovery of irrational numbers represents a great step forward for mathematics. It is a divine grace bestowed upon the Nolan Kingdom and the entire continent. As math scholars, shouldn't we pursue the truth and abandon the fallacies of the numerology school?" Calvin thought to himself. With the discovery of irrational numbers by Lord Blair, we probably won't have to argue and expose those people for this year's Edwin Prize, right? It made him recall the Edwin Prize ceremonies of previous years, where math researchers not only had to put in the effort to do research, but also had to use logic to argue. On what grounds does your chapter deserve the Edwin Prize for your thesis this time? Sometimes, a scholar couldn't hold back and would resort to violence to make their point. Talk to my fist first. This year, however, the hall was unusually peaceful. Everyone had already gathered. Chairman Calvin also quickly found a place to sit. Just as he sat down, he saw a hand extend in front of him. It held 2 voting badges. When Chairman Calvin looked up, he realized that the mathematicians had gathered around him at some point. "I'm here to vote for you, Chairman Calvin. Right, this is my ballot." Everyone congratulated him in unison, leaving him a bit stunned. Everyone thinks so?" The head chairman said with a hint of regret. "It seems there are no surprises this year." He cleared his throat and announced to everyone, "In that case, on behalf of the Nolan Kingdom's Mathematics Association, I officially declare that the winners of this year's Edwin Prize are the teacher-student duo, Brittany and Blair of Abba City." Chairman Calvin still hadn't fully recovered from the shock. His hands trembled slightly. Overcome with emotion, Calvin couldn't help but shed tears. "Now, I invite the chairman of the Abba City branch, Calvin, to come on stage to accept the award." The mathematician stepped aside, clearing a path, making way for Chairman Calvin. The head chairman of the Mathematics Association stood up, holding the Edwin Prize trophy, his gaze fixed on him. Chairman Calvin, holding everyone's ballots in his hand, slowly walked forward. The head chairman smiled kindly and said, "Congratulations." The moment Chairman Calvin had been waiting for had finally arrived. He emotionally raised his hands to receive the trophy. Finally, Chairman Calvin lifted the trophy high. He rejoiced inwardly. God Luo, above, the Abba City Mathematics Association has finally seen this day. He quickly composed himself and wiped away his tears. A mathematician beside him couldn't help but feel admiration, patting his shoulder in praise. This year has been truly exciting, with Blair discovering irrational numbers and also solving 23 difficult problems. It's just a shame that God Luo's identity is still a mystery. A mathematician next to him agreed. That's right, if God Luo had shown up, this year's Edwin Prize would have surely been his. Hearing this, Chairman Calvin couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. "I wonder if God Luo can come along next time, but I'm already very satisfied." Meanwhile, outside the Magic Association, a group of indignant people stood at the entrance, shouting, "I can't believe our Magic Association would do something like this." The angry citizens crowded together, loudly criticizing, "It's not about the 100 gold coins. The problem is that you use fake magic to deceive us. Just because we're not angry, you think we're idiots? What's going on here? Don't tell me the Magic Association has no regard for the kingdom's laws anymore." The young boy who had met Chairman Calvin at the Mathematics Association earlier had somehow squeezed his way into the crowd. The cursing showed no signs of stopping. "It's one thing to scam us, but to dare say our aptitude is insufficient." The boy, getting squished, frowned in discomfort. "There are too many people." He was finally pushed to the ground. More and more people gathered, shouting loudly, "Refund. That's right, give us our money back now." No one noticed the little boy fumbling his way out of the crowd. As he was about to get out, the boy hesitated and stopped. The direction seemed a bit strange. "Did I go the wrong way?" A guard finally noticed him and immediately grabbed him by the shirt. "Wait, this kid." A citizen suddenly pointed towards the Magic Association's door and shouted, "Everyone, look, someone's coming out." The door of the Magic Association opened, and the figure of a man gradually appeared. Everyone looked in that direction. No one paid attention to the boy, who was struggling in the guard's grasp. "Let me go." The guard looked at the man in surprise and asked worriedly, "Why is it you? Where is Lord Angus, the chairman of the Abba branch? He's the only one who verified this magic. Now that people have come all the way to the Magic Association's headquarters, why isn't he showing his face?" The man replied calmly, "Lord Angus is in a meeting with the higher-ups upstairs. Therefore, I had to be sent out to stabilize the situation." With that, the man walked towards the crowd to calm them down. "Everyone, please quiet down. There must be some misunderstanding. Our Magic Association." Immediately, someone impatiently cut him off. "What else is there to say? That so-called great way to increase the power of water magic was a scam from the start." The little boy, not understanding the full situation, still spoke up. "My mom once said that scammers should be arrested," which made the man a little angry. The guard immediately tossed the boy aside. "What do you know? Kids, stay out of this." Then, the guard stepped forward to mediate. "You must be joking. The improved magic from our association has all been verified. It can't possibly be fake. It's just that this magic has certain requirements for one's aptitude. The guard's words were like adding fuel to the fire, enraging a red-haired man. Requirements for aptitude? Are you saying I have no talent, that I'm useless? Is that it? He yelled, pointing to the crowd behind him. Are you saying everyone here is useless too? The guard awkwardly denied it. No, of course, that's not what we meant. The red-haired man grabbed the guard by the collar, demanding his gold coins back. The man from the association immediately intervened. Let me be clear. I can understand how everyone feels. But it's true that this magic has been verified. To be precise, someone has already successfully cast it. Hearing this, the red-haired man let go of the guard. He pointed at the man and boldly declared, Fine. If you can find one person today who can cast this magic, I'll admit that I'm a useless piece of trash with no magic talent. If you can't, then refund our money and apologize. What seems to be the matter? A royal voice called out. The red-haired man immediately turned towards the voice. The citizens behind him all bowed respectfully, clearing a path. Even the guard and the red-haired man were stunned by her sudden appearance, hastily exclaiming, Your Highness. She walked up to them and questioned, Why are you all gathered in front of the association's entrance? The red-haired man quickly reported, Your Highness, you've come at the perfect time. The Magic Association has violated the kingdom's laws by selling us ineffective magic at a high price, and they refuse to refund our gold coins or apologize. Please, Your Highness, grant us justice. She looked up at the dark-haired man to confirm. I don't believe the Magic Association would do such a thing. Is there some misunderstanding? He immediately reported, Your Highness, it is true that the magic has high requirements for a mage's aptitude. Not all mages can cast it. A citizen from the crowd immediately shouted, You still dare to say that? That's just a fraudulent excuse from you and that damn Chen Luo. He and the Magic Association must have colluded together. Everyone. Her Highness turned around and addressed the crowd to calm them. Whether the Magic Association is at fault or not, we can find out by verifying it right here. If it turns out to be their problem, I will make the Magic Association apologize and refund your gold coins. What do you all think? The dark-haired man presented the improved magic scroll to her. Your Highness. Of course, that's acceptable. This is the improved magic. Please verify it, Your Highness, he explained. This improved magic requires the simultaneous manipulation of two types of magic, water and fire. Her Highness held her hand over the magic scroll and asked with some curiosity, Does the Magic Association really have someone who can simultaneously cast dual-element magic? The dark-haired man nodded and replied, Yes, Your Highness. Besides Mr. Chen Luo, who proposed this magic, Archmage Angus has also personally verified it. The red-haired man, dissatisfied, interrupted, Your Highness, don't listen to their lies. They're just a bunch of... Before he could finish his sentence, Her Highness successfully cast the dual-element magic, leaving all the citizens there stunned, their jaws agape. Everyone around was startled and shocked. Everyone's mouths were wide open in utter disbelief at what had just happened. A curly-haired man turned and whispered to his companion, his face still full of shock. I'm not seeing things, am I? Someone can actually summon two types of elements at the same time? Her Highness chuckled softly, looking at the stream of water condensing from her fingertip. It seems there really are mages who can cast dual-element magic. If water and fire elements are possible, then water and wind and water and earth should also be possible. The man from the Magic Association smiled and said, Your Highness's wisdom is truly admirable, but what you're thinking of is something Mr. Chen Luo has already proposed. It's called combination magic. The association is currently discussing the feasibility of this new type of magic. The improved magic that caused today's misunderstanding is one of them. Her Highness was surprised, her eyes filled with doubt. Chen Luo, why does that name sound so familiar? Just then, the child pointed at the brown-haired man and said, You didn't keep your word. Didn't you say that if someone could use this magic, you would admit you're useless? So, what about the apology? The little boy pressed on. That lady successfully cast her spell, so why haven't you said you're sorry? Humiliated, he glared furiously at the child, at a loss for words. He raised his hand, intending to strike the nosy kid. You little brat, you've got a death wish. Seeing the man's move, the boy's eyes flew wide with terror. He instinctively threw his hands over his head, but the expected pain never came. It turned out Her Highness had used magic to stop the man. Facing someone so powerful, he could only beg helplessly for mercy. Your Highness, spare me. I know I was wrong. The magic caused him excruciating pain, forcing him to his knees on the ground. So scared he didn't dare lift his head, the man knelt trembling on the ground. Your Highness, I'm sorry. I'm useless. I'm trash. Please forgive me. She just stood there calmly and said coldly, Go home and reflect on your actions. Don't go blaming others and causing a scene just because you fail at something. Her Highness furrowed her brow. Her eyes were full of contempt. Remember, there won't be a next time. The man, as if granted a pardon, hastily replied, Yes. The little boy who was watching the scene was suddenly pulled by the ear from behind by his mother. His mother looked furious. What are you doing over here? I was only gone for a moment to buy food, and you're already running all over the place. One of these days, you're going to be the death of me. As the boy was dragged away by his ear, he didn't forget to boast, Mom, I just saw a dual-element mage. I even heard she's a great mage from Abba City. His mother didn't bother listening anymore and cut him off. Didn't I tell you not to run around? The boy quickly begged for mercy. It hurts. I was wrong. Elsewhere, Chen Luo suddenly let out a loud sneeze. He rubbed his nose. Who's talking bad about me? Brittany saw this and looked at him with some concern. Are you okay, Blair? Miss Brittany, sitting in front, smiled and said relaxedly. So, is there something you want to tell me? Chen Luo clenched his fists. His words came out a bit hesitant and broken. Well? He tensed up and said seriously, I have something very important to tell you, Miss Brittany. Hearing these words, Isabella's eyes instantly welled up with tears, feeling heartbroken. Something important? Is Blair going to confess to Miss Brittany? She sat with her head down silently to one side, her cheeks flushed, thinking, should I ask what's going on? But asking directly would be too forward. What should I do now? Chen Luo and Brittany walked in silence up to the building's rooftop. When they arrived, Miss Brittany crossed her arms and asked, what's so secret that we had to come all the way out here to talk? Can you tell me now? He furrowed his brow and said seriously, it's hard to explain in just a moment. Miss Brittany, please cast a fireball spell first. She did as Chen Luo said, and a burning fireball appeared in her palm. Okay. Although she didn't know what Blair wanted to do, before Brittany could even finish her sentence. The next second, the fireball in her hand was extinguished. Brittany stared at her palm in astonishment, her eyes filled with disbelief. She carefully examined her hand and asked, Blair, was that you? Chen Luo replied seriously, it was me, Miss Brittany. Do you remember when I told you about impure elements? An invisible classroom for the two of them, teacher and student, materialized. He held a pointer and explained in detail to Brittany. I accidentally discovered that the combustion of the fire element requires a type of mixed element. I call it oxygen. Without oxygen, combustion ends, and fire-type magic disappears along with it. She crossed her arms and listened attentively. Does that mean you just controlled that mixed element called oxygen, and that's how you were able to extinguish my fireball spell? Blair nodded. That's right. Not only that, but without oxygen, humans can't survive either. He remembered Lethone, the one who almost suffocated from lack of air. I defeated him by removing all the oxygen around him. Brittany clutched her head in disbelief, looking at her student as if he were a stranger. Blair actually controlled a mixed element? In a timeline, an image of Miss Brittany appeared, from when she was a little girl to the adult she is now. Magic swirled around her. Fire and water elements intertwined. Magical elements can be controlled through incantations and hand signs. This is the biggest difference between them and mixed elements. Ever since mixed elements were discovered, humans have known they lack the ability to control them. But now, this rule has been broken by Blair. In an imagined timeline, a large flame appears in Miss Brittany's hand. The flame spreads, engulfing Blair, who is tied to a stake in the powerful blaze. If something can only be done by a few, they are geniuses. But if something can only be done by one person, then that person is an anomaly. And the way humans have always treated anomalies is cruel. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became of her own thoughts. Brittany gripped his shoulders tightly. Extremely tense, she asked, Blair, does anyone else know that you can control mixed elements? Chen Luo shook his head obediently. No. I've only told you, Miss Brittany. Her expression was serious as she warned him. Blair, promise me you will absolutely not reveal this to a third person, not even Isabella and Alice, unless those two become your wives in the future. On the rooftop of a tall building, Chen Luo and Brittany stood facing each other under the sun and a gentle breeze. He blushed and quickly waved his hands, trying to explain, No, what wives? Don't worry. Besides you, Miss Brittany, I won't tell anyone else. Miss Brittany remained extremely serious, holding out her right hand, demanding that Chen Luo swear an oath. Otherwise, I won't be able to trust you. I need you to swear. Her expression made even Chen Luo pause for a second. He agreed to Brittany's request. Okay, I swear. As he said this, Chen Luo also raised his hand, their fingertips touching. Brittany grasped his hand, accepting the oath. Her expression relaxed, and she finally seemed happy again. Brittany pulled her hand back, gently brushed her hair, and said seriously, Blair, remember my words. Absolutely do not let this get out. It concerns your very life. You shouldn't have even told me. Chen Luo chuckled, his eyes sparkling with a look of trust as he said decisively, I trust you, Miss Brittany. She was a little surprised and asked again, Blair, why do you trust me so much? He replied, my intuition tells me you won't harm me, Miss Brittany, right? But as soon as he said this, he saw her expression change. Her whole demeanor became dark and gloomy. He coughed lightly. Miss Brittany, did I say something wrong? Then, a hand reached out and pulled Chen Luo in. Brittany hugged him tightly to her chest, her face glowing with unconcealable happiness. Blair, thank you. Just then, Chen Luo suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, Miss Brittany, there's actually one more thing. I gave the theory of combination magic to the Magic Association in exchange for quite a few variant magics to increase my spiritual power. Hearing this, Brittany grew a little worried and quickly asked, the Magic Association? You should have discussed this with me first. You're still too weak right now. Contacting them so early will bring you unnecessary trouble. But Chen Luo wasn't worried at all. He puffed out his chest confidently, pointed to himself, and said, Don't worry, Miss Brittany. At the Magic Association, I'll use the name Chen Luo. They don't know my real identity. Hearing this, Brittany also felt relieved. As if a weight had been lifted, she let out a sigh of relief. That's good then, but inwardly she thought, good thing I haven't said it yet. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Just as she thought this, Brittany suddenly realized with a start, wait, what did you say? Her loud shout startled a bird flying in the sky, nearly causing it to fall. Brittany cornered Chen Luo against the wall. She interrogated him. Blair, you're that Chen Luo? The Chen Luo who solved all 23 of those mathematical problems at once? Facing Brittany's serious and surprised expression, Chen Luo calmly replied, yeah, that's me. The variant magics from the Magic Association are too expensive. I didn't have any other way to make money. Brittany buried her face in her hands and screamed, feeling like she was about to fall apart, because he was short on cash, and he solved all the mathematical problems that the Nolan Kingdom had accumulated over many years. 23 problems, 11 new theorems. The mysterious scholar known as the God of Luo is my student, seeing her frenzied state as if she had two personalities. Along with her strange gaze, Chen Luo asked in confusion, Miss Brittany, what's wrong? Suddenly, Miss Brittany's eyes became sharp. Brittany suddenly lost all her spirit, weeping listlessly. Blair, whether it's magic or mathematics, I'm no longer qualified to be your teacher. My math teacher is one of the kingdom's great scholars, but I'm afraid even she has nothing to teach you in mathematics. And yet, a second later, she immediately regained her spirits, her eyes shining brightly as she said with a smile, but when it comes to magic, she can definitely help you, because besides being a great scholar, she's also a great archmage. I'll ask her to take you on as a student. Chen Luo saw her enthusiasm, his cheeks blushing as he said, moved, yes, okay. At the same time, he thought to himself, if I learn from Miss Brittany's teacher, wouldn't that make Miss Brittany my senior? And that teacher is an archmage, on the same level as the president of the kingdom's magic association. While he was lost in his rambling thoughts, she stood beside him, as cheerful as a flower. Chen Luo clenched his hands and asked the question he'd been waiting for, his cheeks flushed and his eyes sparkling with great interest. Miss Brittany, since you're already the great archmage's student, why are you at the academy? But Miss Brittany didn't answer the question right away, but just patted his head and said, don't worry, I'll tell you all about it later. The dazzling sunlight shone directly on a 3-story house designed in a classic Western style, complete with a large balcony. Blair closed the door and entered the house. He walked through the foyer and stepped onto a valuable rug. Suddenly, someone grabbed Blair's hand and yanked him inside, catching him completely off guard. Before he knew it, Isabella had pulled him into the house. She immediately began to question him. Blair didn't answer right away. Instead, he gazed thoughtfully toward the door. He seemed to be lost in thought, probably remembering his promise to Miss Brittany. Blair recalled the moment clearly. Miss Brittany gripped his shoulders and seriously warned him, Brian, promise me you won't tell a third person about this. Not even Isabella or Alice, unless they both become your wives in the future. Remembering those words, Brian had to avert his eyes, avoiding Isabella's stare. Ignoring her suspicious look, he played dumb and said, we didn't talk about anything special. Isabella, of course, didn't buy it. Her face paled with anger as she saw him lying. You're still trying to lie to me? This is the first time I've ever seen Miss Brittany looking so reluctant to leave. Brian, did you confess to her? Brian quickly covered her mouth and whispered mysteriously, shh, not so loud. Keep it down. Isabella blushed at how close he was. What do you think you're doing? She squirmed uncomfortably, making muffled sounds and gesturing with her hands, trying to say something. But Brian held his hand firmly over Isabella's mouth, silencing her, while he kept his eyes fixed on the door. He looked as if he'd spotted something. A moment later, Brian removed his hand from her mouth. You really want to know what Miss Brittany and I discussed? He thought to himself, guess I have to play this card. She puffed out her cheeks, crossed her 2 arms defiantly, and said, well, hurry up and tell me. I'm waiting to see how you explain yourself. Brian stood opposite Isabella and began to recount the story with a serious expression. She asked me with a very serious expression, but what he said next was a total bombshell. Who do you like more, Isabella or Alice? Hearing his words, Isabella was instantly flustered. Her 2 cheeks burned an uncontrollable red. Ha! She was completely thrown for a loop. Are you messing with me? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? What kind of weird things are you saying? Brian and Isabella stood opposite each other, neither one speaking. The space was filled with a suffocating silence. Isabella spoke first, breaking the tension. So, who do you like? So, how did you answer? Brian replied decisively. I told Miss Brittany. I'm prepared to dedicate my all to magic. Hearing that, she became ecstatic, her whole face brightening up. Her previous anger completely disappeared. She smiled demurely and replied, oh, is that so? Then Isabella touched Brian's cheek, and then pinched it hard. Her mood flipped in an instant as she yelled angrily, you're talking crap again. Can't you be serious for a second? You're still lying to me. He quickly pleaded for mercy. Gently, go easy on me. I was just joking. I was joking. I'll confess, all right? She summoned a magical flame in her hand, her expression turning grim as she interrogated him. Blair, I'll give you one last chance. Tell me properly. He looked at the intimidating fireball and hurriedly waved his hands. I'll talk. Please don't get excited. What are you doing? We can talk about this calmly. Blair tried to appease her by making a finger heart gesture. The truth is, I already told Miss Brittany. For me, Alice is just a senior, but Isabella is the friend I like the most. See? Finger heart, it's true. Trust me. He smiled appeasingly, looking at her suspicious expression, unsure of what else to do. Whatever, I'll just flatter her first and deal with the rest later. Isabella rested her chin on her hand, her brow furrowed in thought. Let's see. Alice is a senior. I'm a friend. So the person Blair likes can only be. After a moment of thought, she suddenly became furious over something and stormed away. She even snorted coldly, leaving him standing there watching her, completely baffled. With her head down and a furious expression, Isabella thought, what the heck? So he really likes Miss Brittany more after all. Blair scratched his head, totally confused by her behavior. Why'd she get angry when I was praising her? Well, at least I got through that, he thought, crisis averted. At the academy, students were packed tightly outside a classroom. A senior in the crowd pointed inside and announced, "Look, that's Blair. He's the one who saved Senior Alice and Senior Isabella during the last practical training session from a high-level mage." Blair sat in his classroom, feeling completely helpless. I'm not some monkey in a zoo. What's there to see? The people outside the window continued their lively discussion. I know him. That's Blair, isn't it? Hey, did you guys hear about the exam day? And what about his fireball spell before that? At that moment, a beautiful girl stepped out from the crowd. Taking long strides, she walked toward the classroom where Blair was. The person who had just arrived was Alice. She entered the classroom with a graceful smile, thinking, Blair is as popular as ever. He noticed that it had suddenly become quiet outside the door. The noisy chatter from a moment ago had stopped. He looked up in confusion. Why did it suddenly go silent? Did they finally leave? But it wasn't that they left, it was because someone new had arrived. Alice walked directly to Blair's desk. She pulled a chair up next to him, and his vision blurred. He couldn't see what was happening, only that his face was suddenly pressed against something soft and bouncy. This feeling. Before Blair could figure out what was going on, Alice exclaimed cheerfully, Blair, are you always this friendly with everyone? He turned bright red, knowing exactly where his face had just been buried. Blair's face was beet red as he quickly tried to explain. It wasn't on purpose. It was an accident. But Alice wasn't finished teasing him. You hurt me, and you still say it was an accident? He hurriedly clasped his hands together, apologizing profusely. I'm sorry I hurt you. Alice covered her mouth with one hand, a beautiful smile on her face, while taking out a book with the other. I'm just messing with you. But I do have a question for you, Blair. She smiled sweetly and slid the book over to him. It's about this. There are 2 problems I don't know how to do. I have to bother you again. Sorry for the trouble. Blair took the book and replied with a forced smile. It's no trouble. Really. It's a small thing. Outside, the students resumed their chatter. Did you see that? Senior Alice and Blair were super close just now. An even larger crowd gathered by the window. I saw it. Blair really is the senior killer. His luck with the ladies is off the charts. The 2 biggest beauties in school are both fawning over him. So true. Just then, a voice spoke up from behind them. What are you guys doing? The male students turned around to see who it was. Every single one of them blushed when they saw Isabella had arrived. Someone asked, Isabella, are you looking for Blair? She looked over, her pretty eyebrows knitting in annoyance. Isn't it obvious? Isabella stood opposite Alice. The moment the 2 women locked eyes, the tension was palpable. She asked irritably, aren't you doing the same thing? Alice raised a challenging eyebrow. You don't happen to like Blair, do you? You really are something else. Isabella immediately and vehemently denied it. Alice, what are you talking about? Who likes Blair? Alice obviously didn't believe her. She leaned in closer to Isabella with an all-knowing look, which only made Isabella even more furious. Isabella snapped, Me? Alice added fuel to the fire. That's right, I like Blair. Got a problem with that? The words echoed in Isabella's mind. Why you? Since when have you liked Blair? How did you keep it a secret so well? Alice just gave a provocative smile. Since you don't like Blair, I'm sure you won't fight me for him, will you? Isabella lowered her gaze and said quietly, even if I don't compete with you, you still wouldn't have a chance. Brian already likes someone else. Alice, however, was completely unfazed by this. So what? I'll just compete fairly with her. Isabella sighed and shook her head. It's pointless. You can't compete with her, so don't waste your effort. With a competitive look, Alice said slowly, Isabella, even if you want to compete with me for Blair, you don't need to use tricks like this. I'm not giving up. Isabella stormed off angrily. Who the hell wants to compete with you? Like him all you want. It has nothing to do with me. She marched into the classroom and plopped down angrily in the seat next to Blair, silently seething. The Archmage won't give up, and even I don't stand a chance. So where does Alice get her confidence from? Sitting beside her, Blair could tell things were getting tense. He gulped nervously, thinking, I don't remember doing anything to piss her off today. Suddenly, Isabella blew up, slamming her hand on the desk and shouting, Brian, let me ask you this. If you had to choose between me and Alice, who would it be? You have to choose one. His face froze as he thought to himself, not this again. Why do I keep getting these meaningless questions? Isabella's expression made it clear. You're not leaving this room until you answer. So spit it out, no dodging. With a puzzled expression, Blair spread his 2 hands. Why do I have to pick one of you? Isabella slammed the table again and yelled, just pick one. Stop asking why. In anguish, he rested his head on the desk. I choose magic. She wouldn't accept that answer. No, magic isn't one of the choices. Your only choices are me or Alice. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes twinkling as he asked, in that case, can I add another option? Isabella snapped. Who else do you want to add? You want me to throw Miss Brittany in there too? Blair just scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. That's not very nice. That's blasphemy against Miss Brittany. She frowned. Then hurry up and say it. But he gave an unexpected answer. Can I choose both? Isabella got even angrier. Of course not. Out of options, Chen Luo had no choice but to clasp his hands and beg for mercy. Well, if I choose you, can you lend me some gold coins? Isabella couldn't take it anymore. Her face was flushed with anger, her two eyes looked like they were about to shoot fire. Brian, be serious. He chuckled. You probably want to ask if I had to choose one person between you and our senior, Alice, to be my wife. Who would I choose, right? Isabella puffed out her cheeks, a little embarrassed. You can think whatever you want. Chen Luo didn't hesitate at all, pointing at her and casually saying, I choose you. Isabella was both surprised and a little happy. What, why? He crossed his arms over his chest and sighed. Do I even need a reason? Other than being more mature than you, gentler than you, and having bigger boobs than you, what else does Senior Alice have over you? She stood there, completely stunned. She had been stabbed by 3 sharp blades at once. More mature than me, bigger boobs than me, gentler than me. Isabella directly raised her hand and slapped Chen Luo hard across the face. He was left with a bright red handprint on his cheek, still looking dazed and confused. What happened? Did I say something wrong? Chen Luo could only sit down and continue reading his book. He sighed wearily as he read. Just then, a male voice called out, Brian, you're here. He looked up and saw it was Toby who had just arrived, waving at him. Brian, I heard you saved Senior Isabella and Alice from Lethona. Ignoring his excited best friend, Chen Luo gave a bored reply, something like that. Toby was so excited he was flailing his arms and legs around. What do you mean, something like that? That was a high-level mage. Dude, how on earth did you do it? He thought seriously. Actually, I was expecting to hear an interesting story. Toby was listening so intently he didn't dare to blink, only to hear him casually say, I don't remember, which made him fall back in astonishment. Toby tearfully knelt and kowtowed to him. I'm begging you, Blair, think carefully about how you defeated Lethan. He's a high-level mage. He could kill someone with a flick of his finger. A scene that cool, you can't possibly remember nothing at all, right? Seeing his friend like this, Chen Luo had no choice but to rub his chin and pretend to think. All right, let me think. He began to tell a story about the situation when he faced the high-level mage. Well, when Lethan used his fireball spell to attack us, at that moment, I suddenly thought, it would be great if I could just suck away all his energy and magic. The image in Chen Luo's imagination now was a scene of him using his hand to suck the energy from Lethan's magic. So I used all my strength and my entire will to absorb it. After that, the two of us ended up on the ground. As a result, Lethan's magic really did disappear. Then, I also passed out. Toby's 2 eyes shone like stars. He grabbed Chen Luo's hand tightly, full of admiration. Blair, you're amazing. What's the name of this magic-absorbing spell? Can I learn it? Quick, teach me. Hearing this, he quickly replied, Unfortunately, when I woke up, I couldn't cast that spell anymore, so I can't teach you. But I did come up with a name for this magic. It's called the Key Absorbing Grand Technique. It's not about channeling energy. Chen Luo moved closer to Toby and whispered, To cast it, I'll tell you the steps. You can go home and practice on your own. Who knows, one day you might be able to use this mysterious magic. He now hesitated a little. But I don't have the guts you do. Even if I learn the Qi Absorbing Grand Technique, when I meet a mage like Lethan, I'll still be scared and shrink back. He put an arm around Toby's shoulder and pointed confidently at himself. Remember this, no matter how strong the enemy you face, as long as you have the resolve to die, anything is possible. I believe in you, Toby. He seemed comforted and replied with a smile, Thanks, Blair. I'll definitely do my best to learn the Qi Absorbing Grand Technique. Toby suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Because of what happened with Lethan during the last magic practice, the wall that I told you about before has been sealed off by the school. They said it's to protect the students' safety. Hearing this, he seemed to suddenly think of something, and froze for a moment. Then, Chen Luo suddenly stood up and left, to Toby's bewilderment. What's wrong with you? As he hurried off, he replied, I'm going to the Magic Association, not to buy food. Toby scratched his cheek in confusion. This Blair guy. Why is he in such a rush to buy food? At the pristine white doors of the Magic Association, Chen Luo, wearing a black mask and a black cloak, entered the main hall. He walked up to the receptionist and said, I'm looking for Deacon Lily. The receptionist warmly welcomed him. Please follow me, I'll take you to Deacon Lily's office. She looked at the medal pinned to Chen Luo's shirt and thought to herself, an honorary member's medal from the Magic Association. It seems he's an esteemed guest who has made a huge contribution to the association. I absolutely cannot be negligent again. She led him all the way to the door, then bowed. Lord Mage, this is Deacon Lily's office. I'll take my leave now. Go ahead, I know. You can go. Chen Luo pushed the door open and entered the room. What greeted his eyes were pure white flowers in full bloom, incredibly beautiful. A soft cry was heard. A girl with blue hair and an adorable appearance had fallen to the floor and was using her sparkling blue eyes to stare at Chen Luo. Surrounding her were beautiful, pure white flowers. A man and a woman, one standing and one sitting, stared at each other for a long moment. Chen Luo politely knelt on one knee and offered his hand to help her up. Get up! Jasmine took his hand and used the leverage to stand up. Mr. Chen Luo, why are you here? Chen Luo replied, I came to find you. This outfit is very beautiful. Congratulations on your promotion, Deacon Lily. The young woman smiled shyly and replied, Thank you. It's just that these new shoes are too high. I'm still not used to them. Suddenly, Chen Luo grabbed Jasmine's hand and pulled her towards him, which accidentally revealed a wound on her arm. He used his two hands to support Jasmine's injured arm and inquired, "Did you fall because of the new shoes too?" She quickly pulled her hand back, explaining awkwardly, "I was just careless and misstepped. The high heels are to make myself look more reliable. Mr. Chen Luo, you don't need to worry." Chen Luo gestured towards Jasmine and smiled admiringly. "You're working very hard. As expected of the girl I have my eye on, Manager Lily." She shyly adjusted her glasses. "It's nothing." He leaned in close to Jasmine and asked with a smile, "Then may I ask my humble, reliable financier, how much profit has the improved magic from last time made?" She handed him a report. "This is the profit chart for your improved water system magic, just sent from the royal capital. The total is 800 gold coins." Chen Luo stared at the report, his two eyes seeming to light up. He thought to himself, "I never expected that improved water system magic could sell for so much money. Unfortunately, this kind of money can only be made one time." He studied the report so intently, it was as if he wanted to poke a hole through it. Just wait. Once everyone realizes they can't learn combination magic without talent, not many people will be willing to buy it anymore. Chen Luo folded the paper, rolled it up, and stuck it in his hand. "Where are the gold coins now?" "I'm taking them all home today." Jasmine replied, "They're right here in the office. I'll open the magic circle that holds the gold coins for you now." After saying that, she began to open the magic circle. The surrounding space gradually lit up with the brilliant golden color of magic. From within the circle, gold coins flew out one after another. After coming out, the gold coins piled up to one side, looking like a small mountain of gold. Chen Luo looked at this pile of money, stunned. "There's this much?" His eyes widened as he stared at the pile of gold coins, thinking to himself, "If I bring this home, Isabella will definitely find out. How would I explain it then?" Seeing that he wasn't saying anything, Jasmine asked doubtfully, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the gold coins?" Chen Luo rested his chin on his hand, pondering. "Nothing's wrong. It's just too much money. If I bring all this back, I won't have a place to put it." Seeing this, she made a suggestion. "If you don't mind, you could let me look after it for you. Just leave the gold coins here. Any expenses you incur at the association can also be deducted directly from this." Chen Luo's eyes crinkled into a smile as he agreed. "That works. I'll be spending it at the Magic Association anyway. So, you can hold on to it for me." Jasmine raised her hand to collect the gold coins. "All right, Mr. Chen Luo." He waved his hand and started to leave. "Business is done. I'm heading out." Jasmine quickly said, "Then I'll see you downstairs." Chen Luo smiled back, "No need. We'll be seeing each other again soon. After all, this place still has the treasure I'm most attached to." Just thinking about it made his mouth water. After all, the Magic Association still had his most beloved magic and gold coins. He'd wait for them to fatten up and then come back. But Jasmine didn't know what he was thinking. Hearing his words, she misunderstood them completely, and her face turned bright red with embarrassment. "Treasure? What is he talking about?" Chen Luo returned home and tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Looks like combination magic won't be earning any more gold coins." He rolled over and buried his face in his blanket. "I've also collected the reward for solving the 23rd unsolvable problem. What other ways are there to make money? It's too hard to think about. I can't sleep." Just as he thought that, he let out a big yawn. Then, he drifted off to sleep. In his dream, Chen Luo went to the Magic Association once again and met that same receptionist. But this time, he wasn't wearing a cloak with a medal, nor was he wearing a mask. Chen Luo stood right in front of the reception desk in the main hall, and arrogantly declared, "I'm the one who killed Lethan. Now hurry up and bring out the reward." The receptionist's reaction, however, was very calm. "But the reward is huge. Are you sure you want to take it all?" Standing amidst the pile of gold coins, Chen Luo grinned and replied, "I'll take it all. There's no gold coin I can't handle." Suddenly, a single gold coin grazed his cheek. Chen Luo stood in the middle of the pile of gold coins. Feeling money falling from the sky, he was a bit confused. Gold coins were falling from the sky, and then they slowly started to freeze. He lay there, hugging the pile of frozen gold coins, stubbornly refusing to let go. "So cold, so cold. I have to go ask Isabella for help." His vision grew narrower and narrower. A hand patted his face, urging him to wake up. But Chen Luo was still half asleep, not fully awake, so cold. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Isabella right in front of him. Startled, Chen Luo shot up and yelled, "Gold coins," which scared her awake as well. He then sat on the bed, deep in thought. He became aware of the cruel reality. A huge pile of gold coins like that, all gone. "My gold coins." After a moment, Chen Luo rubbed his eyes and asked Isabella, "Why are you here?" She answered worriedly, "Of course, I came to wake you up. There's a guest outside who's been waiting for you for a long time." Isabella looked at him as he leisurely yawned. "But you were just muttering about gold coins. You must have been having a bad dream again." Chen Luo swung his legs out and sat up. "A guest? This early in the morning?" It was then that she noticed he wasn't properly dressed for sleep, wearing only a pair of underwear. Isabella blushed and cried out, "You!" She pointed at Chen Luo and yelled, You! Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" He squinted at her. "Then get out so I can get dressed." Isabella refused, saying, "No, you hurry up and get dressed. I'm staying here to hurry you along. There's someone waiting outside." She pretended to cover her face with her hands but secretly peeked through her fingers. She sneaked a peek at Chen Luo changing. "Why didn't I notice before? Blair has such a nice body. Those muscles too." Suddenly, he turned his head and asked, What are you still spacing out in my room for? Let's go. In the living room, Miss Brittany and two people from the Magic Association were waiting. Seeing Chen Luo arrive, Guildmaster Calvin quickly spoke up to greet him. Sir Blair. 5 people were sitting in the living room. Blair and the 2 girls sat on one side, while across the tea table were the 2 people from the Magic Association. Guildmaster Calvin spoke first. I came to congratulate Sir Blair and Miss Brittany. You two are this year's recipients of the Edwin Award. He laughed cheerfully with Vice Guildmaster Adri. I've been involved in the Edwin Award selection for many years, and this is the first time I've seen the judges' opinions so unanimous. I basically didn't even need to argue or persuade anyone. Hearing the Guildmaster say that, Vice Guildmaster Adri strongly agreed. That's right. Sir Blair's achievements for the award are truly so great that even the Grandmaster couldn't stop praising you. Blair glanced over at Isabella, who was giggling. She looked so happy beside him, and he smiled to himself. An award with no prize money isn't even as good as making Isabella happy. If I'd known, I would have just brought her along. After all, when she's happy, she might chip in some spare change to improve my meals. Guildmaster Calvin suddenly seemed to remember something. Oh, right. I saw that Miss Brittany recently solved 2 of the bounty problems. The applied explanations for solving those 2 problems seemed very familiar to me. Hearing this, Brittany turned and patted Blair's shoulder. Guildmaster Calvin, you're too sharp. Actually, I got the idea from how Blair solved the 7 bridges problem in the capital. His expression was one of complete understanding. No wonder. Sir Blair's talent for mathematics is truly astounding. We all know the process of solving the problem, the 7 bridges in the capital, but we couldn't apply that way of thinking to solve other problems like you did. Brittany rubbed her ear, blushing shyly. Oh, not at all. I'm just fumbling my way through it. I've been focused on research lately. Guildmaster Calvin became serious again. Could it be that you're the one who proposed topology recently? She admitted frankly. That's right. The core of topology, actually, was first proposed by Blair. He's the original creator of this branch of mathematics. Guildmaster Calvin spoke again. I believe in Sir Blair's abilities and Miss Brittany's passion for mathematics. With the 2 of you collaborating, I'm certain that topology can become a systematic science. Blair picked up his glass and took a sip, thinking to himself, topology is a major branch of modern mathematics. How can Miss Brittany and I possibly complete it all on our own? At that moment, Vice Guildmaster Audrey spoke up cheerfully. He said something that made him choke on the water in his mouth. It would be great if Sir Blair could also research topology with you. He is Luo Shen, the one who solved all 23 of the difficult math problems. Guildmaster Calvin quickly pulled his Vice Guildmaster's shoulder to stop him. Rest assured, we have been blessed by the god of mathematics. Everything we see and have now is for the best. Isabella quickly patted the choking Chen Luo on the back. Are you okay? She then voiced her own thoughts. It's just that, no matter how skilled Luo Shen is, we don't know where he is, so Brian and Miss Brittany are still more reliable. He put his glass down on the table and said, Guildmaster Calvin and Guildmaster Adri, thank you for your hard work today. I'm sure you two are very busy, so we won't take up any more of your time. Guildmaster Calvin quickly said, No, we were the ones imposing. Adri and I will take our leave now. On the table was a glass of water and a very appetizing dish. Isabella picked up the glass and tilted her head back. She took a big gulp of water, which made Brittany, sitting beside her, ask in confusion, Isabella, what's wrong with you? Isabella fanned her mouth with her hand to ease the spiciness. What did you put in this dish? It's so spicy, so spicy, so spicy, so spicy. Chen Luo calmly picked up a piece, put it in his mouth, and replied, I added a type of spicy plant-based seasoning. Isabella's face contorted from the heat. A spicy plant-based seasoning? What's that? Chen Luo pointed to the potted plant on the table. It's this. I think it tastes great. She was surprised. Huh? Are you kidding me? Isn't this a 5-colored ornamental pepper plant? How did you know it was spicy? Brittany gave a strained laugh. Blair, if you're short on money in the future, you have to tell me. It's lucky this plant was edible. What if next time? You're always so reckless. It's a good thing nothing bad happened this time. Chen Luo picked up a piece for her, smiled, and said, It's not what you think, Miss Brittany. I already knew. Go on and eat. It's fine. Seeing this, Isabella got jealous and pointed. I want some too. Hurry up and give me a piece. Put it here. He just pointed at the glass of water on the table. You should probably drink more water. If you can't handle spicy food, don't force it. When you're not feeling well, you should drink hot water. She flared up. Bottom line, I'm the one who paid for it, so you have to do what I say. Seeing that they were about to argue again, Brittany gently smiled and poured her some water. There. Listen to Brian. He's right. Look how spicy it is for you. Isabella felt incredibly wronged. What? Even teacher is defending him? She bit her chopsticks and said shyly, But Miss Brittany, I think the spicy one tastes better. It's really delicious. Brittany winked at Chen Luo. After all, Isabella bought this rabbit specifically to celebrate us winning the Edwin Award. Just let her eat some. Being placated, she immediately cheered up. Hooray for Miss Brittany. He took a sip of water. I never said I wouldn't let her eat. Isabella pushed her glass towards her teacher, smiled brightly, and said, Miss Brittany, I want to drink ice water too. Chen Luo immediately stopped her. No way. Don't give her ice. Isabella scowled in defiance. But you can drink it. He looked away, not even bothering to argue. Don't you know how to take care of your own health? A few ice cubes were dropped into her glass. She happily drank the iced water. Chen Luo could only watch helplessly but said nothing. After the meal, Isabella was curled up in bed, wrapped tightly in a blanket, shivering. Why does my stomach suddenly hurt so much? Chen Luo brought over a cup of brown sugar water. He placed the cup on the bedside table where she was lying. Isabella, grimacing in pain, said, "What is this? It looks so weird." Chen Luo explained, "This is brown sugar water I made. If you drink it, the pain will go away." She picked up the cup reluctantly. Brown, sugar, water. It's the color of blood. It looks so gross. He grumbled, "Are you really worried about the color right now? If you're not going to drink it, I'll take it away." Isabella quickly hugged the cup. "Wait, I never said I wouldn't drink it. Why are you so petty?" She brought the cup to her lips and took a sip. So sweet. In the end, Isabella drank the entire cup of brown sugar water that Chen Luo brought. She clutched her stomach in surprise. It actually works. My stomach really doesn't hurt as much as before. After giving her the brown sugar water, Chen Luo didn't stay long. "I mean, you need to pay attention to your health. You haven't been your usual self these past few days. Anyway, I have things to do. I can't talk anymore." Seeing him take the cup and leave, Isabella quickly said, "Wait, don't go. I have something to ask you." Chen Luo looked back at her. She felt a little hesitant. "It's true. I haven't been myself the last few days, but how would Blair know?" "No, that's not right. Why did I stop him? How can I ask him about this without being embarrassed?" Isabella blushed and stammered, I wanted to ask you, when you become a junior mage, which element will you study?" As soon as she said it, she regretted it, covering her face and thinking to herself, "I'm screwed. I think Blair already told me this before, didn't he?" He replied, that. I plan to study the water element." She was surprised. "But didn't you say you wanted to become a fire element mage before?" Chen Luo said calmly, "I changed my mind. Although fire element magic has very strong attacks, its defense is weak. As for water element magic, its offense and defense are both quite good in the later stages. In terms of balance, water element magic suits me better." He thought about how he would use water element magic. Water element magic isn't highly regarded. That way, I can wear a water-type magic robe that has a built-in stealth effect and pretend to be chanting a water sphere spell. Then, launching a blue water sphere as a surprise attack might be the best strategy. Isabella clenched her fists. "In that case, I'll learn the fire element." Chen Luo was confused. "Didn't you want to learn levitation and major in the wind element later? Why the sudden change of heart?" She replied chivalrously, "Because in the early stages, the fire element has stronger combat power than water magic. That way, I can protect you before you become a high-level mage." He smiled brightly. "Protect me? Your choice of magic major will affect your whole life. Don't be so rash." Before Chen Luo could finish, she cut him off. "I've already decided." He stared back at her intently. Isabella and he locked eyes, but she remained resolute, not changing her mind. Isabella looked down. "Blair, don't you believe in me?" Chen Luo stepped closer and patted her head comfortingly. "You should protect yourself first." It was a clear, sunny day. Brittany smiled brightly, pushing some math problems forward. "Blair, can you take a look at these math problems for me? I've been working on them for days with no progress." Chen Luo took the math problems. "Sure, let me give it a try." Isabella, who had been standing silently beside them, suddenly left first. "Well, I'm heading back to my room to practice magic first." Brittany wondered, why isn't she so clingy anymore? She voiced her thoughts. If this were before, she would have definitely stayed to study the math problems with us, instead of going off to practice magic alone. He smiled and said, "It's because she's starting to get serious now. She's putting almost all her focus into practicing magic." Isabella stood pressed against the door, secretly watching the two inside the room, silently making a resolve. "I have to get stronger quickly. Only then can I stand by Blair's side. I'm still too weak right now." In the training room, Isabella was diligently practicing magic when Alice suddenly pushed the door open and asked, "Is Blair here?" Isabella, slightly distracted, looked towards the door. Alice raised an eyebrow. "Why are you the only one here? Where's Blair?" Isabella looked down and replied, "Blair is in Miss Brittany's office. They're discussing how to solve some math problems. If you want to join them, you can go." Alice covered her mouth and quickly said, "If that's the case, I won't bother them anymore. I originally had some good news to share with Blair, but it looks like I can only tell you now." Alice felt a bit resentful. "What's with Isabella lately? I purposely mentioned Blair, but why isn't she getting angry?" She started provoking her again, showing off a certificate. "Look at this. I've become the first student at Street Donuts Academy to be promoted to a novice mage. What about you? When will you be able to get your certification?" Isabella reached out and took the certificate. "Perfect timing. Let me test the power of my fireball spell." Alice snatched the certificate back and snapped, "Isabella, you're really something else. Practicing fireball every day. Has it burned away all your feelings too?" After Alice left, Isabella sadly looked out the window. A novice mage. One winter day, snow fell, blanketing the area around the house in white. Isabella, wearing a red sweater, stood leaning against the window, looking outside. It's snowing on the first day of winter break. She clenched her fists, her eyes filled with determination. "Even if it's snowing, I have to go." Chen Luo, wearing a red scarf, was waiting in front of the house. Isabella pushed the door open and stepped out into the snow. He turned to lead the way. "I knew you would go. Let's go." "I'll go with you too." She tried to stop him. "No need. It's so cold outside. Blair, you should stay inside." "I can go by myself." Chen Luo smiled and said, "It's okay. Coincidentally, I was also planning to go get my novice mage certification. Let's go together." Isabella covered her mouth in surprise. Your mental power is already strong enough to cast novice-level magic?" He cast a simple water element spell for her to see and said, "Yeah, I finished learning the novice-level spells for all 4 elements a few days ago." Chen Luo thought to himself, actually, a novice mage certification isn't all that useful, but at least it serves as a form of identification. He created a water element cloak. Isabella trudged along behind him. She called out softly, "Blair." Chen Luo turned his head, confused. "What's wrong?" Isabella said seriously, "I have something I want to ask you." He felt a bit scared hearing this. His first reaction was to break into a cold sweat. Here we go again. The two of them stood facing each other in the middle of the snow. The air was thick with tension. Isabella asked, "Blair, why is your mental power able to grow so quickly?" Many questions swirled in her head. Clearly, when we first met, Blair couldn't even summon a fireball. But now, after just 1 semester, Isabella's face fell. Not only can he go get his novice mage certification, but he has also mastered the novice-level magic of all 4 elements. She clenched her hand, which was hanging by her side. Once he becomes a novice mage, the gap between Blair and me will only get wider. Chen Luo smiled comfortingly. "Everyone has a different pace for magic training. Don't overthink it." He stepped closer and patted her head. "Just you wait. When I become a high-level mage, I'll protect you." Isabella blushed and swatted his hand away. "Who needs your protection? I might be the one who becomes a high-level mage first." He played along competitively. "No, it'll definitely be me first." "Well, we'll just have to wait and see." The two of them arrived at the Magic Association together. Isabella walked up the stairs. "Fire element mages get certified on the 2nd floor. I'll go first, and I'll find you when I'm done." Chen Luo cheered her on. "Good luck." The girl who came to guide him smiled warmly. Bradley has been out on business for the past few days. Therefore, the novice water element mage certifications will be handled by Lord Zeus instead. Lord Zeus's requirements are quite strict. Please be mentally prepared. Chen Luo smiled and scratched his head. "I know. Thank you." The girl raised her hand and knocked on the door. "Lord Zeus, a gentleman is here for his novice mage certification." A voice from inside the room called out, "Let him in." At the water element magic certification area, he entered the room and immediately saw a person sitting at the desk opposite him. Zeus picked up a book, looked at it, and said, "Now, using your fastest speed, cast a novice-level water element spell." Just as he turned to the next page of the book, he heard Chen Luo say, "Done." Zeus paused, skeptical. "That fast?" When he looked up, he saw that he had used magic to create a superhero head out of water. "Sir, will this do?" Zeus was completely stunned by this sight. He can even precisely control the form of the water screen. This is no simple feat. But this shape. He clapped his hands in praise. "Your spell-casting speed is very fast. Your mental power is also very condensed. I can tell you worked hard to train your mental power during your apprentice stage." He smiled brightly and replied, "Thank you." But then Zeus rubbed his chin and asked, "Have we met before?" Chen Luo was startled and quickly denied it. "How could that be? Today is my first time ever coming to the Magic Association for a certification." He exclaimed in disbelief. "What? Your first time?" He thought to himself, "What bad luck. It seems he has met Chen Luo before." Zeus stood up and said seriously, "You're applying for a novice mage certification on your first visit to the Magic Association? Does that mean you're not even a magic apprentice yet? Why do you want to skip a level in your certification?" Chen Luo sighed internally. "This is bad. When I got my apprentice certification for the fire element, I used the name Chen Luo. The name Blair has a blank record. How am I supposed to explain this now?" He quickly waved his hands. I was so busy training that I forgot to apply for my magic apprentice certification." He frowned skeptically. "But in the Kingdom of Nolan, every child must undergo an identity certification test for magic apprenticeship at the age of 8. Zeus himself had also sat in on magic apprentice certifications for other children. He said, "And you're still not a magic apprentice. This clearly means that since you were a child, you've had no talent for magic training." He thought about the other children who trained hard in magic, and an image of Chen Luo appeared in his mind. Without talent, one can only train arduously to slowly increase their strength. If that's the case, how could you, a person with no talent, possibly have enough strength to apply for a novice mage certification before the age of 20? This is something that's impossible no matter how hard you try. Zeus said with certainty, "I know. It seems you've either taken a forbidden magic potion, or you've practiced from a forbidden magic book." Chen Luo, being falsely accused, jumped in shock. "What the heck? Where is your mind going?" He didn't let him finish his sentence before casting a spell. "Save your excuses for the tribunal. Go on, shut that mouth full of lies for me." Chen Luo quickly shouted, "I'm not finished talking yet." Then he sighed. "Looks like I'll have to calm you down first before you'll listen to what I have to say." Chen Luo used water element magic, forming it into a dragon to block his spell. This is the water dragon spell. Zeus was horrified. The water dragon spell is magic that even intermediate-level water mages must practice, and he can summon it so easily. As expected, you're no ordinary person. He had to resort to another move. "It seems I can only use the high-level water spell, Water Coffin, to deal with this." A ball of water gradually formed. Under his control, the water dragon's head charged forward. The two water element spells crashed into each other, sending a column of water splashing everywhere. Zeus was drenched from head to toe. Chen Luo asked tentatively, "Looks like you finally calmed down now. Listen to me. The reason I didn't get my magic apprentice certification is because I went down the wrong path," he began to gently explain. "When I was little, I was dead set on becoming a fire mage, but the fire element didn't take to me, so I never made any progress no matter how much I studied." Chen Luo forms a stream of water with his hand. "Later, I stumbled upon the discovery that I had a very high aptitude for water magic. So I started training in water magic all over again, which is why I missed the apprentice certification." He looks at the orb of water in his hand. "Besides, I'm not as skilled as you think. At least for now, I still haven't mastered the water dragon technique. At most, I can only hold it for a moment before it dissipates." Zeus's face darkens. "You think those words can fool me?" Chen Luo leans on his hand and smiles. "Forgot to mention, I'm a student at Street Donus Academy. My instructor is Miss Brittany. The Magic Association should be able to look up my records. Go check, and you'll know right away." "Need me to go with you?" The man leaves angrily. "I was planning on checking his records a long time ago. Who knew you'd suddenly cast the water dragon spell and make me forget about this? I'll contact Street Academy immediately. Donus, you just wait here for me." Zeus thinks, to get into Street Donus Academy, you're either rich or a genius. Could it be that I was really mistaken? To be safe, I should still have someone investigate his file first. He slams the door and leaves. Chen Luo lets out a sigh. Turns out this Mr. Zeus has quite an ego. Why did I say also? A short while later, the sound of the doorknob turning is heard again. He's a bit surprised. Back already? Turns out, the person who walked in wasn't Zeus, but Jasmine. She walks in with her head down, carrying a stack of documents. "Lord Zeus. Here is the list of those who passed the elementary water mage certification yesterday." Chen Luo quickly says, Zeus just stepped out for a bit. He should be back in a moment." Jasmine is surprised. This voice. "Is that Mr. Chen Luo?" She happily looks up and says with a smile, "Mr. Chen Luo, what are you doing here too?" He quickly denies it. "Wait, I'm not." The papers fall one by one, scattering to the floor. She steps back in surprise, blushing. Just now, that was clearly Mr. Chen Luo's voice. Right? There's no way I misheard. Jasmine gets closer to him, pressing, "Blair, you are Mr. Chen Luo, aren't you?" Chen Luo frowns and backs away. You've got the wrong person. I'm not Blair and I'm not any Chen Luo." Just then, Isabella suddenly appears, her voice dark. "What are you two doing?" The two of them, standing close together, both jump in surprise at the sudden arrival. Chen Luo looks at Isabella's dark, stormy expression. He asks tentatively, "Isabella, what are you doing here?" She clenches her fists. "What do you mean? What am I doing here? Why can't I be here?" At this moment, Jasmine chimes in. "I can let you off the hook for today, but you have to promise me that the next time we meet, you'll tell me the truth with your own mouth." He hesitates. "I." Isabella immediately erupts, pointing at them. "And another thing. Why are you two hugging? Are you two hiding something from me?" The two of them look at each other and say in unison, "We." Isabella uses fire magic. Intense flames now surge around her. "Blair, you've got a lot of nerve, daring to flirt with a deaconess from the Magic Association behind my back." Jasmine is still holding tightly onto Chen Luo's hand, making him even more flustered. "Stop pulling me. Hurry up and explain for me." "Jasmine, let go of my hand. If this keeps up, Isabella's going to burn me to a crisp like she does with thugs." Chen Luo shouts helplessly. "Hurry up and say something." Jasmine finally speaks up. "Wait, hello, Lady Isabella. Mr. Blair wasn't flirting with me. I was just following orders to supervise him. I'm truly sorry for causing a misunderstanding, my lady." Hearing this, Isabella's anger vanishes. The girl bends down to help Jasmine pick up the papers on the floor. "But why do you have to supervise Blair?" Jasmine sits down, picks up the documents, and replies, "I'm just following orders. I don't know about anything else. You should probably ask Mr. Blair." Then, she leaves with a stack of papers in her arms. "I still have to deliver these documents, so please excuse me." Chen Luo is stunned speechless. Isabella calls after her, "I think I know you. Haven't we met at the academy before? Hey, don't just leave. Don't go." She turns back to him and asks, "What on earth is going on? Weren't you applying for your elementary mage certification? Why is there someone supervising you? And that deaconess, I feel like she's really familiar." Chen Luo gives a wry smile. "It's a long story. It's like this. Listen to me explain it." After hearing the whole story, Isabella bursts out laughing. "Using a forbidden potion to practice a forbidden art. Who would even think of that? That's hilarious." He spreads his hands in a helpless gesture. "So, he was afraid I'd run off and called that deaconess to watch over me. You get it now?" She just smiles, indicating, "Okay, I get it." The sound of the doorknob turning is heard once again. Seeing who it is, Chen Luo immediately asks, "Your Excellency Zeus, what did you find out?" The man adjusts his glasses and says, "Mr. Blair, I sincerely apologize. I was mistaken earlier. There are no issues with your identity. I hope you can forgive my rudeness. Aside from that, our president would also like to have a word with you." He then points to a white-haired man and introduces him. "Mr. Blair, this is our president, Lord Angus." That person speaks up. "Hello, everyone." Angus extends a hand to greet him. "Mr. Blair, you truly are gifted." Even Zeus was so shocked he couldn't believe it, which led to this misunderstanding. "It just goes to show you're not only a genius mage, but also a renowned mathematician." He quickly shakes his hand. "You're too kind, President Angus. I'm just an ordinary person. He then looks towards her and says with a smile, Lady Isabella, what brings you here? Isabella quickly replies, President Angus, have you forgotten? I'm also a student at Street Donis Academy. You even invited me to join the Magic Association just a moment ago. Your memory is so poor. How could you have already forgotten all about me? Angus gives a gentle laugh. I wouldn't dare, Lady Isabella. Please don't joke with me. It's just, why are you here? Could it be that you and Mr. Blair really have that kind of relationship? Chen Luo asks in surprise, You've already become a member of the Magic Association? Isabella raises an eyebrow confidently. Of course. President Angus said I have an extremely high aptitude for magic, and that I'll definitely become a saint-level archmage in the future. So, feeling the pressure yet, Angus quickly speaks up. So you two already know each other. No wonder. Anyone who can be friends with Lady Isabella couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. I'd like to invite you, Mr. Blair, to join our Magic Association. What do you say? He smiles brightly. Thank you for the invitation. Of course, I accept. So, does this mean my elementary mage certification has been approved? Zeus hands him a robe and says, My apologies. Here is your elementary mage robe, and your honorary member's medal. It goes perfectly with your clothes. The medal attached to the robe is decorated with the image of a water drop, representing the water element. You are now an official elementary water mage. Chen Luo takes the robe. At this moment, touching the magic robe makes him feel like he's truly living in this world. After the two leave, Angus says to Zeus, Do you feel like this Blair kid looks a bit familiar? My Lord President, don't say it. I really do have a feeling I've seen him somewhere before. I just can't place it. Chen Luo walks along a snowy road, lost in thought. Although an elementary mage is a step above a magic apprentice, the elementary magic sold by the association is also more expensive than apprentice magic. I'll probably have to use all the prize money from the Edwin Award just to have enough to level up to an intermediate mage. He looks up at the sky. If elementary magic is already like this, then for intermediate, advanced, and even legendary magic, won't the amount of money I need be astronomical? Chen Luo purses his lips. Learning magic really burns through money. I need to prepare another path. As he's thinking, a snowball suddenly flies and hits him on the head. From a distance, Isabella laughs mischievously. Who told you to space out? I got you, you idiot. Chen Luo uses magic to create an even bigger snowball. Just you wait. I'll show you what it means to provoke a water mage. She also uses fire magic to counter. Who's afraid of who? I'm a fire mage. You know. Just wait until I defeat you. Chen Luo licks his lips with excitement. You said it, so don't regret it. After the game, Chen Luo stands under the shower with a dazed expression, washing himself. I really got scorched. Isabella doesn't hold back at all. He dries his hair and walks out to the living room. Miss Brittany. Where's Isabella? School's on break, so she just went home. She smiles and asks, By the way, when are you planning to go home? Chen Luo replies, Ever since Dad passed away. My mom's always been sad and depressed. Whenever she sees me, she can't stop crying. I don't want to make her any sadder. So, can I continue to stay here? Chen Luo thinks to himself, Although I have a mother in this world, I'm not really the real Blair. Going home would not only be easy to get exposed, but it would also be very awkward. Brittany directly pulls him into a hug to comfort him. Of course you can, you poor Blair. You can rest assured and stay with me. I couldn't bear to kick you out. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to the market to buy groceries. Chen Luo is bewildered. Wait, when did I say I was going to the market to buy groceries tomorrow? Miss Brittany gives a mysterious smile. I said it. Since school's on break, we can't eat at the cafeteria, so you're in charge of my 3 meals a day. On the street, the teacher and student go shopping together. Brittany points to a building and instructs, Blair, I just remembered I have a thesis to submit. Wait here for me, I'll be right back. Okay, you go ahead. Chen Luo obediently sits and waits. Off to the side, he hears some complaining. So annoying. He overhears 2 passers-by talking. Ever since Luo Shen solved those bounty questions last time, we finally got a new one after waiting for so long, but someone else beat us to solving it. Then the other guy said, That's right, her bounty was just raised to 100 gold coins. I just found a few clues yesterday. His friend got even angrier. What do you know? I've already proven the result. I just haven't submitted the solution process to claim the reward yet. I'm so pissed. After listening for a while, it was like a light bulb went off in Tranlak's head. He shouted excitedly, There's a way to make money. Tranlak felt like he discovered a new path. His face lit up with excitement. The other 2 heard him cheer and looked back at him, like he was an idiot. Tranlak rubbed his head sheepishly. Guess I got a little too excited. Miss Brittany returned, holding a tomato. Why are the vegetables scattered all over the place? I almost stepped on them just now. Only then did Tranlak realize he had just spilled the groceries on the ground. I was careless and dropped them. Then the 2 of them bent down to pick things up. Brittany picked up a tomato and said, Well, hurry up and pick them up. Don't let them get stepped on. He juggled the tomato in his hand. Don't worry, I'll get them right now. But as soon as he said that, Miss Brittany suddenly yelled, Blay! He had carelessly stepped on and crushed an egg and a tomato. Tranlak clutched his face in horror. I'm screwed. Miss Brittany's favorite scrambled eggs with tomatoes is ruined because of me. She angrily crushed a tomato in her hand, but her mouth was still smiling. It's dangerous. It's okay. Come here. I'm not mad at all. Tranlak's eyes twitched. Survive first, make money later. After the meal, Miss Brittany sat on a chair and praised him. Bly, You're really good at this. Tranlack used his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his face. I am. As long as Miss Brittany is satisfied, she licked her fingers with satisfaction. The taste is absolutely amazing. Can I have one more bite? He immediately stopped her. No way. For lunch, you already ate 3 servings of roasted chicken and potatoes. For dinner, you had a plate of stir-fried shredded potatoes with green peppers, along with 2 bowls of rice mixed with 8 parts egg soup. You can't eat any more. Brittany didn't say anything more and just turned to leave. Fine. Then you go do the dishes. I have to start looking at this math problem. This left him confused. What's wrong? Tranlack called after her. Are you mad? Don't tell me I still haven't fed Miss Brittany enough. Then I'll just cook more tomorrow. As Tranlack was washing the dishes, Miss Brittany came out and said, Wait. She walked over and handed him a pouch. Here, you keep this to buy food tomorrow. He took the pouch and said happily, Great, then tomorrow I'll make 5 servings of roasted chicken and potatoes. I have a way to make money. Tranlack poured the gold coins from the pouch, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the pile of gold on the table. This is just what I needed. At the entrance of the Mathematics Association, I came up with a brilliant way to make money. I was worried I didn't have any startup capital, and now I have it. He held a gold coin in his hand and said with a smile, Tomorrow, I'll take 1 gold coin to post a bounty. For a difficult math problem, as long as no one can solve it, other people will put up money to find the solution. When the reward money accumulates to 10 gold coins, I'll go solve it. That way, I can make a profit of 9 gold coins. Tranlack placed a gold coin back into the pile. No, not just 10 gold coins. I have to think bigger. The more people who are looking for the answer, the more money I'll make. Tranlack slammed his hand on the table with determination. I'll do it right now. He picked up a pen, pondering which problem would be best to post a bounty on. Then, as if an idea suddenly struck him, Tranlack put pen to paper and started writing. Got it, I'm a genius. He wrote out a problem on a piece of paper. What problem could be more suitable than proving the butterfly theorem? The math scholars here love to study problems with names like flowers and plants. By then, the reward money will definitely be substantial. At the entrance of the Mathematics Association, Tranlack asked loudly in surprise, What do you mean? Why won't you take my money? The person he was talking to quickly waved his hands. I'm sorry, sir. Our Mathematics Association has a rule. The minimum bounty for a difficult math problem is 10 gold coins. You should put this money away. He had no choice but to accept. Fine, 10 gold coins it is. Take it. The other guy reluctantly took it. All right, sir. You can let go now. The two of them were struggling over the paper bag at the entrance when Brittany appeared. What are you two doing? The association member lost his balance and fell down. Tranlack hurriedly pushed her away. It's nothing. It's nothing. Let's hurry home and cook. Do you want more roasted chicken and potatoes? She looked suspicious. What are you doing? In the basket were only 2 chicken legs and 2 potatoes. But today, we can only make a different version of roasted chicken and potatoes. The two of them went to the market together. Tranlack called out, Miss Brittany, how about scrambled eggs with tomatoes for dinner today? But he was thinking to himself, I just gave 10 gold coins to the Mathematics Association the other day. Now, all I have on me is a single silver coin. Today, I'll just have to bite the bullet and appease Miss Brittany first. He chuckled to himself. Later, I'll sneak off to the Mathematics Association to solve the problem. That way, I can claim the reward and buy some chicken. Tranlack thought, then looked around in confusion. She was just picking out vegetables with me a moment ago. Where did she suddenly disappear to? Miss Brittany? He pretended to look for her for a bit, then quickly ran off. She's gone off to play, which is perfect for me. Since Miss Brittany isn't around, now's my chance to head to the Mathematics Association. Just then, a voice called out from behind him. Bly! It was Brittany. She said cheerfully, I just took a trip to the Mathematics Association. I happened to see a new problem on the bounty wall, and solved it while I was there. Brittany held up a money pouch. Here, take these 10 gold coins. You can use them to buy food. Aren't you happy? Hearing this, Tranlack panicked. You said what? He broke out in a cold sweat and yelled, You solved it? Holding the money pouch, Brittany asked in confusion. Yes, but why don't you look very happy? His face darkened as he muttered, My money. Tears streamed down Tranlack's face. He pointed at his own face and said, What do you mean? I'm crying because I'm so happy. But inwardly, Tranlack was sobbing his heart out. I never expected this. I guarded against outsiders, but not the enemy within. She linked arms with him and said with a smile, Well, that's good. Let's get going. Chicken it is. I haven't had chicken and potatoes in a long time. Tranlack looked at the money pouch in his hand and replied, Okay, while thinking to himself, Looks like I'll have to be wary of Miss Brittany if I want to continue my money-making plan. Tranlack reached out and pulled open the curtains, letting the light in as a sudden thought flashed through his mind. I'll go out before 2 o'clock today. He held a large money pouch, looked around cautiously, and opened the door, thinking, By the time I'm done and come home, Miss Brittany will probably have just woken up. This time, she'll have no reason to go out with me. Tranlack quietly turned the doorknob, thinking, Perfect. The plan is halfway to success. He walked out, holding a book and the money. The proof I'm submitting this time is even harder than the butterfly theorem. After proving one layer, you have to prove another. It also mixes in a lot of broad knowledge. This time, there's no way Miss Brittany can solve it. The gold coins in his pouch glittered. Tranlack started, Here are 50 gold coins. Take them. He winced, full of regret. This is the last of my savings. I had to empty all my pockets to gather this much. I'm going all in, turning my bicycle into a motorcycle. The Mathematics Association staff member looked at Tranlack awkwardly. He smiled and asked, have you thought this through? Are you sure you want to use 50 gold coins to post a bounty for this problem? He shoved the money pouch into the other man's hand and replied, of course. Hurry up and take it. I'm in a rush to go to the market. Tranlack left, happily singing. Oh, we common folk are so happy today. The other guy looked at the money in the pouch suspiciously. This is weird. He didn't steal these gold coins, did he? 3 days later, the sky was unusually gloomy. He held the documents in his hand, smiling to himself and thinking, hard work never goes unrewarded. My problem's bounty has been raised to 200 gold coins. Today's the day I'll catch them all in one net. Tranlack tiptoed out of the room. From behind, Miss Brittany saw his silhouette against the light from the glass door and asked, Blay? She opened the door wearing a short, form-fitting nightgown with a long green robe over it revealing her pale, slender legs. Rubbing her eyes, she said, where are you going so early? Tranlack, clutching his documents, turned his head to explain, to buy groceries. You have to go early to get the freshest ingredients. Can't talk anymore. If I'm late, all the good food will be snatched up. After saying that, he hurried away, leaving Brittany with 1,000 questions. That's weird. Why would he have to be so sneaky just to buy groceries, and he didn't even take a basket? Tranlack, holding his documents, ran like the wind, joyfully shouting, 200 gold coins, here I come, in front of the problem-solving bounty board. His problem was nowhere to be seen, only papers marked proven. Tranlack yelled in frustration, damn it, where's my problem? The staff member from before came out, smiling and waving. Congratulations, Blay. The problem you posted was proven just yesterday afternoon. Are you here to see the solution process? Tranlack's face darkened as he turned and asked, who proved it? The other man replied, it was His Excellency, Abel. Rain began to pitter-patter down, soaking him through, though he didn't know when it started. I can't believe the irrational number I proposed forced an entire clan, the Edwards, to show their hand. Now, because of Abel, I've lost both my wits and my wealth. All my savings are gone. Tranlack just stood there in the rain, his head bowed in thought. At Divine Grace University, there's no foundation for modern mathematics. Abel solved the proof using only ancient knowledge, a proof that complex. This person must be a true genius. The staff member, seeing him from afar, couldn't bear it, so he waved and called out, Blay, it's raining hard out there. Where are you going? Hurry and come inside to take shelter. He shoved his hands into his coat pockets, completely submerged in disappointment. I admit I was trying to cheat the system, but who would have thought I'd lose so badly? All my savings are gone. Now I don't even have money to buy food. I have no idea how I'm going to face Miss Brittany. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Blay? Alice walked up with an umbrella, holding it over Tranlack. She asked with concern, did you forget your umbrella? I was just heading to the Mathematical Society to submit a paper. I'm Kia. Why don't you come to the Mathematical Society with me to get out of the rain? He turned and replied, okay. A warm feeling suddenly bloomed in his heart. Even though God slammed the main door shut, at least he left a window cracked open for me. Heaven never seals off all paths. The two of them stepped inside. Alice folded her umbrella and asked, Blair, why have you been so tongue-tied today? Is there something you want to say to me? Chen Luo turned to her, his face blushing, and said, well, I'll be direct then. I hope you won't get mad after hearing me out, Miss Alice. Even if you don't agree, can we still be friends? Her face flushed bright red. Go on, say it, I won't be mad. But inwardly, she was screaming her head off. Could it be that Alice's inner self was shouting with joy? Blair, have you finally figured it out? I'm the most charming one, aren't I? Chen Luo took both of her hands and said passionately, Senior Alice, all you have to do is agree. Before he could finish, she closed her eyes, her face red, and shouted, I agree. He smiled happily and said, that's great. I knew you were the most generous person, Miss Alice. In that case, could you lend me 20 gold coins? Hearing this, Alice questioned him seriously. Wait a minute. You just want to borrow money from me? Chen Luo nodded. That's right. If that's too much trouble, Miss Alice, even 6 gold coins would be fine. She flung his hands away and left in a rage. The money was already in Chen Luo's hand. He looked down and thought to himself, as expected, money ruins relationships. I only borrowed 6 gold coins from Miss Alice, and she's already upset. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Is that him, Blair? President Calvin replied. Yes, that's him. This is this year's Edwin Award winner, the one who discovered irrational numbers, Sir Blair. In front of him stood a group of strangers. Tang En smiled, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. The Edwin Award winner of the Nolan Kingdom has to borrow money just to get by. This is truly an eye-opening experience for me, Calvin hurriedly tried to explain. No, it's just because. Chen Luo, annoyed, asked, who are you? The group continued on. Tang En, leading them, said, let's go. Let's see the final stop in the Nolan Kingdom. Let's see if the bounty board of the Aba City Mathematical Society has any surprises for us. The people behind him replied, yes, leader. Chen Luo, feeling disrespected, clenched his fists in anger and shouted, hey, don't you have any manners? He cursed inwardly, is this my unlucky day or what? Why does even a random passerby have to step on me? President Calvin grabbed Chen Luo's hand and pleaded earnestly, Sir Blair, please listen to me. Right now, only you can save me. No, save the Nolan Kingdom. Chen Luo closed his eyes and sighed. Sir Calvin, I'm in no mood to joke with you. Forget saving the Nolan Kingdom. Right now, I can barely save myself. He clasped his hands together and retorted, No, I'm not joking. If you don't step in, then the honor of the entire Nolan Kingdom will be lost, and I will become a traitor to the nation. He wondered, a traitor? What happened? President Calvin fell to his knees, desperately pulling on Chen Luo's hand. He shouted, God of Luo, I beg you, save me. Panicked, Chen Luo yelled, Don't be ridiculous. Get up first. With teary eyes, he begged, You have to agree to help me first, then I'll get up. Chen Luo asked awkwardly, Since when did you learn to strong-arm people like this? Get up first and tell me the whole story, so I know how to help you. Brittany, who was nearby, saw them and pointed at him in astonishment, asking, Blair and Calvin, what are you two doing? Caught in the act, both of them froze and broke into a sweat. President Calvin stood up awkwardly. He pointed at Chen Luo and explained, Oh, it's you, Miss Brittany. You see, a moment ago I almost twisted my ankle. Luckily, Mr. Blair was passing by and caught me. Otherwise, I can't imagine how badly I would have fallen. Chen Luo scratched his head and awkwardly added, Ahem. Yes, that's right. I was originally going out to buy some food, but I didn't expect it to suddenly start pouring. So I ran to the Mathematical Society to take shelter from the rain. He closed his eyes, awkwardly making up excuses. Then I saw President Calvin slip, and I just helped him up. Brittany seemed to believe him. Is that so? Well, never mind. It's a good thing I came to the Mathematical Society. I'm here for an important meeting. Blair, you come with me. They walked into the room together as someone started speaking. How did it come to this? Brittany placed a hand on the corner of her mouth, bowing her head in thought. When the Gaia scholars visited before, although their skills were high, they never managed to solve every single bounty problem in all the cities of the Nolan Kingdom. Around the large round table, each person sat in a chair. Someone said, That's because our Nolan Kingdom has accumulated for many years the 23 most difficult and profound problems which have already been solved by the god of Luo. President Calvin continued, Although other places are now posting bounty problems one after another, the difficulty of these new problems can't compare to those 23 at all problems. That's why the Gaia scholars have been able to sweep through them all so easily. All the bounty problems in our country. Everyone started discussing, what should we do? The Abba City branch of the Mathematical Society is their final stop. If we can't come up with a bounty problem that can challenge them, then the entire mathematical community of the Nolan Kingdom will lose all face. This isn't just a contest between mathematicians, it's a clash between empires. After all, the Oss and Fa empires have never gotten along with Nolan. We are a vassal state of the Oss Empire. If we lose to Gaia, who are backed by the Fa Empire, then the consequences will be unimaginable. President Calvin asked everyone, but his eyes were fixed on Chen Luo. Everyone, is there really no way? At that moment, he was glaring at the person opposite him, who was wearing a white vest. He thought furiously, He's here. My 50 gold coins are definitely on him. Suddenly, Brittany turned and asked, Blair, is there any way you can? She gave a dismissive laugh. Never mind, just pretend I never asked. Chen Luo suddenly asked, Miss Brittany, what were you going to say? Brittany started to leave, replying coldly, It's nothing. I was just saying we should hurry home and cook. I'm starving. Everyone else also stood up. What? What do we do now? They murmured. Let's just dismiss. Only President Calvin remained, planting his hands on the table as he stood up. He slammed his hand on the table, his eyes squeezed shut, and said as if to himself, What a pity. The 5,000 gold coins His Majesty the King offered as a reward. Is there no one who can stop the Gaia scholars? Hearing the word money, his eyes lit up. Calvin continued, Must I really just give up like this? Chen Luo turned around and replied, No. I can do it. Hearing this, Brittany exclaimed happily, Blair, you. Eagle also turned his head to look. President Calvin grabbed Chen Luo's hand and said urgently, I knew you'd have a way, Sir Blair. He casually turned away. Of course, like you said just now. If I can stop those Gaia scholars, the king will award 5,000 gold coins. He smiled, placing a hand on his chest, and continued, Of course, the money isn't important. What's important is rebuilding the glory of Nolan. As a man of this era, I absolutely cannot refuse. He became gloomy again and said, That's right. His Majesty, the king is very concerned about what happens in Abba City. If we let the Gaia scholars leave Nolan just like this, our kingdom will become the laughingstock of the mathematical world from now on. Sir Blair, if Nolan is to win, we must win with dignity. We can't maliciously try to stump the visiting Gaia scholars. Do you really have a foolproof plan? Chen Luo placed a hand on Calvin's shoulder and replied, Don't worry. Stopping those arrogant Gaia scholars here is absolutely not a problem. I'm even confident I can make it so they never leave the city. Abba. He finally cheered up. That's great. Tell me quickly. Chen Luo raised a finger and said, Not so fast. I have one more condition. He pointed that finger at Ebel. The man looked a bit skeptical and said, Sir Blair, please speak. He declared, I want him, Ebel, to give me 50 gold coins. Ebel extended his hand and replied politely, You truly live up to your demonic reputation, Sir Blair, always acting in unusual ways. How about this? As long as you, Sir Blair, can truly salvage the honor of Nolan's mathematical community, I am willing to give you another 200 gold coins. Chen Luo shook Ebel's hand. Thank you for your kind offer, but I only need the 50. He accepted. All right, I agree. Chen Luo thought to himself, I only need to get back the 50 gold coins that belong to me to be able to let this go completely. He held out his hand towards President Calvin. All right, hurry up and get me some paper. Chen Luo sat down and, after a moment, wrote out 3 problems. Calvin picked them up and read. Sir Blair, are you serious? These 3 construction problems are way too simple. Brittany snatched the paper from his hand and said, let me see. She read aloud, trisect any given angle. Given the area of a circle, construct a square with the same area as the circle. Given the volume of a cube, construct another cube, such that the volume of the new cube is double the volume of the given cube. Everyone gathered around and started murmuring. These 3 are simple geometric construction problems. Problems this simple won't be able to stump the Gaia scholars at all. Brittany asked worriedly. Blair, they're not wrong. These 3 problems really aren't complex enough. Should you consider changing them to something else? Chen Luo just smiled, picked up a pen, and said, Miss Brittany, esteemed scholars, there's no need to be so quick to dismiss these 3 problems. Please, pick up your pens and give them a try. Images of geometric shapes gradually appeared on the paper. An Eastern scholar stood there, debating, with piles of attempted solutions stacked high. He thought, angle trisection, squaring the circle, and doubling the cube are the 3 famous impossible problems of ancient Greek geometry. These 3 problems only look simple. It's only when you actually try to solve them that you realize how terrifying they are. Since the moment they were first proposed, mathematicians throughout the ages tried to solve these 3 problems, but it wasn't until 2,000 years later that a mathematician proved these 3 simple-looking problems, using only a straight edge and a compass, were impossible to solve. Chen Luo was extremely pleased with the problems he had presented. Time flew by, and soon it was late at night. Brittany and the others sat at a round table, surrounded by piles of scratch paper. Frustrated, she muttered, how can this be? The calculations are probably correct. So why isn't it working? Suddenly, a voice called out, Miss Brittany. Chen Luo draped a coat over her and said, it's getting very late. Let's head back and get some rest. Besides, Scholar Gaia will be here for a few more days, so it's not too late to figure it out tomorrow. Brittany replied, all right, I'll listen to you this time. As the 2 of them were about to leave, Earl, who was standing behind them, suddenly called out, Your Excellency Bai, please wait a moment. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Earl held up the problem sheet and asked, Your Excellency, these 3 simple-looking problems, are they actually unsolvable? Chen Luo and Brittany turned to look at him and asked, What do you mean? He turned away decisively, tossing out, Keep thinking. Earl angrily clenched the paper in his hand, his face darkening as he muttered, Just who in the world are you? As Chen Luo and Brittany were walking, she suddenly asked, Are those 3 problems really unsolvable? He replied, That's right. Those 3 problems cannot be solved using only a straight edge and compass. Whether it's Earl or Scholar Rana, they're about 2,000 years too early to solve them. Confused, she repeated, 2,000 years? The 2 returned to the house. Brittany poured herself a glass of water to drink. With a look of satisfaction, she exclaimed, I'm stuffed. Blai's cooking is still as amazing as ever. Forced to clean up, Chen Luo complained, So I'm just the designated chef now. Huh. Suddenly, a knock echoed. A voice called out, Your Excellency, Blai. Chen Luo glanced toward the door and muttered, Who could that be? Brittany immediately stood up to explain, Looks like President Calvin couldn't wait any longer. I'll get the door for him. He was welcomed warmly. Chen Luo poured a cup of warm water and said slowly, Have a drink, it'll warm you up. President Calvin grabbed Chen Luo's hand, which was holding the kettle, and pleaded, Your Excellency Bai, you have to tell me the truth about those 3 problems. Chen Luo put the kettle down and replied, President Calvin, I know what you're worried about, but please trust me. Chen Luo stated firmly, Those 3 problems cannot be solved. Calvin breathed a sigh of relief. Good, good. So it's just as I thought. Now I can rest easy. He stood up and bowed to Chen Luo, saying, Thank you, Your Excellency Bai. You're truly a great benefactor to our Lulan kingdom. After this is all over, I will personally petition the king for your commendation. Chen Luo quickly reached out to help Calvin up. Chen Luo smiled happily and said, You're too kind. As long as the king keeps his promise, that's enough for me. The rest is unimportant. You can do as you see fit. As President Calvin was leaving, he turned back, raised a hand, and replied with a wide smile. Rest assured, the king of the Lulan kingdom will absolutely not go back on his word. It's getting late. I'm off to check on the Reina scholars. I'll take my leave. Chen Luo nodded. All right, you go on ahead. As President Calvin was walking down the street, a voice called out, President Calvin. A worried man with curly hair hurried over and asked, President Calvin, what's the situation? Are we really using those problems? What if the Reina scholars solve them? What will we do? He placed a hand on the man's shoulder reassuringly. Don't panic. With these 3 problems, there is no what if. Have you forgotten how Blair earned his demon title? President Calvin held out his hand, catching the falling snowflakes. He continued, Let those arrogant fools find out just how terrifying the demon Blair truly is. Snow blanketed the mathematics building. President Calvin pushed the door open and stepped inside, calling out, My friends from Rana, where are you all off to? The group walked toward the door, facing him. Tangin spoke up. We've imposed on the association for long enough. Since we've already solved all the difficult problems from the Able City Mathematics Association branch, there's no reason for us to stay. We're preparing to set off for home today, he announced. President Calvin held out a hand with a cunning smile, saying, How could it possibly be a bother? You've come all this way and solved so many difficult problems for Lulin. The Lulin mathematics community can't thank you enough. Tang En replied, "You're being too polite. We were simply earning some prize money for our journey home." The two men shook hands. He then asked, "Well, what a coincidence. The scholars of Able City have just posted a few problems with a rather large reward. Surely our friends from Rana wouldn't mind earning a bit more for the road." Of course, he was interested. That would be perfect. Calvin handed them the problems, saying, "Be my guest." Tang En took the sheet and read it. The problems were listed. 1. Trisect any given angle. 2. Given the area of a circle, construct a square with an area equal to that of the given circle. 3. Given a cube, construct another cube, such that the new cube has twice the volume of the original. After reading the problems, the entire group was bewildered. Tang En asked in confusion, "Your Excellency Calvin, are you serious? You're offering a reward for 3 problems as simple as these?" President Calvin motioned to his secretary behind him, who confirmed, "Yes, the paper and pens have been prepared. Please, enlighten us." Tang En sneered, "Of course. But, Your Excellency Calvin, before I leave, I have one small wish that I hope your esteemed association can grant." He thought to himself, to present problems like these, it seems the scholars of Able City have finally given up. But that's fine. After all, besides him, there's truly nothing here worth my time. Calvin asked. "Very well. What is your wish, Your Excellency, Tang En?" He imagined a mysterious figure sitting on a throne, while he himself knelt on the ground, scrambling to pick up the flying papers. A voice said, "Chen Luo, an unbeatable god of mathematics. He never uses existing theorems to prove the problem at hand. Instead, he proposes a new theorem, proves it, and then uses it to solve the problem. This is an unheard of level of genius. In a single prize problem, Chen Luo proposed and simultaneously proved 3 entirely new theorems. Tang En's face darkened as he bluntly stated his request. Moreover, these 3 theorems are universally applicable under any condition. The voice echoed in the Ranha leader's ear. "Your Excellency Tang En." Calvin waved a hand in front of his face, trying to get his attention. "Your Excellency Tang En." Another person stepped forward to explain. "He wishes to meet the great master Chen Luo. We hope Your Excellency Calvin can arrange an introduction." Calvin chuckled and declined. "I'm afraid I must disappoint you," President Calvin said sarcastically. "But please, don't get the wrong idea. It's not that I'm unwilling to make the introduction. It's just that this Master Chen Luo is a man of mystery and has never shown his true face to anyone. Therefore, even we only know that he is a citizen of Lulin. As for his identity or whereabouts, no one knows." The man looked disappointed. "What a pity." Tang En approached his group and asked, "How is it? Have you solved them yet?" A member replied, "Just a moment, leader. We've got an idea. We'll solve it very soon." Tang En said arrogantly, "Then hurry up. Don't hold up our departure." Calvin smiled and asked, "Your Excellency, Tang En, are you really leaving today?" Tang En threw his room key on the table. He said, "We'll leave once these 3 problems are solved. By the way, this is our hotel key. Could you do us a favor and return it, President Calvin?" "Of course," he replied. Calvin took the key to the receptionist and, with a smirk, gave an instruction. "Go ahead and extend their booking for another month." The lights burned late into the night. Tang En sat at the table, holding his head and shouting, "What in the world are these 3 problems?" He shot up, slammed his hand on the table, and shouted, "Your Excellency Calvin." Tang En looked around asking, "Where is His Excellency Calvin?" Vice President Adri came over and handed a sealed file to Tang En, saying, "Your Excellency, Tang En. President Calvin had some business to attend to. Before he left, he instructed me to give this folder to you." Tang En asked suspiciously, "And who are you?" He replied, "Pardon me, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Adri, and I'm also a vice president of the Able City Mathematics Association. If you need anything, you can speak to me." Tang En opened the file and said, "In that case, I'll have to trouble you to fetch me some documents, Vice President Adri." But as he opened the folder, his face fell. Adri asked with concern, "Your Excellency Tang En, what was it you needed?" He gritted his teeth and replied, "Nothing. Never mind." Vice President Adri raised a hand and advised, "Your Excellency Tang En, it is late. You must be sure to rest." He then left in a huff. Tang En went over to his diligently working team members and slammed the folder down, sending all the mathematical instruments inside scattering, and out of the folder. Tang En yelled, "I don't need you to divide an angle 10,000 times. Just trisect a single angle. How hard can it be? You've all disappointed me so much." Terrified, the others trembled as several of them tried to explain. "Leader, just give us a little more time." Tang En bellowed, "Enough." He snatched a quill from one of their hands and said, "Give it to me. I'll do it." Time passed in a blur. Frustrated shouts echoed as sheets of paper were tossed around the room. "Damn it, why is it still not working?" Tang En seemed to age rapidly from the stress of the fruitless calculations. One person suggested, "These 3 problems aren't simple. Let's try to break from our usual thinking and try another method." Tang En thought, "No way. If I give up here." With all our efforts having been for nothing. In his office, Adre was flipping through documents on his desk, thinking about the hero of Lackland and the Demon Blair's 3 great problems. President Calvin walked over and asked Adre, "What are you so engrossed in?" He replied, "Look, the Janya scholars have been in Apple City for 3 months now. Even the newspapers have started discussing it, and from what I know, they haven't made any progress on these 3 problems." Adre was incredibly proud. This time, the honor of the Lackland Kingdom's Mathematical Association. We finally managed to preserve it. Calvin sighed, set down the tea tray, and said, Adre, even you think so. How did it come to this? Adre asked back, confused. Isn't that the case? He replied, wringing several white claws in his hands. Right now, we've only barely managed to save face. In reality, our honor, back when the Johnny Academy swept through the entire mathematics world of Lackland, had already ceased to exist. Unwilling to accept it, he clenched his fists. President. Calvin tossed the paper towel into the trash can near the desk. Adre turned to look and continued. Janya's level of mathematics was already higher than ours to begin with. If it weren't for Lord Blair of Lackland, we would have surely lost all face long ago. I feel that this is already the best possible outcome. Mr. President, you still want Lackland to become the world's center for mathematics. I don't know how long we'll have to wait. His eyes suddenly lit up as he slammed his hand on the table, correcting himself. That's right. How could I have forgotten Lord Chenlack? If Lord Chenlack is willing, Lackland can definitely replace Janya immediately and become the new mathematical center of the continent. Meanwhile, Calvin picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said with a smile, such grand ambitions. Well then, you should work hard to earn some money. Who knows? Maybe when you've saved up 1 million, Lord Lack will suddenly appear. In the waiting room, only Calvin and Chenlack were present. President Calvin spoke, Lord Blair. He bowed respectfully. I, Calvin, on behalf of all the mathematics scholars of Lackland, and on behalf of the people of Lackland, thank you for your contributions to our nation. He waved his hand in dismissal. No. I'm a citizen of Lackland too. It was simply my duty. By the way, when am I getting that 5,000? Calvin sat in the chair opposite Chenlack and replied, rest assured, His Majesty the King's reward has already arrived. We're just waiting for the Janya scholars to leave Apple City. It will be given to you immediately after. He frowned slightly and thought, what if those stubborn Janya scholars can't solve these problems and refuse to give up? If they end up living here for 85 years, this 5,000 will be meaningless to me. Looks like I'll have to find a way to make them leave sooner. Calvin smiled, raising a hand to the corner of his mouth, looking pleased. Actually, in this exchange with the Janya scholars, we still lost. If only we could also dominate Janya's mathematical associations or shake the very foundation of their school of thought. If we could just accomplish one of those, then we could turn this defeat into a victory. Chenlack laughed and said, why didn't you say so sooner? That's not a problem. But in his heart, he thought, although I don't have time to go around dominating Janya's mathematical associations, shaking the foundation of their school of thought is my specialty. President Calvin stood up excitedly, asking, what? Are you serious? Did I hear you correctly? He replied, that's right. Shaking the foundation of Janya's school of thought is not a problem. It's just that. Calvin asked impatiently, just what? Spit it out. Chenlack raised his hand, making a small gesture, and said, it'll cost extra. Calvin froze, stunned. He suddenly felt completely bewildered. Did I mishear? He held out his hand and said, all right, my lord. Blair, you saved Apple City in the honor of Lackland. On behalf of the Lackland Mathematical Association, how about we reward you with an additional 2,000? Chenlack shook his hand in agreement. Deal. That night, President Calvin stood before a window. The wind blew as he murmured, how terrifying. Under the bright moon, time seemed to warp as he contemplated the problem Lord Chenlack had proposed. It is no longer a simple mathematical problem. It also relates to philosophy, science, and even the very nature of space and time. Once it is made public, it won't just be Janya. The entire mathematical world of the continent will have to endure a shock, the likes of which has never been seen before. Calvin raised his hand, looking at it as he recalled their deal. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. Adre walked in holding a letter and said loudly, this is terrifying. Calvin turned in surprise to see a hand slam forcefully on the table, making a dull thud. Underneath it was a piece of paper, which appeared to be a sealed letter. Adre spoke loudly to the person standing opposite him. This is a letter from the royal capital. It says the Kingdom of Janya is praising their visiting scholars in all the major newspapers about how they've swept through the Lackland mathematics world. Now, no one is taking their obstacle in Apple City seriously. Hearing this, President Calvin raised his hand and took the letter. He muttered, Janya wins, Lackland loses. So this is it. Adre was still furious, clenching his fists and saying in a low voice, we still lost. If only we could have presented these 3 difficult problems. Right when the Janya delegation entered Lackland to stop them, then the papers would be saying Lackland won and Janya lost. Who says we've lost? Those words made him look up in shock, only to see that Calvin had already crumpled the letter, his face dark. What? His expression was incredibly stern, his brows furrowed. The competition isn't over yet. How can we just admit defeat? If Janya made the first move, then don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, President Calvin turned and walked away. His hands still clenched into a fist, he didn't forget to leave behind one last cruel remark. Go to hell. At the academy, golden sunlight shone on the tiled roofs. The atmosphere was strangely quiet as a young man sat tucked to one side, writing notes. Suddenly, a crumpled ball of paper flew out of nowhere and hit him on the head, making him shout, ah, this is so frustrating. It's still not right. From behind, Von Sam approached, leaned down, and said, you're just wasting your time if you keep at it. You'd be better off going home to wash up and sleep. Lan, however, didn't appreciate his colleague's kind words and shouted irritably, what do you know? I'm so close. Just a little bit more, Von Sam weakly retorted. You said the same thing yesterday. At that, Lon started tearing at his hair, his mood sinking as he let out an exasperated sigh. Why can't I solve such a simple problem? I'm seriously going to lose my mind. It seems someone really couldn't bear to watch anymore. As this scene kept repeating, another person waved his hand. All right, that's enough, he said, telling Vun Sum to take him out for a walk. If this continues, none of us will be able to focus on the problems. Without waiting for an answer, Vun Sum took action, grabbing La-un by the shirt and dragging him away. Let's go. But La-un resisted fiercely. He cried and protested non-stop. No, let me go. I can still figure it out. The two of them left the room, passing by the Janya notice board. La-un, who was being dragged, suddenly bumped into something and yelled, Vun Sum, stop. Look, there's something new on the bounty board. His words successfully caught Vun Sum's attention. He stopped and walked over to the notice board. Let me see. If a tortoise has a head start on Achilles, how long will it take for Achilles to catch up to the tortoise? What a simple problem. How can a problem like this even make it onto the bounty board? La-un's expression was full of confidence as he mocked the one who posted it. As long as they provide the tortoise's speed, Achilles' speed, and the distance between them, my 8-year-old nephew could solve this in a few minutes. Whoever came up with this is so amateurish. Meanwhile, Vun Sum stood to the side, looking at the problem and rubbing his chin thoughtfully. The name written below is Blair of Apple City. That proves this problem is definitely not simple. You should look closer. But Lam didn't think so. What kind of trick could there be in such a simple problem? Suddenly, a gust of wind gently lifted the paper on the board, revealing the answer written underneath. See, there is a trick. Vun Sum said as he reached out, flipped the paper over, and began to read. Lord Chen Lak says that no matter how fast Achilles is, he can never catch up to that tortoise. The moment those words were read, La-un couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. How absurd, he roared. Forget about the wind archmage Achilles of the Janya Kingdom. Even my 8-year-old nephew can catch a tortoise. But Vun Sum didn't agree. He reached out and slapped La-un, who yelped in pain and anger. You idiot, even an 8-year-old knows that. Do you think the demon Chen Lak doesn't know that? Only then did La-un slowly calm down. He rubbed his sore cheek and pondered, you have a point. But that doesn't make any sense. Just then, a voice spoke up from behind them. The speaker was holding a small tortoise. Friends from Janya, a voice called out. It was President Calvin, who walked up to the two of them with a beaming smile on his face. Are you two having some trouble? Vun Sum, however, was extremely perplexed and eager to know the correct answer. President Calvin, I truly cannot comprehend the answer to Lord Blair's bounty problem. I hope you can explain it to us. Hearing this, Calvin didn't rush, acting as if everything was going exactly as he had planned. So that's it. As I understand it, the proposition that space-time can be infinitely divided was put forth by the Janya school of thought, was it not? My friends from Janya, have you ever considered whether this theorem is actually correct? Hearing his school of thought being negated, La-un began to lose his composure. He shouted as if to lunge forward. What are you trying to say? The idea that space-time is infinitely divisible isn't just a tenet of our school of thought. It's also a common understanding in the mathematical and scientific communities, and even across the entire Divine Grace continent. Vincem, standing beside him, raised a hand to stop him while curiously asking President Calvin, what does this theorem have to do with Mr. Blair's question? Please don't beat around the bush, just get to the point. At that moment, he calmly placed the small tortoise in his hand on the ground and spoke slowly. My friends from Janya, you are mistaken. This isn't a matter of pursuit. A distance was immediately established between him and the small tortoise. When I chase the tortoise, it is also moving forward. By the time I reach the tortoise's original position, the tortoise has already crawled forward a certain distance. In this way, the distance between us gets smaller and smaller. Then, President Calvin looked up and concluded, therefore, the process of me chasing the tortoise can also be divided into an infinite number of small parts. Based on this premise, I can never catch up to the tortoise, can I? These confusing words reached Lan's ears. It made him even more frantic, and he started pulling at his hair. But space-time really is infinitely divisible. But if that's the case, the tortoise can't really be caught? But how can you not catch a tortoise? Vincem's face turned pale, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. All his previous beliefs seemed to be collapsing. He too was spun into a daze, his face blank. It's obvious Blair is just talking nonsense. A tortoise can definitely be caught. Then he denied his own statement. But if that's the case, then the truth our Janya school believes in becomes a fallacy. A rough hand snatched the paper from the notice board, tearing it. By now, Leon had completely lost his composure. He kept screaming, no, I don't believe it. This must be wrong. I have to tell Captain Tang En. He'll definitely know what the problem is. His outburst stunned both President Calvin and Vincem. Lan, calm down a bit. Then the two of them ran off one after the other, leaving President Calvin standing there alone. Silently watching their retreating figures, he sighed. This time, it's not just the Janya folks going crazy. I'm about to lose my mind too. Inside a spacious, well-furnished room, excited chatter echoed. A demon. He's truly a demon. The people from Janya passed around the perplexing question paper. If space-time can be infinitely divided, then how do you explain the process of the chase? The more he spoke, the more panicked his face became. On the other hand, if space-time can't be divided, then does that mean there's the smallest possible unit of space and time in this world? That doesn't make any sense. Meanwhile, the small tortoise, the source of everyone's confusion, was slowly crawling across the table. Calvin stared at it, lost in thought for a long time. How on earth can I use mathematics to explain how Achilles catches the tortoise? Just then, Audrey burst through the door from outside, shouting loudly, "You still have the leisure to fool around in here? The Janya people are about to all leave, you know." In response to his questioning, President Calvin replied very calmly, "They can neither solve the problem nor explain the tortoise issue here. If it were me, I'd run too." He lowered his head again, sinking back into his thoughts. Ever since the tortoise question appeared, the Janya's scholars have had no way out. Staying here, they'd only face more questions, and we are no different from them. We can't solve this problem either. Except for that great person. Faced with Calvin's lukewarm attitude, Vice President Adre began to explode. He slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "What's with your attitude? The royal capital has already sent 3 consecutive letters asking about that tortoise problem, and now you're just letting those Janya folks run off. Who's going to explain this to the king?" At that moment, Calvin suddenly stood up from his chair, startling him. He stopped talking. The man reached out and patted the shoulder of the person in front of him, his expression extremely resolute. He looked straight at Adre. "If you want an explanation, then prepare 7,000 gold. Come with me right now." Outside, the sky was pitch black. A crescent moon hung high, casting its blue light onto the house below. A series of chests were opened, filled to the brim with gold coins that emitted a dazzling light. Tranlac stared, dumbfounded. His eyes saw nothing but gold and silver, and greedy drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. His mind was filled with a single thought. "It's all money. I'm rich." Then a voice snapped him out of his thoughts. "Mr. Blair? Mr. Blair?" Tranlac sheepishly raised a hand to scratch his head, laughing awkwardly. "I wasn't paying attention just now." It was then that President Calvin walked in. "The matter I wish to request of you is the purpose of this visit, Mr. Tranlac. I want to know what that tortoise question is really all about." Tranlac sat on the sofa, head bowed in contemplation, lost in thoughts of Zeno's paradox. The difficulty with Zeno's paradox, aka the tortoise question, is that it isn't purely a mathematical problem. Even if one can provide an answer from a mathematical perspective, it's impossible to clearly explain the essence of the issue. After all, this all relates to the concept of limits. If explained from a physics standpoint, one would have to bring in quantum mechanics. But on the Divine Grace continent, not even the foundation of classical mechanics has been established yet. Casually introducing such an advanced concept would probably drive the people here insane. Thinking this, he casually lifted his head. He feigned helplessness. "To be honest, I don't actually know either." But inwardly, he was carefully assessing the situation. "Even if I gave you the answer, you wouldn't be able to comprehend it. You might even go mad. So it's better to just say, 'I don't know.'" Hearing this answer, President Calvin, sitting opposite him, was stunned and scratched his head. "Lord Lack, please don't joke around. How could someone who came up with this problem not be able to solve it?" Suddenly, Tranlac raised his voice and shouted, "What did you just call me?" A second later, he raised a finger to his lips, signaling Calvin to be careful with his words. He reacted immediately, realizing his slip of the tongue, and replied, "Understood." Then, President Calvin held up 2 fingers and began to rub them together. He whispered probingly, "Mr. Blair, we can add more money. Please, reconsider." Seeing that gesture, Tranlac's eyes lit up, his mind filled with a huge pile of gold coins. He suddenly snapped himself out of his drifting thoughts. He coughed dryly a few times. "You almost pulled me into this. This isn't a matter of money. I really don't know." Calvin realized the man wouldn't spill the final answer. He could do nothing more and could only stand up helplessly with a sigh. "Very well. In that case, I'll take my leave." But in his mind, he couldn't help but think, even with more money, it's not enough to move Lord Lack. It seems I won't get the answer I want. But what am I going to tell the royal capital? After a moment, he accepted his fate and walked out of the house. Behind him, Tranlac was waving goodbye. "Take care, President Calvin." The man suddenly turned back and shouted, "Mr. Blair, an extra 5,000. The response to Calvin's words was the sound of a door slamming shut. A loud slam seemed to hit him right in the face. Meanwhile, the person inside was no longer as calm as before. Tranlac leaned his back against the door, head bowed, letting out a breath. "That was close. I almost couldn't resist. I can't earn this money if I just ignore the current level of understanding of the scholars on the Divine Grace continent and introduce these advanced concepts. It will absolutely cause an even greater disaster." Just then, his eyes widened, his thoughts still a tangled mess. From a distant door, an urgent voice called out, "Blair, come quickly." Thinking it was something important, he quickly ran over, threw open the door, and asked, "What is it?" Inside, Brittany was sitting next to a small table, cluttered with papers and pens. She looked at the newcomer and said cheerfully, "Blair, about the tortoise problem, I have an idea. When the number of divisions approaches infinity, this final step is probably a very, very small number. Could it be considered 0? Tranlac listened to her speculation and fell into deep thought. "It seems that from the moment I unleashed Zeno's tortoise paradox, some things have slipped out of my control. Even if I do nothing, the people here are like glowing butterflies in the night. Even without a guide, they can still find the right path." He seemed to realize that someone would do it in his place. Just like Brittany now, who has started to think about the concept of limits. Even without my existence, the scholars of this world would sooner or later complete these theories and find their own final way out. Stepping into the temple of modern science, suddenly, Brittany slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "Blair, I've been talking so much. Are you even listening?" This sound successfully pulled him out of his deep thoughts. I was listening. At this moment, the girl's face in front of him suddenly turned mischievous, her eyes fixed on Tran Lak. Then tell me, what's the meaning of this step? But he was still extremely flustered because he hadn't really heard anything. So he could only stammer, Suddenly, at just the right moment, when he was in a tight spot, a voice called from outside, Isabella? Miss Brittany? Are you home? This sound was like a lifesaver. It rescued him. Seizing the opportunity, he hastily made his escape, calling out, Isabella, we're home, leaving her behind. Brittany could only sigh. Asterisk, he's really not listening to me. Asterisk. Then she started overthinking again. Asterisk, is it because everything I said is just too simple for him? Yeah, that must be it. Asterisk, asterisk, he's so smart. He definitely thought of all this ages ago. What was on his mind just now? Asterisk, asterisk, thinking about Isabella? I knew it. Asterisk. Outside, Isabella stared wide-eyed at the chest piled high with gold coins. She was shocked. Where did all this come from? Brian, did you rob the Apple City gold vault or something? But Chen Luo didn't know what to say, just scratching his head as he replied. This is the bonus I earned over the Lunar New Year break. Then, remembering something, he asked, Oh, by the way, why are you back now, Brittany? Brittany just walked out from inside, holding 2 pieces of paper, and spoke up. Isabel, you're back. I think I've discovered something new. Hearing this, Chen Luo panicked and quickly let out a few dry coughs. He immediately rushed in to stop her. He puffed out his chest to divert the 2 girls' attention. Since school starts tomorrow, let's not stay at home on the last day of the Lunar New Year break. Let's go shopping. Miss Brittany's and Isabella's expenses for today are all on me. Hearing this, Isabella's interest was piqued. Forgetting all about any new discovery, she rushed over and hugged Brittany excitedly. Miss Brittany, let's go. We get to spend Brian's money. An opportunity this rare doesn't come often. Let's go. 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 If we wait any longer, he might change his mind. But Brittany, flustered by her enthusiasm, protested, Wait, I haven't finished my calculations yet. In the end, she was dragged away anyway. Chen Luo, left behind, yelled in frustration, Hey, you two, wait for me. The next day in class, Isabella called Chen Luo over. He asked curiously, What do you need? Another difficult problem you can't solve? She looked up dejectedly, one hand propping up her cheek, and held out the paper in her hand for him to see. It's not a difficult problem. It's the application form for advanced academies after graduation. The 5 great academies of the royal capital. I don't know which one I should go to. Hearing this, Chen Luo took the paper. The naive young man, still clueless about these things, genuinely thought she had called him over for advice. What's there to think about? Just pick the one you like best. Shouldn't that be enough? With your skills, you can definitely get into whichever one you choose. At that, Isabella flew into a rage. She snatched the paper from his hand and yelled, You idiot, forget it. I'm not asking you anymore. Chen Luo was still confused. You called me over just to ask this, but I can't make the decision for you. Her expression grew serious. She leaned her hands on the desk and asked him directly, Fine, then let me ask you. Which academy are you planning to attend after graduating next year? Chen Luo was completely helpless, not getting it at all. I've told you before, I'm not going to any of them. I want to stay. Before he could finish, Isabella cut him off and turned to leave. Never mind, it's clear you only have Miss Brittany on your mind. You can go. I want to be alone for a while. A small and helpless Chen Luo walked out into the hallway, still utterly confused and wondering to himself, Asterisk, what just happened? Asterisk. That's weird. Is she on her period again or something? Just then, a voice calling from behind caught his attention. It was the beautiful senior, Alice. Her entire face was flushed red as she stammered, I have something I want to tell you. Alice walked up and stopped in front of Chen Luo, shyly beginning to explain, Junior Brian. For this round of academy applications, I have to go to the royal capital. We probably won't be able to see each other for a long time, but I'll wait for you in the royal capital. When you get there, we can. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Luo quickly cut her off. Hold on a second. I'm not going to the royal capital. After graduation, I'm staying in Abo City. I already spoke with Headmaster Angus. I'm staying at the academy to be a teaching assistant after I graduate. This time, it was Alice who was stunned, so much so that the thin paper in her hand slipped from her grasp. It fluttered to the ground. What did you say? The next second, she rushed forward, placing both hands on his shoulders. She shook him forcefully and said urgently, With your talent, no matter which of the Royal Capital's academies you pick, you'll have a much greater future. If you choose the Royal Academy of Science, you could become a great scholar. If you choose the Royal Academy of Magic, you would definitely become a great mage. But Chen Luo's expression remained the same. Senior Alice, he looked calmly and gently at the girl in front of him. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I still prefer Abo City. Besides, this is a choice I've made after careful consideration. In his mind, however, he couldn't help but think, asterisk. Actually, more than Abo City, asterisk, asterisk. I prefer being with Miss Brittany. If Miss Brittany were going to the royal capital, I'd go with her without a second thought. Asterisk. Alice finally composed herself and withdrew her hands. Oh, is that so? You. Don't read too much into it. I was just asking. I just remembered I have something else to do. Junior Brian, I'll be leaving first. Just then, as she was about to leave, the boy grabbed her arm and called out loudly. Senior Alice, wait. The atmosphere grew still, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. Every detail paused for a split second. Both of Alice's cheeks flushed bright red as her imagination ran wild. Asterisk. Could it be? Has he changed his mind? Asterisk. At this thought, she secretly made a decision. Asterisk. If Brian says he's willing to come to the royal capital with me, I'll confess my feelings and make our relationship official right away. Asterisk. Alice shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, as he said in a low voice. Senior Alice, you dropped something. The dense protagonist, Chen Luo, successfully extinguished the passionate flame in the young girl's heart. He held out the paper he'd picked up to Alice, seemingly unaware of her frozen expression, and even thoughtfully reminded her, Here, take this. Don't lose something so important again. Alice was furious now. She turned, clenched her fists in frustration, and stormed off, leaving him behind. Chen Luo rubbed his stinging cheek from behind, looking baffled. Asterisk. Don't tell me that even the ever-elegant Alice is on her period too. Asterisk. Inside the spacious classroom, everyone was deep in thought, heads bowed as they mulled over their own issues. Isabella, who had met with him privately earlier, was also resting her chin on her hand, staring at the form she was holding. Suddenly, the paper was pulled from her hand. It startled her, and before she could even react or see who had come, Isabella shouted, Alice, what are you doing? Give me back my application form. Alice, however, ignored her. She just looked down at the form, remarking, What's the hurry? I'm just taking a look. I'll give it back when I'm finished. After a moment, she turned her head curiously to ask, It's blank? Why haven't you written down an academy? Didn't you used to say you wanted to get into the Royal Academy of Magic? Isabella's face flushed with embarrassment at her words, but her reply was firm. Why do you care? I just don't want to go to the royal capital anymore. Is that a problem? Her answer seemed to confirm what Alice had been thinking. Realizing this, she sighed softly and remarked, I never expected you'd be willing to go this far for Brian. I admit it, you win. The younger girl, having her feelings exposed, grew flustered. Her cheeks burned as she stammered, I. In another scene, on a street in Abo City, gentle golden sunlight bathed the road. Just then, a shrill scream shattered the peaceful moment. Ow, ow, ow. Isabella. What are you doing? The girl, Isabella, had one hand on her hip while forcefully twisting Chen Luo's ear, demanding an answer. What is it? Alice has been gone for over half a month, and you're still not over it? Meanwhile, he, with his ear twisted red, yelped and weakly denied it. I was just spacing out. What does this have to do with Senior Alice? Isabella refused to let go of his poor ear, continuing, I wouldn't be so sure. At the farewell party, Alice hugged you for nearly a minute. Plus, you were the only male student she hugged. It's only natural that you can't get her off your mind. Being blamed for something he didn't do, his eyes started to well up with tears. Chen Luo cried out in pain. No, no, no. It's really not true. That hurts. Let go, quick. She finally let go mercifully, puffing out her cheeks and letting out a loud humph, clearly saying one thing but feeling another. Only then did Chen Luo recover, rubbing his ear resentfully. He clarified, What crazy ideas are you getting? Senior Alice hugging me was just a polite goodbye. A moment ago, I was thinking about. He didn't say the rest out loud, but silently completed the thought in his head. Asterisk. How I can make more money. Asterisk. Finished with his thought, Chen Luo put on a sycophantic smile. To appease her, he pointed at a nearby stall and asked, See any books you like? I'll buy one for you. Isabella was still pouting and replied curtly, Whatever you want. Hearing that, he quickly grabbed a book and asked the stall owner with a smile, How much for this one? The owner immediately clasped his hands together, his eyes narrowing as he began to praise it. You've got a great eye. This is our most recent bestseller. Plus, with this gorgeous cover, it's the perfect gift for the beautiful young lady beside you. It's only 20 gold coins. Behind them, Isabella cleared her throat, feigning interest. I think this book is actually pretty good. Just then, a certain someone shattered the warm atmosphere, shouting in shock, What? He angrily yelled right in the vendor's face. This one book costs 20 gold coins. Why don't you just go rob a bank? The shopkeeper, not one to back down, blew up as well. Without another word, he snatched the book from Brian's hands. He scolded, Go ask around. My price of 20 coins is the lowest you'll find. If you can find it cheaper anywhere else, I'll eat this book. Besides, am I just selling a book? No, it's knowledge, and knowledge is priceless. Brian mumbled to himself, repeating, Knowledge is priceless. That phrase seemed to awaken something inside Chen Luo. Isabella at his side couldn't stand it anymore. She tugged on his sleeve and held up her coin purse, saying, Forget it, Brian. Why don't I just pay for it? Suddenly, he grabbed her arm and pulled her along forcefully. Follow me. As she was dragged away, a clueless Isabella asked him what was wrong, leaving the bookstore owner behind them. The flustered owner broke out in a sweat, raising his hand and calling out, Don't go. 10 gold coins is fine. Really, if not, 5 gold coins is also okay. Consider it a friendly price. Hey, unable to keep the customer, the stall owner could only cross his arms and let out a long sigh. Kids these days, why don't they follow the rules? If you just bargained a little more, I would have sold it to you cheap. Why'd you leave? Meanwhile, the two of them had already arrived at another shop, one that seemed to be primarily for schoolgirls. Chen Luo cheerfully pointed to a cute pink hat on the shelf. This one. Isabella immediately tried it on, then shyly looked at him and asked, How is it? Do I look good in it? Without hesitation, Chen Luo gave a big, generous grin. Beautiful. "Shopkeeper, I'll buy this hat." After paying, the shopkeeper behind them didn't forget to wave goodbye. "Thanks for stopping by." Isabella was full of questions, but this hat also costs 20 gold coins. "Why didn't you buy that cheaper book?" Chen Luo pulled her along through the street, uttering words that would make anyone blush. "This hat suits you better. As for the money, I don't care." She looked very happy, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Luo can be really nice sometimes. Meanwhile, the other person was lost in his own thoughts. That merchant earlier, although a bit shady, wasn't wrong. Books have a price, but knowledge is priceless. In this place, isn't mathematical knowledge the most valuable thing? Thinking this, he cheerfully spoke up. "Let's go. We should head home for dinner." His eyes were full of determination. Chen Luo already had a plan for his future path. It's time to make some big money. His thoughts were now crystal clear. The protection of intellectual property rights on the Divine Grace continent is even better than in the 21st century. With the development of science and technology, scholars who write books can almost sit on equal footing with nobles. That's why books here are so expensive. Only a few wealthy people can afford them. For many years, countless people have been executed for infringing upon the intellectual property rights of scholars. Advanced copyright awareness plus severe punishments. This place is a paradise for knowledge creators. Chen Luo sat at a small table, slowly turning the pages. His train of thought continued to flow. Geometry is the mother of mathematics, the origin of mathematical theory on the Divine Grace continent. Geometry is also the science that scholars are most interested in and have studied the longest. But all of their current research achievements, in reality, don't even amount to 1/10 of modern plane geometry. On the surface of the water in the cup, his pensive face was reflected. "Coincidentally, I was a 12th grade math teacher when it comes to plane geometry. Not only can I follow its logical progression, from straight lines to circles and polygons, but every theorem and its corresponding proof within it, I can prove in detail. Plus, back then, to avoid being stumped by the gifted students in my class, I even put in the effort to study obscure formulas and theorems beyond the textbook, including knowledge points that went beyond the high school curriculum. I conducted in-depth research on all of it. Now, it seems that writing a book encompassing all the geometric knowledge I'm familiar with would probably be very well received by the scholars of the Divine Grace continent. That way, not only can I make money from royalties, but I can also help the scholars here start from the most basic mathematical reasoning to improve their mathematical research abilities." He slowly picked up the quill in his hand, gently putting down each character on the white paper. Chen Luo told himself, "I've decided. I'll use the ancient Greek elements of geometry as a reference, removing the traces of its origins, and adapt it into a more authoritative geometry book. This will be the final work I leave in the field of mathematics." Half a month later, Chen Luo was slumped over the small table. Warm light from the lamp illuminated the entire room, and the person inside seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Indeed, his head was tilted, asleep on the table. He was surrounded by messy piles of paper, likely the fruits of his recent labor. Just then, he suddenly jolted up. He woke up without any warning. It turned out to be Isabella's loud call. She seemed to be shouting with all her might. "Luo, wake up." From outside, Isabella bluntly pushed the door open and stormed in, questioning, "I've been calling you for hours. Why didn't you?" Before she could finish her sentence, the sight before her successfully cut her off. Chen Luo was shirtless from the waist up. It looked like he was about to put on a shirt. "I'm getting dressed. I'll be right there." "Is something wrong?" Isabella blushed again, stammering, You. Hurry up." As soon as she finished, the door was slammed shut with a very loud noise. At the same time, Chen Luo, standing in the room, also breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing I reacted quickly. Otherwise, Isabella would have definitely come into babble. I can't let her see my precious treasure. He put on a black mask that covered half his face, his determined gaze fixed on the stack of papers in his hand. Half a month of effort has finally paid off. Geometry is complete. It's a convergence of the wisdom of countless predecessors, and my own creative upgrades. You, my crystallized treasure, are a one-of-a-kind existence in this world. Don't worry, no one here will be able to refuse you. Chen Luo left, his cloak fluttering behind him with each step. God Luo is a demon who specializes in destroying foundations and shattering the beliefs of others. But Chen Luo is different. He is a god. A new god should spread knowledge and guide humanity. So today, let Chen Luo take the stage. In President Calvin's quiet office, a steady knocking sound suddenly rang out. He frowned slightly and said, "Come in." President Calvin didn't turn to see who had arrived. He was still lost in thought. Although God Luo helped us defeat the scholar from Rania last time and saved us some face, in reality, the center of mathematics is still Rania. They are constantly putting out new theorems, while we remain stagnant. The person who entered immediately spoke, greeting him very politely. "Long time no see, President Calvin. I heard you've been officially promoted to the president of the Abo City branch. Congratulations." Only then did President Calvin turn around. The figure that met his eyes left him slightly stunned. "Where did you come from, you God Luo fanatic? Your outfit really does look like his." The man raised a hand and removed his mask, revealing a familiar face. "It's me, Chen Luo." Now it was Calvin's turn to be dumbfounded. "Your Excellency, but why are you dressed like that? Have you forgotten that I know?" Before he could say more, Chen Luo cut him off. "Because today, I am doing business with you as Chen Luo. I wonder if President Calvin is interested." Hearing this, what reason would there be to refuse? In fact, quite the opposite. Calvin was overjoyed at this proposal and clapped his hands with a crisp sound. As God Luo, are you perhaps planning to release a new theorem? The next second, he slapped a thick, bound stack of papers onto the nearby table. Chen Lu looked up and corrected the man's words. You're half right. I wrote a book. Calvin's two eyes immediately started to sparkle. He clasped his two hands together and asked directly, Excuse me, may I read your work first? He quickly agreed to this small request. All right, take a quick look. I also have something to ask you. He picked up the papers one by one and began to read. The air around Calvin filled with countless geometric shapes, right angles, triangles, circles, polygons, and cylinders. This book covers recent geometry problems that scholars in the mathematics world have been researching. The more he read, the brighter Calvin's eyes sparkled. And these theorems. They are all new theorems that I have never seen before. From behind, Chen Luo spoke up again. You're a fast reader. What do you think of the book? A loud thud echoed through the quiet room. President Calvin was kneeling on one knee, his eyes glowing as he reverently clasped his hands to his chest, successfully startling a certain someone. God Luo, you will forever be my God. The next second, his eyes welled up with tears as he rushed forward to hug Chen Luo's leg amidst his shouts. Oh God, stop hugging me. Get up, you're getting it dirty. However, Calvin didn't care at all. No, he continued to ramble. This book is the path that God Luo has laid for us mortals to ascend to the highest peak of mathematics. With it, Luo Land will become the world's leading kingdom of mathematics. He even cheered excitedly. God Luo, this is truly a miraculous book. Every scholar on the Divine Grace continent, no, every reader should read it. This is a divine miracle, a work of genius. Chen Luo was terrified, his expression turning pale. Oh, why do I feel like he's starting to not see me as a person again? A while later, after the man had calmed down, he continued to explain the purpose of his visit. All right. Now for the main business. I want the Mathematics Association to publish this geometry book for me. If it's printed as a book, what price do you think would be appropriate? In Calvin's eyes at this moment, Chen Luo was a god. How could something created by a god be cheap? He exclaimed, My lord, this book is priceless. I feel that pricing it at 10,000 gold coins wouldn't be too much. No, 100,000. But he shook his head vehemently in protest. 10 gold coins is fine. These words left him stunned and bewildered, asking again, 10 gold coins? Chen Luo let out a breath and began to explain, President Calvin, at your eyes, do I seem like someone who loves money? The purpose of me writing this book isn't to make money, but to let the light. Mathematics can shine upon every corner of the Divine Grace continent, allowing everyone to grasp its charm, as the man opposite him stared with ever-widening eyes. The voice continued evenly. If we price it at 100,000 as you suggested, how many people could possibly afford it? How can the light of mathematics bless everyone then? With these words, he successfully elevated his image in Calvin's eyes, all the way to the heavens. He was in awe, two streams of tears running down his cheeks in emotion. My thinking is so selfish and childish compared to God Luo's. That's right. Compared to the light of mathematics that this miracle book brings, what is money? But in his heart, Chen Luo had no such noble thoughts. Everything he said and did was carefully calculated. Calvin is still too green in the business world. He doesn't understand the principle of small profits and quick returns. I've already calculated it. The sales volume from a 10 gold coin price point will bring in much more than a high price, selling to the nobles. He then raised a hand to cover his mouth and let out a dry cough. Oh, right. There's something I wanted to tell you. This geometry series is Chen Luo's final work. From now on, I will no longer involve myself in the world of mathematics. I'll be focusing on researching magic. Hearing this, President Calvin immediately reacted. But without God, Luo's guidance, how will we in the mathematics world develop in the future? This reliance made Chen Luo ponder. You think too highly of me. You may see me as a god, but in reality, I am merely an ant standing on the shoulders of giants from another world. The people of that world also once faced arithmetic, not knowing what to do, with no direction. But through the efforts and exploration of generation after generation, they were finally able to reach the heights of today and witness the miracle of the Hall of Mathematics. With that thought, he quickly raised his hand and patted the man's shoulder reassuringly. I believe that sooner or later, one day, the scholars here will also find their own path through their own efforts. After that, Chen Luo left. Behind him, Calvin was supported by 3 others as they saw him off, watching his departing figure. His eyes were filled with admiration, along with small sparks of awe. God Luo. No. Your Excellency Chen Luo. What on earth is that world he spoke of? Could it be that he really comes from a world more advanced than ours? It must be the god's domain, right? Inside a luxurious palace, young women were raising their hands, touching a blue orb floating in midair. A blonde girl knelt respectfully, her hands clasped to her chest. Reporting to your highness, we have located that person. He is in the Lauren Kingdom, on the 1,000-year-old Divine Grace continent. The name of his incarnation is Chen Luo. Suddenly, the orb exploded, sending the girls standing around it flying. They immediately panicked, fell to their knees, and kowtowed in unison. Your highness, we have sinned. We failed to properly locate him during the summoning 10 times. Our crime is worthy of death. We beg your highness to mete out our punishment. Above them, a beautiful girl with pure white hair rested her chin on her hand, her expression cold. She pointed a finger and commanded, locate him again. I want to meet him personally. Below, voices of gratitude echoed. The girl lowered her gaze, lightly licking the corner of her lips and whispering, "This world can finally start moving."